I opened my eyes and felt relaxed all over. A young lady in a flight attendant uniform was lying on the bed. I was stunned. Didn't I get attacked by mutants and die in the apocalypse? The doomsday scene in my memory is extremely clear. Natural disasters rage and human civilization collapses. I survived for 3 years by relying on my spatial ability. But in the end, I still died. After a flash of white light, I was back here. The flight attendant's uniform looks familiar to me. "Mr. Xiao, what's wrong with you?" She turned over and was quite proactive. I was pricked when I reached out my hand. A stinging sensation came over me. Is this not a dream? I picked up her name tag. Lydia Sue. Isn't this the flight attendant I dated before the end of the world? I quickly took out my cell phone. Date displayed, June 21, 2032. There are still 10 days until the apocalypse. The opportunity has come. I quickly raised my left arm. Clean, no energy numbers. But I know that when the end of the world comes, a countdown will appear on my left arm. This energy is the key to survival. 1 year of basic energy, if it is reset to 0 you will die. The more energy you have, the stronger your vitality and physique will be. Energy can be traded, but it cannot be stolen. Killing people. Their energy just disappears. Want to plunder? When they become zombies, their energy will condense into battery-like crystals. Kill zombies and take batteries to replenish energy. I have accumulated energy for thousands of years in my previous life. Now reborn, everything is back to 0. It's okay, I have experience and I'll stock up more this time. I closed my eyes and tried to feel the spatial power. After a moment, I was ecstatic. The space power is still there. It's as big as 10 football fields. In the end times, those with space abilities can survive. But no matter how big the space is, it is useless without supplies. In my previous life, I was cautious and acted alone, and I only survived for 3 years. This time, I want to stockpile supplies for 100 years. I sneered. Go get the inheritance first. 6 hours later, the plane landed. I did a lot of tricks and enjoyed the journey. Lydia Sue looked shy. Mr. Xiao, I still have to fly back, remember to contact me. I smiled slightly. Don't worry, baby. The day before the end of the world, I will remind her. She was just an episode in my life. Now, go home and get your money. When we got home, the living room was full of people. Stepmother Zhongli and half-brother Xiaoren didn't even say hello. Lawyer Chen began to read the will. I inherited shares in the group. Zhongli and Xiaoren were given 2 villas and 2 billion in savings. Their faces changed drastically. I watched coldly. In my previous life, I was delayed by them and didn't get a penny when the end of the world came. This time, I won't let them succeed. Wang Jian spoke. Xiao Yang, the group's affairs have always been managed by your stepmother and brother. I'm afraid it's not appropriate for you to take over suddenly. Zhang Li smiled hypocritically. Yes, Xiao Yang. Let us pave the way for you first. I sneered. How about this, the shares belong to you, and I want the villa and 2 billion in savings. They were stunned and thought I was crazy. Zhang Li was still worried. You don't have any other conditions? I nodded. The 2 billion deposit will be credited immediately. The villa in Zijin Mountain will be mine, and I will get another 500 million and a car as compensation. Zhang Li was ecstatic. Make a deal. After signing the agreement, 2.5 billion was received. I drove the black Brabus G800 straight to the Purple Mountain Villa. This car looks similar to the Mercedes-Benz G63, but its interior and power are several levels stronger. As soon as you step on the accelerator, the violent sound of the exhaust pipe and the super horsepower of the engine will allow you to regain your manly confidence in an instant. This car is the ultimate dream of many men. However, in Xiao Yang's eyes, this car is still not good enough. It's just a means of transportation. When the end of the world comes, it won't be of much use. In the Zijinchen Villa district, in a villa at the highest point. It was already 2 o'clock in the afternoon when Xiaoyang arrived. The villa has 3 floors above ground and 2 floors underground, and all furniture is available. There is also a large swimming pool in the garden. In particular, the large floor-to-ceiling windows in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor provide a wide field of vision, allowing one to take in the entire villa area and even the university town at the foot of the mountain at a glance. A private cinema was thoughtfully built on the underground floor, with great visual and auditory effects. Xiaoyang was quite satisfied, but there were still many areas that needed improvement. The first thing to do is to transform an independent heating system. Although it is summer now, everyone is still wearing short sleeves. But Xiaoyang knew that in 10 days, a super cold wave would hit, and the temperature would drop to -50°C overnight. Because it came so suddenly, most of the people who didn't have time to go home at night froze to death outside. If you are hiding at home, it will be difficult to survive without thick quilts and thick clothes. The super cold wave will last for 10 days, during which time it will be impossible to go out. Even if you don't freeze to death, you may starve to death. In Xiaoyang's previous life, on the night when the cold wave came, he was driven out of this villa by that mother and son. He would never forget the biting cold. If he had not accidentally discovered a small tree hole that could accommodate one person, he would have frozen to death in the wilderness. Therefore, the heating system must be installed first. The most practical method is heating with a charcoal boiler, which is stable and reliable. The insulation of the walls also needs to be thickened again, and all the glass must be replaced with multi-layer insulation. The second step is to transform the independent power supply system. At the end of the world, after a power outage, power was never restored. When night falls, the whole world falls into darkness. Only a very lucky few who could get generators had electricity. But the generator needs oil. Without oil, it will just be a pile of scrap metal. Therefore, an independent power generation system is very important. The swimming pool in the yard should also be utilized. It can be used as a water storage tank, but it needs to be modified, otherwise it will freeze and not produce water. And this wall also needs to be raised and covered with barbed wire. The front door also needs to be replaced, made thicker and more impact-proof. It seems like this is a lot of work and time is tight, so I have to quickly find a construction and decoration company to get it done. Seeing that it was still early, Xiaoyang quickly looked for a large decoration company online. I called and they said they would arrange for someone to come over right away. It would probably take a while for the other party to arrive, so Xiaoyang wanted to take this opportunity to check out the tree hole that saved his life. In his previous life, he didn't freeze to death during the 10 days he hid there, but he almost starved to death. Fortunately, there was a large bird's nest inside, with a few rotting chicks in it. Moreover, a rabbit hid in later, which saved him from starving to death. Thinking of those dead birds, they could be considered as saving my life in my previous life. Since I have been reborn, I might as well go and take a look. Maybe those little chicks are not dead yet. If he wasn't dead, Xiaoyang wouldn't mind raising a few birds for fun as a reward. It was only about 2 kilometers away, and Xiaoyang saw the big tree from afar. This tree must be at least several hundred years old, and it would take 7 or 8 adults to hug it. There were several large pieces of red cloth wrapped around the tree trunk. Xiaoyang remembered that in his previous life he had torn off these pieces of red cloth and wrapped his body. Although it was not very thick, he remembered that he had hidden here in his previous life and did not feel very cold. As to the reason, it is unknown. At the bottom of the trunk, there is a crack that is big enough for one person to crawl into. There was a thick layer of straw inside the tree hole, and a big bird's nest was built on it. Xiaoyang went straight in and looked into the bird's nest. There are 7 chicks in total, most of them are motionless. Only one of them was able to barely raise its head after hearing the noise, opened its mouth wide, and called weakly at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang checked carefully and confirmed that the other 6 were already dead. I couldn't help but sigh. Even if I had come a little earlier, it would have been of no use. I guess the big bird had an accident, otherwise it wouldn't have left behind such a nest of chicks. But fortunately, there is still one alive, so the trip was not in vain. After burying the other 6 on the spot, Xiaoyang took the bird's nest away. After returning to the villa, Xiaoyang found a room and put the bird's nest and the bird in it. He went to the grass and caught a few insects to feed the hungry little birds. After eating and drinking, the little bird is satisfied and falls asleep peacefully. Xiaoyang really hopes that it can survive. He is very lonely and it would be nice to have a bird. Everyone else is going through the apocalypse with a man and a dog. How about I go through it with a man and a bird? 2 hours later, people from the construction and decoration company arrived. A man got out of a Land Rover. The man was in his 30s, tall and strong. Xiaoyang, who was 180 centimeters tall, was half a head shorter than him when standing in front of him. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I am Mu Guang from Guangyuan Company, and this is my business card." Xiaoyang took the business card and looked at it. "Mu Guang, General Manager." Well, the boss came here in person. It seems that he attaches great importance to this business. Xiaoyang didn't say anything more. He took Mu Guang directly into the villa and told him his ideas one by one. The whole process left Mu Guang dumbfounded. For a moment, Mu Guang thought that either this villa did not belong to Xiaoyang. Either that or Xiaoyang is mentally ill. "Ahem, Mr. Xiao, are you sure you really want to transform it as you said? Don't tease me." Mu Guang still wanted to confirm it again. Xiaoyang rolled his eyes at him and said, "Do you think I'm just here to tease you?" Seeing that Xiaoyang ignored him, Mu Guang smiled awkwardly. "Why do I feel like you are going to transform the villa into a doomsday shelter? Haha." Xiaoyang nodded affirmatively. "Yes, it is to build a doomsday shelter." Seeing that Xiaoyang didn't seem to be joking, Mu Guangxi believed it. "Mr. Xiao, please wait a moment. I think my sister might be able to help you." Mu Guang said this, ran back to his car, opened the back door, and talked for a few words. Then a young girl in a long skirt came down from the back seat. When the girl came close to Xiaoyang, he was stunned. Very beautiful, and also very cool. He didn't know how to describe it. This is no worse than those first-line female stars. Her figure and appearance are impeccable. Perfect. Xiaoyang was curious, why did Mu Guang bring his sister to see me? You seduced me just to get my business. It's really hard to refuse. Just as Xiaoyang was daydreaming, he heard Mu Guang say, "Boss Xiao, this is my sister Mu Wanqing. She is a top student majoring in design at Haicheng Art College. You can tell her about your idea." Mu Wanqing smiled slightly. "Hello, Mr. Xiao, I heard from my brother that you want to transform the villa into a doomsday shelter." Mu Wanqing, who was originally very cold, now smiled very sweetly, with a breath of youth. This gave Xiaoyang a sense of déjà vu, as if he had seen her somewhere. But I couldn't remember it for the moment. Forget it, it's more important to build a shelter first. Xiaoyang had no choice but to put away his thoughts and said enthusiastically, "Miss Mu, just call me Xiaoyang. Yes, I just want to build a doomsday shelter." "Then Mr. Xiao, could you please tell me your thoughts in detail?" Mu Wanqing was not stupid enough to call Xiaoyang by his name. "Okay. Follow me." After some communication, Xiaoyang was extremely happy. He felt that he had met a talented person today. Mu Wanqing knows much more than I do, and she thinks about the details very well. She is worthy of being a designer. "Ms. Mu, it seems that you are very familiar with building shelters. Have you designed one before?" Xiaoyang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing smiled shyly. "No, actually I'm a big fan of doomsday. I like to daydream when I have nothing to do and design some doomsday castles or something, haha." Xiaoyang nodded to show his understanding. "Brother Mu Guang, I think Miss Mu's idea is very much to my liking. I wonder if you can quickly give me a comprehensive construction design and give me a price. If it's suitable, we can start work right away." Xiaoyang was so happy that he started calling Mu Guang Big Brother. "Okay, Mr. Xiao, I'll call a few more people to help measure the dimensions, and you can discuss it with my sister in detail. I'll ask her to give you a construction plan and design drawings overnight, and give you a quote tomorrow." Of course Xiaoyang wanted it more than ever. The few of them were busy until after 9 o'clock in the evening. They didn't have time to eat during that time. It was Xiaoyang who was thoughtful enough to order a sumptuous takeout for everyone. Xiao Yang has always emphasized to Mu Wanqing that she must renovate the villa as if it were her own home, use the best things, and not worry about money. On the way back, Mu Guang asked his sister Mu Wanqing, "Wanqing, what do you think of this Mr. Xiao? Isn't he trying to amuse us?" Mu Wanqing thought about it, shook her head and said, "My intuition tells me that he doesn't seem to be lying. However, those who can think of putting the doomsday shelter into reality either have a lot of money to burn, or are overly obsessed with fantasy." "Then which type do you think Mr. Xiao belongs to?" Mu Guang asked. Mu Wanqing smiled and said, "I think he has money to burn, haha." Xiao Yang gave her full responsibility for the entire renovation project. Tell her whatever ideas she has and don't hide them. Just treat it as building it for yourself. Rather than saying that Xiao Yang was building a doomsday shelter, it would be more accurate to say that Xiao Yang spent money to fulfill her own dream of building a doomsday shelter. At this moment, Mu Wanqing felt that Xiao Yang was a good person. At this moment, Xiao Yang was lying comfortably on the extra-large bed in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. There was a bird's nest in the corner, with a baby bird lying inside it, which had just been fed by me and was fast asleep. The day passed by so quickly. If everything goes well tomorrow, we can just leave this to Mu Guang and the others. The next step is to start stockpiling supplies. This is a huge project that requires a lot of supplies to be stored and time is tight. If it weren't for Mu Wanqing today, I don't know how much more energy I would have wasted. Once everything is settled tomorrow, I will have to rent a few cold storages and warehouses to receive the supplies. Forget it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Now Xiao Yang just wants to have a good rest. This is the first day after his rebirth. He hadn't had a good night's sleep for a long, long time. The end of the world was full of dangers, and the fear he had been experiencing all day and all night had already exhausted him physically and mentally. Now, he just wanted to have a good sleep. 7 a.m. the next day. Xiao Yang was awakened by the chirping of birds. The little chicks are crying for food again. Its voice was obviously much louder than yesterday, and it seemed to have recovered well. After catching some insects and feeding it, Mu Guang and Mu Wanqing also arrived. Mu Wanqing handed the drawings and quotation to Xiao Yang with dark circles under her eyes. "Mr. Xiao, according to preliminary estimates, 30 million will be enough to complete Wanqing's design plan," Mu Guang said. "Well, the price is acceptable." Xiao Yang looked at the drawings and was very satisfied. It seemed that Mu Wanqing really put her heart into it. "How long will it take to be renovated?" "This will take at least 15 days. Some materials and equipment need to be customized," Mu Guang said. "What? 15 days? No, that's too long." Xiao Yang was stunned. The end of the world was less than 9 days away. If this continued, he would be doomed. "I'll give you 8 days at most. Can you do it?" When Mu Guang heard this, how could this be possible? He said in embarrassment, "Boss Xiao, I'm afraid this can't be done. I can add more money. How about 40 million? "Boss Xiao, this is not a question of money, this is 50 million. "Okay, I'll try my best. What I want is a must, not an effort." "Okay, Mr. Xiao, deal. I promise to deliver on time." Mu Guang was numb. He had never seen such a tycoon who was so arrogant and treated money like dirt. Xiao Yang directly transferred the money to Mu Guang, which made Mu Guang even more afraid to delay, and he quickly gathered people to start construction. Mu Wanqing on the side was stunned. Mr. Xiao spends his money as if he had picked it up. "Wanqing, you haven't slept all night. Why don't I take you back to rest first?" Mu Guang looked at the tired Mu Wanqing and said with concern. When Xiao Yang saw Mu Wanqing's appearance, he found that she was indeed a little too haggard. Although the other party is trying to make money for himself, he really puts his heart into it. Just for this reason, we have to thank them. "Miss Mu, how about I drive you back to rest and let Brother Mu Guang stay here? I also have other questions to ask you." Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but thinking that Xiao Yang might really have something to ask her, she agreed. "Wait a minute, I'll get something and come right down." After a while, in front of the surprised gazes of Mu Wanqing and her sister, Xiao Yang came down carrying the bird's nest. You are so old and still robbing bird nests." Mu Wanqing felt incredible. Oh, no, I saw a nest of baby birds when I passed by. The rest had starved to death, and this one was the only one left. I saved it. Look, how cute it is. Xiao Yang explained as he showed it to Mu Wanqing. When Mu Wanqing saw it, she immediately felt pity and stroked it with her hand, saying, "It's really pitiful. What kind of bird is this?" "This is a crow chick. We used to see it often on construction sites. Mr. Xiao, it's unlucky to keep this thing. Just throw it away." Mu Guang stretched his head to take a look and advised. When Mu Wanqing heard her brother say this, she immediately said angrily, "How can you be so heartless? It's still so small, it will die if you throw it away." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "It's okay. I'll release it back into the wild when it grows up." He doesn't care about whether it's auspicious or not. Without this little thing, will the end of the world not come? Mr. Xiao is still kind-hearted. Mu Wanqing praised. "Come on, put it in the car, I'll take you back to rest." "Good." Mu Wanqing asked Xiao Yang to take her to school, Haiqing Art College. It is located in the university town at the foot of Purple Mountain. Xiao Yang then realized that Mu Wanqing had not graduated yet and was just interning in his brother's company. The Brabus G800 stopped majestically in front of the school gate, immediately attracting the attention of many students. "Mr. Xiao, I'll think about the doomsday supplies list carefully and send it to you in the evening," Mu Wanqing said. "Okay, thanks." As soon as Mu Wanqing got out of the car, she immediately caused another sensation. "Isn't that Mu Wanqing, the school beauty of our school? How come she was driven back by a man so early in the morning? Hey, what car is that? BYD has a new model. You country bumpkin, that's the Brabus logo, it can buy 100 BYDs. Really? As expected, school beauties are out of reach for poor students like us." Mu Wanqing lay on her bed in the dormitory, unable to fall asleep. This Mr. Xiao actually asked her to help him think of what to prepare for doomsday. He is really seriously addicted, it's like the world is really coming to an end. However, it seems quite fun when I think about it, so I might as well have fun with him. Mu Wanqing was no longer sleepy, so she picked up a pen and paper and started writing seriously. Xiao Yang drove straight to the largest storage base in Haiqing City. There are hundreds of warehouses and cold storages here. He rented 5 warehouses and 5 cold storages, which were used to store daily necessities and vegetables and meat. In fact, Xiao Yang did not rent the warehouse and cold storage to store the supplies, but just wanted to conceal his tracks. "I can't put these supplies into the space in front of everyone. That would scare others to death." He then rushed to the largest wholesale vegetable market. "Let's start with some vegetables." As a result, when Xiao Yang arrived, the entire wholesale market was in chaos. The whole market knows that a rich man has come today. There are dozens of kinds of vegetables, such as onions, ginger, garlic, peppers, cucumbers, eggplants, tomatoes, radishes, potatoes, winter melons, pumpkins, various green vegetables, etc. Anyway, everything Xiao Yang can see will come up. It doesn't need to be too much, just 100 tons each. The final settlement totaled 100 million. Pay a deposit first, and all the goods will be delivered to the cold storage in batches within 7 days, and then settle the bill at the end. There is no other way, the boss has to source goods from all over the country. Then I ran to the seasoning area. Oil, salt, sauce, vinegar, barbecue ingredients, hot pot ingredients, oil, etc. You don't need a lot of these, and the final settlement will be 50 million. Likewise, deliver in batches. Rice grain area. 10,000 tons of rice directly, wholesale price, totaling 50 million. The boss promised that the goods would be delivered to Xiao Yang within 8 days at most. Then he went to the fruit wholesale market next door. It also caused a sensation in the entire market. There are 100 tons of various fruits and vegetables. The final settlement totaled 100 million. Similarly, pay the deposit first and settle the bill after the goods are cleared. Now that the fruits and vegetables are ready, the most important thing is to stock up on some meat. Xiao Yang went directly to the headquarters of the city's largest cold meat chain store. The meat from this kind of place is safe. Xiao Yang got straight to the point. How much is a ton of pork, mutton, beef, and chicken? Just give me your lowest price. Manager, sir, how many tons do you need? Xiao Yang, 10,000 tons of pork, 2,000 tons each of mutton, beef, and chicken, and 2,000 tons each of mutton and beef offal. When the manager heard this, he was so scared that he dropped his account book. Are you here to cause trouble? The manager quickly called the boss's son, Mr. Zhou. Mr. Zhou asked the manager to calculate the price first to see how the other party would react. Xiao Yang dared to play tricks on him, and he would make Xiao Yang pay for it. As a result, the total amount was 700 million. Xiao Yang didn't even blink, he just paid the deposit, left his address, and left in a cool manner under the stunned gaze of Mr. Zhou. The last stop, Xiao Yang came to the seafood wholesale market again. As always, all kinds of seafood are on sale. Various marine fish, freshwater fish, Australian lobster, king crab, various shellfish, abalone, and yes, sea cucumbers. Sea cucumbers are good. Male football players all eat them and they will be healthy. Finally, the total amount was 200 million. Xiao Yang specifically instructed that all living ones must be killed and frozen. There's no way, his space cannot store living things. Finally, Xiao Yang calculated that he had placed orders worth 1.2 billion today alone. Add to that the 50 million yuan in renovation and warehouse rental costs, and more than half of the money has been spent. But that's not enough. Where is this little bit of supplies? However, Xiao Yang was really tired of shopping, so he decided to order the rest online. Thanks to the powerful internet, as long as you have money, you can buy anything. After opening an online shopping mall, Xiao Yang began his happy shopping time again. Once you start buying online, it's hard to stop. Men and women are the same. Xiao Yang felt that everything could be used. After 3 hours of hard work, Xiao Yang bought the following supplies: liquor, beer, red wine, mountain spring bottled water, beverages, spicy strips, canned food, hot pot, instant noodles, and bread. Tents, sleeping bags, kitchen utensils, lighters, flashlights, walkie-talkies, binoculars, water purification tablets, portable solar panels, portable diesel and gasoline generators, outdoor power supplies, solar lighting, outdoor backpacks, first aid kits, projectors with tens of thousands of movies, and more. Especially when it comes to food and drinks, Xiao Yang always buys as much as possible, the more the better. This cost Xiao Yang another 100 million yuan. Among these, alcohol occupies the largest share. There is no way, this thing is very popular in the end times. The spirit is too depressed, and it needs to be released. There are also cigarettes, but they can't be bought online, so I have to find another way. After buying all these, his brain was so tired that he couldn't work anymore. For the first time, Xiao Yang felt that spending money was so tiring. At this time, Mu Wanqing also sent a message, which was a list of supplies she had prepared. Xiao Yang was too tired to watch anymore. When he looked at the time, it was time for dinner. After learning that Mu Wanqing had not eaten either, he drove directly to pick her up for dinner to express his gratitude. Ms. Mu, just tell me what you want to eat. Don't be polite with me. Xiao Yang smiled as he looked at Mu Wanqing, who was sitting in the passenger seat. Whatever, anything is fine. Mu Wanqing felt a little embarrassed. Since they were the host, she should give them the initiative. Xiao Yang pretended to be serious. Hey, women can't say whatever and men can't say no, don't you know this? Mu Wanqing smiled. Well, why don't we go to Cape Restaurant? The food is super delicious and affordable. Is this okay, Mr. Xiao? This last sentence obviously has other meanings. Okay. Show me the way. Can we say no? Cape Hotel is not on the beach. It is located near the university town, which is not a very busy area. But, there are so many people and business is booming. When Xiao Yang and his friends arrived, it was lunchtime and they had to wait in line for a seat. It's so popular. It must be right. Xiao Yang felt that if so many people would spend time queuing, then this meal must be worth wasting time on. Of course, this is a recognized food check-in spot in our university town. Mu Wanqing said proudly. After waiting for nearly an hour, Xiaoyang was so hungry that his chest was sticking to his back, before it was their turn. "Come on, Miss Mu, order some food, you know it better than me." It was Xiaoyang's first time here and he didn't know what to eat, so he simply left it to Mu Wanqing and he was just responsible for the food. Mu Wanqing also felt that it was a waste of time to let Xiaoyang order the food, so she didn't refuse and directly told the waiter the names of the dishes. 1 serving of braised prawns, 1 serving of mapo tofu, 1 serving of stir-fried pork knuckles with pepper, and 1 of our specialty, the crab meat casserole. "Okay, 4 dishes are just right, I can't eat more." After quickly announcing the names of the 4 dishes, the waiter took the order and said with a smile, "Good luck, beautiful lady. The last crab pot of the day was just ordered by you. I wish you a pleasant meal." After the waiter left, Xiaoyang asked in surprise, "Are the dishes here limited in quantity?" Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang's inexperienced look and said with a smile, "Of course, this crab meat pot is one of the specialties made by the boss himself. There are only 100 servings a day. Sometimes you may not be able to eat it if you don't make a reservation in advance. You are lucky today, you are in for a treat." Xiaoyang said, "Oh, haha, hunger marketing." Soon, the other 3 dishes were served and the crab meat pot was about to be served. Just as the waiter was carrying the crab meat pot towards Xiaoyang's table, he was stopped by a girl with heavy makeup and a short black stocking skirt. "Which table is this crab meat pot from?" the girl in black stockings asked coldly. "Waiter, table 69. Can you give this to us?" Hai Sai asked. "Waiter, we can't make the decision on this. You have to ask the guests at table 69. The girl in black silk then followed the waiter to Xiaoyang's table. When she saw Mu Wanqing, the girl in black stocking said in surprise, "Hey, Mu Wanqing, why is it you?" Mu Wanqing looked up and saw that it was Wang Min, the beauty of the dance department of their college. "What a coincidence, Wang Min, you're here to eat too." "Yes." Wang Min responded casually, then locked his eyes on Xiaoyang. When she saw Xiaoyang, she found that he was quite good-looking, and she felt a little jealous of Mu Wanqing. But when she saw Xiaoyang dressed in ordinary clothes, she looked down on him and said sarcastically, "It's so rare that the most beautiful girl in our college actually eats alone with a man. Is he your boyfriend?" Mu Wanqing glanced at Xiaoyang and quickly waved her hand. "Oh, no, just a friend. It's like this, classmate Mu Wanqing, I wanted to invite my boyfriend to try the crab meat pot today, but we ordered too late and you took the last one. As you know, my boyfriend is the son of the owner of the head office of the Haicheng cold meat chain store. He was tired of eating in star-rated hotels every day, so I brought him here to change his taste. Could you please give me some face and let me have it? Even if I owe you a favor today, in the future, if my boyfriend has any decoration work, please introduce him to your brother." When the girl in black stockings talked about her boyfriend, she looked at Xiaoyang meaningfully. The meaning was very clear, her boyfriend is out of your reach, so be sensible. Xiaoyang didn't say anything. He was waiting for Mu Wanqing to express her opinion. Mu Wanqing thought about it and chose to refuse. "I'm sorry, Wang Min. My friend is here for the first time today, and I want him to taste this dish. You can ask my friend for his opinion. Mu Wanqing is not stupid. Xiaoyang is her brother's big client, and she can't let him feel unhappy." Upon hearing this, Wang Min looked at Xiaoyang with contempt in his eyes. There was no way she could ask for mercy from such an ordinary person. "How about this? This dish costs more than 100 yuan, I'll buy it for 5 times the price, how about that? It's enough for you to have a meal, and there will be a lot left over, what a good deal." Xiaoyang was considering whether to give Mu Wan some face and give the food to her classmate. He was starving to death and couldn't afford to delay any longer. But when he heard this, he became furious. "Who are you looking down on? Waiter, please put the crab meat pot on the table. Today, I want to eat this crab meat pot." As soon as Xiaoyang spoke, the waiter quickly put the crab meat pot on the table. "Waiter, we are ready to eat, please drive away the flies." The waiter was a little confused when he heard this. "Brother, you are making things difficult for me." Wang Min was furious when she heard this. "What did you say? You are so shameless. Today, I want ordinary people like you to remember the consequences of offending the upper class." Wang Min's voice was very loud, which immediately attracted the attention of people dining in the hall. At this time, a young man rushed over from behind Xiao Yang and asked with concern, "What's wrong, Xiao Min? Who made you angry?" When Wang Min saw that his backer had arrived, he immediately felt more confident. He pointed at Xiao Yang's nose and cursed, "You poor bastard, you dare to call me a fly. I don't care. I won't let you go until I smash his mouth to pieces today. You've gone too far. Classmate Wang Min. You are not allowed to insult my friend." Mu Wanqing was really angry. Insulting her friend in front of her, wasn't that a slap in her face? When Wang Min heard this, she looked at Mu Wanqing with a vicious look and said, "I'm overdoing it. You stinky bitch, you really think you're the school belle? What's the point of being pretty? You still found a poor boyfriend. How lowly. You." Mu Wanqing was so angry that she couldn't speak. The young man who rushed over couldn't take his eyes off Mu Wanqing when he saw her. So handsome. Although Wang Min is also very pretty, compared with others, it's like a pheasant and a phoenix, there's a world of difference between them. It's just right. Today I can show off my power and let this beauty see my strength. Maybe this beauty will turn from evil to good. You, come out here, I will. The young man walked up to Xiao Yang and was about to pull him, but suddenly he saw Xiao Yang's face and was speechless. "Mr. Xiao." Xiao Yang took a look and thought, haha, Haiqing is really small. Mr. Zhou, what a coincidence. The young man was Mr. Zhou, the boss of the company where Xiao Yang bought the fresh meat today. Mr. Zhou's expression was as ugly as it could be. "Mr. Xiao, why did you come to a place like this to eat?" Xiao Yang glanced at Wang Min who was standing there in a daze, and sneered, "Haha, a poor guy like me with a lowly life can only come here to eat." When Mr. Zhou heard this, he said embarrassedly, "Mr. Xiao, is there any misunderstanding here?" "Misunderstanding?" "Classmate Wang Min insisted on buying our crab pot today, and when we disagreed, she insulted me and my friend. Do you think it's a misunderstanding?" Without waiting for Xiao Yang to speak, Mu Wanqing stood up and said angrily. When Mr. Zhou heard this, he finally understood. This woman was really good at finding trouble for herself. He turned around and slapped Wang Min in the face. "You bitch, you caused trouble for me just by having a meal, and you even offended my big client. You are such a jinx. Hurry up and apologize to Mr. Xiao and this beautiful lady, then get out of here." Wang Min's eyes were filled with tears. She covered her face and looked at Mr. Zhou in disbelief. She said aggrievedly, You hit me." Mr. Zhou was furious when he saw her like that. "Hit you? Hitting you is too light. Do you really think you are a piece of cake? Apologize quickly, or do you believe that I will have someone take you to the sea and sky feast to be used as a game tool?" When Wang Min heard that he was going to Hai Tianxing Yan to be a tool, he was immediately frightened. Suddenly, she knelt on her knees and said to Xiao Yang, "I'm sorry, Mr. Xiao, I was too arrogant and offended you, please forgive me." Xiao Yang didn't even look at her, and said coldly, "I think you should apologize to my friend." Wang Min suddenly knelt down and turned to Mu Wanqing, begging, "Wanqing, I'm sorry, I'm a lowly person. Please forgive me this time for the sake of our being classmates." Mu Wanqing was soft-hearted after all. After all, they were classmates. Since the other party had apologized, she didn't want to pursue the matter further. Seeing that Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing didn't say anything else, Mr. Zhou looked at Wang Min with disdain and said, "Get lost now, and don't let me see you again." Wang Min stood up immediately and walked out of the restaurant in embarrassment, as if he had been granted amnesty. The melodramatic plot ended, and the guests in the hall looked away contentedly and continued to enjoy their food. Xiao Yang sat down and looked at Mr. Zhou who was standing there hesitant to speak, and said, "Mr. Zhou, how about sitting down and eating together?" Mr. Zhou quickly waved his hands and said, No, I won't bother you anymore. By the way, Mr. Xiao, you can just call me Zhou Fei from now on. Also, this meal is on my table, I'll go and settle the bill for you." After Zhou Fei finished speaking, he turned around and was about to leave, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. "I'm treating my friends today, so please don't steal my limelight." Zhou Fei glanced at Mu Wanqing and understood instantly. Just as he was about to say goodbye, he heard Xiao Yang ask, "Oh, by the way, what is this sea and sky feast you mentioned?" And what does that game toolman mean? Zhou Fei looked at Xiao Yang in shock. Mr. Xiao, do you even know this? Xiao Yang shook his head. I have been abroad for the past few years, so. When Zhou Fei heard this, he was surprised. This, Hai Tian Xingyan, is an event that has only emerged in Haicheng in the past 2 years. It is a trade fair jointly organized by some luxury goods companies, and some people from the upper class are specially invited to participate. Look, this year's Sea and Sky Festival will be held in 7 days. As for the game toolman, Zhou Fei looked at Mu Wanqing opposite him, hesitated for a moment, and whispered softly in Xiao Yang's ear, "It's not convenient to talk here, I'll add you on WeChat and we can chat privately." Xiao Yang was stunned. Oh, there is something fishy here. I understand. After adding Xiao Yang on VX, Zhou Fei said goodbye and left. Xiao Yang and Mu Wan were so hungry that they could hardly hold on any longer in the morning. After what happened, they lost interest in chatting. Both of them took out their anger on the food. However, what amazed Xiao Yang was that the taste of this dish was absolutely amazing. It is no exaggeration to say that these dishes are the most delicious dishes Xiao Yang has ever eaten since he was a child. If this table of food were put in the end times, it would probably cause a large-scale conflict. The pleasure from the tip of the tongue washed away the unpleasantness of the previous episode. Even Mu Wanqing smiled with a sense of accomplishment when she saw Xiao Yang wolfing down the food. How could the place I chose be bad? The two of them resolutely carried out the clean plate campaign, and were almost licking the plates. Xiao Yang wiped his mouth and gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up with satisfaction. "Miss Mu, thank you for bringing me here." Mu Wanqing said embarrassedly, "No, I should thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your kind invitation." The two looked at each other and burst into laughter. All the previous unpleasantness disappeared. Mu Wanqing went to the bathroom. When Xiao Yang went to the cashier to pay, he was attracted by the medals on the wall. National Chef Competition Gold Award. Haicheng City Special Chef for External Receptions. International God of Cookery Cup winner. Top 10 Outstanding Young Women in Haicheng City. Young woman. The boss is a woman. A picture suddenly appeared in Xiao Yang's mind. A fat woman with a big butt and a round waist was stirring the wok. Oh. Why do I always think about these things? It's enough as long as the food she cooks is delicious. Why do you care about her figure? You're not going to eat her. However, the beautiful young woman sitting at the cashier counter made Xiao Yang want to have a bite. "Hello, can I meet your boss?" The beautiful young woman smiled slightly, which was captivating. "What do you want to do, handsome boy?" "I want to meet this great god who conquered my stomach." The beautiful young woman smiled charmingly, looked at Xiao Yang and said, "I don't dare to be a great god, but thank you for your recognition of me." Xiao Yang was quite surprised. Is this beautiful young woman the chef? The restaurant owner? Shouldn't she have a big butt and a round waist? Is the current chef industry also experiencing such a serious internal conflict? Originally, I was very curious about what kind of chef could make such delicious food. If it were you, my sister, then this would make sense. Xiao Yang's relieved look immediately aroused the boss's interest. "Oh. Handsome guy, why do you say that?" Xiao Yang laughed, "Because I believe that all beautiful things in the world must have been created by beautiful people. There has to be at least one of outer beauty and inner beauty. But sister, you, at least, have the former." When the beautiful young boss heard this, she burst into laughter. "This guy is not only handsome, but also has a sweet mouth. Handsome boy, you are so good at talking. I have to give you a discount." She gave Xiao Yang a business card and said, "Here, my business card. From now on, if you mention my name, you will get a 20% discount." Xiao Yang took the business card and looked at the name, Lu Yu. "Thank you, Sister Yu." Xiao Yang's original purpose of wanting to meet the boss was to get to know him. If I ever meet him in the apocalypse, I can win him over to be my chef. But this Lu Yu is not only a good cook, but also looks like a vixen. If this stays with me, who would have the heart to think about eating? After sending Mu Wanqing back to school, Xiao Yang went to the villa again. I found that Mu Guang was leading the workers to work the night shift. In order to speed up the work, Mu Guang used twice as many people and divided them into 2 shifts. This way, Xiaoyang felt relieved. After catching some insects to feed the hungry little crows, Xiaoyang decided to find a hotel near the warehouse to stay in as he had to receive the goods early the next morning. On the way, he passed by a large gas station to refuel, and suddenly he remembered that the diesel and gasoline were not prepared yet. How can a generator generate electricity without oil? -35 diesel 1,000 tons, gasoline 1,000 tons. I asked the boss to help me contact his friend who sells carbon and asked for 1,000 tons of smokeless carbon. The total amount was 20 million. After leaving the address and confirming the delivery time, Xiaoyang rushed back to the booked hotel. Lying on the bed in the hotel, Xiaoyang took out his mobile phone and looked at the list of supplies that Mu Wanqing had sent him. I bought everything online that I hadn't thought of. Sanitary napkins, various cleaning products, clothes, shoes and socks for all seasons, underwear, sports bras, yoga clothes, black stockings, flesh-colored stockings. Xiaoyang looked at the photos of the sellers show and was deeply immersed in them, unable to extricate himself. After buying these, Xiaoyang started buying defensive equipment. Stab-proof clothing, riot shields, riot sticks, sabers, tang swords, etc. To be honest, these things can only be used in the early stages. In the later stages, when the survivors' superpowers grow, these armors and weapons are of no use at all. Guns are better, but they are not available now. By the time all the items were bought, it was already midnight. At this time, Xiaoyang received a message from Zhou Fei. This is an introduction to the Hai Tian Xingyan event. After Xiaoyang learned the details, he became more and more excited. This year's Hainan rendezvous lasted only 1 day. With Doomsday as the theme, it created many high-end outdoor camping products. There are all kinds of things, such as off-road RVs, luxury yachts, wandering warehouses, and even small aircraft. However, the highlight of this Hainan and Tianyuan festival lies in the carnival activities in the evening. Zhou Fei also introduced to Xiaoyang in detail what a game toolman is, which made him sigh after listening. This is really perverted. Zhou Fei happened to have one e-ticket left, so he gave it to Xiaoyang, and they made an appointment to go together when the time came. Xiaoyang readily agreed. He had always wanted to get himself a suitable N-generation transportation tool, and an off-road RV was of course the most suitable one. And a yacht, it would be best if I could have one too. The great flood in the middle of the last days submerged almost all land. The survivors built floating platforms by tying up wooden rafts, and the conditions were extremely simple. If I could get a luxury yacht, wouldn't I be able to live like an emperor? Just thinking about it makes me excited, so I must go to this Hai Tian Xingyan. As for that perverted game, he has no interest in it. A group of people were taking turns washing the pot there. It was disgusting. At this point, some necessary supplies have been purchased, and the next few days will be busy receiving the goods. Moreover, Xiaoyang also ordered a lot of delicious snacks from the food delivery app. Such as fried chicken, roast duck, cold skin, jelly, rujiamo, rice noodles, stinky tofu, snail noodles, etc. I also bought several carts of ice cream. As long as it can be given away, Xiaoyang buys it almost every day. This cost him a lot of money. Time passed quickly. In the next few days, Xiaoyang was busy from day to night, and it was not until the early morning of the 9th day that he finally received all the goods. After another busy night, all the supplies were stored in the space. Since there is no time in this space, all materials stored inside will not be afraid of deterioration, expiration, or rot. Put a cup of boiling water in it and it will be hot no matter when you take it out. This is what Xiaoyang is most satisfied with. After all the supplies were cleared, Xiaoyang finally felt a lot more at ease. It's time to prepare to attend the Hainan rendezvous. I looked at the balance in my bank card and there was probably more than 1 billion. This money should be enough for me to spend. At 8 o'clock in the morning, Xiaoyang fed the little crow. After a few days, the little crow had grown a body of black feathers that looked shiny and glossy. Because it looks like coal, Xiaoyang named it Coal Ball. I also bought a large wooden cage for it and built a warm little nest for it. Because he was worried that today's Hai Tian Xingyan would take up the entire day, Xiaoyang gave the coal briquettes to Mu Wanqing to take care of, and she would come back to get them when he was done. After settling the coal briquettes, Xiaoyang went straight to meet up with Zhou Fei and rushed to the Haitian Xingyan event site. The venue for the Hainan rendezvous is a yacht port on the seaside. The venue was decorated very luxuriously and there were many beautiful women on the scene. Because the weather was too hot, these beauties followed the principle of wearing less than more, wearing shorter clothes than longer ones, and not covering up the parts that should be exposed, creating a beautiful moving landscape at the venue. Black stockings and bikinis compete for beauty, the back and thighs compete with each other, and the chest and buttocks each have their own merits. The exhibition booths on site were filled with small aircraft, sports cars, RVs, and some outdoor supplies. The harbor is filled with rows of brand new yachts of all sizes. Apart from some outdoor products and luxury goods, other items like airplanes, yachts, RVs, etc. are all different. It can be said that they are all special models that are unique in the world. In order to demonstrate nobility and strength, these special models are not clearly priced, but are sold through bidding, and whoever has the ability can get it. It's similar to an auction house. This trick is very effective. In order to show off their status, some wealthy people will not hesitate to spend several times more money than the product's value to buy their favorite products. Therefore, the organizers can make a lot of money every time. At 10 o'clock in the morning, the Hainan rendezvous officially opened. All special products are auctioned in order, and the highest bidder wins. Until noon, a post-apocalyptic version, heavy-duty off-road RV that was to be auctioned aroused Xiaoyang's great interest. This off-road RV is made of Mercedes-Benz heavy trucks, with 8 wheels and 8 drives. The 8 tires are specially made, explosion-proof and wear-resistant. The car is 12 meters long, 2.6 meters wide and 3.8 meters high. It is definitely a big guy. The car body is made entirely of special steel, which is not only good at keeping warm but also bulletproof. Even the window glass is bulletproof. The roof of the car can be raised and lowered, and when raised it can form a sunroom. There is an expansion mechanism on each side and rear of the car body, which can make the interior space of the RV more spacious when unfolded. The top of the vehicle is equipped with a 5000 W solar panel, an 8000 W diesel silent generator, and a lithium iron phosphate battery equivalent to 100 kilowatt-hours of electricity. The vehicle is equipped with a 1000 L insulated clean water tank, which can be filled up for several days. The 500 L gray water tank and 200 L black water tank are also enough for draining for many days. Inside the RV, the back can be expanded to form a super double bed, and the 2 sides can be expanded to form a super large living room, and there is also a hammock on the top that can be taken off and landed. The toilet, bathroom, and kitchen are fully equipped with a refrigerator, washing machine, air purifier, water heater, microwave oven, and TV audio and video system. For heating in winter, there is a diesel heater and hot water unit, and in summer you can use a car-mounted household air conditioner. When Xiaoyang saw this configuration, he was extremely satisfied. Especially the 8-wheel drive off-road capability and 7 differential locks, which are really important in the apocalyptic environment. This car is perfect, but it weighs 25 tons and consumes a lot of fuel. But for Xiaoyang, it is nothing. This Doomsday Edition heavy-duty off-road RV, codenamed Conqueror, has a starting price of 30 million yuan. Xiaoyang decided that he must take the car. I'm offering 30 million W. My friends, please don't compete with me, Xiaoren, for it. Before Xiaoyang opened his mouth, he heard a familiar voice coming from a distance. The person who spoke was his half-brother Xiaoren. There was a group of men and women surrounding Xiaoren, which was quite eye-catching. When everyone heard that it was the second young master of the Xiao family, they tactfully avoided bidding with him. Besides, the configuration of this off-road RV was a bit too high. Who would really drive it out for fun every day? Seeing that no one was competing with him for it, Xiaoren nodded in satisfaction and clasped his fists, saying, "Thank you all for your help." Just as he was happily paying, Xiaoyang spoke up, "I'll pay 40 million. The whole place suddenly fell silent. Some people looked around for the source of the noise, to see who was being so disrespectful to the Xiao family's second son. When Xiaoyang stood up, some people recognized him. "Ah! Isn't this the eldest son of the Xiao family? Why are these 2 brothers fighting each other?" "Yeah, they say these 2 brothers don't get along, it seems to be true." Haha, that's going to be interesting. Guess who gets to take the RV? The second son of the Xiao family, right? I heard he just inherited shares of the group, so he's not short of money. Xiaoren was also stunned when he saw Xiao Yang. Why did this loser come to such a high-end occasion? You actually tried to snatch things from me. I haven't found a chance to deal with you regarding the villa yet, and now you're causing trouble again. Xiaoren was determined to win today. Although all his savings were inherited by Xiao Yang, he borrowed 700 million from Uncle Wang Jian in order to participate in today's event. As for you, do you dare to be as arrogant as me? What's more, he had already sent people to secretly follow Xiao Yang and knew that he had spent a lot of money to stockpile a lot of supplies. This idiot won't spend the money even if you give him. Now you have tens of billions left. Can you afford it? Xiaoren sneered and raised the price without hesitation, 5,000 W. After shouting, he did not forget to look at Xiao Yang provocatively. Xiao Yang didn't bother to pay attention to him. All he had in his eyes now was the off-road RV, and he had to get it, so he didn't want to talk too much and just made an offer directly. It's too much trouble to add 10 million at a time, I'll just pay 100 million directly. As soon as Xiao Yang's words came out, the whole audience was shocked. The eldest son of the Xiao family is quite arrogant, but a little stupid. It is not worth it to spend 100 million to buy such a big toy. Xiaoren was so angry that he was about to smoke. This brother must be mentally ill. This car is not worth so much. Sure enough, the mentality of a nouveau riche, people are stupid and have a lot of money. But Xiaoren couldn't bear it and wanted to add more money, but was persuaded by his friends. Brother Ren, there's no need to argue with him. If you really like this thing, you can go find a manufacturer to customize it. They can make it for you in 2 months. Why bother arguing with him? Yes, Brother Ren, we don't want to go to the wild anymore. We want to go to the deep sea. Let's go and see the yacht. Several girls around him, who were wearing heavy makeup and had pieces of cloth on their bodies, all tried to persuade him. When Xiaoren heard this, he simply found a way out and said, "Okay, I'll listen to you. Since you like the sea, I will definitely give you that doomsday version yacht, haha." After giving Xiao Yang a vicious look, Xiaoren left with a group of people. Xiao Yang got the off-road RV as he wished. He quickly paid the money and made an appointment with the staff to deliver it to the yard of his Zaijinshan villa after the event. Next came the auction of some luxury cars and airplanes that Xiao Yang didn't like, and Xiao Yang was not interested in any of them. In the afternoon, a doomsday version luxury yacht caught Xiao Yang's attention again. This yacht is not only luxurious, but also has a pleasing configuration. The yacht is 80 meters long and has a total of 4 floors. Needless to say, the place is extremely luxurious, with all kinds of entertainment and living facilities available, as well as a seawater purification system. The most powerful feature is its hull, which is made of high-strength special steel and is a semi-submersible structure. Equipped with a powerful independent intelligent control system, this yacht can withstand 10-level winds and 10-meter waves. It is extremely safe and can be said to be unique in the world. The entire ship is equipped with wind power generation, solar power generation, diesel power generation and hydropower generation to ensure worry-free electricity use. Xiao Yang was very satisfied, but he was worried that he didn't have enough money. Such a big thing would definitely cost a lot of money. Sure enough, the starting price of this luxury yacht is 400 million. But Xiao Yang didn't want to give up, he had to get the yacht. In the end times, during the flood, humans lived such a hard life. If I were to be reborn again, I would never suffer that kind of suffering again, otherwise, it would be a shame to be reborn again. As for if the money is not enough, then we can only use other methods, 450 million, Xiao Ren, want it. As long as you don't fight with me for it, I will treat you all to a trip to the deep sea someday, and all expenses will be paid by me, Xiao Ren. As soon as Xiao Ren opened his mouth, several young masters from wealthy families who were eager to try no longer planned to fight for it. Isn't it enough to have a try for free? I can save the money and buy a smaller one. Seeing that everyone was giving him face, Xiao Ren felt very proud and was about to pay. Wait, I'll give you 500 million. As soon as Xiao Yang opened his mouth, the crowd went wild again. This eldest son of the Xiao family is deliberately going against the second son. Who wouldn't say that? But he is really rich, just like the wind blowing in. But no matter how rich he is not as rich as the second young master. He owns 20 billion shares in the group, and he still cares about such a small amount of money. Who knows? Just keep reading. Hearing the people around him talking about it, Xiaoren suddenly felt embarrassed. Xiaoyang, give it to me. Let me see what you have to snatch from me. Xiaoren grunted through gritted teeth, then shouted at the top of his voice, I'll pay 700 million, I want this yacht. Now, money is no longer important to him, face is important. 700 million was his limit, but he guessed that Xiaoyang probably didn't have much money, so he was 100% sure he could get it. Sure enough, after Xiaoren made his offer, Xiaoyang did not follow suit immediately. People around him had even started congratulating Xiaoren. At the last moment when the host was about to make the decision, Xiaoyang suddenly spoke up. I'll pay 1 billion, and I'll reserve this yacht today. Wow. 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 Everyone looked at Xiaoyang in surprise. Is this guy crazy? Does he have so much money but no place to spend it? Xiaoren was so angry that he laughed out loud. Ha ha ha, Xiaoyang, you just bid the price, do you have that much money? Stop making trouble here. Xiaoyang smiled and said, I don't have that much money, but I can pay a deposit of 800 million first, and I'll pay the remaining 200 million the day after tomorrow. The organizer didn't say that this is not possible, right? Organizer, that's not impossible. The organizers are not stupid. The price has already soared to 1 billion. They certainly don't care whether it is paid in full today or the day after tomorrow. Someone from Xiao Ren's side questioned, if you go back on your word, won't that delay our brother Ren's desire to buy and his plans to go out to sea? The organizer thought so too, and they had to sign a contract. What about the terms? It doesn't matter. We can sign a contract. If I can't pay the balance of 200 million the day after tomorrow, as a punishment, the 800 million deposit I paid will belong to the organizer. How about that? Everyone gasped. How arrogant was that? He just said he didn't want 800 million. It seems that young Master Xiao is still confident. Xiaoren suddenly frowned. Did Xiaoyang have a backup plan? Was he going to sell the goods in the warehouse just to buy a yacht? But no matter what, he can't add any more money, 700 million is already his upper limit. The organizers of course readily agreed to the terms proposed by Xiaoyang, and were of course happy to do a deal that was sure to make a profit. In the end, Xiaoyang got what he wanted, and the yacht nominally belonged to him. Seeing Xiaoyang being so generous, many beauties moved closer to him and rubbed every part of their bodies against him to show their closeness to him. Xiaoren was so angry that his teeth were itching. He was really humiliated today and was suppressed by Xiaoyang twice. He could no longer bear it. Hee, since you want to snatch everything from me, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. I will make you die miserably. Xiaoren gave Xiaoyang a vicious look and left angrily. And Xiaoyang got what he wanted today and was extremely happy. Later, while browsing, he ordered another 100 amphibious wandering cabins. This wandering warehouse is 10 meters long and round in shape, like a capsule. It is equipped with all kinds of living facilities, similar to the interior of an RV. However, each pod has 4 capsule beds, just like a university dormitory. The key is to be able to withstand tsunamis, and each wandering cabin can be freely connected to other cabins in front, behind, left and right. Xiaoyang was attracted by this point. If all of them were connected and placed on the water, it would definitely be a water base. Moreover, this can also be used as a house on land, which is simply perfect. Since wandering warehouse is in bulk, it will not participate in the auction. Xiaoyang paid the deposit and agreed to deliver the 100 cabins to the warehouse tomorrow, and to settle the balance together with the yacht the day after tomorrow. After doing all this, Xiaoyang felt that today was almost done and it was time to go back because he was running out of money. During this period, Zhou Fei came over and introduced him to several young men, including the son of the president of a tobacco company and the son of the president of a large pharmaceutical company. Xiaoyang was worrying about how to stockpile these things, so he took advantage of this relationship and simply used the remaining tens of millions to buy cigarettes and medicines. Of course, the 2 young masters were very happy. Zhou Fei and others invited Xiao Yang to join in the exciting game in the evening, but he refused. As I said, washing the pot is fine, but he doesn't have the bad taste to refuse to wash the pot collectively. When Xiao Yang drove to Mu Wanqing's school to pick up the coal briquettes, he happened to receive a call from Mu Guang, who said that the villa had been renovated as required and asked Xiao Yang to go and inspect it. Xiao Yang quickly pulled Mu Wanqing and couldn't wait to see his masterpiece. Well, of course, a large part of this is due to Mu Wanqing. When he arrived at Zaijinshan Villa, Xiao Yang was shocked by the renovated villa. The swimming pool was sealed and converted into a reservoir, which is now full of clean water. An insulated room was built on top, and because of concerns about noise from the generators, large diesel generators were installed here. Heating is also installed inside to ensure normal use in cold weather. The exterior walls of the villa have been insulated again. Mu Guang said that it is not afraid of temperatures as low as -100 degrees Celsius. The roof of the villa is covered with solar panels as a second option for power generation. All the doors and windows of the villa have been replaced with thermal insulation and sound insulation, and are extremely strong. No one can force their way into the villa unless it is bombarded. A large coal boiler was installed on the second underground floor, and radiators were installed in every room and corner. Although it was a bit unsightly, it was very practical. The walls of the villa were raised to 4 meters, barbed wire was installed, and the gate was replaced with a heavy steel door. Mu Guang said that unless a tank comes, there is no way to knock it down. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. In this way, when the end of the world came, he would no longer be afraid. Not only does he not have to be afraid, he can also lie comfortably in the warm villa and enjoy a happy time. Cool. Mu Guang also thoughtfully hired a cleaning lady to clean the villa inside and out so that Xiao Yang could move in directly. Xiao Yang was very satisfied and decided to take the brother and sister out for a good meal. The location was chosen as Cape Hotel. This time Xiao Yang learned his lesson and called his boss Lu Yu in advance to book a private room. Sure enough, there was no need to queue when we arrived. Mu Wan was asked to count the dishes. Halfway through the meal, Mu Guang suddenly returned 10 million to Xiao Yang. Boss Xiao, you only spent 10 million of the extra 20 million, which was all spent on the wages of the extra workers and the expedited delivery of materials. I will return the remaining 10 million to you. I, Mu Guang, have a principle in doing business, which is to only take what you deserve. I don't want even a cent more of what I don't deserve. Xiao Yang was so surprised that he even forgot to swallow the food in his mouth. This Mu Guang is too honest. No matter how Xiao Yang persuades him, he is determined not to accept it. Xiao Yang sighed, there are not many people like this these days. After the meal, Xiao Yang felt compassion and secretly took out 2 sets of down jackets, sleeping bags, stab-proof suits, sabers, and flashlights from the space. He put them in 2 bags and gave one to Mu Guang and one to Mu Wanqing. Both the brother and sister were confused. It's summertime, and you gave us down jackets. Do you think we are not warm enough? Mu Wanqing and her brother both felt that Xiao Yang had gone a little insane, but they couldn't say it out loud. I could only accept it with a reluctant smile. Xiao Yang knew that they must think he was mentally ill, but he still told them, you must keep these things with you. After midnight tomorrow, you can do whatever you want with them. This is all Xiao Yang can do, the rest is up to fate. Looking at the brother and sister who were leaving, Xiao Yang muttered, I hope we can meet again and become friends. After seeing the brother and sister off, Xiao Yang thought for a while and turned back to the Cape Hotel. Sister Yu, how many private rooms are there upstairs? 10 rooms. What's wrong? Tomorrow I'll book all the private rooms on the 2nd floor. You have to prepare 10 tables of dishes for me, and I want them to be your best dishes. The feast will start at 9 p.m. So late? Yeah. My friends are busy. Only after paying the money in advance did Xiao Yang feel at ease to leave. At night, Xiao Yang sent a VX message to Su Xiao, whom he hadn't contacted for a long time, telling her that it would be better for her to take a leave and not fly the next day. However, Lydia Su did not respond. Xiao Yang tried to dial the number, but it showed that the phone was turned off. Forget it, since she has already been informed, it all depends on her luck. Being able to do this, he is not considered to be heartless. Early the next morning, staff delivered the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV to the villa. After Xiao Yang and others left, they directly put the car into the space. Next, he went to the warehouse to receive cigarettes, medicines, and stray goods. However, he found that the doors of 10 warehouses and cold storages showed signs of having been pried open. Is someone targeting me? Fortunately, I was cautious and put the supplies into the space long ago, otherwise something bad would have happened. Humph. You want to trick me? Today is your death date. After storing all the cigarettes, medicines, and wandering warehouse into the space, Xiao Yang returned to the villa. By the evening, Xiao Yang had started the boiler, as he was afraid it would be too late at night. The diesel generator is also filled with oil, enough to last for 10 days or half a month. After dealing with all these, he fed little Coal Ball before going out. There were still many things to do tonight. Haicheng is brightly lit and bustling at night. The aunties in the square were dancing passionately. If everything remained the same, they would rush to take the bus with the young people tomorrow morning to queue up in a distant supermarket to buy discounted eggs. In the woods of the park, college couples are flirting with each other. Perhaps they are also discussing the future and how to build their own little home. However, after tonight, many people will die, and everything in the past will no longer exist. In Xiao Ren's villa. Master, I sent someone to the warehouse last night and found it was empty. I guess Xiao Yang has already disposed of all the goods. When Xiao Ren heard this, he gnashed with hatred. However, we found out that he has been very close to a female college student named Mu Wanqing from Haicheng Art College these days. They might be in a relationship. When Xiao Ren heard this, his eyes lit up immediately. Can we trick this female college student here? What a coincidence. A schoolgirl I used to play with is also from her school. She said she could be invited out. Xiao Ren's face became distorted, and he said with a vicious look in his eyes, Xiao Yang, just wait, tonight I will let you taste the feeling of having your beloved thing taken away from you. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Xiao Yang arrived at the Cape Hotel on time. Seeing that only Xiao Yang came, Lu Yu asked in surprise, are you alone? Where are your friends? Xiao Yang touched his nose and said guiltily, don't worry about it, let's serve the food first. After all the dishes in the 10 private rooms were served, Xiao Yang said to Lu Yu, Sister Yu, let everyone go down. No one can come up without my order. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang with pity. Yes. She understands. If all the friends who were invited to come back cancel their invitations, it would be embarrassing for everyone. But, your character is too bad. After everyone went downstairs, Xiao Yang tiptoed to each room, ready to put all the dishes into the space. I felt it was too troublesome to put away the dishes one by one, so I simply put the entire table into the space. However, Xiao Yang only collected 9 tables and left 1 table. After doing all this, Xiao Yang went downstairs and gave Lu Yu another 10,000 yuan. Sister Yu, don't clear the table, don't let anyone go up, my friends will be here later, this money is your overtime pay. After saying that, Xiao Yang left without caring whether Lu Yotong agreed or not. Lu Yu, brother, why do you have to hold on so hard? Xiao Yang rushed to the yacht port without stopping. The guarding staff knew him, of course. Mr. Xiao, why are you here at this hour? Xiao Yang, the balance will be paid tomorrow, I'll come over tonight to take a look. Of course the staff had no doubts and quickly took Xiao Yang over. The yacht had been cleaned thoroughly and Xiao Yang was very satisfied. I want to stay here alone for a while. You guys can go about your business. I'll leave by myself later. The staff left with peace of mind. How could such a big yacht be stolen? After Xiao Yang and other staff members walked away, he reached out and put the yacht into the space. Because the yacht was so big and Xiao Yang had spent a lot of energy, he felt a little weak. When Xiao Yang left, the staff greeted him, Mr. Xiao, see you tomorrow. Xiao Yang, goodbye. Never see you again. Now everything has been done, except for the final settlement of grudges. It's 11 o'clock now, 1 hour is enough. Just as Xiao Yang was about to drive to the villa of Xiao Ren and his mother, the phone rang. Xiao Yang took a look and saw that it was Xiao Ren calling. After the call was connected, Xiao Ren's sinister laughter was heard. Xiao Yang, if you don't want your girlfriend Mu Wanqing to be abused, come to Zai Jinshan Villa as soon as possible. Xiao Yang was stunned. How did Mu Wanqing get involved? However, since you came here yourself, I don't have to look for you again. Xiao Yang drove back in a hurry, and on the way he did not forget to call Zhang Li and asked her to come to Zaijinshan Villa for a good talk. Neither of these two women can be left behind. When we arrived at the door of the villa, we found a business van and a Lamborghini parked at the door. Seeing Xiao Yang coming back, Xiaoren got out of the Lamborghini, and 8 or 9 people also got out of the van behind. Mu Wanqing had tape wrapped around her mouth and her hands tied behind her back as she was dragged out of the car, followed by Wang Min, a classmate she had met at the Cape Hotel that day. As soon as Xiao Yang saw Wang Min, he guessed what was going on. Let's talk inside. Xiao Yang pointed to the villa. Of course we'll talk inside. You see, this place is like a prison outside. I want to see what kind of mess you've made inside. Xiaoren said angrily. As soon as he entered the villa, Xiao Yang was controlled from behind. He was searched all over, and only released after it was determined that he had no hidden weapons. Xiao Yang, look at what you have done to my villa. It looks like a shelter. Are you trying to survive the apocalypse? Xiaoren said angrily when he saw the villa had been transformed beyond recognition. Xiao Yang ignored him and just pointed at Mu Wanqing and said calmly, let her go. I have nothing to do with her. It's useless to use her to threaten me. Why is it okay? I think you two are a couple. You either pick me up or drop me off, and you even eat together. The person who spoke was Wang Min. Since she had found this opportunity to avenge the last insult, she would certainly not let it go so easily. Shut up. Women shouldn't interrupt men when they're talking. Get out of the way. Xiaoren shouted angrily at Wang Min, who shrank his neck and stepped aside, not daring to say a word. Xiao Yang, since you have nothing to do with her, it will be easier. I am also attracted to such a pure and beautiful girl. It's just right for me to enjoy myself tonight. You won't mind, right? Ha. Xiaoren unbuttoned his collar as he spoke. Why is it so hot in this room? Why don't you take it off now? How about I give you a live performance, Xiao Yang? Hearing Xiaoren's words, Mu Wanqing hummed twice to protest. However, she remained calm and just stared at Xiaoren fiercely, wishing she could eat him. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. This girl usually looks quiet and gentle, but she can be very fierce when encountering danger. She even dares to confront others with her eyes. Xiao Yang didn't show any nervousness, he just said calmly, Xiaoren, how about you let her go and tie me up? We can settle our grudges together. Xiaoren laughed, okay then, kneel down and beg me. Xiao Yang said helplessly, you said you bullied a woman, are you still a man? Xiaoren immediately looked at Mu Wanqing with a lecherous look and said, am I a man? Just watch my performance. As he said this, he was about to reach out to pull Mu Wanqing's clothes. You dare? I really give you face. As soon as Xiao Yang said this, he suddenly attacked and cut the throats of the 2 people behind him with his palms. The 2 men felt pain and subconsciously protected their throats. Xiao Yang seized the opportunity and hit them on the chest. The 2 of them immediately curled up on the ground like shrimps, losing the ability to resist. Xiao Yang sneered. Did he really think that he had wasted the past 10 years in the apocalypse? Although he was a timid person, when he encountered someone who posed a threat to his life, he would be absolutely ruthless and merciless. Even if all the people in this room were added together, they might not be his match. He was confident that he could rescue Mu Wanqing from Xiaoren's clutches. Before they could react, Xiao Yang ran straight towards Xiaoren, intending to take Xiaoren down in one fell swoop. However, before Xiao Yang could rush forward, Xiaoren had already reacted. He suddenly pulled out a black revolver from his waist and pointed it at Mu Wanqing. Don't move, or I'll beat her to death. Xiaoren yelled at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang suddenly stopped. It was a bit unexpected for him that this boy had a gun. Although he didn't know whether it was true or not, Xiao Yang didn't want to gamble with Mu Wanqing's life. Since someone has sent her to my doorstep, I might as well save her and add some spice to my doomsday life. Okay, I won't move. Don't get excited. Xiao Yang said as he took a step back. When the stalemate was just happening, 2 people suddenly came into the villa. They were Zhang Li and Wang Jian. Seeing the scene in the room, they were stunned. Didn't you come here to talk? Why did you do it? And her son was holding a gun in his hand. He was so ignorant. It is illegal to carry a gun. Xiaoren, put down the gun quickly. Is it necessary to take such a big risk to deal with a waste like Xiaoyang? Zhongli tried to persuade her son. To be honest, Zhongli only loves money, and she doesn't want her plan to be ruined because of her son's momentary impulse. Xiaoren glanced at his mother and said, "Mom, don't worry about this." Then he looked at Xiaoyang and said, "Xiaoyang, if you want to end this matter today, it's very simple. Return all your things including the villa to me, and kowtow to me and admit your mistake. As for this woman, I will give her back to you after playing with her for one night. I want to let you experience the feeling of having your love taken away from you." Zhongli saw that her son didn't seem to be joking and didn't know how to comfort him. At this time, Wang Jian spoke up, "Xiaoyang, why don't you agree quickly? Do you have to cause a death before you are happy? Hurry up and promise Xiaoren, if he gets mad and hits you on the legs a couple more times, you will have to crawl for the rest of your life." Seeing Wang Jian say this, Zhongli also said, "Yes, and this girl, you can't play without her. I promise you, I will give you 1 million tomorrow, and you can take this girl away. This is my last act of kindness as a stepmother." "Yes, Mu Wanqing, you slut, Master Xiaoren can sleep with you once, so I advise you to agree honestly, otherwise you will lose your life." Wang Min also seized the opportunity and flattered him. Xiaoyang looked at them talking to each other and even laughed out of anger. "Just because of a small mistake of mine, you guys took up so much of the spotlight." He checked the time. It was 11:59 p.m. "Haha, the opportunity has come, everything should be over." Buzz. As soon as it was 12 o'clock midnight, everyone in the room felt a stabbing pain in their head, accompanied by tinnitus, and Xiaoyang was no exception. But Xiaoyang had experienced this before and was mentally prepared. The others were not able to cope with it. The sudden pain made everyone subconsciously cover their heads and squat down in pain. This is the opportunity Xiaoyang has been waiting for. He suddenly had a riot baton in his hand, and when no one was paying attention, he knocked the gun out of Xiaoren's hand. Then he immediately took the gun in his own hand, and in order to test whether the gun was real or not, he shot directly at Xiaoren's leg. Bang! A gunshot, accompanied by Xiaoren's screams, frightened everyone in the house. "Ah, my legs, ah!" Xiaoren covered his legs and screamed. "Xiaoyang, you dare! You actually dare to shoot, you are dead!" Zhongli screamed hysterically while enduring the headache. "This is a real gun." Xiaoyang is very satisfied, so the next thing will be easy. He looked at his left arm, which showed 0 years, 364 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 50 seconds. The series of actions I just performed only took me 10 seconds. Xiaoyang pulled Mu Wanqing behind him, untied her rope, then put a gun to Xiaoren's head and said to the others in the room, "Did you see the time on your left arm?" Everyone subconsciously looked at their left arm and were all stunned. "If you don't want me to shoot, do what I say." Xiaoyang directly grasped Xiaoren's left hand with his left hand and said coldly, "Use your mind to transmit this time to me. You only need to keep 10 minutes for yourself." Xiaoren was shot in the leg and was already scared. Although he felt that doing so would do him no good, he was really afraid of death. He hurriedly did as he was told, and the timer showed that there were only 10 minutes left. Xiaoyang looked at the increased time and was very satisfied. He put his gun to Xiaoren's head and said to the others, "And you, if you don't want Xiaoren to die, do as I said just now, quickly." Okay. Don't be impulsive, Xiaoyang, and don't hurt Xiaoren. We will do as we are told." Wang Jian hurriedly stepped forward to comfort him. Seeing Wang Jian's nervous look, Xiaoyang thought that he cared more about Xiaoren than Zhongli did, so he asked suspiciously, "I'm surprised you're everywhere. Could it be that Xiaoren is your son?" Wang Jian and Zhang Li's faces suddenly became a little unnatural after hearing what Xiaoyang said. Seeing the expressions of the two people, Xiaoyang suddenly realized. "Oh my god! Xiaofeng, you've been cheated on, haha. No wonder Wang Jian can be seen everywhere, he is really the Wang next door, he is hard to guard against. Well, today I, Xiaoyang, will clean up the mess for you and repay you for giving birth to me." You are really a pair of dogs. I was wondering why Xiaoren has a pig kidney face. Turns out it's because of you, Wang Jian. Oh, no, it's Wang Ren. Xiao Yang said with a smile. After hearing this, Wang Jian was angry but dared not say anything and could only endure it. Come on, stop wasting time and come here quickly to tell me the time. You know I really dare to kill him right now. Xiao Yang put the gun to Xiao Ren's head. Wang Jian hurriedly urged, quick. Quick. Do as he says, and I will reward each of you 1 million tomorrow. Everyone knew that Xiao Yang was not joking. Although they were worried that the time would be transmitted and would have an impact on them, they saw that Xiaoren had done as he was told and there was no change. What's more, they could get money, which was 1 million yuan, so they all did as he was told. Xiao Yang looked at the time energy transmitted by 11 people that he had just received on his arm and smiled happily. You can go now. Xiao Yang kicked Xiaoren to the other side. I really hate that this bastard's blood has stained the villa. In fact, Xiao Yang could have killed them directly, but wouldn't it be more satisfying to give them hope and then let them despair? That's just right, it saves me the trouble of cleaning up their bodies. Zhang Li and Wang Jian quickly helped the seriously injured Xiaoren up. Wang Jian said to Xiao Yang fiercely, Xiao Yang, I don't care what confidence you have. Just based on this shot you fired, you will spend the rest of your life in prison. After saying that, he quickly asked someone to carry Xiaoren into the car and rush to the hospital. Wang Min wanted to slip away while Xiao Yang wasn't paying attention, but Mu Wanqing rushed over and stopped her. Stop. Pa. 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 3 slaps landed on Wang Min's face, causing blood to flow from the corner of her mouth. My brother has always told me that if someone is good to us, we should be twice as good to them. If someone wants to hurt us, we should pay them back twice as much. I never cause trouble, but that doesn't mean I'm easy to bully. From today on, I will beat you up every time I see you. I will keep my word. Wang Min looked at Mu Wanqing's cold eyes and suddenly felt that she had become a different person. Was she still the pure and sweet school beauty in their college? She actually made herself feel scared. Wang Min was so scared that he didn't even dare to fart and fled in a panic. As a result, there was no car waiting for her outside and she had long been forgotten. She suddenly felt a little cold. What was going on? Was she too scared? In the villa as warm as spring, Xiao Yang stared at Mu Wanqing, who seemed like a different person, and felt guilty. Miss Mu, I'm sorry. I got you into trouble today. Don't worry, Before Xiao Yang could finish his words, Mu Wanqing burst into tears and turned around to hug Xiao Yang. A softness entered his arms, a faint fragrance filled his nose, and Xiao Yang was caught off guard and fainted. He could only pat Mu Wanqing's back and comfort her gently. Gradually he understood that the girl had been very nervous and scared, and had been holding on until now. After seeing that the danger was over, she finally couldn't hold on any longer. However, this psychological quality still impressed Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing also had complicated feelings at this time. She didn't know why she hugged Xiao Yang when she was about to give up, as if everything was natural. She was actually scared too. She had been scared to death since she was tricked out by Wang Min and tied into the car. However, when he got off the car, he saw Xiao Yang and realized that these people had kidnapped him in order to threaten Xiao Yang, and he suddenly was not afraid anymore. There is no reason, it's just a feeling, or a woman's intuition. She believed that as long as Xiao Yang was there, nothing would happen. After hugging each other for a while, Mu Wanqing's mood gradually calmed down, and she embarrassedly let go of Xiao Yang's hands. Suddenly seeing the time displayed on his left arm, he asked in confusion, Boss Xiao, what is this? You seem to know a lot about it. When the beauty left his arms, Xiao Yang felt a sense of emptiness. Wouldn't it be nice to hold her for a while longer? I can't explain this to you clearly right now, but just remember one thing, don't let the time reset to 0, because you will die. Xiao Yang introduced it very solemnly. Mu Wanqing was stunned. If it was true as Xiao Yang said, then those people would only have less than 10 minutes left, wouldn't that mean? She didn't dare to think about it. Although she hated those people, she didn't want to kill them. Isn't Xiao Yang a little too cruel? And the way he shot just now was without hesitation and calm. Either he has a strong psychological quality or he has really killed someone. Mu Wanqing suddenly felt that Xiao Yang was a little strange, which made her a little scared. Boss Xiao, it's getting late. I think I should go back. Mu Wanqing wanted to leave here as soon as possible. You can't leave. Xiao Yang said lightly. Mu Wanqing's heart skipped a beat. What do you mean I can't leave? What is he going to do to me? Mu Wanqing was just thinking about it when she heard Xiao Yang say, the temperature outside is probably down to -30 degrees Celsius now. You'll freeze to death if you go out. Mu Wanqing found it ridiculous. How could one freeze to death in the middle of summer? She opened the door and a gust of cold wind blew in, freezing her bones. Mu Wanqing was stunned. In a speeding car on the winding road of Zijin Mountain. Xiaoren yelled in the car, Mom, Uncle Wang, call someone to kill Xiao Yang for me. Son, don't worry. Mom will definitely avenge you. I will make Xiao Yang die a miserable death. Zhang Li said, gritting her teeth. Haha, don't worry, I will find a good connection tomorrow and capture Xiao Yang first, and then do something to secretly kill him. Wang Jian's smile was eerie and terrifying. Mom, it's so cold, and there are only 10 seconds left on my arm. Why do I have a bad feeling? What on earth is going on? Xiaoren looked at the time on his arm and said with some horror. Suddenly, time returned to 0, and Xiaoren maintained the same posture as before, motionless, with his eyes open. Son, what's wrong with you, son? Zhang Li and Wang Jian shouted at the same time. Hurry, drive faster. Wang Jian shouted at the driver. Both Wang Jian and Zhang Li's hearts were almost broken. My son was fine just now, how come he suddenly became ill? Their hearts suddenly felt like they had fallen into an icy cave. Xiao Yang. If anything happens to Xiaoren, I will make you suffer a fate worse than death. Zhang Li said with red eyes and gritted teeth. But then, all the sounds stopped abruptly, and the car lost control, ran out of the intersection, and fell down the mountain. Wang Min, who had just walked a short distance out of the villa area, was now shivering with cold. She really couldn't understand why the hot weather suddenly turned into bitterly cold. And the time that kept passing by on her arm made her feel terrified. Mu Wanqing, you dare to threaten me. You won't be so arrogant for too long. As long as I get the chance, I will make you kneel down and beg me like a dog. Ha 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 ha. Wang Min's voice was trembling, the blood at the corners of his mouth had frozen into ice, and his smile was very creepy. But the next moment, she fell straight to the ground with a smile on her face. Mu Wanqing had already retreated back into the house, feeling that everything was like a dream, extremely unreal. What happened to this world? Why did it suddenly become so cold? Why is there a time display on my arm? How to explain all these abnormalities? But there was someone who could explain it to her. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang, who was feeding the little coal briquettes. Thinking of what happened in the past few days, she felt more and more that there was something wrong with Xiao Yang. It was as if he knew it all in advance. I originally thought he might be possessed or have a problem with his brain. Now it seems that he is a prophet. Who is he? She walked up to Xiao Yang and wanted an answer. Boss Xiao, you seem to know all this was going to happen in advance, why? Why? How could Xiao Yang possibly tell him that he was reincarnated? Even if he told him, the other person wouldn't believe it. I told you I had a dream, do you believe it? Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing and said with a smile. Mu Wanqing thought about it and nodded, as if this was the only explanation. Moreover, in my dream, this is just the beginning. After the cold wave, half of the world's population will freeze to death or starve to death. But it's not over yet, the temperature of the entire world will remain below 0 for 2 full months. During this period, there will be earthquakes and snowstorms. The dead will turn into zombies, and animals will mutate and reap the lives of the survivors. Later, as the weather warms up, heavy rains, typhoons, tsunamis and floods will hit the land in turn, and the entire land will be submerged. Xiao Yang spoke calmly, and Mu Wanqing opened her mouth in disbelief. This is too much. Seeing Mu Wanqing's unbelieving expression, Xiao Yang smiled faintly and continued, but do you think this is the end? The weather will get hotter and hotter, the water will slowly evaporate, the volcano will erupt, and people will slowly be roasted to death and die of thirst. Final destruction. Muwanqing gasped when she heard this. This was too tragic. If this was really the case, what was the point of living? She stared into Xiaoyang's eyes, trying to see if he was joking. However, there was only a calmness in his eyes, as if he was stating a fact. Moreover, the cold wave did occur, which is the evidence. Will a lot of people really die? She suddenly thought of her brother Muguang and couldn't help but worry about him. She wanted to call Muguang, but her phone had already been taken away by the group of people. Can you please call my brother? I'm worried about him. Muwanqing pleaded. Of course. Xiaoyang took out his cell phone and checked. There was still a signal. He found Muguang's cell phone number and dialed it, but it showed that the phone was turned off. Muwanqing was so anxious that tears came out. What should I do? What should I do? Has something happened to my brother? Don't worry, maybe your brother is sleeping at home and hiding in the quilt, so it's not convenient to charge his phone. Xiaoyang comforted. Muwanqing shook her head. It's impossible. He called me this afternoon and said he had taken on another renovation job. He wanted to invite the boss to spend the night at the bath center. He couldn't possibly go home. Xiaoyang was stunned when he heard this. Okay, Muguang, you've accepted my renovation job, so why don't you invite me to spend the night at the bath center? I was a little worried about him, but now, you can just freeze to death in the bathing center. While thinking this in his heart, he still comforted her, don't worry, the bathing center has hot water heating, and maybe there will be someone to warm his bed. Your brother will be fine. Muwanqing didn't believe it at all. How could there be someone who warms the bed? They are all grown men. If they hug each other, it would be disgusting. However, there was no doubt that there was hot water and heating, which made her feel a lot more at ease. Xiaoyang sighed, alas, he is still so naive. Seeing Muwan's thin clothes, Xiaoyang said, wait here for a while, I'll get you a thicker pair of pajamas, and you can take a shower and change into them. You just stay here obediently these few days. When the cold wave passes, we will go out together to find your brother. Do you think this is okay? Muwanqing knew that it was useless to be anxious now, so she could only leave it like this for now. Xiaoyang ran to the second underground floor and added a lot more carbon into the boiler. Then he took out a women's pajamas from the space and gave it to Muwanqing, asking her to take a shower first. It's thanks to the comprehensive renovation of the villa, otherwise I wouldn't even be able to take a shower. While Muwanqing was taking a shower, Xiaoyang took out various vegetables and meats from the space and put them in the refrigerator. He also took out a lot of snacks, drinks, fruits, beer and red wine, and placed them on the dining table. It looks very warm. Xiaoyang is very satisfied. It would be even better if there are some candles. To be honest, what just happened was beyond his expectations. He had originally thought of getting rid of the mother and son and then coming back to lie down comfortably. But the sudden appearance of Muwanqing disrupted his plan to stay in the villa alone. However, this is quite good. Having beautiful women as your companion makes things more interesting. Oh, and of course, my lovely little briquettes. Xiaoyang looked at the little chromachio who was full in the cage and looking at him curiously, and was immediately melted by its cuteness. This little coal ball has long regarded him as its mother and is very clingy. Sometimes during the day, if it can't see Xiaoyang for a while, it will cry wow wow and will not stop until it sees him. Oh, this little clingy guy. Just when Xiaoyang was busy teasing little coal ball, Muwanqing came out after taking a bath and changed into pajamas. Xiaoyang turned around and saw, oh my god. This woman who just finished taking a shower looks beautiful. What is that called? Water lily, yes, it's water lily. The wet hair was loose, giving a lazy feeling, and coupled with the face that was a disaster for the country and the people, Xiaoyang was a little dazed. A set of slim-fitting black pajamas can better reflect Muwanqing's temperament and graceful figure. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh at God's partiality. Why did he impose so many beautiful things on one person? Muwanqing felt a little awkward when Xiaoyang stared at her. She tidied her hair and clothes and asked, what's wrong? Is there something wrong? Xiaoyang came back to his senses. No, it's just that you are so beautiful, I almost fell for your charm. Xiao Yang smiled happily, but Mu Wanqing always felt that his eyes were lustful. Oh, by the way, are you hungry? There are snacks on the table. If you're not feeling too hungry, there are vegetables in the refrigerator. But you have to cook it yourself, I'm not very good at cooking. Mu Wanqing followed the direction of Xiao Yang's finger and saw a table full of snacks, fruits, and drinks. She was immediately surprised. Xiao Yang, the villa has just been renovated and he has already prepared the food. Some of the snacks were his favorites. Could it be that he had really bought all the doomsday supplies he had made? She really had a new respect for Xiao Yang. This man must have many secrets waiting for her to discover. After coming to her senses, she looked at Xiao Yang and found that there was blood on his clothes. She reminded Xiao Yang, "Do you want to take a shower and change your clothes?" When Xiao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. Okay. Seeing his malicious look, Mu Wanqing was afraid that he would misunderstand her, so she quickly said, "I don't mean anything else, I just think I'll feel more comfortable after taking a bath." Xiao Yang laughed. "Okay, I won't tease you anymore. I'm going to take a shower. You can eat when you're hungry and drink when you're thirsty. Just treat this place as your own." When he walked into the bathroom, it was still wet. Thinking of the scene of Mu Wanqing bathing here just now, Xiao Yang's heart was a little excited. After taking a comfortable hot bath, Xiao Yang took out another set of pajamas from the space, and specially picked one that was similar to Mu Wanqing's, making it look more like a couple's outfit. Xiao Yang walked into the living room and found Mu Wanqing staring out the window in a daze. Mu Wanqing heard the noise, turned around, and was stunned when she saw Xiao Yang's clothes. He must have done it on purpose. Why is what he is wearing similar to mine? However, he looks pretty good in it. Xiao Yang is 1.8 meters tall. Although he doesn't have much muscle, he has a well-proportioned body and a star-like face with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes. He looks sunny and handsome. This appearance is very much in line with Mu Wanqing's aesthetic. This was also one of the reasons why she agreed to go out for dinner with Xiao Yang. If Xiao Yang was a greasy uncle, she would not have accepted the invitation even if he was a big client of her brother. "What were you thinking about just now? You were so focused." Xiao Yang asked. "I didn't think much about it, I just felt that I was very lucky. It's so cold outside, but it's a blessing in disguise for me because I don't have to suffer from the cold and hunger in the freezing night." Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang seriously and expressed her thoughts. Xiao Yang smiled, pulled out a dining chair, and motioned for Mu Wanqing to sit over. "Then don't just stand there, come and have something to eat." Mu Wanqing smiled slightly, took a seat generously, and said playfully, "Thank you, Mr. Xiao, for your warm hospitality." He. "Hey, please don't call me Mr. Xiao from now on, okay? It sounds strange." Xiao Yang suggested. Mu Wanqing blinked. "What's that called?" Xiao Yang thought for a moment. How about calling me Brother Xiao?" Mu Wanqing thought about it for a moment, nodded and said, "Okay. You are older than me anyway." Xiao Yang was very happy and asked, "What should I call you then?" Sister Qing." Mu Wanqing blushed. This doesn't sound appropriate, why don't you just call me Wanqing?" "Okay, Wanqing." Xiao Yang smiled as he opened a bottle of red wine, poured 2 glasses, and handed one to Mu Wanqing. "Come on, Wanqing, let's have a drink." Mu Wanqing hesitated for a moment, but still took the wine glass. "I'm not very good at drinking, but I want to drink this glass of wine tonight." She raised her glass and clinked it with Xiao Yang's. "This glass of wine is for you." "Thank you, Brother Xiao." Xiao Yang quickly advised, "If you don't know how to drink, don't do it. Drink a little at a time and drink with me for a while." Mu Wanqing smiled embarrassedly. "Okay." Mu Wanqing obediently took a small sip, while Xiao Yang raised his head and drank it in one gulp. At this time, the wind was howling outside, making the glass buzz, forming a sharp contrast with the warmth inside the villa. In the entire villa area, lights were on in almost all the villas. It was probably the sudden cold that woke everyone up. The dormitories of various schools in the university town at the foot of the mountain were also noisy and filled with constant screams. The entire city was hit by countless car accidents because of that momentary headache at the beginning. Then a cold wave hit, making the already chaotic city even more chaotic. All the calls for help were flooded, but to no avail. All the people wandering outside, except those who could find suitable shelter, were mostly frozen to death, and even hiding in cars was of no use. Slowly, the city became quieter and quieter, until it was completely silent. However, this night was a sleepless night for people all over the world. For example, right now, Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing in the Zijinchen villa were not feeling sleepy at all. Mu Wanqing replaced the wine with drinks and continued to toast with Xiaoyang. As they chatted more, the two gradually became familiar with each other and got along better. Xiaoyang knew that Mu Wanqing's parents died when she was young and she was raised by her brother Mu Guang. The brother and sister depend on each other for survival. Mu Guang even dropped out of school early to work hard to support his sister's schooling. It has been really not easy for the two of them along the way. Therefore, in order to change their fate, both of them work tirelessly. Mu Guang works hard to make money, but he still hasn't started a family. Mu Wanqing studied very hard and has never had a romantic relationship. Although he had many suitors in the college, and even from other schools, he never paid any attention to them. Mu Wanqing also knew about Xiaoyang's family grievances. The two people who shared the same pain seemed to be closer to each other. We chatted like this until dawn, and then we both felt sleepy. Let's go to bed. Xiaoyang stood up and said. Mu Wanqing panicked. It sounded like they were going to sleep together. She asked hurriedly, which room should I sleep in? Xiaoyang chuckled, there are so many rooms, you can sleep in whichever one you want. However, I suggest you sleep on the 3rd floor, where the view is good and we are close to each other. You can call me directly if you need anything. Mu Wanqing blushed. Xiaoyang's words always made people think wrongly. However, she nodded in agreement. She felt that this would make her feel safer. Xiaoyang went to the 2nd underground floor again and added new carbon to the boiler. He brought Mu Wanqing to the 3rd floor and arranged her in the 2nd bedroom next to the master bedroom. After making sure that the bedroom was warm and draft-proof, he returned to his own bedroom with peace of mind. I looked at my phone and it was already past 5 a.m., but there was still signal. While there was a signal, Xiaoyang opened a map and downloaded a 3D map of the entire Haiqing city and a mountain city in the southwest of Longhua. After doing all this, he lay down in bed and fell asleep peacefully. Boom boom boom. Xiaoyang was awakened by a knock on the door. Brother Xiao, are you awake? Hearing Mu Wanqing's voice, he looked at the time and saw that it was already noon, so he quickly got up and opened the door. What's wrong, Wanqing? Brother Xiao, I cooked a pot of noodles. If you are hungry, come down and eat. When Xiaoyang heard this, he asked in surprise, can you cook? Mu Wanqing said a little embarrassedly, I can only cook some noodles and instant noodles, I'm not very good at anything else. Xiaoyang was helpless as he didn't know how to cook. But I have a lot of supplies, such as self-service hot pot and hot pot ingredients. Wanqing. Would you like to eat hot pot? Mu Wanqing widened her eyes and said in disbelief, I see there are quite a lot of vegetables and meat in the refrigerator. Do you have hot pot ingredients? Xiaoyang laughed, of course, it must be fun to eat hot pot in such a cold day. Let's divide the work. You cook the soup and I'll prepare the side dishes. How about that? Hot pot is Mu Wanqing's favorite, so of course she wants it more than anything. That's great. The two of them went downstairs and worked fiercely, filling the dining table with a sumptuous hot pot. Xiaoyang took out the beer and Mu Wanqing picked up the drink. Cheers to hot pot. It was freezing cold outside and countless people were struggling on the brink of death. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing had food and drinks in the warm villa. On the 3rd night of the cold wave, there was a power outage. The sudden darkness startled Mu Wanqing, who was sitting on the sofa in the bedroom listening to music. She looked out the window and saw that all the lights in the villa area were off and it was pitch black outside. She got up in a hurry, walked to the door with the support of the wall, opened it, and subconsciously went to find Xiaoyang. But just in time, I heard Xiaoyang open the door and walk out. Is there a power outage? Well, don't worry, I'll go turn on the generator. Just as Xiaoyang was about to leave, Mu Wanqing's hand came up to him. Wait, did you put on more clothes? It's so cold outside. But when she touched Xiaoyang, who was wrapped like a ball, she smiled. He really had everything prepared. When she touched Xiao Yang's collar, she found that the zipper was not fastened, so she subconsciously helped him tighten it. Go quickly and come back quickly, be careful. Xiao Yang was stunned. This feeling was so warm. Since my mother passed away, who has ever cared about me so considerately? Xiao Yang suddenly grabbed Mu Wanqing's hand, which was soft and warm. Mu Wanqing was obviously a little flustered, but she did not struggle. Don't worry, I'll be back soon. Xiao Yang said softly. He went downstairs and opened the small side door of the villa, and a gust of cold wind blew towards him. It was indeed cold, and my face felt like it was being cut by a knife. I really don't know how those people who have no heating and no electricity can survive. I quickly rushed into the engine room, which was still warm inside. It took a lot of effort to turn on the generator. Xiao Yang felt relieved. Fortunately, there was no problem. The lights in the villa came on again. Xiao Yang quickly ran back to the villa, opened the door, and saw Mu Wanqing standing at the door waiting anxiously. Are you okay? Are you cold anywhere? Mu Wanqing looked Xiao Yang from head to toe. Yes, my hands are frozen. Xiao Yang wanted to tease Mu Wanqing and pretended to be in pain. Ah. Let me see it quickly. Mu Wanqing believed it and quickly grabbed Xiao Yang's hand and examined it carefully. Seeing Mu Wanqing's serious expression, Xiao Yang laughed, but, when you touch me like this, it suddenly doesn't hurt anymore. Mu Wanqing turned around and saw Xiao Yang's evil smile. She immediately shook off his hand and said angrily, Liar, I won't pay attention to you anymore. Having said that, he turned and was about to leave. Xiao Yang grabbed her and said with a playful smile, Hey, don't be angry, it's just a joke, otherwise it would be so boring every day. Mu Wanqing continued to ignore him. Are you sleepy? How about we go to the movies together? Xiao Yang continued to coax her. Mu Wanqing was indeed tempted. Movies. There's no internet now, how can I watch them? Hee hee, what can stump me? Xiao Yang waved his hand, and suddenly a USB flash drive appeared in his hand. Hey, I bought it online before. It has 1,000 high-definition movies. You can watch as many movies as you want. Mu Wanqing suddenly became very happy. She had been feeling bored for a long time, and watching a movie was the perfect thing to do. Let's celebrate that we still have electricity and go see a movie. The two ran happily towards the private cinema on the underground floor. In the next few days, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing slept after eating, watched movies after waking up, and played with the little crow Coal Ball together when they got tired of watching movies. Coal Ball can now fly. He can't stay in the cage, so he likes to fly to Xiao Yang's shoulders and stand on them. The two little eyes always stared at Xiao Yang curiously. Sometimes he would fly to Mu Wanqing's head and help her comb her hair. Often makes her giggle. After spending such a long time together, the little crow probably has already regarded the two of them as his parents. Two people and one bird live happily in this warm villa. By the 9th day, the wind outside had stopped. But there is still no sun. After 98 days of revelry, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing gradually became closer. After all, the man was rich and the woman was beautiful, and they were in such an environment, so it was easy for them to develop feelings for each other. What's more, Xiao Yang not only has enough food and drink, but he is also really good-looking. However, the two began to worry about food. They were getting tired of eating hot pot, fast food, and snacks every day and had no interest in eating them. Mu Wanqing said nostalgically, I remembered the dishes of the owner of Cape Restaurant. I miss them so much. He swallowed his saliva, held his cheek and said, Haha, I feel that if anyone can prepare a few dishes from Cape Restaurant for me right now, I will definitely marry him. Mu Wanqing was just joking, but when Xiao Yang heard it, he immediately perked up. Is she saying this to me? Are you hinting at me? There are really dishes from Cape Restaurant in my space, 9 tables, all intact, even the tables are brought with them. This is a great opportunity to pick up girls. Except for Su Xiao on the plane, Xiao Yang hadn't touched a woman for a long time. At the end of the world, he once traded her for a sausage. However, the woman only had eyes for the sausage and couldn't wait to eat it while eating, which made Xiao Yang speechless. After it ended hastily, Xiaoyang never looked for it again. But now, having a beautiful woman swaying in front of him all day long really made him unbearable. If he could make Mu Wanqing his woman, then everything would be easy. Having made up his mind, Xiaoyang took out a table of dishes from the Cape restaurant from the space in the evening while Mu Wanqing was bathing. As for how to explain it to Mu Wanqing, he could only do so when she became his own person. The food is still hot and smells just as good as when it was first served. He quickly took out 2 bottles of red wine and poured a glass for himself and Mu Wanqing. It would be even better if we lit 2 more candles. Everything is ready, just waiting to give Mu Wanqing a surprise. Sure enough, when Mu Wanqing walked out of the bathroom, she sniffed and smelled a very familiar smell. She quickly ran into the living room and saw a table full of food, all of which were the signature dishes of Cape Hotel and were cooked by Boss Lu himself. She was still a little bit unconvinced, so she rubbed her eyes and ran closer to take a look. After confirming that it was all true, she looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief. "Oh my god. Where did you get it from? It's still hot, and even the plates are from a restaurant. Brother Xiao, how did you do it? Where did you hide it originally? How come I didn't find it?" Xiaoyang smiled as he looked at the excited Mu Wanqing, coughed and said, "Student Wanqing, this doesn't seem to be your focus." Mu Wanqing suddenly froze, looked at Xiaoyang in disbelief, and said nervously, You mean? Yes, that's what I mean." Xiaoyang didn't make it clear and just waited to see what Mu Wanqing would do. Mu Wanqing was obviously a little confused and a little excited. She had liked Xiaoyang for a long time. However, she was afraid that she was not worthy of Xiaoyang. "He is handsome, rich, and takes good care of me, but I can't help him at all. However, Xiaoyang has already done this. Do I still need to be pretentious?" She had so many suitors in college, but she never agreed to any of them because she hadn't met her Prince Charming. However, the moment she saw Xiaoyang, she found her heart moved. Afterwards, she was trapped in Xiaoyang's villa by accident. This is what is called fate. Therefore, I should be more proactive and pursue Xiaoyang. Thinking of this, Mu Wanqing made up her mind. She said seriously, "Xiaoyang, can I be your girlfriend?" After hearing Mu Wanqing's confession, Xiaoyang finally smiled. He leaned close to Mu Wanqing's ear and said, "Okay." Seeing Mu Wanqing's blushing face, Xiaoyang lifted her chin with his hand, wanting to take this opportunity to do a wallbang on her. Seeing Xiaoyang's burning gaze, Mu Wanqing seemed to guess what was going to happen next, and she closed her eyes shyly. Just as Xiaoyang was about to take action, the cry of the little crow coal ball was heard. They both shuddered at the same time. "Just shut up." The ambiguous atmosphere was broken, and Xiaoyang was very upset. "This little thing ruined my good thing." Little coal ball cried, twice, expressing his dissatisfaction with Xiaoyang's attitude. Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing smiled awkwardly. It was impossible to continue. "There is such a sumptuous dinner on the table, let's eat it first." It was a pleasant dinner, and both of them gradually adapted to each other's new roles, despite being awkward at first. Xiaoyang drank glass of red wine one after another, and Mu Wanqing did not change her drink for the first time, just quietly sipping it with him. Xiaoyang couldn't help but sigh that the dishes cooked by Lu Yu were truly unique. Each dish had its own unique features and was very memorable. "It seems that I have to go to the Cape Hotel when I have the chance. I don't know if Lu Yu is trapped in the hotel." When he left, he gave Lu Yu 10,000 yuan and asked the store to close later, just to trap Lu Yu in the hotel. "It's so nice there, with food and drink, so I won't starve to death. It will also be convenient for me to go find her. If we can bring Lu Yu to the villa, we won't have to worry about food in the future. In the end times, it is definitely a pleasure to be able to eat such delicious food." After eating and drinking, Mu Wanqing cleaned up the leftovers, brushed her teeth again, and then ran upstairs in a hurry without saying goodbye. Xiaoyang didn't care about her. She was in the villa, how could she run away? After taking a thorough shower and brushing his teeth twice, Xiaoyang went upstairs with satisfaction. I saw that Mu Wanqing's door was closed. Xiaoyang knocked on the door. "Wanqing, are you asleep?" "I'm already asleep, you should go to bed too." Mu Wanqing's unnatural voice came from inside. Xiaoyang smiled. "Want to hide?" "No way." "Oh, I drank a little too much and took a bath. I feel a little dizzy and can hardly stand. Can you help me back to the room? Mu Wanqing covered her head with the quilt and said, I don't believe you. Oh no, it's no good, why is the wall moving but I am not? Xiao Yang continued to pretend outside the door. Mu Wanqing lifted the quilt, showing her head, and asked worriedly, are you really drunk? Xiao Yang smiled secretly, oh, when have I ever lied to you? No, I'll just sleep in the corridor. Mu Wanqing was worried that he was really drunk and would freeze to death if he slept in the corridor. Forget it, I'll just help him. Can he eat me? She quickly got out of bed and opened the door, and saw Xiao Yang leaning against the wall, looking at her with drunken eyes. It seems like you are really drunk. I will help you into the house and then I will come out right away. You can cover yourself with the quilt. Good. Xiao Yang put his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulders and slowly walked towards his bedroom. This action was very ambiguous, and Mu Wanqing couldn't help but blush, but she couldn't pull herself away and could only endure it. Entering the bedroom and coming to Xiao Yang's oversized double bed, Mu Wanqing was about to pull away and knock Xiao Yang down. But suddenly, Xiao Yang exerted force and pressed the unsuspecting Mu Wanqing under him. A burst of fragrance wafted over, and Xiao Yang took a deep breath. Mu Wanqing was a little overwhelmed and wanted to get up, but she couldn't move at all. She said in a panic, Xiao Yang, you are a liar. Before she could finish her words, Xiao Yang kissed her. Mu Wanqing's mind went blank. Her first kiss was gone just like that. The night is long, the dream is short. It was not until the next afternoon that Xiao Yang slowly woke up. When he opened his eyes, he found Mu Wanqing looking at him lovingly. Seeing him wake up, her face turned ashamed and she angrily said, liar. Xiao Yang laughed, what did I lie to you about? Tell me. Mu Wanqing giggled as Xiao Yang tickled her, you lied to me. In the end, I was too embarrassed to speak up and didn't say it. The two rested for a while before getting up. After taking a hot bath, Xiao Yang was considerate enough to bring out some new food for Mu Wanqing so that she could eat more. Mu Wanqing looked at the still hot food and hesitated to speak several times. Xiao Yang knew what she wanted to ask, but how should he tell her? Forget it, Mu Wanqing is mine now. We will live under the same roof from now on, and I can't keep avoiding her. I have awakened my spatial ability. I have stored some supplies in the space. Xiao Yang said, and like magic, a down jacket appeared in his hand. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief. She really couldn't accept such a magical thing. However, Xiao Yang did not reveal all the supplies in the space. For some things, it's never too late to let others know once you become strong enough. Mu Wanqing calmed down, as if she suddenly thought of something, and asked happily, then do you have any of the lists of supplies I made for you? Yes, I saved some. Xiao Yang replied. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang and said softly, you really give me constant surprises. You did so much just because of a dream. Aren't you afraid that this dream might be false? Mu Wanqing asked with some confusion. Xiao Yang touched his nose and said nothing. Some things should still be kept with reservations. Beautiful lies, harmless. Yeah. This dream is very real. Anyway, what I did was right, wasn't it? Mu Wanqing thought about it and it made sense. Who cares why? As long as the result was good, that was enough. Even if Xiao Yang was hiding something, that might be his secret and he had no right to ask about it. Then, when can I awaken my superpowers? Mu Wanqing asked expectantly. Xiao Yang thought about it and realized that his superpowers awakened after a cold wave in his previous life. Although he was not sure whether everyone awakened on the same day, it should be within a few days. Don't worry, it should be in these few days. Xiao Yang is also looking forward to it. What kind of superpowers will Mu Wanqing awaken? Xiao Yang calculated that the 10-day cold wave would soon be over and the temperature would rise to around -30 degrees Celsius tomorrow, so it would be possible to go out. With a super heavy truck off-road RV, he doesn't worry about the temperature. There are two things that need to be done right now. One is to help Mu Wanqing find her brother. Another option is to go to the Cape Hotel and see if Lu Yu is in the store. Of course, even in the store, if she was unlucky, she might just be a cold corpse. However, Xiaoyang wanted to try his luck. The next morning, Xiaoyang took out the Conqueror heavy-duty off-road RV from the space, started the vehicle in advance, and turned on the air conditioner in the car so that he would be warm when he went out. He then took out the revolver that he had snatched from Xiao Ren, which still had 5 bullets in it. Guns were still very useful in the early days. They saved time and effort in killing people, but they just provided a shortage of bullets. This type of gun is usually carried by more police officers in police stations, so if you want to get more bullets next, you might try your luck at the police station. After waking up the overworked Mu Wanqing, the two began to put on their clothes. Xiaoyang originally didn't want Mu Wanqing to follow him. He wanted her to rest in the villa, which was safe after all. But Mu Wanqing insisted on going. In case her brother was at home, she could see him first. Of course, the main reason is that she only feels safe when she is with Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took out 2 tang swords from the space and handed one to Mu Wanqing. Take this, use it for self-defense. In case of danger, you know what to do. Xiaoyang made a gesture of wiping his neck. Mu Wanqing took the knife and nodded solemnly. Everything was ready, and the two got on the RV and started off. It was Xiaoyang's first time driving such a large car and he was not used to it. He only had AC license and had never driven such a long car. However, there were not many cars or people on the road, so I was not worried. He drove out of the villa slowly and didn't see anyone along the way. At this temperature, people cannot go out without strong warming measures. But he knew that with the loud noise made by the car, there must be many survivors in the surrounding villas who noticed him. Driving down the mountain along the winding road, a frozen corpse in the middle of the road caught Mu Wanqing's attention. Then, that seems to be Wang Min. The scene 10 days ago is still vivid in my mind, but in the blink of an eye, Wang Min has turned into a corpse. Mu Wanqing sighed, this must be fate. He looked at Xiaoyang with gratitude, who was concentrating on driving. If he hadn't taken him in, he might have ended up like this. Feeling Mu Wanqing's gaze, Xiaoyang smiled, said nothing, stepped on the accelerator, and ran over the corpse. The RV sped past, leaving a pool of meat residue. In the university town area at the foot of Purple Mountain, there are many cars parked in a haphazard manner on the streets. There were quite a few dead bodies scattered along the roadside, and of course, there were quite a few in the cars as well. In a cold snap, hiding in your car won't help. Xiaoyang didn't stop and drove directly to the community where Mu Guang lived under the guidance of Mu Wanqing. The residential complex was not far from the university town. Xiaoyang simply broke open the gate's railing and drove in. Coming downstairs to where Mu Guang was and climbing to his floor, Mu Wanqing couldn't wait to knock on the door. As expected, no one responded. It seemed that Mu Guang was not at home at that time. In order to confirm that Mu Guang did not freeze to death at home, Xiaoyang took out a crowbar from the space and pried the door open. The house was empty, no one was there. Mu Wanqing was both happy and worried. She was happy that her brother didn't freeze to death at home. What I'm worried about is that my brother might freeze to death in the bathing center. There are so many bathing centers in the entire Haiqing city. It is impossible for Xiaoyang to look for them one by one. Not only will it waste time, but it is also very dangerous. Mu Wanqing also understood this and did not force it. The two were about to leave when suddenly, the resident opposite opened the door. A disheveled woman wrapped in a quilt stood inside the door. "Hello, are you here to rescue?" the woman asked, shivering with cold. Mu Wanqing recognized her. She was the neighbor who lived across the street from her brother. She would occasionally run into her when she came back, but she never said hello. "No," Xiaoyang said. The woman was very disappointed when she heard this, but she continued to ask, "Do you have any water? If you do, can you give me some? My child is so thirsty." When Mu Wanqing heard this, she remembered that there was still half a bucket of purified water in her brother's room. Although it was frozen, it could still be thawed by warming it up in the quilt. "Yes, wait a minute." Mu Wanqing turned around and went back to the house to get out half a bucket of water. She was about to give it to the woman but was stopped by Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang looked at the woman and said calmly, "There is water, but it's not free. You have to exchange it for something." The woman was stunned, then hurriedly said, "There is really nothing I can exchange at home, and my phone is out of battery, so I can't transfer money." Xiaoyang smiled and said, "No need for anything or money, just the time on your arm." The woman was surprised and asked, "That can be exchanged?" "How?" Xiaoyang took the water from Mu Wanqing's hand and asked, "How much is your monthly salary?" The woman didn't know what he meant, so she subconsciously replied, 3,000. "In this case, how much are you willing to pay for this half bucket of water?" Xiaoyang held up the bucket so the woman could see it more clearly. The woman licked her lips, thought for a moment and said, "I can take out 1,000. "No, I can take out 2,000. "Xiaoyang, that's 20 days' wages." "Well, if you transfer the time on your arm to us for 20 days, this half bucket of water will be yours." The woman stretched out her left arm from under the quilt and looked. There were still 354 more days left. She didn't know what it was, but she felt it was worth it to buy half a bucket of water for 20 days so that she and her child would not die of thirst. Good. Under Xiaoyang's guidance, the woman transferred 20 days of time energy to Mu Wanqing, and she was satisfied with getting half a bucket of water. Before leaving, the woman suddenly asked, "Can you tell me what this time means?" Xiaoyang said without even turning his head, "It represents life. Just remember, don't let it become zero. Otherwise, you will die." The woman stood there in a daze. In the RV, Xiaoyang saw Mu Wanqing hesitated to speak, and smiled and said, "Are you wondering why you don't help them for free?" Mu Wanqing nodded, "It's obviously just a piece of cake for us." Xiaoyang put away his smile and said solemnly, "Wanqing, you must remember that there is no free lunch in this world. If you want to get what you want, you have to pay the price. If we want to survive, we must become strong. The only way to become stronger is to gain more time energy. Do you understand?" Mu Wanqing pondered Xiaoyang's words carefully and understood his intention. If what Xiaoyang said before were true, the world would soon face complete destruction. Then, only by surviving can you have a chance to find a way out. Showing mercy to strangers is extremely irresponsible to yourself. What's more, if Xiaoyang wasn't there, perhaps I would need that half bucket of water more. Inside the Cape Hotel, Lu Yu and a waitress were trapped in a small room on the second floor. This is a room that Lu Yu kept for himself to rest, and it is fully equipped with a bed and a sofa. However, there was only one quilt in the room. Lu Yu wrapped the quilt around the waitress, then pulled the mattress off the bed and wrapped it around himself. The two of them sat side by side on the sofa. At this moment, Lu Yu was staring at the door in a daze, recalling the night when the cold wave hit. After Xiaoyang left that night, she did not allow anyone to go upstairs again. Thinking that Xiaoyang might come back again, she deliberately left 2 waiters to work overtime. There just so happened to be a table of diners downstairs who were drinking and showed no intention of leaving. Time passed quickly and it was 12 o'clock midnight. The diners downstairs were drunk and were about to leave after paying the bill. Suddenly, everyone felt a headache. After the pain subsided, everyone noticed changes in their bodies. Just when everyone was confused, a cold wave hit. It was hot and we were wearing little, so the sudden cold wind made us shiver. Although he didn't know what had happened, Lu Yu was kind enough to let the table of diners hide inside the restaurant and close the door. I thought maybe it would be better after a while, but unexpectedly, the temperature kept getting colder and colder until it was freezing cold. Fortunately, there was no power outage, so Lu Yu turned the air conditioner in the hotel to warm air. However, the effect was minimal. There was no choice, Lu Yu and the 2 waitresses could only hide in their own lounge on the second floor, while the table of diners hid in a storage room downstairs. Although it was a bit cold, there was no shortage of food in the restaurant, and if it was cold, you could drink some white wine to warm yourself up. Lu Yu checked the private rooms on the second floor and found that all 9 of them were empty, even the tables were gone. He was immediately confused. But she didn't have time to think about it, luckily there was still a table of uneaten food in the last private room. This table of food helped them a lot and kept them fed for several days. Everything is still peaceful. But after the power outage, the temperature in the house dropped sharply, reaching a level that humans could not bear. The 5 diners who stayed downstairs were obviously not good people. After drinking the white wine, they came up drunk and caused trouble. I have to share a room with them. Lu Yu knew that they wanted to enter the house, but they had other intentions. After being sternly rejected by Lu Yu, the 5 men still did not give up. When a waitress went to the bathroom, they forcibly dragged her away and assaulted her. The waiter eventually died due to being exposed to the air for too long and sweating profusely. After that, the 5 men became more rampant and turned their target to another waiter. But the other waiter had a severe fever and cold and was almost dying, so they plucked up their courage and began to prepare to attack Lu Yu. The reason why he didn't dare to touch Lu Yu at first was because she had some connections in Haicheng after all, and he was afraid that it would end badly if he really touched her. These 5 people are the local bosses in this area. They are used to bullying others and are fearless. Plus, they're drunk every day, what can't they do? Fortunately, Lu Yu was prepared and the door was strong enough, so the men failed. But today, the temperature suddenly rose, and the 5 people finally became restless again. When they thought of Lu Yu's plump figure, they became aroused. Bang! 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 The sound of violent kicking on the door was heard. Lu Yu was so frightened that he shuddered and quickly picked up an empty wine bottle from the ground, looking at the door warily. "Open the door quickly, bitch, let us vent our sexual desire. I promise you will feel comfortable," a drunken man outside the door shouted. "That's right, you're already an old woman, but you still think you're a virgin. Why are you pretending to be pure? Let me tell you, we are the bosses in this area. Is there anything we can't handle? Serve me well, and we will take care of your restaurant from now on. Hurry up. Did you hear me? Once we break down the door and get in, we won't be so polite. Do you know how that waitress died?" Lu Yu was listening in the house, shaking with anger. She cursed, "You bunch of beasts, I took you in with good intentions, but you repay my kindness with hatred. I tell you, none of you can escape, you will definitely get retribution." Retribution? It's been a few days, and we haven't seen any retribution. I can't even get through on the phone, and I can't even see a single person. Stop talking nonsense to her and break the door open quickly. I can't stand the sound of her voice. The people outside the door stopped talking and started banging on the door violently. After several people banged on the door in turn, dirt started to fall off the door, and it seemed that it could no longer be stopped. Lu Yu's expression turned stern, and he knocked the bottle to the ground. The bottle broke into pieces, leaving only the half with the spikes in his hand. She risked her life. Since she couldn't avoid it, she would just fight. "Even if I die, I'll take a few people with me." With a loud bang, the door finally couldn't withstand the continuous impact and fell to the ground. The people outside the door had ferocious looks on their faces and rushed into the house excitedly. The first person who pounced on Lu Yu suddenly felt a sharp pain in his stomach. He screamed and stepped back quickly. When he looked down, he saw a cut on his stomach. "Whoever comes here will die," Lu Yu said with a determined look and gritted teeth. "Shit. You stinky bitch, you dare to hurt my brother, wait and see how I torture you." One of them winked at the remaining 3 people, and they surrounded Lu Yu on both sides. Seeing that the situation was not good, Lu Yu thought, forget it, she would never accept this humiliation, even if she died, she would never let you succeed. She raised the broken bottle in her hand and was about to stab it into her neck. A man beside him suddenly rushed up and snatched it away. "Humph. You want to die? That's not that easy. It's not too late to die after we've had enough fun." After that, the 2 of them pressed Lu Yu tightly on the sofa. "Brother, you go first." The man called Big Brother smiled obscenely. "Okay, then I won't be polite." A man who was idle nearby lifted the waitress's blanket and touched her, saying, "This one isn't dead yet, it's still warm. I'll use her to relieve my heat first." "Brother, can you guys bandage me first?" The stabbed man wailed as he sat on the ground. "Wait, you won't die from that wound. We can't wait any longer." Beep beep. Just as several people tore off Lu Yu's clothes and started to beat him, 2 whistles suddenly sounded outside the hotel. These 2 noises scared the few people. Several people looked at each other in bewilderment. What happened? Are the rescuers coming? "Old 5, go to the window and see what's going on." The man who was about to assault the waiter heard this and stood up and walked towards the window in dissatisfaction. "Fuck, let me see who is ruining my plan." Xiao Yang drove the car all the way to the entrance of Cape Hotel. He honked the horn twice to see if there would be any response from the hotel. If Lu Yu were here, she would definitely respond. However, there was no movement after waiting for a while. Was he not in the hotel? Or had he frozen to death inside? No, I've come all the way here with great difficulty, I might as well get off the car and take a look. If he's alive, I'd better see the person, if he's dead, I'd better see the body. If I really die, I will have fulfilled my wish. Xiao Yang got out of the car, and Mu Wanqing followed him. They walked to the door of the hotel, banging on the door while shouting, "Sister Yu, are you in there? Sister Yu, did you hear me?" At this time, the man who was peeking from the window upstairs ran back into the house and said, "Brother, a young man is driving a heavy truck and seems to be looking for Lu Yu. There's a woman following behind him." When the leading man heard that there were only 2 people and a woman looking for Lu Yu. The key is that there is also a heavy-duty truck RV, which will definitely come in handy if anything happens. What you need is what you get, haha. Second brother, third brother, you two shut up this woman and don't let her make any sound. Just hide in this room and don't go out. Fourth brother, please sit aside so that he doesn't come up and see us. Lao Wu, go down and open the door, and bring those 2 people up. I'll hide in the box opposite. When you hear my slogan, we'll attack together and control those 2 people. Good. At this time, Lu Yu, who had temporarily escaped the disaster, was wondering who was coming to him at this time. But no matter who it is, this may be his only chance to escape from its clutches. We must not let these people succeed, otherwise it will be completely over. Xiao Yang stood at the door of the hotel. Seeing that there was no movement from inside for a long time, he was about to take a crowbar and start prying the door open. At this moment, the hotel's roller shutter door suddenly opened, revealing a bearded man inside. Xiao Yang was stunned. How come there is a man here? With a fierce look on his face and reeking of alcohol, he doesn't look like a waiter in a store, does he? Who are you? Where is Sister Yu? Xiao Yang asked vigilantly. Oh, I'm Sister Yu's friend, and I'm trapped here. Sister Yu is not feeling well and can't come down from upstairs. She asked me to take you upstairs to find her. The one who spoke was the 5th one in the group. At this moment, he tried his best to keep smiling, even though smiling was uglier than crying. Xiao Yang thought about it and said, "Okay. Lead the way." Xiao Yang didn't really take this person seriously. The other party had no weapons in his hands, so this was not a threat to him at all. The 2 walked into the restaurant, and when Lao Wu saw Mu Wanqing's appearance, his eyes suddenly lit up. Such a beautiful woman, still so young. I made a profit today. Feeling the man's lustful gaze, Mu Wanqing glared at him with disgust. When Lao Wu saw it, he became even more excited. I like people with personality and temper. Seeing the 2 people walk in, Lao Wu quickly closed the shutter door. Inside the hotel, the light suddenly dimmed. Why are you pulling the door? Mu Wanqing asked warily. Haha, isn't it cold? Let's go upstairs quickly, your Sister Yu is still waiting for you upstairs. Lao Wu rubbed his hands and urged hurriedly. Seeing Lao Wu turning around and walking towards the stairs, Mu Wanqing pulled Xiao Yang and whispered, I feel like there's something wrong with this guy. He doesn't look like a good person. Don't worry, I'm here, everything will be okay. Xiao Yang comforted. Xiao Yang also felt that there was something wrong with this man, but if this man was really Lu Yu's friend, if he took action now, it would only make the relationship awkward. Snap. Just as they reached the stairs, they suddenly heard the sound of a cup breaking from upstairs. The 3 of them stopped at the same time. Lao Wu was stunned, turned around and looked at the 2 suspicious people and said with a smile, Your Sister Yu may have accidentally knocked over the cup, let's go up and take a look. While saying this, he was thinking in his heart, what's wrong with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing stared at Lao Wu intently. She felt dazed just now and the voice of Lao Wu flashed in her mind. What's wrong with the boss and the others? They can't even keep an eye on a woman. Mu Wanqing was stunned. What was going on? Was she too nervous and had an illusion? Lao Wu didn't speak again after saying that, so where did that sound come from? She didn't dare to be careless, and leaned close to Xiao Yang's ear and whispered, "Be careful, there are other people upstairs. He is not Boss Lu's friend." Xiao Yang looked at her doubtfully and whispered, "How did you know?" Mu Wanqing frowned, not knowing how to explain, and just whispered, "I'm not sure either, anyway, it's better to be careful." Xiao Yang looked at Lao Wu and said, "Humph, if he was Lu Yu's friend, it would be fine. But if not, and he dared to attack me, then don't blame me for being ruthless. Wanqing, wait downstairs. I'll go upstairs to see Sister Yu. Since there might be danger, don't let Mu Wanqing go up. If something unexpected happens, she will be in the way if she stays aside." Mu Wanqing understood his intention, stepped back a few steps and said, "Okay." Seeing that Mu Wanqing didn't go up, Lao Wu became a little anxious, but then he thought that Xiao Yang was alone and had no weapons in his hands, so it would only take a few minutes to knock him down. Now that we have him under control, how can we let this little girl run away? Xiao Yang followed Lao Wu upstairs, and on the way he quietly took out a military knife from the space and put it in his hand. When Xiao Yang was brought to the door of Lu Yu's room, a person suddenly jumped out from the box behind him. "Get started." Lao Wu also suddenly turned around and pounced towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was prepared and took out his saber and stabbed behind him. The leader of the group never thought that Xiao Yang had a weapon. He was caught off guard and was stabbed in the thigh. He let out a wail and retreated. Seeing this, Lao Wu was so scared that he wanted to step back, but before he could react, Xiao Yang kicked him away and he lay on the ground, unable to get up. "Be careful, he has a knife." The stabbed boss shouted loudly into the house. Xiao Yang didn't say anything and went up to stab him in the other leg. "Ah!" the boss screamed. "Everyone, come out!" Xiao Yang shouted into the house. There was a sudden panic in the house, and then two men dragged a woman to the door. The woman was Lu Yu, and the man called Lao Er was pressing a broken wine bottle against her neck. When Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang, he was surprised. "Why did he come here?" "Your sister Yu is in our hands, put down your knife, or I will kill her," the second brother said fiercely. How could Xiao Yang be held hostage by them? He sneered, "You seem to have got it wrong. You should release Sister Yu, or I will kill him." Xiao Yang put the knife against the boss's neck. The second and third brothers were stunned. How could they be threatened back? "Don't think we dare not take action." The second brother exerted a little force, and the broken bottle pierced a small hole in Lu Yu's neck, trying to force Xiao Yang to surrender. Xiao Yang was immediately furious, and stabbed the boss's leg again. "Don't push me, I'm going to hit him hard." The eldest brother who was stabbed was wincing in pain. He gritted his teeth and said to the second and third brothers, "Do you want me to die? Let that woman go." The second brother had no choice but to say, "You can let this woman go, but you should let my eldest brother go first." Xiao Yang shook his head without saying anything. He raised his saber and was about to stab the big brother's leg again. Okay, let it go." The second and third brothers became furious. This kid was so cruel that he would kill someone for just one inappropriate word. "Sister Yu, please come downstairs quickly. Leave this to me." Xiao Yang shouted to Lu Yu. Lu Yu looked at Xiao Yang deeply. She didn't understand why he came to save her. They had only met twice. But this did not affect her heartfelt gratitude to Xiao Yang. If it were not for him, she would not be. She didn't dare to think any further. With her clothes in tatters, she could only walk towards Xiao Yang shivering with cold. At this time, Mu Wanqing also ran up the stairs with a tang sword in her hand. She heard the noise downstairs just now, so she hurried back to the RV to get a knife, and then hurried back. "Wanqing, keep an eye on Boss Lu and wrap her in clothes," Xiao Yang said as he looked at the large area of snow-white skin exposed on Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing hurriedly took off her coat and put it on Lu Yu. Fortunately, she was wearing thick clothes, so one less coat was not a big deal. "Okay, we have released the people, you can release our eldest brother now," said the second brother. Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Don't worry, I still need to take something from you." After saying that, he grabbed the boss's left hand with his left hand. "Did you see the time on your arm? Come on, keep half an hour for yourself, and transmit the rest to me with your mind." Several people were confused after hearing this and subconsciously looked at their arms. They still didn't understand what this thing was. "What is this?" the eldest brother asked tremblingly. "Don't ask so many questions, just do it," Xiao Yang said impatiently. The eldest brother was somewhat reluctant, although he didn't know what the time represented. However, he felt that this thing must be very important, otherwise the young man wouldn't have specifically asked for it. "You are a man who doesn't keep his word. Don't push us too far, or I will fight you to the death," the third brother shouted when he saw that Xiao Yang refused to let him go. Xiao Yang took out his pistol and shot the second and third brothers in the leg respectively. The two men wailed and fell to the ground. Except for Mu Wanqing, everyone was stunned by the gunshot. The second and third brothers are even more miserable. "If you had a gun, you should have taken it out earlier. If you had taken it out earlier, the time would have been transferred to you. Can we do this?" Xiao Yang said coldly. The boss didn't dare to be vague at all and did it directly, quickly, and efficiently. Then, Xiao Yang left him behind, walked to the second and third brothers, and stretched out his left hand. The two of them stopped talking nonsense and endured the pain to transfer time to Xiao Yang. Then he walked to the unconscious Lao Wu, kicked him and said, "Stop pretending. I know you're awake. Hurry up and do what I tell you." When he fired the gun just now, Xiao Yang saw Lao Wu, who was lying on the ground, shivered twice, and now he is still pretending to be dead. After collecting Lao Wu's time energy, Xiao Yang entered the room and saw an injured man sitting in the corner and a half-naked waitress lying on the sofa. Walking up to the man, Xiao Yang took a look and found that he had already died due to excessive blood loss and low temperature. Xiao Yang secretly thought it was a pity, and walked to the waitress again, feeling her breath and pulse, but she was already cold. Xiao Yang shook his head and walked out. "Sister Yu, the waitress inside is dead." Lu Yu sighed and nodded. "I see, thank you for saving me." Xiao Yang smiled and said, "It's just a piece of cake. Let's go." "Wait." Lu Yu suddenly said, looking at the thugs lying on the ground groaning, her eyes full of hatred, "Give me a chance, let me kill these beasts with my own hands, otherwise, I will not be at peace." Xiao Yang wanted to say that they wouldn't live much longer. But since Lu Yu wanted to kill her enemies with her own hands, he had to help her. He handed the Tang sword in Mu Wanqing's hand to Lu Yu. Lu Yu stepped forward with the sword, and Xiao Yang followed behind with a gun. Boss Lu, please forgive me, I know I was wrong, Lu Yu didn't even give him the chance to finish his words. He raised his knife and chopped off half of the boss's head. Lu Yu was startled. "This knife is so fast." Xiao Yang was stunned, "This woman is so cruel." The remaining 3 people over there were so scared when they saw this scene that they crawled away, shouting for mercy. Lu Yotsai was unmoved. These men almost defiled her and killed her 2 waitresses. If she didn't kill them, she would not be able to get rid of the hatred in her heart. With a wave of the knife, several people were hacked to death. Even the dead 4th brother could not escape Lu Yu's revenge, his lower body was chopped to pieces. Lu Yu took a quilt to cover the waitress's body, then took a mattress and went downstairs to cover the body in the bathroom. Only then did Xiao Yang realize that there was another one on the first floor. Lu Yu is so unlucky that he ran into these gangsters. After doing all this, Lu Yu returned the knife to Xiao Yang and said gratefully, "Although I am a woman, I also know that I should repay the life-saving grace with my own body. You are my savior. From now on, my life will belong to you." Xiao Yang took the knife, nodded and said, "Okay. Let's go home." Of course, all the remaining wine in the restaurant was moved to the RV by Xiao Yang. This stuff cannot be wasted. Lu Yu walked out of the hotel, reluctantly taking a look at the hotel he had opened. Finally, he got into Xiao Yang's RV without looking back. In the RV, Lu Yu had changed into thick clothes to cover her long, white legs. She was staring absent-mindedly at the messy streets outside the car window. The collided cars were parked on the road with no one cleaning them up, and frozen bodies could be seen on the roadside from time to time. This was much more serious than she had imagined. Xiao Yang felt regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have bought her clothes to wear. There is heating in the RV, so she won't be cold. Lu Yu seemed to have thought of something, and retracted his gaze, looking at Xiao Yang in the driver's seat and said, "By the way, benefactor, I don't know how to address you yet." She just knew him but had not yet asked Xiao Yang's name. "Just call me Xiao Yang." Lu Yu said, "Oh," but was too embarrassed to call Xiao Yang's name directly, as it seemed a bit disrespectful to his benefactor. Xiao Yang seemed to sense Lu Yu's difficulty and said with a smile, "Sister, you should be older than me, so you can just call me brother from now on, it won't seem strange this way." Lu Yu thought this was a good idea. "Well, I'm 35 this year, so I should be much older than you. So I'll call you Brother Xiao from now on." Xiao Yang was of course happy to do so, "That's the best." Mu Wanqing was surprised and said, "Sister, you really don't mind being old. How do you maintain your looks? If you hadn't told me, I would have thought you were only 28. Lu Yu smiled, "Miss Wanqing is really good at talking." Mu Wanqing was stunned, "How do you know my name is Wanqing?" "Lu Yu, just now in the restaurant, wasn't that what Brother Xiao called you?" "I heard it." Xiao Yang didn't stop on the way and drove straight back to the villa. The entire villa area was still dead silent, with no movement. It was snowing lightly, and Xiao Yang knew that after this snowfall, another disaster would come. After the heavy snow, the temperature will rise to around -10 degrees Celsius, which is normal. During this period, there are often blizzards. But this is not the most deadly thing. The most deadly thing is the corpse transformation. A virus in the bodies of those dead people will be activated, which can control the dead people's nerves and turn them into zombies. These zombies have no self-awareness. They will only attack all surviving humans and animals and spread the virus, turning those bitten into zombies. Although these zombies are not as agile as normal people, they are not easy to kill. They can't feel pain, and they won't be afraid no matter how hard you attack them. If you want to kill it completely, you have to hit it directly between the eyebrows, where there will be a crystal-like thing. The remaining time energy before a person's death is stored here. By getting it, you can replenish your energy. Of course, if a person dies because his time energy is reset to 0, he will not become a zombie. Without the nourishment of crystals, the virus cannot survive. Xiao Yang sighed, saying that after this zombie disaster, only 1 in 10 humans would survive. After driving the car into the yard and parking it, Xiao Yang and his companions got out and walked into the villa. Lu Yu felt incredible when he saw the villa with layers of protection. Was this prepared in advance? As soon as I entered the villa, I felt extremely warm. There is actually heating in this villa. Mu Wanqing turned on the light in the living room. Lu Yu was stunned again. There was no power outage here. When the little crow coal ball saw Xiao Yang coming back, it flew to Xiao Yang's shoulder crying, "Ah," and kept nibbling at Xiao Yang's hair with its long beak to express its dissatisfaction. "Why didn't you come home after being away for so long and didn't even mention taking me with you?" "Oh, what a stinky bird." Xiao Yang dodged and laughed, "I'll go add some carbon to the boiler." "Wanqing, take Sister Yu and let her take a hot bath." Lu Yu was already feeling numb. Compared with his own hotel, this villa was simply a paradise. Not only is there electricity and heating, but there is also hot water. This is the happiest thing for Lu Yu, who hasn't taken a shower for 10 days. Also, these two people have such a leisurely life that they even have the time to raise a bird. Why is this bird so ugly and black? After bringing Lu Yu to the bathroom, Mu Wanqing gave her a pair of pajamas and placed them at the bathroom door. Xiao Yang added the carbon and went upstairs just in time to see Lu Yu coming out of the shower. TSK. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh that this mature woman really has a unique charm. Lu Yu is a charming and coquettish woman with a plump figure, and when paired with this slim-fitting pajamas, she can't help but arouse people's imagination. Seeing Xiao Yang looking at her, Lu Yu smiled gently and said generously, "How about it, does this dress look good on me, Brother Xiao?" At her age, she has experienced everything. But she will not act like a little girl just because Xiao Yang sees her. After hearing what Lu Yu said, Xiao Yang watched it even more excitedly. "It looks good." Haha. TSK. A mature woman is just good. "Oh, by the way, Sister Yu, you must be hungry. Eat something first." Xiao Yang looked for a while and felt that it was about time, so he changed the subject. Gurgle. When Xiao Yang mentioned this, Lu Yu's stomach started to growl. Lu Yu smiled awkwardly, "I'm really hungry. Fortunately, you didn't take the dishes you ordered, otherwise." At this point, Lu Yu suddenly paused, as if she had thought of something. She asked in confusion, by the way, you ordered 10 tables of food, but where are the 9 tables? Even the tables are gone. I thought I saw a ghost. Xiao Yang smiled without saying anything. With a wave of his hand, a table full of dishes appeared in the living room. Lu Yu was stunned. What kind of magical skill was this? And these dishes, aren't they all the specialties of our restaurant? Even the table is from her restaurant. Lu Yu opened her mouth into an O shape. She looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief and asked, Brother Xiao, are you a magician? Xiao Yang replied with a smile, yeah. You can think so too. Lu Yu took a deep breath, smelled the aroma of the food, touched the plate with his hand, and said in surprise, my God, the food is still hot. She really couldn't understand how Xiao Yang did all this. Come on, Sister Yu, welcome to join us. We will be a family from now on. This meal is just to welcome you back. Xiao Yang invited Lu Yu to take a seat, took out a few bottles of wine, and called Mu Wanqing down from upstairs, ready to start eating. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for everyone. He raised his glass and said, come on, this glass is for Sister Yu. From now on, we are all family. Lu Yu quickly raised his glass and said, no, I should toast you first. Thank you for saving me. Otherwise, how could I sit here and enjoy such a wonderful time? After Lu Yu finished speaking, he drank the red wine in the glass in one gulp to show his respect. When Xiao Yang saw Lu Yu being so generous, he also drank it in one gulp. Mu Wanqing couldn't drink much, but she still took a big sip. Putting down the wine glass, Mu Wanqing was troubled. Xiao Yang asked with concern, Wanqing, what's wrong with you? You seem absent-minded. I was thinking about what happened today at the Cape Hotel. I remember I heard that person's voice. Sure enough, there was someone else upstairs. Mu Wanqing said with a frown. When talking about this, Xiao Yang slapped his thigh and said, if you hadn't mentioned it, I would have almost forgotten it. Lu Yu asked curiously, Wanqing, what's going on? Let me tell you. At that time, the two of us were being led by that man upstairs to look for you. When we heard the sound of the cup breaking, we became very defensive. At this time, Wanqing seemed to hear the man's voice and knew that there was someone upstairs, and even controlled you. But I know that person clearly didn't speak. Xiao Yang explained first. Well, I thought I was hallucinating, but the situation upstairs was exactly as I heard. I really don't understand. Mu Wanqing shook her head. Lu Yu was also surprised, could it be that you have special abilities? When Xiao Yang heard this, his eyes lit up. Yes, this must be Mu Wanqing who awakened her special abilities. However, he had never heard of this kind of ability, so he was not sure. So you have to verify it to know. Wanqing, if I'm not mistaken, you should have awakened your superpowers. Why don't we verify it? When Mu Wanqing heard this, her eyes lit up and she said happily, really? I also have superpowers. How do I verify it? Xiao Yang thought for a moment and said, I guess what you heard was that person's inner voice. So, you focus on me, I think about one thing, and then see if you can hear it. Okay. Mu Wanqing said impatiently. When Xiao Yang saw the table full of dishes, he kept thinking in his mind, Sister Yu's cooking is so delicious. Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang intently, and suddenly Xiao Yang's voice came into her mind. Sister Yu's dishes are really delicious. Mu Wanqing was shocked again by the voice that suddenly appeared in her mind. The voice was so real, and she knew Xiao Yang didn't say anything. What you were thinking just now was, Sister Yu's cooking is so delicious, right? Mu Wanqing asked for confirmation. Awesome. Xiao Yang gave Mu Wanqing a thumbs up, absolutely right. Congratulations, Wanqing, you have also awakened your superpowers, and they are very special. Xiao Yang had heard of and seen quite a few superpowers, but most of them were related to martial arts and magic. For example, in the later stages of the apocalypse, many power-type survivors will learn knife and sword techniques, which all belong to the martial arts department. This type of awakener is overly dependent on weapons. Although their combat effectiveness is strong, the weapon factor also accounts for a large part. Some things like the ability to emit lightning and fireballs belong to the spell system. Another thing is that Xiao Yang's spatial ability belongs to some special category and is extremely rare. Mu Wanqing's ability should also be considered a special one. The power of this ability lies in the ability to hear other people's thoughts and leave them with no privacy at all. Xiao Yang was a little excited. He didn't expect that he had accidentally picked up a person like Mu Wanqing. He was really lucky. With her help, I will be able to understand people's hearts when I create my own team in the future. Awesome. Have you two conspired to make fun of me? Do you really have superpowers? Lu Yu was a little unconvinced. She didn't even know that superpowers existed. Sister Yu, if you don't believe it, you can try it and let Wanqing hear your heart. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Okay. Lu Yu could no longer resist his curiosity and wanted to give it a try eagerly. Mu Wanqing focused her attention on Lu Yu again. After a moment, Lu Yu's voice sounded in her mind. However, Mu Wanqing's pretty face turned red. Xiao Yang was curious about what Mu Wanqing had heard and why she was still shy. What was Sister Yu thinking? Seeing that Mu Wanqing didn't say anything, Lu Yu became anxious. What do you think, Wanqing? Did you hear my voice? Speak out and verify it. Mu Wanqing said a little embarrassedly, Sister Yu, what you are thinking is, Brother Xiao is so lucky to have managed to seduce a beautiful girl like Wanqing, right? Lu Yu exclaimed, ouch, and slapped the table excitedly. This is absolutely amazing, not a single word is wrong. She looked at Xiao Yang again and said, Brother, that thing you just did that seemed like magic, is it also a supernatural power? Xiao Yang felt that there was no need to hide anything from Lu Yu, so he told Lu Yu everything. Of course, Xiao Yang did not reveal how much supplies there were in the space. Xiao Yang lied about his experience before Rebirth and said it was a dream of his, and told it to Lu Yu, who covered his mouth and screamed. Brother Xiao, if what you said is true, I regret being saved by you. How much suffering I will have to endure in the future. Lu Yu couldn't help but worry about the future. Xiao Yang smiled and comforted her, Don't worry, Sister Yu, I'm here to make sure you live comfortably. Please believe me. Looking at Xiao Yang's determined and confident eyes, Lu Yu inexplicably felt extremely trusted, as if he really felt safe with him around. Take this warm villa and this table of delicious food, for example, which are things that ordinary people cannot give. Lu Yu raised her glass and said to Xiao Yang, Come, I'll toast you a glass. From now on, I'll leave everything to you. Xiao Yang couldn't help but be stunned. It sounded like, Sister is yours from now on. He didn't know if Lu Yu did it on purpose. Leave it to me, don't worry. Xiao Yang also raised his glass and said meaningfully. Oh, by the way, Sister Yu, I'll have to trouble you with something in the future. Xiao Yang finished the wine in the glass and put it down. Speak. Lu Yu said simply. Well, Wanqing and I both don't know how to cook, so from now on, I'll leave the cooking to you. Is that okay with you? When Lu Yu heard this, what was this? She patted her chest and said, Brother Xiao, I dare not say anything else, but cooking is my specialty. You saved my life, so this is what I should do. I promise you that I will make you too fat and plump. Of course, you have to make sure there are enough ingredients. Xiao Yang was very satisfied, and imitated Lu Yu and patted his chest and said, Don't worry about this, Sister Yu, there will be enough food. The snow was getting heavier and heavier, and had turned into heavy snow. The meal in the villa was over. Mu Wanqing felt a little exhausted from using her supernatural powers several times, so she went upstairs to rest early. There is no way. Now she has too little time energy and her physical fitness is still relatively poor. She cannot withstand the mental consumption of supernatural powers. It will be fine when she has more time energy in the future. This time energy is just like the level of playing a game. Can level 1 be compared with level 100? Of course not. So, the next step is for Xiao Yang to prepare to obtain more time energy. The zombie virus is about to break out, so here comes the opportunity. Lu Yu chose to sleep in a bedroom on the first floor. Xiao Yang originally wanted her to sleep in Mu Wanqing's original room on the third floor. But Lu Yu refused on the grounds that it was convenient to cook in the morning. Xiao Yang didn't force her anymore. He prepared new bedding for her and filled the refrigerator with various ingredients before going upstairs. Lu Yu tossed and turned in the room, unable to sleep. So many things happened today that she couldn't sleep after suddenly coming to such a comfortable residence. Maybe it was because of what happened to her, because she had killed someone. Maybe it was because of the apocalyptic scenes Xiaoyang had told her about. In short, I just can't sleep. She staggered to her feet and walked to the living room, staring at the heavy snow outside the window in a daze. Suddenly, some indescribable noises came from upstairs. Lu Yu was stunned for a moment, then the corners of his mouth curved up into a charming smile. Young people are just so busy. They don't even know how to take a rest after a tiring day, she thought to herself. 10 minutes. 20 minutes. 30 minutes. 50 minutes. Lu Yu was confused. Is this brother Xiao so powerful? She felt a little dry in the mouth after listening to it, but she still couldn't help but want to listen. After an hour and a half, the upstairs gradually became quiet. And Lu Yu downstairs was already blushing. Think about Lu Yu. She had had several romances and a failed marriage, so she has experienced many men. But this is the first time Xiaoyang has seen someone like this for such a long time. After the divorce, she focused all her attention on her career and never tried sex again. When she heard the voice above, it seemed to activate a trace of desire in her heart, and she actually had some physiological reaction. Xiaoyang's handsome face appeared in her mind, and she actually felt a little longing for him. Pooh, pooh, pooh. What am I thinking about? How can I be worthy of Miss Wanqing like this? Lu Yu quickly put away his infinitely expanding desire, calmed his rapid breathing, and hurried to his bedroom. As luck would have it, when passing by the stairs, he ran into Xiaoyang, who was walking downstairs with his bare chest to add carbon to the boiler. Xiaoyang was stunned when he saw Lu Yu. Why are you standing here in the dark without turning on the light? Sister Yu, why don't you sleep? Lu Yu panicked and quickly covered up, I'm going to the bathroom. Early the next morning. Xiaoyang felt extremely refreshed. I looked at the time energy on my arm and found that it had been more than 15 years. Xiaoyang could feel that his body had changed a lot. Before his rebirth, he had more than 1,000 years of time energy, and ordinary knives and other equipment no longer posed a threat to him. He had seen people who possess time energy of tens of thousands of years, and ordinary guns and cannons were just like tickling them. Therefore, in order to improve one's own strength, one must obtain time energy. This is the focus of one's next step. Not only his own, but also Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu's, need to be strengthened. But you have to make yourself stronger first. He looked at Mu Wanqing, who was lying beside him. She was still sleeping. The snow is still falling outside the window, and the ground is already covered with silver. Xiaoyang kissed Mu Wanqing on the face, covered her with the quilt, and went downstairs first. Before he reached the living room on the first floor, he could smell the aroma of food. When I came to the living room, 2 dishes were already on the table. One is stir-fried kidney, the other is okra with oil. The people who made these 2 dishes were still busy in the kitchen. Sister Yu, do we need to prepare such a sumptuous meal so early in the morning? Xiaoyang asked with some confusion. Lu Yu poked his head out of the kitchen and said with a smile, there are only 2 dishes, not very rich. Young people need to nourish themselves more. I also have some health porridge, which will be ready soon. What does Sister Yu mean? Kidney and okra, do we need to eat this much? Never mind, it's good enough to have something delicious. Xiaoyang went to the bathroom to wash up, and when he came out he saw Lu Yu bringing the porridge to the table. Where's Wanqing? Ask her to come down for dinner. Xiaoyang touched his nose and said embarrassedly, she is a little tired, let her sleep a little longer. Lu Yu gave Xiaoyang a reproachful look, alas, young man, too violent, and doesn't know how to be gentle with women. Then I'll make it for her when she wakes up. Let's eat first. Good. The food was quickly devoured by Xiaoyang, and Lu Yu didn't eat much at all. Xiaoyang burped contentedly and praised, Sister Yu, this day is perfect with you here. Lu Yu smiled, said nothing, and quickly cleaned up the dishes. Xiaoyang quickly stood up and said, let me do this, Sister Yu. Lu Yu pushed him away and said, why are you doing this, man? Just leave it to me. Go do what you need to do. Oh, go feed your bird. It's been calling all morning. Xiao Yang couldn't help but sigh. It was great to have a woman at home who could cook and was willing to do housework. After that, Xiao Yang had nothing to do, so he played with the little crow coal ball. This coal ball is getting smarter and smarter. It can understand a lot of what Xiao Yang says and has become much more well-behaved. Crows have very high IQs. After all, they can use tools. The crow drinks the water is a typical example. Xiao Yang decided to raise coal ball and keep it by his side. If he could be trained well, it would be nice to have it as a pet. The whole morning passed in a flash, and at noon, Mu Wanqing finally got up and went downstairs. Oh! Wanqing is up. Go wash up quickly. I'll cook for you. Lu Yu said with a smile. Thank you, Sister Yu. Mu Wanqing went to the washroom, and Lu Yu started busying himself in the kitchen again. Xiao Yang sat on the sofa opposite the kitchen, watching Lu Yu's busy back in the kitchen. I have to say that Lu Yu has a very good figure, with a curvy figure. It is said that chefs have big butts and fat waists, but Lu Yu only has a big butt. However, the waist is unreasonably thinner. Looking at it from this angle, it really looks like a ripe peach, making one's mouth water. Ah! Suddenly, Lu Yu screamed. Xiao Yang's thoughts were interrupted and he quickly ran into the kitchen to check the situation. Mu Wanqing also ran out of the washroom. What's wrong, Sister Yu? Lu Yu was obviously a little flustered, and she had thrown the spoon in her hand aside. She looked at the spoon thrown aside in horror and said, I just held the spoon and it released a super strong electric current. Mu Wanqing quickly pulled Lu Yu's hand over to check, with a concerned look on her face. Did you get an electric shock? Are you okay, Sister Yu? I didn't feel anything, but the current was so strong that it really scared me. Lu Yu said with lingering fear. Xiao Yang on the side seemed to be thinking about something. He walked to the stove and looked at the wok. The food in it was already burnt. Xiao Yang unplugged the induction cooker and touched the edge of the pot with his hand. There was a crackling sound of small currents, and my hands felt a little numb. I picked up the spoon again, and there was still electricity. Xiao Yang picked up the spoon and gestured, Sister Yu, you are talking about the time when you were cooking, and then an electric current was generated from the spoon and hit the pot, so the food got burnt. Yes, that's right. Lu Yu nodded continuously. Xiao Yang smiled, he understood. Sister Yu, congratulations, you have awakened your superpowers. Ah. Lu Yu looked incredulous, I also have superpowers. Yes, if I'm not mistaken, you have awakened the power of lightning, and the electric current just now was emitted by you unintentionally. Xiao Yang had seen people with lightning abilities in his previous life, and the lightning they emitted from low-level ones was like this. Those at higher levels can unleash lightning balls, and the explosive power is no less than that of thermal weapons. Unexpectedly, Lu Yu, a beautiful chef, would awaken the magical power of lightning. This really surprised Xiao Yang. This lightning comes from your hand, not this spoon. You can try to release the electricity again. Xiao Yang guides Lu Yu on how to release electric current. Lu Yu concentrated his mind and gently slapped the wok from a distance. Sizzle bang. A current as thick as a chopstick, visible to the naked eye, shot out directly from Lu Yu's palm and hit the wok 1 meter away. The frying pan was blown over and fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. This lightning ability was truly powerful. This is only level 1, and it is probably enough to knock an adult unconscious. If this were to be upgraded to level 9, what power would that be? Lu Yu was so frightened that he was shaking. Wasn't this supernatural power too dangerous? She looked at her palm over and over again, but she really couldn't understand how the lightning was released. It was so magical. Sister Yu, now that you have awakened this power, no one will dare to bully you anymore. If anyone is blind, just give him a blow like this, and I guarantee he will become burnt on the outside and tender on the inside. Xiao Yang said with a smile that he was very happy for Lu Yu. This also added considerable strength to his side invisibly. With this, Lu Yu should have no problem protecting himself in an emergency. As long as she masters the lightning techniques and raises her level, she will definitely be an indispensable fighting force in the future. Lu Yu was very happy. He had finally awakened his special powers, so he would no longer be a drag on Xiao Yang. I not only have to be able to cook, but also to be able to fight on the battlefield. Lu Yu was in an excited state and tried to launch lightning twice, but each time was weaker than the last. He stopped only when he felt his body was hollowed out. The original wok was definitely unusable, so Xiao Yang got her a new one. The lunch was heated up leftovers from last night, and Lu Yu also made an extra bowl of chicken soup for Mu Wanqing. As soon as the food entered his mouth, Xiao Yang was stunned. I don't know if it's an illusion, but I always feel like there's something crackling in my mouth, as if I've eaten popping candy. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu, and Lu Yu was also staring at the top of his head in a daze. What's wrong? Xiao Yang asked puzzledly. Why are your hair all standing up? Lu Yu pointed at the top of his head and asked in surprise. Xiao Yang quickly touched his hair, and there was a sound of static electricity as soon as it touched. It's true. Mu Wanqing giggled, picked up the bowl and took a sip of the chicken soup, then her expression suddenly froze. Lu Yu asked cautiously, what's wrong, Wanqing? It doesn't taste good. Mu Wanqing quickly put the bowl back on the table and said in surprise, Sister Yu, this chicken soup has static electricity. Really? Why didn't I feel it just now? Lu Yu was a little unconvinced. Xiao Yang stretched out his hand and placed it on the top of Mu Wanqing's head. Her beautiful hair actually attracted Xiao Yang's palm. The static electricity is quite strong. Sister Yu, did you discharge static electricity again while cooking just now? Xiao Yang said with a helpless smile. Lu Yu was exposed and felt a little embarrassed. He said embarrassedly, hee, I was distracted while cooking just now and didn't notice. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were both very upset. My dear sister, please go easy on me next time. This meal almost made me numb. Lu Yu's face turned red after being told this. Haha, I'll pay attention next time, I'll pay attention. Ah, a crow's scream was heard. The three of them looked towards Coal Ball quickly, and saw that it was lying straight on the ground with its two paws facing the sky. Xiao Yang quickly ran over and squatted down to check. He saw that its two black eyes were spinning in circles and there was a pile of fresh feces behind its tail. Xiao Yang reached out and grabbed it. He heard static electricity at his fingertips. Xiao Yang looked up at Lu Yu. Lu Yu said in a panic, I saw that it had no water to drink, so I poured it some water. The snow has stopped and the temperature outside has risen to around -10 degrees Celsius. Most people will not suffer so much as long as they keep warm enough. When everyone was secretly rejoicing that the disaster was about to end, another even bigger disaster struck. On the street covered with a thick layer of snow, suddenly, a frozen blue hand stretched out from the snow. Slowly, a body climbed out of the snow pile bit by bit, as if dancing a robot. The body was still wearing summer shorts. The person had been frozen to death for several days, but he was able to come back to life. Its eyes were empty and its movements were stiff, except for a little white light shining between its eyebrows. It just stood there stupidly, swaying left and right, not knowing where to go. In a small room in a hotel beside the street, a female college student was shivering in her bed. Under the bed was a cold body. It was her college boyfriend. When the cold wave hit, they had just checked into a room and were discussing life together. During the intense discussion, the temperature dropped sharply and my boyfriend was sweating, so he caught a cold. The consequences are predictable. Her boyfriend's life ended before he could last more than 3 days. She was scared and desperate, but helpless. Fortunately, there were instant noodles and 2 bottles of mineral water in the room, so she didn't starve to death. Giggle, a hoarse sound came from the throat. She nervously lifted a corner of the quilt and saw her boyfriend standing up in a strange posture. She was confused. Wasn't he dead? She was a little scared, but also hoping for a miracle to happen. She called softly, baby. My boyfriend suddenly turned around, his eyes empty and his face purple and blue, without a trace of expression. Ah, she screamed in fright. Her boyfriend seemed to have heard some kind of call. His body paused, then he rushed straight to her and bit her throat. The nearby streets were filled with these zombie-like monsters at some point. When they heard the screams, they rushed towards the source of the sound like crazy. These scenes are being played out in every corner of the world. At this moment, the world has turned into purgatory. The zombie virus has officially broken out. In Xiao Yang's villa, the first thing Xiao Meiqiu did after waking up was to scream, "Ah," at Lu Yu. Coal ball, what did you do to me? Lu Yu rolled his eyes. This little thing still holds a grudge. I didn't mean it. Little coal ball stood on his own boom and glared at her angrily. Suddenly, screams were heard outside the villa. The three of them were stunned and looked at each other. Xiaoyang quickly stood up and said, "Let's go upstairs and take a look. It should be a zombie virus outbreak." Mu Wanqing followed closely, and Lu Yu hesitated for a moment and then followed as well. Coming to Xiaoyang's master bedroom, there is an extra-large floor-to-ceiling window through which one can see the entire villa area. At this moment, the entire villa area was extremely noisy and screams were heard continuously. Some people even ignored the cold outside and ran out wrapped in quilts, followed by zombies that were pouncing and biting. Those who ran slowly or accidentally fell would be pounced on by the zombies and bitten by them, leaving large stains of blood on the snow. Xiaoyang looked at the scene coldly, as if he was a spectator watching a good show. When Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu saw these scenes, their faces turned pale and they trembled all over. Although they had heard Xiaoyang describe the scene of the zombie outbreak, they still couldn't bear the visual shock of witnessing the tragedy with their own eyes. Xiaoyang turned around and patted Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu on the shoulders and said, "These things are bound to happen eventually, just get used to them slowly. We should prepare to start harvesting energy tomorrow." After saying that, he went downstairs without looking back. He wanted to prepare some combat supplies. "Oh my god, Xiaoyang was right. This is a zombie," Lu Yu said with a trembling voice. Mu Wanqing stared at everything in front of her in a daze, and said sadly, "They are desperate, but there is nothing we can do." Lu Yu sighed, "I am becoming more and more curious about Xiaoyang. If it weren't for him, I might have been chased and bitten, and finally become a piece of meat in the mouth of a zombie. Well, I can't help but become the one who chases and bites others," Mu Wanqing said with a sad smile. The two of them just watched quietly, and they were both glad that they were not one of those people. They were grateful to Xiaoyang in their hearts, thanking him for giving them a warm and safe haven. Xiaoyang took out many sets of winter special training clothes, military boots and gloves in the space. These clothes are very thick and generally cannot be scratched or bitten by zombies. Then he took out 3 tang swords, 3 military sabers, and the only revolver with 3 bullets left in it. The tang dao is the best weapon for killing zombies. The blade is long enough and extremely sharp. If you control the force well, you can chop off a zombie's head with one blow. After doing all this, he called down Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who were still sighing with emotion on the 3rd floor, and said to them very seriously, "You all try out the equipment, and go out with me to kill zombies tomorrow." "Ah." The two were stunned and couldn't help but get nervous. "Are we going too?" Xiaoyang said with a straight face, "Of course I have to go, you will have to face it sooner or later, I am doing this for your own good. There are only 100 villas in this villa area, and the total population is estimated to be around 700, which is already a very low population density. Low density means that the zombies are relatively scattered and not concentrated. This is the best place for you two to exercise." But Mu Wanqing was still a little hesitant, and before she could finish her words, she was interrupted coldly by Xiaoyang. "No buts. In this apocalypse, only by constantly strengthening yourself can you have a better chance of survival. I don't want you to die before me." Mu Wanqing looked at Xiaoyang's cold eyes and suddenly felt a little afraid. This man was so rough in everything he did. Before they were together, they were quite gentle. Seeing Xiaoyang's attitude, Lu Yu thought for a moment and made up his mind, "You saved my life. For you, I am willing to do anything." Xiaoyang looked at her, shook his head, and corrected her, "Remember, it's not for me, it's for us." Lu Yu looked at Xiaoyang deeply and nodded, "Yes, it's for us." During the remaining time, the 3 of them tried out their equipment and weapons. Xiaoyang explained to the 2 the techniques of killing zombies, and repeatedly warned them that no matter what happened, they should not shout, as that would attract more zombies. In the evening, the 3 of them went to bed early after dinner. The next morning, Lu Yu got up early and prepared a sumptuous breakfast. She had to make sure everyone had enough to eat so that they would have enough energy to kill the zombies. After eating and drinking, the 3 of them changed their clothes, picked up their weapons and prepared to go out. "Remember, when we go out later, I will be in front, Wanqing in the middle, and Sister Yu in the back. We will search villa by villa. If you encounter zombies on the way, don't move. Just watch how I kill them. Wait until you encounter a lone zombie in the villa, then practice. Muwanqing and Lu Yu nodded quickly. Walking out of the villa gate, Xiaoyang looked at the smooth snow on the road in front of the door. There were no signs of being trampled, proving that no zombies had been nearby. He decided to start cleaning from a villa directly in front and below, and then check one by one. When he arrived at the door of the first villa, it was closed. But how could such a door stop him? Take out the crowbar and pry the door open gently. Suddenly, a zombie, perhaps hearing the noise, rushed towards the door. Xiaoyang was not panicked at all. He directly drew out his tang sword and stabbed it into the zombie's forehead. The zombie immediately stopped biting and pouncing. Xiaoyang pulled out his knife, and the zombie fell to the ground without a movement. Xiaoyang stepped forward, pried open its head deftly, and took out a white cylindrical crystal from between its eyebrows. Xiaoyang turned around and showed the crystal in his hand to Muwanqing and Lu Yu. But he found that the two of them were covering their mouths, their faces were pale, and they were looking at him in surprise. Xiaoyang wondered, when a woman is nervous, what does she do except scream or cover her mouth? Did you see it clearly? We must take this thing out. Xiaoyang shook the crystal in his hand in front of the two of them. Muwanqing and Lu Yu looked at the crystals with red and white objects swaying in front of their eyes, and they were so excited that they couldn't help it. The two of them started vomiting. Xiaoyang was confused. You two are so narrow-minded. But when I thought about my past life, I went through the same thing at the beginning, so I didn't say anything. Fortunately, the two tried their best to control their movements and did not attract zombies. There is a certain distance between each villa, so as long as the noise is not too loud, it is safe. Seeing that the two had almost finished vomiting, he quickly invited them into the villa. The door inside was open. Xiaoyang led them to search room by room and found two more zombies, one big and one small female zombies, who looked like a mother and daughter. The zombie just killed at the door was a male zombie. It seems that the three members of this family were not spared. Xiaoyang easily got rid of the zombie mother, then took out a riot baton and pushed the little zombie against the wall, making it unable to move. Sister Yu, go kill it. Follow my method. Xiaoyang gave the order to Lu Yu first. After all, she had used a knife to chop people before. She is still a child, and Lu Yu's hand holding the knife was shaking, and he was reluctant to do it. Xiaoyang scolded, remember, they are no longer human, they are just zombies. Hurry up. Lu Yu had no choice but to grit his teeth, close his eyes, and raise his knife to chop at the threatening little zombie. The knife slashed across and cut the little zombie's head in half. Xiaoyang was very satisfied. This person who had used to hold a spoon and lift a pot was different. His strength was quite good. Xiaoyang put away the stick, and the little zombie fell to the ground. Sister Yu, you did a good job, but don't close your eyes again in the future. It's very dangerous. Xiaoyang encouraged and warned her. Lu Yu was a little absent-minded and said, okay, absent-mindedly. Wanqing, go and take out the crystals from the two zombies' brows. Xiaoyang turned around and looked at Muwanqing, who was terrified, behind him, and pointed at the two zombies on the ground. Me. Muwanqing was a little flustered. Yes, go quickly. Xiaoyang urged. Although Muwanqing resisted in her heart, she also understood that Xiaoyang was helping her overcome the feeling of nausea. She had to walk slowly towards the zombie, take out the saber, and ponder for a long time before she mustered up the courage to insert the knife into the zombie's head. After stirring it for a while, she picked out a white crystal. Then, he walked towards another zombie, tilted his head, grinned, and took out a crystal. After doing all this, Muwanqing felt like she was about to collapse. It was so disgusting. Xiaoyang watched quietly and was quite satisfied with Muwanqing's performance. Not bad. But I must do it more neatly next time. Also, this crystal is very important. After taking it out, you must put it away immediately. It is our life. Muwanqing nodded without objection and quickly took the two crystals in her hands. Seeing that the two had not yet adapted to the situation, Xiaoyang let them rest for a while. After all, women are different from men, so you have to give them some time. After resting for half an hour, Xiaoyang felt that the time was about right, so he started to clean up the next villa with Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu. The door of the villa was still closed, and Xiaoyang pried it open swiftly and entered. They found a total of 5 zombies inside, 2 old and 3 young ones. There were no wounds on the zombies, so it seemed they had died before the virus broke out. This should have been a happy family, but unfortunately it all fell apart. Xiaoyang cleared out 4 of them, leaving a small one for Mu Wanqing to practice on. Mu Wanqing plucked up her courage and imitated Xiaoyang, stabbing the zombie's head. However, it stabbed into the zombie's neck, and blood sprayed all over her face. Mu Wanqing was so frightened that she dropped her tang sword and quickly retreated. Pick it up. You must stay calm at all times. If you miss, you can strike again, but never drop the knife. If you were facing the zombies alone, you would have been bitten to pieces by now. Xiaoyang reprimanded sternly. Mu Wanqing's eyes were filled with tears and she had to pick up the knife on the ground. She raised the knife again, pointed it at the zombie's forehead, and stabbed it with a ruthless heart. The sound of the skull shattering was heard, and the zombie fell to the ground without any movement. Mu Wanqing stared at her masterpiece in a daze. This was a real leap forward for her. Sister Yu, this time you go and take out the crystal between your eyebrows. Lu Yu did not dare to delay and went straight forward to take out all the crystals. Although she was also disgusting, she did a pretty good job. Let's go. Next building. Xiaoyang didn't stop and took them directly to the next villa. Following the same pattern, Xiaoyang and his 2 companions had cleaned up 10 villas by noon. In the villa, all usable materials were collected by Xiaoyang into the space. During this period, Xiaoyang deliberately left 2 little zombies behind for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to kill alone, and he no longer intervened, just watching from the side. This is a huge challenge for them. In a panic, Lu Yu missed the zombie's target with his knife and only cut off one of its arms. But this couldn't stop the zombie from continuing to bite her. Fortunately, the little zombie's strength was not particularly strong, and Lu Yu's second knife directly cut off its head. Mu Wanqing's performance surprised Xiaoyang. When the zombie pounced on her, she stabbed it directly between the eyebrows with a knife and killed it cleanly and neatly. A total of 50 zombies were killed in the 10 villas. Xiaoyang felt that today's goal had been achieved. If he continued to clean up, he was afraid that Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu would not be able to bear it, so he went back home. After returning to the villa, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu couldn't wait to take off their coats and went to the bathroom to wash. Xiaoyang rinsed all the crystals and distributed them after the 2 men finished taking a shower. Mu Wanqing obtained 20 days of time energy last time, and now there is still 1 year and a few days left. And Lu Yu has been consuming time all the time, and there are only more than 350 days, less than a year. Xiaoyang himself has more than 15 years, almost 16 years of energy, the most among the 3. Wanqing gets 10, Sister Yu gets 10, and I get 30. Xiaoyang distributed the crystals. Seeing that so much was given to him, Lu Yu quickly refused. I can't take this, it's all thanks to you, Brother Xiao, I'm just holding you back. Yeah, you should keep it for yourself. Killing the zombie still depends on you. Mu Wanqing also pushed the crystal back. Xiaoyang shook his head, stuffed the crystal into their hands and said, remember, from now on we are inseparable. You guys should increase your time energy to more than 10 years, so that it will be easier to kill zombies and save them, and you won't hold me back anymore. Seeing that the 2 were about to refuse again, Xiaoyang waved his hand and said, okay, stop talking and do as I say. Come, I'll teach you how to absorb this crystal. Xiaoyang picked up a crystal, pointed to the number on it and said, see. This is the remaining time energy display. The only difference between it and the time in our arms is that the time in this crystal is still. He held out his left arm for comparison between the 2 men. If you want to make all the time energy in the crystal your own, you must first remember the time on the crystal. For example, this one shows 0 years, 364 days, 19 hours, 30 minutes, and 20 seconds. Keep this time in mind, hold the crystal tightly with your left hand, and use your mind to collect the energy of this time. Xiaoyang demonstrated and opened his hands again. The time in the crystal became 0 and all the energy was input into his body. But one thing to remember is that you have to get the timing right. If you get it too late, the transmission will fail due to lack of energy. If you remember less, you have to transfer the rest again, understand? Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were amazed and nodded at the same time. Okay, then try to absorb all the crystals. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he absorbed the remaining 30 crystals one by one. His time energy has been demonstrated for over 45 years. After stretching my muscles, I felt that I was obviously a little stronger than before. This physical improvement is comprehensive, and strength, agility, physique, spirit, etc. will all be enhanced. Of course, IQ will not increase, and those who are stupid will still be stupid. It was the first time for Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to try, so the progress was slow. It took them 5 full minutes to absorb all 10 crystals respectively. However, the physical changes that the two could feel were very obvious. After all, going from 1 to 10 is a big breakthrough. Lu Yu stood up, stretched, and shook his arms, saying, "This thing is really amazing. I feel like I can lift a 20-gene pot with one hand now." Xiao Yang smiled. This chef couldn't stop talking about his profession. Mu Wanqing also stood up and said happily, "I feel that I have become much lighter and more energetic. I can finish 3 bowls of rice. Sister Yu, do more today." Okay. No problem. Lu Yu said with a smile. By the way, have you seen these crystals that have absorbed all their energy? They can actually be used again. It's like a storage card, and you can also transfer time energy into it. If you want to trade time and energy with someone and don't want to shake hands directly, this can be used as a substitute. Xiao Yang pointed to a pile of used crystals on the table. "Oh, I understand," they said in unison. "Okay, Sister Yu, go cook. After dinner, we'll take a good rest and review today's combat experience. By the way, Sister Yu, try to use your lightning power to attack the zombies tomorrow. That is your trump card." "Okay, Brother Xiao." Lu Yu ran to the kitchen in high spirits. After seeing Lu Yu leave, Mu Wanqing looked at Xiao Yang with misty eyes and said shamefully, "Brother Xiao Yang, was my performance today very bad? Am I particularly stupid?" Xiao Yang's heart softened, and he hugged her tightly in his arms, stroking her hair and said, "No, you did a great job. I was too anxious, but I was also doing this for your own good." Mu Wanqing buried her head deeply in Xiao Yang's arms and said softly, "Yes, I know." Xiao Yang suddenly remembered something, lowered his head and blew into Mu Wanqing's ear. "Didn't you say that you became more energetic after absorbing the energy? Then how about I test it for you tonight?" Mu Wanqing's face turned red after being blown by Xiao Yang. She punched him on the chest and said, "Bad guy, you only know how to bully me." "Humph." Xiao Yang laughed, "I just like bullying you." While the two were flirting with each other, Lu Yu had already prepared the dish. After the 3 of them finished their meal, before it got dark, Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing went to bed early. Lu Yu downstairs experienced another unbearable auditory feast. The next morning, the 3 of them got up early, had breakfast, and got ready to go. Lu Yu also took a special look at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing, and found that they both looked in good spirits. "I can't help but sigh in my heart, it's still good to be young." This time we cleaned up. We continued cleaning the villas that were cleaned last time, one by one. Compared to yesterday, today's progress is much faster. First, the physical conditions of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing have greatly improved. Second, both of them have overcome the psychological barrier and their ability to withstand stress has become stronger and stronger. Later on, the 3 of them cooperated more and more tacitly, and it was basically no problem to deal with 3 zombies at the same time. Lu Yu also took this opportunity to use his lightning ability to attack. Although the level was too low to kill the zombies in one go, he could shock them or knock them down, and then he could easily finish them off. The parts that were hit always became burnt, and a meaty aroma wafted from time to time. "Smell it, is there the smell of electric barbecue?" Xiao Yang teased. "Go away, can you please stop being so disgusting?" Mu Wanqing glared at him and said unhappily. The 3 of them stopped after clearing the 48th villa. "Roughly speaking, we killed about 300 zombies today, which is a very good harvest. Let's clean up 2 more villas and then go back. This time, let's split up and you 2 can clean up 1 villa each." After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he walked towards a villa that was farther away. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu had no choice but to bite the bullet and go into a nearby villa. As soon as they walked into the door of the villa, they met a teddy dog unexpectedly. It used to be a very cute dog, but now it looks very creepy. His body was covered with scars and his lower lip was torn, revealing his sinister teeth. Needless to say, Teddy also turned into a zombie. As soon as the teddy bear touched the two of them, it let out a low growl and pounced on them with its mouth open. Luyu didn't dare to be negligent. This dog was different from humans. Dogs were agile in their movements, and the same was true when they turned into zombies. Blocking Mu Wanqing behind him, Luyu stabbed the teddy zombie that pounced on him with a knife. Since it was not killed in one blow, the teddy zombie displayed the characteristics it had when it was alive. Keep yelling. The sound was shrill and the screams continued. Mu Wanqing cursed inwardly at that damn Tai Riqian. He quickly raised the Tang sword and stabbed it between its eyebrows. Teddy finally calmed down, but because the noise he made was too loud, it had attracted the attention of nearby zombies. Xiao Yang heard the sound and rushed over, but he had already heard a lot of rapid footsteps approaching here. Not good. Retreat quickly. Xiao Yang felt that the situation was not good and shouted to Mu Wanqing and Luyu. But it's too late. I saw a group of dogs running towards this side. Behind him, he was blocked by another group of dogs. Xiao Yang cried out inwardly. Well. I said that after cleaning up so many villas, I didn't see a single pet dog zombie. It seems that they all went out to play in groups. Look at the dogs on both sides. There are golden retrievers, teddy dogs, Pomeranians, Labradors, border collies, Alaskan Malamutes, Huskies, Akita dogs, Corgis, German Shepherds, local dogs, mixed breed dogs, and even a fucking Pekingese. It's really a mobilization of zombie dogs. Some had their eyeballs fallen out, some had holes bitten in their noses, some had a layer of skin torn off, revealing the fresh meat inside, and some had their intestines dragging on the ground. It's simply horrible. However, Xiao Yang had no time to sympathize with them. If so many zombie dogs attacked at the same time, Mu Wanqing and Luyu would be stuck. Suddenly, two groups of zombie dogs, as if they saw their master, pounced madly towards Xiao Yang and the two people in the villa. Close the door quickly. Xiao Yang hurriedly shouted to Mu Wanqing and Luyu. However, one of the doors of the villa was broken, so Luyu could only block the door to stop the zombie dogs rushing over. Xiao Yang hurriedly took out an explosion-proof shield from the space to resist the zombie dog that was rushing towards him, and then he seized the opportunity and swung his knife, directly chopping off half of the head of the border collie that was rushing in front of him. The explosion-proof shield made a loud bang as it was hit, and Xiao Yang seized the opportunity to kill the zombie dogs one by one. Suddenly, Xiao Yang saw a German Shepherd jump over Luyu's head and enter the villa, which immediately scared Mu Wanqing and Luyu. Sister Yu, use lightning to attack it. Xiao Yang shouted hurriedly. Luyu came to her senses and saw the German Shepherd rolling on the ground and getting up to pounce on her. She hurriedly shot a bolt of electricity at it. Sizzle. The electric current hit the German Shepherd's head directly, and it fell to the ground. Mu Wanqing quickly went up and stabbed him again. The sound of the electric shock seemed to stimulate the zombie dogs outside the door even more, and they rushed inside even more frantically. Luyu quickly stepped back and struck an Akita that tried to jump in with lightning. Then, she felt like she was about to faint. I can't do it anymore, brother. I have no strength left. Luyu shouted weakly. Originally, Luyu could only send out lightning a few times, and being able to send it out twice was already her limit. Xiao Yang reached out and stabbed a corgi in the middle of its eyebrows, and shouted, Sister Yu, please move back first, and Wanqing will come forward. I'll be right there. Mu Wanqing did not dare to hesitate, and went straight forward, chopping off the head of a husky that had just emerged. However, soon after that, a golden retriever and a Labrador jumped into Mu Wanqing's villa. This time, even Xiao Yang panicked. Then, another Alaskan jumped in. Xiao Yang took a look and realized that Luyu had no strength left and Mu Wanqing could not handle the situation alone. He was surrounded by zombie dogs and couldn't get away for a while. Xiao Yang swung his sword and killed the two zombie dogs in front of him at the same time, then rushed towards the villa without hesitation. At this critical moment, suddenly, there was a pleasant sound of musical instruments. The dogs, which were baring their teeth and looking extremely aggressive and ready to attack, suddenly turned around as if possessed and ran towards the source of the sound of the musical instruments. Xiaoyang was stunned and looked up. The sound came from the second-floor windows of the villas next to him. And there was a woman playing the flute. Xiaoyang's first reaction was that this was a survivor. As for why these zombie dogs ran towards her after hearing her flute, Xiaoyang had no idea. The woman pulled the flute out of her mouth and said to Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing, "Run. I can only confuse them for a short while." When Xiaoyang heard this, he knew that it was this woman who helped him out at the critical moment. Xiaoyang clasped his fists towards the woman, then hurried over to pull Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu towards his villa. When the woman playing the flute saw that they had escaped safely, she patted her chest and breathed a sigh of relief. Then, he immediately closed the window and returned to his bed. Xiaoyang and his friends retreated back to their own villa. Today was so dangerous that his personal chef Lu Yu almost lost his life. If it weren't for the help of the flute-playing woman, the consequences would have been disastrous. It seems that we must not be careless in the future. We must strengthen our protection and improve our strength quickly. When he thought of the figure of the woman playing the flute, Xiaoyang couldn't help but feel a little confused. What kind of magic power did that woman have that could actually lead the zombies away? It must be that this woman had awakened a special ability. I must go to that woman's villa tomorrow to find out more. If possible, Xiaoyang wants to bring that woman into the group. After all, her special abilities are very important to Xiaoyang. After the three of them took a shower, Xiaoyang didn't let Lu Yu cook because she felt a little weak. He took out a lot of fast food from the space, such as self-heated pot, ham sausage, spicy strips, etc., and put them all on the table. He then took out some wine and poured it for everyone, so they could drink a little to calm down. While drinking a little wine, Xiaoyang took out the crystals he had obtained today and counted them. There were exactly 300 of them. Here, 10 per person. Hurry up and absorb them after dinner. Xiaoyang stuffed the divided crystals between the two and said. This time, Mu Wanqing and Lu Lu did not refuse. They knew that Xiaoyang was very opinionated, so they just followed his instructions. In this way, the time energy of the three people will exceed the 20-year mark, and their strength will be further improved. If you encounter those zombie dogs again, it will be much easier to kill them. Of course, it's better to bite to avoid being beaten up by a group of people. Xiaoyang felt a little regretful. If he had known earlier, he should have absorbed it as he took it. In that case, the three of them wouldn't have been in such a mess. You know, there are almost no people who have 100 years of time energy now, because many people have not yet communicated with each other, and they don't even know how this time is transmitted. Even if they killed the zombies and found the crystals, they would not use them. Xiaoyang remembered that in his previous life, it took a full month before he learned from others about the function and usage of time energy. As for how the first person discovered it, it is unknown. Therefore, he must cherish the current opportunity. This is the information gap, and he must make good use of it and reap the benefits. After eating, the three of them each absorbed all the crystals. The moment the time energy broke through the 100-year mark, the three of them felt a shock and they felt huge changes in their bodies. I seem to have endless energy, my skin becomes smoother, and my hearing and eyesight become sharper. In the end, Xiaoyang's time was frozen at more than 325 years, Mu Wanqing's was 20 years, and Lu Yu's was also 20 years. Okay. Let's rest early today, and tomorrow we will go to the flute-playing girl's villa early in the morning. Today someone helped us, and we should express our gratitude. If he wants, it would be nice to have her join us. Xiaoyang expressed his thoughts to the two of them. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu both nodded in agreement. It was a very quiet night. The next morning, the three of them were full of energy. Lu Yu fried 3 chicken legs and cooked a pot of sea cucumber soup. The three of them had a delicious breakfast, then fully armed and went out to the villa of the flute-playing woman. When passing by the villa where the battle took place yesterday, Xiaoyang took out the crystals from the eyebrows of the zombie dogs that were killed. Animal crystals are different from human crystals. They are spherical and black all over. Xiaoyang calls them crystal cores. This crystal core cannot convert time energy, but it can enhance human supernatural powers. This crystal core is divided into different levels, generally there are 9 levels. The difference in levels lies in the gold star on the crystal core. 1 star is level 1, 2 stars is level 2, and so on. However, most animal zombies do not have stars. Unless they are mutants, they will have stars. For example, in his previous life, Xiaoyang accidentally obtained a 6-star crystal core, which enabled him to upgrade his spatial ability to level 5, and he was just a little bit away from level 6. As for why it didn't reach level 6, it was because the crystal core was slightly damaged. The crystal cores in animals are edible and can be taken directly orally, unlike human crystals which are troublesome. It's strange to say, such a hard crystal core is most afraid of saliva and stomach acid. It will be slowly digested once it enters the mouth, just like sugar. Of course, it is impossible for Xiaoyang to eat the crystal cores in his hand now. They are not even stars, and have no effect on his supernatural powers. 10 1-star crystal cores can upgrade the ability from level 1 to level 2, and 10 2-star crystal cores can upgrade the ability to level 3. Of course, 100 1-star crystal cores can also upgrade the ability from level 2 to level 3. Therefore, Xiaoyang's spatial ability has now reached 99.9% of the progress to level 5. He only needs the finishing touch. It is estimated that a 4-star crystal core will allow him to break through to level 6. However, the 4-star crystal core will definitely appear in the 4-star mutant. With Xiaoyang's current strength, he will definitely not be able to defeat it. At least the time energy must reach more than 1,000 years to be able to fight against a 4-star mutant. Xiaoyang looked at the crystal core in his hand. He could leave it for little coal ball to eat. For animals, this thing was an excellent food for increasing their physique and abilities. After putting away the crystal core, Xiaoyang brought Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu to the villa where the flute-playing woman was. The gate of the villa was open. The snow in front of the gate was messy, with many dog paw prints. It seemed that they were left there by the group of zombie dogs yesterday. Xiaoyang and the other two quietly walked into the yard and saw 2 zombie dogs. A small native dog and a Pekingese dog. Xiaoyang looked at the little Pekingese dog that was not even as big as his military boots and said, "How dare you, a little thing, bully my people?" Xiaoyang got angry when he saw them, so he took out his tang sword and killed them with 2 slashes. After checking the yard, they found that the other dogs had gone somewhere, and after making sure it was safe, the 3 of them entered the villa. There were no zombies on the first floor and the underground floors of the villa, so Xiaoyang went directly to the second floor. He remembered that the woman who played the flute yesterday was on the second floor. Among the rooms on the second floor, only one was closed, and there was a golden-haired zombie and a middle-aged zombie wandering around the door. Xiaoyang went up to kill him without saying anything, and Lu Yu took out the crystal and the crystal core quickly. After making sure there were no zombies, Xiaoyang knocked on the door. "Hello. Is anyone there?" Xiaoyang asked tentatively. "Who?" A woman's vigilant voice came from inside. It sounded like the woman from yesterday. "Hello, we were the ones besieged by zombie dogs yesterday, and we came here today to thank you," Xiaoyang said sincerely. After a while, the door opened a crack and a woman with messy hair stuck her head out. After seeing 2 women following Xiaoyang, she opened the door completely. Xiaoyang looked carefully at the woman opposite him. She was wrapped in a quilt and holding a flute in her left hand. Although her face is haggard, one can still tell at a glance that she is a beautiful woman with great temperament. When the flute-playing woman saw Mu Wanqing, her eyes suddenly lit up and she asked excitedly, "Wanqing?" Mu Wanqing was startled by what she heard. She took a closer look at her and said in surprise, "Sure." Xiaoyang and Lu Yu were also stunned. How could they meet acquaintances here? Lin Sure said happily, "I'm so happy to see you, Mu Wanqing." Mu Wanqing hurried forward and hugged Lin Sure. "Lin Sure, it's great that you're still alive." Mu Wanqing was wearing thick clothes and Lin Sure was wrapped in a quilt. Although they were hugging each other, their heads couldn't even touch each other. Xiaoyang found it very funny. "Wanqing, who is she?" Xiaoyang asked curiously. Mu Wanqing quickly let go of Lin Sure and turned to Xiaoyang and said, "Oh, let me introduce you. This is my college roommate and good friend Lin Sure." Xiaoyang and Lu Yu hurriedly greeted Lin Sure. "Hello, Miss Sure." Lu Yu greeted with a smile. "Hello, Miss Lin Sure, thank you for your help yesterday. Xiao Yang said with a smile. Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang and Lu Yu, and asked Mu Wanqing, who are these two? Oh. Let me introduce him to you. His name is Xiao Yang, and he's my boyfriend. Mu Wanqing was a little shy when introducing Xiao Yang. After all, they had just confirmed their relationship not long ago, and outsiders didn't know about it, so she was still a little embarrassed. When Lin Shishir heard Mu Wanqing's introduction, her eyes widened in disbelief and she looked Xiao Yang up and down. Oh my god, Mu Wanqing, when did you start dating a boyfriend? How come I didn't know? Mu Wanqing said embarrassedly, I'll tell you about what happened in the past few days later. After that, she quickly changed the subject and pulled Lu Yu over. This is Lu Yu, we all call her Sister Yu. She's the owner of Cape Hotel, do you remember her? Lin Shishir widened her eyes again, staring at Lu Yu, and said in surprise, I was wondering why he looked so familiar. It turned out to be Boss Lu. Boss Lu, I love your cooking the most. Lu Yu was praised and smiled happily. She patted Lin Shishir and said, Miss Shishir, you are Wanqing's good friend, so you are my friend. Just call me Sister Yu. Lin Shishir nodded obediently and said, okay, Sister Yu. Miss Shishir, if you have any needs, just tell us and we will definitely satisfy you. Xiao Yang said. After hearing this, Lin Shishir hesitated for a moment, and finally said a little embarrassedly, originally, I shouldn't ask for anything in return for helping you, but I'm really too hungry. I haven't eaten for several days. Can you give me something to eat? I don't want much, just a few steamed buns and a few packs of instant noodles will do. I'm really hungry. By the end, tears were almost coming out. After Xiao Yang and the other two heard this, they looked at each other in astonishment. Her demands were too low. Seeing that the three of them were silent, Lin Shishir thought that Xiao Yang and his friends were also short of food and couldn't get out the food, so she hurriedly and awkwardly said, I know, you must be short of food too, Miss Shishir, what's so delicious about steamed buns and instant noodles? Come on, I'll take you home to eat delicious food. Eat as much as you want until you vomit. Xiao Yang felt distressed when he saw Lin Shishir's embarrassed look and interrupted her quickly. Ah. Lin Shishir looked at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing in surprise, did you eat a lot? It's a lot, definitely enough for you. Come on. Come home with me. Mu Wanqing pulled her and walked out. When passing by the middle-aged male zombie killed by Xiao Yang on the ground, Lin Shishir looked down and felt very sad. However, she did not stop and followed Mu Wanqing out. Do you also live in this villa area? Lin Shishir asked. Yes, it's the building at the top. Xiao Yang said. After hearing this, Lin Shishir couldn't help but look at Xiao Yang deeply again. This Xiao Yang is not only handsome, but also quite rich. He has a villa at such a young age. Moreover, she saw Xiao Yang bravely killing zombies yesterday, like a warrior, with decent fighting ability. Wanqing is so lucky to have found a boyfriend who is handsome, rich and capable. She was happy that Mu Wanqing could find such a perfect boyfriend. Walking all the way back to Xiao Yang's villa, Lin Shishir was stunned by the villa's protective measures. With such high walls and heavy iron gates, it is estimated that no one or zombies can break in from the outside. Walking into the villa, Lin Shishir was shocked. There is heating, electricity, and water, everything is just the same as before the disaster. For her, this is simply a paradise on Earth. Xiao Yang walked into a room alone, took out a set of pajamas from the space, took out a lot of food, and then took them all to the living room. At this time, Lin Shishir had already taken off the quilt wrapped around her body, revealing the cheongsam she was wearing underneath. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up, just right. This cheongsam is really suitable for girls, especially girls with good figures like Lin Shishir. The design of cheongsam perfectly reflects the female body lines. The slits on both sides extend all the way to the thighs, which can arouse men's desire and always make people want to explore deeper. At this time, Lin Shishir was still holding her flute in her hand. At first glance, she looked like an otherworldly fairy. Xiao Yang couldn't help but stare in amazement. Xiao Yang, what are you doing standing there? Hurry up and bring the food over. Mu Wanqing shouted hurriedly when she saw Xiao Yang standing there motionless. Oh, here it comes. Xiao Yang came back to his senses, hurried over, and stuffed all the food into Lin Shishi's mouth. Eat. Eat as much as you can. When Lin Shishi saw the big bag of various foods in her hands, she was so moved that she almost cried. Thank you. But I can't eat so much, so I'll just take a few. Lin Shishi thought that this might be all the food Xiaoyang and the others had, so she was touched, but she was too embarrassed to eat too much. Miss Shishi, just eat with peace of mind. There is plenty of food. This is just for you to fill your stomach first, and we will have a big dinner tonight. Xiaoyang smiled and advised when he saw Lin Shishi's look. Ah. Lin Shishi's mouth opened into an O shape. There's a big dinner tonight, she said in disbelief. Yes, eat it. Mu Wanqing also quickly advised. Lin Shishi felt relieved when she saw the confident looks in Xiaoyang and Mu Wanqing's eyes. She finally started to eat voraciously because she was really hungry. Wanqing, after Miss Shishi finishes eating, take her to take a bath and change her clothes. Xiaoyang handed the pajamas to Mu Wanqing. You stay at home with her and tell her about the current situation. Sister, you and I will go out and continue to clean up the zombies. When we come back in the evening, we will have a big dinner. Xiaoyang gave another order. When Mu Wanqing heard that Xiaoyang and Lu Yu were going out, she was a little worried about their safety. But think about it, Xiaoyang already has more than 300 years of time energy, these zombies are probably nothing to them. What's more, Sister Yu's fighting ability is stronger than his own, so he had nothing to worry about and agreed to Xiaoyang's arrangement. Before leaving, Xiaoyang secretly glanced at the cheongsam Lin Shishi was wearing, and her buttocks that were wrapped in the cheongsam and looked particularly round. He swallowed his saliva, and then reluctantly walked out of the villa. Xiaoyang and Lu Yu continued yesterday's progress and began to clean up the remaining 50 villas. Since Mu Wanqing is not here, the two of them need to work on their tacit understanding and become each other's qualified partners. Sometimes they moved one in front and one behind, sometimes one on the left and one on the right, and sometimes back to back, rotating alternately and attacking in turns. By the time they reached the 90th villa, Lu Yu had already started sweating profusely. She and Xiaoyang were so hot that they had to take off their coats. There are actually 5 zombies and a zombie cat gathered in this villa. Xiaoyang and Lu Yu habitually stood back to prevent the zombie cats from attacking them from behind. Their backs were pressed tightly together, and Xiaoyang could feel the softness and elasticity of Lu Yu's curves. Every time this happened, Xiaoyang would feel extremely excited. The two of them worked together to kill 4 zombies. After Lu Yu knocked down the remaining zombie with a lightning bolt, suddenly, the zombie cat attacked Lu Yu from the side. This cat is more agile and faster than a dog, and Lu Yu had just used his supernatural power, so he had no time to stop it. Xiaoyang had just killed a zombie. When he saw the zombie cat attacking Lu Yu, he didn't have time to think. He turned around and hugged Lu Yu from behind, pressing him to the ground and protecting him under himself. Then he swung the hand holding the knife to the side and hit the cat's head. The zombie cat screamed, fell to the ground, and was silent. It was a close call. This cat's attack was so tricky, Xiaoyang said as he lay on Lu Yu's back. Lu Yu, who was pressed under Xiaoyang, felt that this action was a bit too ambiguous. Hearing Xiaoyang's passionate voice close to her ears again, she blushed suddenly. Brother, please get up first. I can hardly breathe. Lu Yu was pressed so hard that he could hardly breathe. Oh, okay. Xiaoyang also felt that this action was not very elegant, so he quickly stood up and pulled up Lu Yu who was lying on the ground. Seeing that Lu Yu's face was actually a little blushing, Xiaoyang was stunned. This young woman is really charming when she is shy. Especially the contact just now, although there was clothes between them, Xiaoyang could still feel her upturned body for the first time. Lu Yu is already a woman in her 30s. She does not have the skinny figure of a young girl, but is more voluptuous. It's just the right amount of fullness. A little more meat would be too much, a little less meat would be too little, it's just right. Lu Yu didn't dare to look at Xiaoyang. She was actually a little nervous just now. It was the first time in all these years. She consciously took out the crystal and crystal core from the zombie's body, turned around and walked out of the villa. Why don't we stop here today? It's getting dark and we're so tired, Lu Yu said without turning his head. Xiao Yang thought about it and realized that there were only 10 villas left. It would not be too late to clean them up tomorrow, as there were 2 beauties waiting for him at home. When Xiao Yang thought of the image of Lin Shirshir wearing cheongsam, he felt eager to go home. Ahem. Mainly because I am very interested in her special abilities. Xiao Yang followed closely behind Lu Yu and walked towards his villa. In the Zaijinshan villa area, the 10 villas that Xiao Yang did not clean up at the end are right at the entrance of the entire villa area. The property office lobby is also built here. In one of the storage rooms, there were no less than 20 people sitting along the wall, both men and women. This room has only one small window, so it is very dark inside when it gets dark, but it is also relatively warm. Don't push in anymore, do you hear me? A man shouted angrily. Stop pushing, stop pushing. Can't you hear what our captain is saying? Another person echoed. That's right, you're really a nuisance. I shouldn't have taken you in if I had known, someone else said. Yes, I'm sorry, it's just too cold here at the door and I want to move closer, a woman explained weakly. Cold? Who isn't cold? You keep squeezing in like this and disturbing our captain's rest. Who will go out to find food for you tomorrow? One of them didn't buy it and scolded loudly. We also participated in finding food, and it's not just your security team's credit, someone retorted. When the man heard this, he immediately got angry and said, You're the only ones who participated. Who scared them to the point of peeing when those monsters came up. If it weren't for our captain, you would have been eaten by them long ago. I know, and we are very grateful to you too. When the rescue arrives, we will definitely thank you very much. The woman at the door said carefully again. Rescue? What kind of rescue is that? There is no signal on our cell phones, and there are walking monsters everywhere outside. Apart from here, have you seen any living people in the entire villa area? The security captain sneered. Swish. A strong light came on and shone on the woman at the door. The woman subconsciously raised her hands to cover her eyes. Her hair was messy, but she looked young, and she was wrapped in a banner. The security captain looked at her with lustful eyes and said, Haha, don't you think it's cold? Then come over to me. The woman was so frightened when she heard this that she waved her hands and said, No, I'll just bear with it for a while. The security captain didn't care and said to the 2 people beside him, Go and pull her over to me. 2 sturdy men in security uniforms stood up and walked over to the woman, lifted her up, and dragged her to the security captain. The security captain tore off the banner on the woman, looked at her carefully, and lifted her chin with his hand and said, Aren't you going to thank me? I don't think we need to wait until the rescue arrives to thank you. Thank you now. The flashlight suddenly went off and a woman's frightened voice was heard. Ah. What are you doing? Ah. Your hands are so cold, let me go. Sizzle. The sound of clothes being torn. Ah. No. I beg you. But the security captain did not stop, and soon bursts of indescribable noises were heard in the room. The other people in the house were angry but dared not say anything. There was nothing they could do. If they wanted to stay alive, they could only rely on the security team. They saw with their own eyes that 5 members of the security team killed a monster that was about to attack them. Most of these people are the owners of the 10 villas in front. Originally, everyone had to bow and nod when they saw them. But now the situation has changed, and it is their turn to lick the security team. It was completely dark, and the groaning sounds from inside the house continued. Everyone chose to remain silent. They still had to rely on the security team to find food tomorrow. Or they could kill the dozen or so zombies wandering around the gate of the villa area, so that they could go down the mountain to seek help. In Xiao Yang's villa, he and Lu Yu had finished cleaning, washing all the crystals and crystal cores they had obtained and piling them on the coffee table. Lu Yu was very tired, and Xiao Yang felt sorry for her and didn't let her cook. Instead, he took out a full table of food while Lin Shirshir was not in the living room. All the wine and drinks are ready. When Lin Shirshir came to the living room and saw the table full of delicious dishes, her eyes glowed green and her saliva almost flowed out. Oh my God, if I can eat these dishes, I won't have any regrets even if I die. Come on, Miss Shirshir. This dinner is prepared for you. Please feel free to do as you please. Xiao Yang smiled, pulled out a dining chair for Lin Shirshir, and motioned for her to sit down. After Lin Shirshir sat down, she was somewhat flattered. "How can I be worthy of your extravagance? You are giving me all the best food." Xiao Yang smiled and looked at Mu Wanqing. It seemed that she did not tell Lin Shirshir about her spatial ability. Xiao Yang poured a glass of wine for nobody, then raised the glass and said to Lin Shirshir, "Thank you for your help yesterday. Here, I'll drink first to show my respect." Xiao Yang drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also raised their glasses and drank them all. Lin Shirshir could also drink. Seeing that several people respected her so much, she quickly raised her pretty face and drank the wine in the glass. "You really don't have to do this. I'd feel embarrassed." Lin Shirshir put down her wine glass and said shyly. "Okay. Let's eat quickly," Xiao Yang said. During the entire meal, Xiao Yang and the other two spent most of the time watching Lin Shirshir eat alone. During this period, through conversation, Xiao Yang learned that Lin Shirshir was a student in the music department of Haicheng Art College, majoring in flute. She is Mu Wanqing's roommate and a very good friend. The villa she was in was her aunt's home. She happened to be visiting when the cold wave hit the night and got trapped there. She was lucky not to be frozen to death. When the temperature rose a little, she wrapped herself in a blanket and went out of the room to find something to eat. But she just happened to find her uncle biting her aunt madly at the stairs. This scene frightened her so much that she couldn't help but scream. This scream immediately caused her uncle, who had turned into a zombie, to turn his attack target towards her. As soon as she realized what was happening, she ran back to her room and immediately closed the door. But the zombie uncle outside the door showed no intention of stopping and started banging on the door frantically, and it seemed like he was about to collapse. She habitually picked up the flute in her hand and started playing it to relieve her fear. However, a magical scene happened. When the flute sounded, the zombie uncle outside the door suddenly became quiet. She didn't know the reason, but she stayed in the house and didn't dare to go out. Once, she accidentally knocked over the bedside lamp. The zombies outside the door heard the noise and started banging on the door frantically again. She started playing the flute again out of fear, and sure enough, the outside of the door became quiet again. At that time, she vaguely discovered that playing the flute could calm the zombies. Until yesterday, she heard the sound of survivors fighting with zombie dogs outside the window. She curiously stood by the window to check, and happened to see the zombie dogs besieging Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lu Yu. She was shocked by Xiao Yang's fighting power and courage, so at the critical moment, she plucked up the courage, opened the window and wanted to help them. Sure enough, when the zombie dogs heard her flute, they suddenly quieted down, dispersed, and ran towards her. She called out to Xiao Yang and the others, and felt relieved only after seeing them retreat safely. The zombie dogs gathered under her window, not howling, but looking up at her obediently. She quickly closed the window, and after a while, she heard the zombie dogs downstairs growling and running away again. Several people were stunned after listening to this. It seemed that Lin Shirshir had also awakened her special power, and this power was very special. It could even confuse zombies. "Miss Shirshir, I believe Wanqing has explained the current situation to you today, right?" Xiao Yang said. Will the world really become like what you said?" Lin Shirshir was still a little skeptical, but with zombies running rampant outside, she couldn't refute it. "Well, it will only be worse and more serious than you can imagine. Fortunately, you have awakened your superpowers," Xiao Yang said solemnly. "Superpower? What is my superpower? Is it this flute?" When Lin Shirshir heard about superpower, she quickly took out the flute and looked at it. "It's not a flute. Yours should be a spiritual power. With this power, anything you play will work," Xiao Yang explained to her. "Miss Shirshir, the world is very dangerous nowadays, why don't you join our family? I, Xiao Yang, can guarantee that you will not be cold or bullied, and that you will have delicious food to eat. How about it?" Xiao Yang directly invited Lin Shirshir to join. Lin Shirshir glanced at Mu Wanqing, then looked at Xiao Yang and said, "Wanqing has already mentioned this to me. Anyway, I don't have many relatives in Haicheng. My parents are in a faraway city, and I don't know how they are doing now. I think you are all very nice people, especially with Wanqing here. I am willing to join you. Good. Xiao Yang was very happy. With Lin Shirshir's joining, it would be safer for them to kill zombies and obtain supplies in the future. However, Xiao Yang did not show any excitement, but said seriously, "But I want to tell you that joining this family is not just playing house in the prosperous times. We are a community with a shared future and we must shoulder our respective responsibilities and obligations. Never abandon, never give up, never betray, is our bottom line. Moreover, you have to obey my command. Are you able to accept it?" When Xiao Yang said this, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu were also listening carefully. They both agreed with what Xiao Yang said. Lu Yu suddenly raised her right hand and said, "Xiao Yang, I, Lu Yu, will always obey your command. My life belongs to you, and I will never betray you." Lu Yu is not stupid. She has to express her position first so that it appears formal. Moreover, she was the one who ate and drank Xiao Yang's food, and it was Xiao Yang who did the most work. The key was that he had a special understanding of the end of the world, and he was much better than a newbie like her, so she was willing to do it. Seeing Lu Yu say this, Mu Wanqing also raised her hand and said, "Well, as Xiao Yang's girlfriend, I will definitely always be on the same page with him. Anyone who considers Xiao Yang as family is also my family." Lin Shirshir looked at Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu's solemn statements and realized that Xiao Yang held a particularly important position in their hearts. This also indirectly proves that Xiao Yang is a very capable person. Look at the environment you are in now. It is as warm as spring, there is water and electricity, you can eat delicious food, and I have good friends around. This is completely different from before I met Xiao Yang and the others. Well, why shouldn't I just follow them wholeheartedly? She raised her hand like the other two and said, "I, Lin Shirshir, swear that I am willing to join this family and obey Xiao Yang's command. Never abandon, never give up, never betray. If you disobey, you will die a miserable death." Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. This was exactly the effect he wanted. Although this oath is not even as good as a pile of shit in the end times. However, you still have to have an attitude. Okay, from now on we are all one family. We will prosper together and suffer together. Come, let's drink this cup. Welcome Miss Lin Shirshir to join us. Xiao Yang suggested that the four of them raise their glasses together and drink it all in one gulp. After eating and drinking, Xiao Yang gathered everyone around the coffee table in the living room and pointed to a pile of crystals on the table. "Come on, sister, you and I have obtained 320 crystals today, let's divide them up." Lin Shirshir was still shocked when she saw so many crystals placed together. During the day, Mu Wanqing had already told her the functions of these crystals and the functions of time energy. So, she knew what this pile of crystals meant. "Brother, I have a suggestion," Lu Yu said suddenly. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu in confusion and said, "Oh. Sister Yu, what did you say?" "I think you should absorb these crystals yourself. You can't share them with us every time. I feel that with more than 20 years of time and energy, it is more than enough to deal with those zombies. But you, as our backbone, should improve your strength quickly. Didn't you say that when the time energy reaches more than 1,000 years, the physical condition will have a qualitative leap? I suggest that you wait until your time energy reaches more than 1,000 years before distributing the excess crystals to us. What do you think?" After listening to Lu Yu, Xiao Yang pondered for a moment. Indeed, if the time energy exceeds 1,000 years, the physical fitness will have a big leap, and ordinary cold weapons will no longer cause harm to the body. By then, unless he encounters high-level mutants and people with higher time energy, or people with machine guns and cannons and powerful superpowers, others will not be a threat to him. It is certainly right to improve the physical fitness of team members, but the core of it all still lies in oneself. They will be safer with him around. What's more, Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu now have time energy of more than 20 years. To have this level of time energy at this time, it can be said that no one can match them in terms of physical fitness alone. Okay. Do you two have any objections? Xiao Yang looked at Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir. Mu Wanqing shook her head, indicating no. Lin Shirshir also said, "I didn't contribute a single bit of effort in the first place, so I don't want it." Xiao Yang smiled, pulled Lin Shirshir's left arm and saw that she had less than 350 days of time energy. He stuffed 20 crystals into Lin Shishi's pockets and said, "You really have to give it up. Take these 20 and absorb them. This way you will have more than 20 years of time energy, and your physical fitness will also be greatly improved. So that we won't be held back when we go out." How can this be possible? Lin Shishi didn't dare to accept it. She felt guilty about not accepting it if she hadn't done anything for it. "Take it, Xiaoyang is right," Mu Wanqing advised. "Yes, sure, only when your physique is strengthened can you follow us to go out and kill zombies. Otherwise, with your small body, you can't even keep up," Lu Yu said with a smile, patting Lin Shishi's shoulder. "Okay then. When there are more crystals in the future, you can get more." Seeing that everyone said so, Lin Shishi stopped refusing. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu took Lin Shishi to teach her how to absorb the crystals. Xiaoyang looked at the little crow coal ball hiding in the cage, took out more than 30 crystal cores without stars from his arms and walked over. This little crow is afraid of Lu Yu. As long as Lu Yu is around, it will never come to find Xiaoyang. "Come here, coal ball, look what delicious food I brought you." Xiaoyang spread out his palm and placed the crystal core in front of coal ball. Coal ball, who was originally listless, suddenly brightened up and became energetic after seeing the crystal core. Perhaps it was animal instinct, it seemed to know that these crystal cores were good things, and swallowed one in one gulp. After swallowing the crystal core, coal ball stretched out its shiny black feathers with enjoyment. Then it ate another one and couldn't eat any more. You know, the crystal cores of these animals are of different sizes, and the two that coal ball ate just now are the smallest of all the crystal cores. I guess it belongs to the little Pekingese dog and cat, and is about the size of a peanut. Others were the size of glass balls that children play with, and it couldn't swallow them even if it wanted to. After collecting the rest of the crystal cores and playing with the coal ball for a while, Lin Shishi also absorbed all the crystals under the guidance of Lu Yu and Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang took a look and found that it was indeed different. Lin Shishi now has a rosy complexion and smooth skin, which is getting whiter and whiter. Her skin looks as if water can be squeezed out of it. Standing next to Mu Wanqing, they are of similar height and look like sisters. Well. But now I am wearing pajamas. It would be even better if I could wear a cheongsam. Xiaoyang didn't expect that he would be so lucky after being reborn. He could actually be in the same room with such a beautiful woman. It was really pleasing to the eyes. Sure enough, strength is very important. If I didn't have this villa and supplies, would I still have this fate with them? The answer is of course no, he had never encountered it in his previous life. This is exactly what the saying goes. If a man has money, he can be with everyone. In the end times, supplies are money. No matter how powerful you are, you still need to eat and drink. And Xiaoyang has all of these. After Xiaoyang absorbed all the crystals, the time energy had reached 620 years. My physical condition has nearly doubled compared to before. Now he is full of energy, energetic, heroic, and his body is more well-proportioned. Coupled with his handsome face, the three women opposite him were stunned. It's still early, let's go watch a movie together. Xiaoyang was very pleased with the infatuated looks of the three of them and suggested on a whim. Lin Shishi also knew that she could watch movies in the villa, so she said excitedly, "Great. I haven't used my phone to watch short videos in more than 10 days. It would be great to be able to watch a movie." Lu Yu didn't refuse. He was tired after a long day and it would be nice to watch a movie to relax. The four of them came to the private cinema on the basement floor. Xiaoyang thoughtfully prepared fruits, snacks, and drinks. He prepared a bottle of red wine and took out a box of huazi. When it came to choosing which movies to watch, several people chose movies about the end of the world. They feel that, in today's world context, watching an apocalyptic movie should be more immersive. Xiaoyang directly played I Am Legend for them. Amid the occasional screams of the three women, he sipped red wine, smoked cigarettes, and enjoyed this wonderful time. After the movie ended, everyone was still unsatisfied and looked at Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang thought that there were only 10 villas left in the villa area, and there was not much work to do tomorrow, so they didn't have to get up too early. So he played Waterworld for them again. It also helps them understand that they will face even more cruel disasters in the future. The three women watched the movie, all of them filled with worries about the future. But seeing Xiao Yang's nonchalant and enjoying look, they thought to themselves, this man will definitely find a way. At least, on this cold night with zombies everywhere, they were watching a movie leisurely in this warm private cinema. And all this was given by Xiao Yang. Ah! Brother Xiao, come down quickly. Early in the morning, Xiao Yang was awakened by Lu Yu downstairs. Xiao Yang opened his eyes and saw that he was the only one sleeping on the huge double bed. Mu Wanqing had a heart-to-heart talk with Lin Shishir in the next room on the third floor last night. It seemed that she had slept in that room and had not returned. He stood up, ran downstairs and asked Lu Yu, "What's wrong, Sister Yu?" When Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang coming down, he panicked and pointed at the bird cage in the corner of the living room and said, "Look, brother, your bird has grown bigger." Xiao Yang looked in the direction of Lu Yu's finger and was so shocked that he swore, "Ouch. I saw that the little crow coal ball, which was the size of a palm yesterday, has now more than doubled in size and is now the size of an adult crow." Coal ball. Xiao Yang couldn't believe it. He called the crow's name tentatively. As soon as Coal Ball heard Xiao Yang calling it, it immediately flew towards Xiao Yang excitedly and landed on Xiao Yang's shoulder. Xiao Yang was relieved, it was definitely Coal Ball. He was still worried that the doors and windows were not closed properly, allowing other crows to occupy Coal Ball's nest. But the Coal Ball is growing too fast. Could it be because of the crystal core I fed it last night? Well, that must be it, otherwise it would be impossible to explain. When Coal Ball saw that Xiao Yang was motionless, he tilted his head to look at his face. Suddenly he saw Xiao Yang's eyes that were like stars. He immediately became alert and stretched his head to peck Xiao Yang's eyeballs. Fortunately, Xiao Yang, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, discovered it and slapped it away. "Get out of the way, this is my eyeball, not a crystal core." "What are you talking about?" Xiao Yang angrily lectured Meiqiu. Meiqiu seemed to sense Xiao Yang's anger and combed his hair in a flattering manner, making Xiao Yang laugh as his scalp itched. Okay, come, I'll give you a crystal core." Xiao Yang was immediately happy again, and took out 2 crystal cores the size of glass balls and fed them to Coal Ball. He swallowed the coal briquettes one by one without hesitation. After eating, she kept staring at Xiao Yang, meaning she wanted more. Xiao Yang said with a straight face, "You can only eat 2. You can't digest more. Be obedient." Coal Ball tilted his head and listened carefully. As if he understood, he flew back to the boom from Xiao Yang's shoulder and imitated Xiao Yang's voice and said, "Be obedient. Be obedient." Xiao Yang and Lu Yu were stunned on the spot. "Sister Yu, can crows talk?" Xiao Yang asked. Lu Yu shook his head, "No, I don't know." Xiao Yang was puzzled. He had heard that starlings and parrots could learn to talk, but he had never heard that crows could also talk. Did I raise a fake crow? At this time, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir also heard the noise and walked downstairs hand in hand. "What happened, Xiao Yang?" Mu Wanqing asked curiously. Xiao Yang pointed at the coal briquettes on the boom. Lin Shishir saw it and exclaimed, "How did your bird grow so big overnight? Not only has it grown bigger, it has also learned to speak." Xiao Yang said, and said to Meiqiu, "Come on, call daddy." Coal Ball tilted his head, rolled his eyes, and shouted, "Call daddy. Call daddy." Xiao Yang's face suddenly turned black. After Lu Yu finished making breakfast, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir ended their happy bird playing time. After breakfast, Xiao Yang said, "There are still 10 villas left to be cleaned up in the villa area, so it's a good opportunity for Shishir to practice." As he spoke, he took out a set of equipment for Lin Shishir and asked her to change into it. Although Lin Shishir was very nervous, she still obediently went back to the house and changed into her equipment. She also wanted to be as brave as Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, so she couldn't fall behind. After changing their equipment, they went straight to the area with the last 10 villas. Under the careful teaching and practical demonstration of Xiao Yang and the other 2, Lin Shishir quickly overcame her psychological barriers and successfully killed a zombie. In order to allow her to hone herself faster, Lin Shishir cleaned the remaining villas alone, and Xiao Yang and the others just followed behind her just in case. All 10 villas had been cleared by noon. Finally, Seeing that there were still a dozen zombies wandering around the gate of the villa area, Xiao Yang did not let Lin Shirshir pass. Instead, he asked her to use her supernatural power to play the flute to attract the zombies. Sure enough, as soon as Lin Shirshir played the flute, the zombies seemed to have heard a call and moved towards Lin Shirshir. But these zombies came very quietly and did not look like they were going to attack Lin Shirshir. However, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing and the others were still on guard to prevent sudden attacks from the zombies. However, the zombies stopped a few meters away from Lin Shirshir and started dancing to the lively flute music. Everyone was confused. Aren't zombies unconscious? How could they dance to the music? However, this state did not last long, as the zombies suddenly attacked Lin Shirshir, Xiao Yang, and the others. However, they were soon killed instantly by those who were prepared. Xiao Yang guessed that Lin Shirshir's special ability must have awakened the zombies' instincts in their previous lives, so they danced to the music. However, since Lin Shirshir's ability level was relatively low and its effect lasted for a short time, the zombies resumed their attack. However, this is already very impressive. In a critical moment, this little time gap can definitely allow for a safe evacuation. After collecting all the crystals from the zombies, Xiao Yang discovered that there was actually a property office building here, which he had never noticed before. He brought the 3 people to the entrance of the property office building and found a zombie that had been chopped into pieces on the ground. Any survivors? Xiao Yang stirred the zombie's forehead and dug out a crystal. It seems that these survivors don't know the secret of the crystal. At this time, the property security team hiding in the utility room of the property office building was leading other survivors out to find food. Just then, I saw Xiao Yang take something out of the zombie's head and put it in his pocket. When the security team members saw the 3 beauties behind Xiao Yang, their eyes almost popped out. Oh my goodness! Captain, there's a beauty. Really? He's so handsome, just like the star on TV. His figure must be pretty good too. Look, there's only one man next to them, and he looks like a pretty boy. Captain, why don't we go up and kill him, and leave the 3 women for us to enjoy? Yeah, boss. I'm still a bachelor. It would be worth dying to sleep with a woman like this. Next to the security captain, 4 security guards were chattering, which made his eyes light up. How could he not be tempted by such a beautiful girl? This is tens of thousands times better than the woman I played with yesterday. Let's go. He shouted, and led 4 security guards and a group of men and women behind him and rushed out of the property office building. You, what did you take from this monster just now? Hand it over, this monster was killed by 5 of us. The security captain looked down at Xiao Yang. Obviously, he didn't know that this monster was called a zombie. When Mu Wanqing and the other 2 saw so many people rushing out, they immediately became very alert and drew their tang swords. When the security team saw that the other party had a knife, they quickly raised their weapons such as steel pipes, kitchen knives, mops, and benches. The 5 security guards in the lead had more powerful weapons, including machetes, riot forks, rubber rollers, and the security captain even had an electric baton. Captain, they have knives in their hands, a security guard whispered. What are you afraid of? It's just a decoration. I guess the blade hasn't even been opened. Look at how cowardly you all are, the security captain scolded in a low voice. Xiao Yang looked at the group of people who were on edge, but he looked relaxed and disdainful. He smiled and took out a crystal from his pocket and said, "Is this what you are talking about?" When the security captain saw it, he was shocked and said, "What is this? It cannot be eaten or used." He immediately pretended to be angry and said, "I clearly saw that what you picked up was a bag of sausages, and you used this to fool me." After saying that, he winked at his security guards and said, "You guys, go search their bodies to see if there's anything hidden in their clothes." Xiao Yang was shocked when he heard this. Are there really people who are willing to blackmail me? Seeing the 3 security guards walking towards Mu Wanqing and the others with lustful eyes, they were still hesitating whether to take action. After all, killing zombies and killing real people are not the same concept. Although Lu Yu had killed people before, they were her enemies, and she did not have much hatred against these people. She was waiting for Xiao Yang's instructions. Xiao Yang raised his knife and slashed, and the head of the security guard who was running towards him rolled to the ground, while his body was still standing there, with blood spurting out of his neck like a fountain. This scene immediately shocked everyone, and Lin Shirshir covered her mouth in surprise. Even Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu, who had seen Xiao Yang take action, were stunned. They didn't expect Xiao Yang to act so cleanly and efficiently without even saying a word. The headless security guard's body fell down with a loud bang, and the sound immediately woke everyone up. On the security team's side, except for the remaining security guards, everyone else screamed and retreated back to the property building. The security captain turned around and yelled, "A bunch of rubbish, none of them are useful." "Captain, his knife is sharpened," a security guard said tremblingly. "I'm not blind, do I need you to tell me that?" The security captain pushed the security guard aside with disgust, squinted at Xiao Yang and the others and said, "You guys, very good. How about staying with me? I won't treat you unfairly, and I can forgive you for killing my men." The reason why the security captain was so confident was that after venting his anger on the woman last night, he suddenly found that his agility and speed had improved. Although he didn't understand the reason, he could feel that he could kill a zombie by himself now. However, he didn't tell anyone because he wanted to perform well when he went out to search for supplies today, shock everyone, make his subordinates more afraid of him, and stabilize his position as the boss. Who would have thought that before leaving the property building, I would run into a young man like Xiao Yang? However, he was sure that he could kill Xiao Yang with one blow when Xiao Yang let his guard down. As for the remaining 3 women, they collapsed into his arms with just one poke from the electric baton. Xiao Yang was amused. "It took 5 people working together to kill a zombie, and you want me to join you?" Mu Wanqing quietly used her ability to eavesdrop on the security captain. "These 3 women are all top-notch, I will enjoy them to my heart's content. As for this pretty boy, I will never let a man who is more handsome than me live." When Mu Wanqing heard the security captain's thoughts, she felt extremely disgusted and said to Xiao Yang, "He has bad intentions. Be careful." When the security captain heard what Mu Wanqing said, he smiled contemptuously, suddenly raised the electric baton, and stabbed Xiao Yang at the fastest speed. This speed is indeed much faster than that of ordinary people, but it is not enough in front of Xiao Yang. I thought the other party might have awakened some special ability, but now it seems that it is just an ordinary speed-based ability. This ability also belongs to a type of martial arts, and the emphasis is on winning by speed. When this ability develops to a later stage and is coupled with a magical weapon, its combat power cannot be ignored. However, in the early stage, you have to develop slowly, otherwise, it will be easy to be killed. Just when the electric baton was still a few centimeters away from Xiao Yang raised his hand and slashed it with the knife. Ah! The security captain's hand holding the electric baton was chopped off by a knife, and a scream was heard. He looked at Xiao Yang in horror, not expecting that the other party was faster than him. Xiao Yang looked at the retreating security captain coldly and said, "I really don't know where you get your confidence from." Then, another blow of the knife directly chopped off the security captain's head. Then, he turned around and looked at Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shirshir respectively and said, "You must remember, if someone becomes hostile to you, the only thing you have to do is to kill the other party before they make a move. Don't be soft-hearted, or you might be the ones to die." Xiao Yang was very dissatisfied. After he killed a security guard just now, Mu Wanqing and the other 2 did not take any action. If the opponent is very strong, they will definitely suffer. Well, there are 3 security guards left, go and deal with them. Xiao Yang pointed at the 3 security guards who were paralyzed on the ground in fear. Lu Yu didn't hesitate any more. He directly drew out his tang sword and went up to chop down a security guard to the ground. The other party didn't even have a chance to fight back. For her now, killing a person is no different from chopping a chicken. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir were still a little hesitant. Xiao Yang suddenly said with a cold face, "Have you forgotten that they wanted to attack you just now? Please have mercy, we were wrong, it was the security captain who asked us to do it." The remaining 2 security guards were so scared that they cried and begged for mercy. "Go quickly," Xiao Yang urged. Mu Wanqing understood Xiao Yang's good intentions, and finally gritted her teeth and, ignoring the security guard's pleas for mercy, slashed with a knife, killing one of the security guards. Seeing this, the last security guard felt that there was no hope of survival. He suddenly stood up madly and pounced on Lin Shirshir, who was still struggling with her thoughts. Seeing that the security guard was about to get close, Lin Shursher instinctively raised the knife and pierced the security guard's chest. She has accumulated energy over the past 20 years, and this kind of small person can't hurt her. She just couldn't get over the hurdle in her heart. All the security guards were dealt with, and Xiaoyang said to the three of them, "Remember. Once the other party has murderous or evil thoughts towards you, don't expect them to change. As long as they have the chance, they will never let you go. There are two things in this world that you cannot look directly at. One is the sun, and the other is the human heart. Being soft-hearted towards the enemy is tantamount to suicide." Looking at Xiaoyang's cold eyes, the three women lowered their heads. "If no one offends me, I will not offend anyone. If someone offends me, I will definitely offend him. This has always been Xiaoyang's principle of doing things. If there is nothing to do, who likes to kill people? However, this is the end of the world, and anyone who competes with me for supplies will still be killed." Seeing that Mu Wanqing and the other two were quite willing to accept the offer, Xiaoyang didn't say anything else. Walking straight into the property office building, the group of survivors inside suddenly became panicked and raised the items in their hands for defense. Xiaoyang smiled. Killing this group of rabble was as easy as cutting vegetables. However, he is not a murderer. It is obvious that this group of people were coerced by the security team, and they did not help the security team deal with him just now. So, he was not going to take action against them. Don't panic. Put down what you have in your hands. I won't kill you. Xiaoyang put away the knife to prevent the other party from becoming overly nervous. Everyone has already witnessed Xiaoyang's power and cruelty. If he wants to kill them, wouldn't it be easy? They were already scared out of their wits. When they heard Xiaoyang's order, they threw all the weapons in their hands to the ground and left it to Xiaoyang to decide what to do. I have cleared out all the zombies in this villa area. From now on, this entire villa area is my territory. So, you can't stay here. Xiaoyang had already thought about it. The Zijin Mountain Villa area has a superior terrain, is easy to defend and difficult to attack, and there are so many villas. It would be most appropriate to use it as his base. This is also the reason why he chose the villa here. Then, can we go down the mountain now? Someone asked cautiously. Many people had long wanted to go down the mountain. There was nothing to eat or drink here, and maybe they could find something to eat if they went down the mountain and into the city. But the gate was full of monsters, or what Xiaoyang called zombies. They did not dare to move and were forced to hide in the property office building. Now that the zombies have been cleared out, they are of course eager to get down the mountain. Of course. But there is a condition. As soon as Xiaoyang opened his mouth, everyone became nervous again. Generally speaking, this situation is definitely not a good condition. Clean up all the zombie remains in the villa area before leaving. Xiaoyang thought about it and realized that the remains of zombies looked really disgusting. How long would it take him to clean them up? With these manpower, it would be a waste if we don't use them. We can first squeeze out some free labor. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they heard this. It's no loss to contribute a little. What's more, all the zombies have been killed, otherwise it would be difficult for them to get out. Yes, yes, everyone said in unison. But, let me make it clear in advance, I won't provide food, you guys can take care of it yourselves. Xiaoyang added quickly when he saw that they agreed so readily. He didn't want to waste his food on these people. There were some leftovers in those villas, enough for them to fill their stomachs. Everyone thought about it, with so many villas, how could they not find something to eat? He agreed immediately and no one objected. Okay then, don't just stand there, hurry up and get down the mountain as soon as you finish the work. As soon as Xiaoyang shouted, everyone rushed out as if they were injected with chicken blood. But gradually, these people regretted it. The villa looked like it had been ransacked. Only some frozen fruits and vegetables were left. A packet of instant noodles was a luxury. What is even more unbearable is the zombie remains. Either half of their heads were missing or their intestines were all over the floor. It was really disgusting to look at. I vomited out the little junk food I had just eaten. They endured the torment until dark, when they finally cleaned up the zombie remains in the villa area. At this time, everyone looked at Xiaoyang with awe. How powerful does one have to be to kill so many zombies? Moreover, most of them were killed with one blow. They were glad that they did not go against Xiao Yang, otherwise, they would not even be able to keep their bodies intact. All right. You can leave now. Xiao Yang was very satisfied with these people's efficiency. After hearing this, everyone said goodbye to Xiao Yang. In the end, only 2 women were left. Why don't you leave? This is my only home, I really don't know where to go. The speaker is a female owner of a villa area. I have been working in property management. My hometown is tens of thousands of miles away from here. I don't know where to go, said another woman. These 2 women are not stupid. They can see that Xiao Yang is definitely a capable man, and staying with him is definitely safer than going anywhere else. Have you 2 awakened your superpowers? Xiao Yang looked at the 2 women carefully. Apart from being young, they were average-looking and had decent figures, but he really didn't like them. If they have awakened special powers, they can be kept to do odd jobs. What is superpower? One of them asked. That is, have you noticed any difference in your body compared to before the disaster? After thinking for a while, the 2 women felt that nothing had changed except that they were hungrier than before, so they shook their heads. Xiao Yang sighed. That can't be helped. I don't keep useless people here. When they were about to expel the 2, the female owner suddenly begged, Brother. I beg you. Otherwise, you see the villa area is so big, and you don't even have a gatekeeper. How about I show you the door at the gate? Yes, brother, as long as you can keep me, I am willing to do anything. Xiao Yang thought about it and realized, yes, we are still short of a gatekeeper. We can't let Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shishir come to watch the door. It's such a large villa area, if someone really sneaks in, there's no way for me to be on guard all the time. Xiao Yang nodded, well, you 2 can stay here as temporary janitors. Go find your own clothes and bedding in the villa, I am not responsible for your eating, drinking, defecating or urinating. As he spoke, Xiao Yang threw them a walkie-talkie and a lighter. Find some wood for heating yourself. If anything happens, call me directly on the intercom. Lin Shishir heard Xiao Yang treating the 2 female survivors so harshly and couldn't help but sigh that she was so lucky. Compared with the treatment I received myself, there is a world of difference. Oh, by the way. When we go down the mountain to look for supplies, one of you can follow us, find some food, and improve your strength. I'm only keeping you here temporarily. If you still don't make any progress, I won't keep any trash here. The 2 women nodded quickly. The conditions were a bit harsh, but it was good enough that they could stay. Immediately, the 2 of them went to the villa to find bedding, thick clothes, some toiletries, and some wood, and then moved to the 2nd floor of the guard room to set up camp. The 2 of them also divided the shifts into time periods to ensure that there is always someone on duty. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction and led Mu Wanqing and the others back to his villa. After returning to the villa, everyone took a hot bath. Coal Ball flew hurriedly to Xiao Yang's shoulder and asked for the crystal core to eat. After taking out 2 crystal cores to get rid of the coal balls, Xiao Yang directly took out the hot pot ingredients and asked Lu Yu to prepare a hot pot to drive away the cold. With the help of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, all the hot pot ingredients were prepared in less than an hour. At this time, in the warm restaurant, the hot pot is steaming, and the aroma of the spicy base is floating in the air, which makes people's appetite just by smelling it. Looking at the heartwarming scene before them, Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shishir all fell into deep thought. They remembered the 2 female survivors who were in charge of guarding the gate. Those 2 people are probably now in the cold guardhouse, suffering from hunger and cold. And what about me? There is no worry about food and clothing, water and electricity, and every meal is different. All this is because they are recognized by Xiao Yang and treated as family members, so they can enjoy such treatment. While they lamented the unfairness of fate, they were grateful to Xiao Yang from the bottom of their hearts. What are you all standing there for? Eat quickly. Seeing the 3 of them lowering their heads and keeping silent, Xiao Yang urged them. The 3 of them came to their senses and quickly cast grateful glances at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was puzzled by the looks of the 3 people. He was stunned for a moment, then suddenly slapped his forehead and said, Look, I forgot, how can we have hot pot without beer? You are asking me for beer, right? Ha ha. With a clang, a box of Brave the World was taken out from the space and placed on the ground. After opening a bottle for each person, Xiaoyang raised the bottle and said, "Come on, let's brave the world together. Blow it." After saying that, he spun the bottle and filled it up directly. The three women didn't expect that Xiaoyang had misunderstood their meaning, but, infected by Xiaoyang's emotions, they all raised their wine bottles, tilted their necks back, and took a deep throat. Gulp. 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 Xiaoyang looked at the three men's white necks, and the constant swallowing and movement in their throats, which was really sexy. A girl who can blow a bottle is so charming. Lu Yu was the first to finish drinking and showed the empty bottle to Xiaoyang. After all, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir are young and drink slowly. Because they were so angry, beer kept overflowing from the corners of their mouths and flowing directly down their necks into their collars. Xiaoyang wanted to hold them in his hands immediately. What a waste. After finally finishing the whole bottle, both of their collars were wet. Xiaoyang quickly handed tissues to the two of them. If you two can't do it, then don't do it. Look, you're all wet. Wipe it off quickly. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir blushed. Oh, how embarrassing. Okay, come on. Eat quickly, the mutton is cooked. Huh? Why are there two kidneys in this pot? After having a good meal and a good drink, Lu Yu led Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to clean up the restaurant. Xiaoyang just lay on the sofa in the living room like Guyu, leisurely absorbing the more than 70 crystals he had obtained today. The hot pot meal was very enjoyable. Xiaoyang drank a whole box of beer by himself, and the three women drank a box in total. Xiaoyang found that his alcohol tolerance was getting higher and higher, which seemed to be closely related to his improved physical condition. If your time energy reaches 10,000 years or 100,000 years, you will have to drink a lot of water in one meal. If this continues, the little stock in my space will definitely not be enough for me to drink. Supplies, they are really important. Seeing that the three had finished their work, Xiaoyang called them to his side. Come on, tell me something. Xiaoyang sat up to appear more formal. The entire villa area has been cleared, and from now on, this will be our home. The three of you have also received training to varying degrees. With your current strength, you would be the best wherever you are placed. However, we must be prepared for danger in times of peace, because with our current strength, we are still a long way from our peak. So, starting from tomorrow, we will go down the mountain to clear out more zombies and obtain more crystals to continuously improve our strength. By the way, collect some supplies. We can't just sit there and eat nothing. In fact, the supplies in Xiaoyang's space are enough for them to eat for hundreds of years. However, Xiaoyang would not tell them. Xiaoyang knew that wealth should not be shown to others. Of course Mu Wanqing and the others obeyed unconditionally. Now, Xiaoyang's words were like an imperial decree to them. Xiaoyang is their guiding light and the leader of their community of shared destiny. No matter what, they all listened to Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang was very proud to see that the three people were becoming more and more well-behaved in front of him. However, he kept a straight face and warned them very seriously. However, I still have something to warn you. There are always mountains outside the mountains and people outside the people. The forest outside is big and there are all kinds of birds. Although we are not murderers, when we see that the situation is not right, we must act cleanly and decisively. It is better to kill 1,000 people by mistake than to leave a hidden danger behind. Xiaoyang's eyes were sharp. He scanned the eyes of Mu Wanqing and the other two one by one and asked in a stern voice, "Did you understand?" Upon hearing this tone, the three women immediately sat up straight, puffed out their chests, and said in unison, "Understood." Yeah. Not bad. Okay, let's all get some rest and set off early tomorrow morning. Xiaoyang, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir went up to the third floor together. Lin Shishir wanted to pull Mu Wanqing to sleep with her. Xiaoyang immediately got angry. "If you drag my girlfriend to sleep with you again, I will sleep with you too, do you believe it?" Lin Shishir's face immediately turned red. How could this guy be so rude? I'm a little scared to sleep alone. Well, Shishir, we're right next door anyway, just call me if you need anything. Mu Wanqing also felt that since she already had a boyfriend, she couldn't always leave him alone. You value love over friendship. Just be affectionate with each other. Lin Shirshir rolled her eyes at Mu Wanqing, went into her room angrily and closed the door. Xiao Yang smiled and hurriedly took Mu Wanqing's hand and said, "Come on, Wanqing, let's go to bed. I missed you after not being together for a night." Mu Wanqing smiled shyly, "How much do you miss me?" "I really want to." Lin Shirshir's door suddenly opened. "Can you two stop standing at my door showing your affection?" Xiao Yang laughed. "Come on, Wanqing, let's go back to the house and continue the show." Humph. Lin Shirshir closed the door angrily. Half an hour later, Lin Shirshir, who was tossing and turning in bed and unable to fall asleep, heard some noise in the next room. She pricked up her ears and listened carefully. Slowly, her face turned red. "Oh, these two people, how embarrassing. It should be over soon, right? I will endure it. I will endure it." An hour and a half later, Lin Shirshir went crazy. Is Xiao Yang still a human being? That was too cruel. No, I have to sleep with Mu Wanqing tomorrow, otherwise I won't be able to sleep. However, if he slept with Mu Wanqing, Xiao Yang would not really dare to run to her bed and sleep with them. Oh my God. Lin Shirshir couldn't imagine it. The warm sunshine on a snowy day is so beautiful. When he woke up in the morning, Xiao Yang felt refreshed. He shook Mu Wanqing, who was lying in his arms, but the latter only made a nasal sound, turned around, leaving Xiao Yang with a perfect back. Xiao Yang suddenly felt restless again, so he quickly suppressed the desire in his heart, got up and went downstairs. Even though Mu Wanqing now has the physique of more than 20 years of time energy, she still can't withstand the torment from herself. Downstairs, the virtuous Lu Yu had already started making breakfast. When she saw Xiao Yang coming down, she turned around and said, "Look at your coal briquettes. They've grown bigger again." Xiao Yang looked towards the coal ball. Its size is almost as big as a hen. When Meichio saw Xiao Yang, he flew over excitedly, shouting, "Dad! Dad!" Xiao Yang widened his eyes in surprise, and even Lu Yu turned around to look in disbelief. Xiao Yang said in surprise, "You finally removed the word call, it was not easy. Come, good son, I will reward you with 2 crystal cores." Eh? No. How can we be sure that he is a good son? What if this coal ball is actually a female bird? Xiao Yang grabbed the coal ball, turned it upside down, and examined it carefully for a long time. Coal ball screamed, "Ah," to express its protest, and its long sharp beak kept picking at Xiao Yang's hand. Oh. Never mind. I don't know what to think. Just treat him as your son. Xiao Yang let go of his hand, and the coal ball hurriedly flew back to its nest to digest the crystal core. After washing up, Xiao Yang sat on the sofa in the living room, facing the kitchen, admiring Lu Yu's busy back in the kitchen. Plump. Especially the way she bends over, she is no worse than the beauties who often twist their waists in short videos. After admiring it for half an hour, breakfast was ready. Xiao Yang took a look and saw that there was stir-fried kidney again. There are also large sausages, poached eggs, milk, and preserved egg and lean meat porridge. Xiao Yang looked at Lu Yu meaningfully. Why is it that every time Sister Yu makes a big deal at night, the breakfast she makes is so nutritious? Is it intentional to nourish yourself? How can she calculate so accurately? Could it be that she eavesdropping? Seeing that Xiao Yang was staring at him, Lu Yu shook Xiao Yang's eyes with his hand. What are you doing? Go call them down to eat. It's okay for wanting to sleep in, but Lin Shirshir also wakes up so late. Xiao Yang ran upstairs, woke up Mu Wanqing, and knocked on Lin Shirshir's door. Lin Shirshir yawned as she opened the door, and glanced at Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing with resentment under her dark circles. I'm moving to the 2nd floor tonight. Also, Wanqing, it's a shame that you don't join our music department soprano class with that voice. Humph. After Lin Shirshir finished speaking, she went downstairs angrily, leaving Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing with embarrassed faces. Mu Wanqing whispered shyly, "Am I speaking too loudly?" Xiao Yang put his arm around Mu Wanqing's shoulders and comforted her, "Don't listen to her nonsense. Eavesdropping is justified." Breakfast ended in a very subtle atmosphere, and the 3 women tacitly agreed not to eat the stir-fried kidney. This looks like a nutritious meal prepared specially for someone. After eating and drinking, he seemed to be full of energy, and even Lin Shursher didn't feel sleepy anymore. The four of them put on their equipment and each of them was given an explosion-proof shield. This shield can not only block zombies, but also bullets. It's better to be careful when traveling far away. Xiao Yang took out his mobile phone and looked at the 3D map of Haiqing City that he had downloaded in advance. The university town at the foot of Zijin Mountain is the closest to here, only 10 kilometers away in a straight line. There are quite a few residential buildings around here, and the key is that there are many students and the population is relatively dense, which makes it the best place to obtain crystals. There are also large shopping malls and supermarkets nearby, so there is no shortage of supplies. That's it, let's go. Let's go. Xiao Yang called out, and several people got on the heavy-duty off-road RV. They stepped on the accelerator and rushed out of the villa. Then, the door slowly closed. Electric gates are convenient. Arriving at the gate of the villa area, the two female guards who heard the noise hurried down the guard building and opened the gate. Xiao Yang stuck his head out of the window, looked down at the two of them and said, "Who's going with you today?" The female owner said, "I just finished my shift, I'll go." "Let me make it clear first, this trip will be dangerous. You must follow closely when we get there, otherwise I can't guarantee your safety," Xiao Yang reminded. The woman nodded, "I know. Get in the car." Half an hour later, the heavy-duty off-road RV stopped in front of a residential building. This is the outskirts of the university town, full of old residential buildings, and most of the people living here are older people. The reason why Xiao Yang chose this place was because, based on his experience, there must be a lot of zombies here. When the cold wave hits, the most vulnerable people to freezing to death are the elderly. There is no way to avoid it. They are too weak, and it is useless for them to dance square dance. But cleaning here is a bit troublesome. Most of the zombies are at home, so you have to open the doors and kill them one by one. The few who were hanging around in the community garden were easily dealt with by Xiao Yang and his team. After cleaning a building, Xiao Yang found that it was a waste of time. The space inside the house is small, and you have to collect supplies and guard against zombies. What is even more worrying is that these elderly people live very hard lives and there is basically not much food stored at home. They all like to eat fresh food, so they buy and cook it right away. There is nothing else in the whole house except a lot of medicine. The key point is that Xiao Yang and his team don't need those medicines. Xiao Yang thought about it, and suddenly his eyes lit up, and he turned his gaze to Lin Shursher. "Shursher, take out your flute. Play a square dance song and see if you can lure out those zombie old ladies." Several people looked at Xiao Yang in surprise at the same time. "What a magical idea you have. What's the name of that song?" "The most dazzling national style, yes, that's the one that old ladies like. Come on, play it." When Lin Shursher heard this, she burst out laughing. "What you're talking about is all outdated square dance music from a long time ago. Nowadays, old ladies all listen to old dreams." Xiao Yang smiled awkwardly, "Really? Haha, then let's play Old Dream as hard as we can, and try to make all the old ladies in the neighborhood hear it. Then I'll give it a try." Lin Shursher took out her long flute, put it against her red lips, and the beautiful flute version of Old Dream sounded. Sure enough, as soon as the music started, the whole community became lively. In a nearby building, Xiao Yang could already hear the zombies banging on the door frantically. Before long, no less than 200 zombie old ladies gathered in the small garden square of the community. Some old ladies were holding up smashed door frames in their hands. The doors in these old communities are all made of wood, so they cannot withstand the torment from the zombies. They surrounded Lin Shursher and started dancing to the music, their movements quite coordinated. Sure enough, square dancing has been integrated into their blood. Xiao Yang saw that the time was almost right, so he found a more suitable location and prepared to start harvesting. He pushed an old zombie lady who was standing in the front back and stood in that position. The zombie old lady was delayed by Xiao Yang for a while and suddenly couldn't keep up with the pace. Suddenly he became angry and embarrassed. "Young man, how dare you grab a seat from me, an old lady?" The zombie old lady was the first to recover from her ferocious state and opened her mouth to pounce. Xiao Yang slashed with his sword, killing him instantly. Alas! You have turned into zombies, and you are still competing with young people for seats. Is it fun? In less than half an hour, Xiao Yang and his team chopped up this group of zombies like cutting fruits. Xiao Yang nodded with satisfaction. What an amazing efficiency. The female security guard who had been following them was really shocked when she saw this scene. The strength of Xiao Yang and his companions was beyond her imagination. She became more and more certain that her choice to stay in the villa area as a gatekeeper was the right one. It's always better to be around such a powerful group of people than to be alone. Although they feel that they have no ability and are useless. But she will work hard to make herself stronger and become one of them. That way, no one will dare to bully you anymore. So, she plucked up the courage to walk up to Xiao Yang and asked nervously, can you lend me a knife? I want to. Do you want to search for supplies? Xiao Yang handed her the Tang sword in his hand. Hey, hurry back before we collect all the crystals. The female security guard took the knife, bowed to Xiao Yang, and then hurried into the nearest building. Of course, Xiao Yang and his friends would not go door to door to collect supplies, wasting time. It would be better to go directly to a supermarket or shopping mall. About half an hour later, the female security guard came back carrying half a bag of rice and half a bag of noodles. It just so happened that Xiao Yang and his team had collected all the crystals. The female security guard came over and took out a crystal from her pocket and said, "Here, this is very useful to you. I saw you were all taking it, so I took it out." Xiao Yang looked at the crystal in her hand and was quite surprised. "Were there any zombies that escaped in the building that you killed?" The female guard nodded, "Yeah. I just happened to come across one, so I'll do what you did and kill it." Xiao Yang began to look at this woman with a new respect. It seemed that she was not a complete waste. Know how to learn and have some courage. May I have your name? Xiao Yang didn't even know her name, and she didn't catch his eye at first. Sutong. Sutong. Okay. Keep this crystal for yourself. I'll have them teach you how to use it later. Oh, okay. I'll give you the knife back. Sutong could sense that the other person looked down upon her crystal, so she obediently put it away and prepared to return the knife to Xiao Yang. Since you have the guts to kill zombies, then take it first. When you have the chance, kill a few more zombies to practice. Xiao Yang did not take back the knife. He thought that since the other party was so eager to learn, he should give her a chance to train herself more. Sutong looked at Xiao Yang gratefully and said, "Thank you." A few people returned to the off-road RV and continued to the next community. On the way, Sutong learned how to absorb the crystals. Seeing that the time on his arm had doubled, he felt that his energy and spirit were a little better than before. What's the purpose of this time? She was a little curious. I'll explain it to you slowly later. Just remember, don't let the time reset to 0. Xiao Yang didn't explain too much to her. She couldn't be considered a member of his team yet. At most, it was just an employment relationship. In the following morning, Xiao Yang and his team followed suit and cleaned up 3 more old neighborhoods, collecting a total of more than 600 crystals. Sutong also followed behind and killed 3 zombies and got 3 crystals. Lin Shishir was exhausted and the effect was getting worse and worse. Xiao Yang decided to continue cleaning up tomorrow. In the afternoon they planned to go to a large shopping mall to get some supplies. At noon, they rested for a while in the RV and had a simple meal. Xiao Yang absorbed all the crystals without hesitation. When there were only 300 crystals left, his time energy had exceeded the 1,000-year mark. His physical condition had also undergone tremendous changes. Now, he was no longer afraid of ordinary attacks with knives, guns, sticks, or clubs. It took me 10 years to survive in my previous life to gain more than 1,000 years of time energy. Now that he has been reborn, it has only taken him more than half a month to reach this level of strength, which is incredibly fast. If he continues like this, I believe it won't be long before Xiao Yang will break through the 10,000 years and reach a higher level of strength. By then, I will be able to walk around Haicheng with ease. Xiao Yang thought about it and couldn't help but laugh out loud. Afterwards, Xiao Yang gave the remaining 300 crystals to Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shishir respectively. After they absorbed the crystals, the time energy also broke through the 100-year mark. The strength has also made a qualitative leap. The three of them were so happy. After the rest, Xiaoyang drove the RV directly to a large shopping mall. This shopping mall is the largest one in this university town. Because the heavy-duty off-road RV was too high to fit into the underground garage, Xiaoyang drove the car directly to the entrance of the shopping mall. Sutong. Stay and watch the car. Call me on the intercom if anything happens. Xiaoyang handed Sutong a walkie-talkie, took out the car keys, and walked towards the mall with Mu Wanqing and the others. The outer doors of the mall were open, but iron mesh gates were down in various areas inside. There were no signs that the iron mesh door inside had been tampered with, which seemed to indicate that no one had come here yet, or that someone had come and found that they could not get in. This is good news. At least it means that the supplies inside have not been touched. These iron mesh doors are still very strong, but they cannot stop Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang took out a crowbar and, with his physique, easily pried open a corner of the iron mesh door. After entering, go straight to the supermarket on the first floor. This supermarket is big enough and has a complete range of supplies. Xiaoyang didn't hesitate and simply put all the items and the shelves into the space. This scene made the three women behind him marvel. They had seen Xiaoyang taking supplies out of the space, but they had never seen him putting supplies into the space. The entire supermarket was emptied by Xiaoyang in less than 2 hours. The three girls couldn't help but sigh at how big Xiaoyang's space was and how much space it could hold. After cleaning up the supermarket, they went to the clothing area on the second and third floors. Xiaoyang was not vague and directly put all the clothes in it into the space. Although they are all summer clothes, they will be useful in the future. Especially some bras and panties, Mu Wanqing and the others would always need them, and they would need to be changed and washed frequently. Xiaoyang also specifically divided bras into several grades according to size. This one is breathable and black, suitable for Wanqing. This one is a little bit smaller, suitable for Lin Shishir. Well. This size is a little bigger, of course it is the most suitable for Sister Yu. After collecting all the clothes, they went to the fourth floor. This floor was full of restaurants and there were not many usable supplies, so they ran to the fifth floor. There is a cinema on this floor, and the rest of the space is occupied by gyms and clubs. Xiaoyang felt that there was nothing useful, and Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, under the guidance of Lu Yu, each took a yoga mat. Lu Yu said that he wanted to take Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to do yoga. When Xiaoyang heard that, he thought, yoga is a good idea. This time he was lucky enough to see them again, and Xiaoyang offered on the spot to sponsor yoga clothes for them. Before the end of the world, he bought a lot of yoga clothes online. Just as he was imagining that beautiful picture, the intercom rang. I'm Sutong. Several people are being chased by a group of zombies and are running towards our RV. What should I do? Xiaoyang was stunned. Was he being targeted or was he just passing by? No matter what, it's best to go out and take a look first. Stay in the car and don't come out, we'll be there soon. Xiaoyang replied, and immediately took Mu Wanqing and the others downstairs in a hurry. But when they ran out of the mall, they found that the RV was surrounded by a group of zombies. Looking around, there were only zombies, but no living people. Could it be that he hid in the off-road RV? Sutong. Xiaoyang called through the intercom, wanting to see if she was still alive. I'm here, our RV is surrounded by zombies. After a while, Sutong's deliberately lowered voice came from the intercom. Where are those people? Xiaoyang asked. Yes, in the car. Sutong spoke a little nervously. It seemed that she also felt that it was wrong to put several people into the RV without permission. Xiaoyang was annoyed. You didn't even know whether Sutong was an enemy or a friend, but you let them into the RV. Xiaoyang looked at the zombies around the off-road RV. There were at least 100 of them. Forget it, let's kill these zombies first. If those people knew what was best for them, they would leave immediately. If you don't know what's best for you, don't blame yourself for being cruel. 100 or so zombies were a piece of cake for Xiaoyang and his 3 companions. Several people drew out their tang swords and started killing indiscriminately. Soon, they had cleared out all the zombies. Several people came to the door of the off-road RV. Lu Yu stood behind Xiao Yang and quietly raised her hand. As long as she found that something was wrong, she could let the people inside taste the lightning at any time. Su Tong, open the door. Xiao Yang shouted. The RV door opened, the pedals extended, and Su Tong walked down. Seeing that Su Tong was not controlled, several people felt relieved, as it seemed that the other party had no ill intentions. Why did you take it upon yourself to let that person in? Xiao Yang said in a bad tone. They are police officers from the Public Security Brigade, so I. Before Su Tong could finish her words, a woman walked down from the RV. She had short hair, fair skin, beautiful looks, clear eyes, and a righteous face. When people stand there, they feel extraordinary and heroic. Is she a police officer? Xiao Yang had seen police officers before, but he had never seen a female police officer who was so beautiful and elegant. Hello, I'm Tang Ying, the captain of the Public Security Brigade of the Municipal Police Department. The two behind me are my colleagues. Here are my ID cards. Tang Ying first introduced herself and took out her ID. Xiao Yang took the ID and looked at it. He found that the photo was not as good-looking as the real person. However, he wanted to laugh in his heart. It's already this late, and he still needs to show his ID. Will it be useful? Xiao Yang admitted that they were still somewhat useful. After all, before the end of the world, they were very trustworthy. He believed that, at least at this stage, she would not have any ill intentions. Haha, hello Captain Tang. Xiao Yang greeted with a smile. Tang Ying looked at Mu Wanqing and the others behind Xiao Yang and said admiringly, you are really amazing. 4 of you can kill so many zombies easily. If we weren't all injured and afraid of causing trouble for you, I would have come down to fight with you. When Xiao Yang heard this, he took a closer look and found that some places on Tang Ying's clothes were torn. Apparently she had been through a big battle. Looking inside the RV, I saw a woman bandaging a man's hand. Xiao Yang suddenly asked in a vigilant tone, has any one of you been bitten by a zombie? Xiao Yang knew very well that if they were bitten by zombies, they must not be left alive. This zombie virus is highly contagious. If you are bitten or scratched by a zombie, you will develop a disease within 3 hours. Tang Ying didn't know why Xiao Yang suddenly became so alert. Isn't it normal to get injured? Well, a female colleague and I were injured accidentally when we were fighting zombies. That male colleague was accidentally bitten on the hand by a zombie, but it was just a little bloody, nothing serious. When Xiao Yang heard this, his face suddenly turned cold. Captain Tang, please ask your colleagues to come down quickly, we are leaving. Tang Ying didn't understand why Xiao Yang's attitude suddenly changed when he heard that her colleague was bitten by a zombie. Well, how about this, you take us to the police station in the university town and we get off there. She still asked tentatively. When Xiao Yang heard this, he immediately refused. I can send you and your female colleague, but your male colleague must get off the car immediately. Tang Ying frowned. She was a little surprised by Xiao Yang's direct rejection. But her female colleague in the car stood up and said angrily, how can you be like this? Our captain said to just send us to the nearby police station. If we hadn't killed more than 50 zombies today and were injured, we wouldn't have bothered you. Ahem, Captain, how about I get off the car, you and Comrade Xiao Jiang go first, I'll just walk there. When Tang Ying's male colleague heard that Xiao Yang didn't want him to be in the car, he took the initiative to ask to get off. Woof woof woof. Suddenly, a dog jumped out of the RV and barked wildly at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was startled and took a closer look, and found that it was actually a German Shepherd police dog. He might have hidden in the corner of the RV just now, so Xiao Yang didn't see it. Yang, stop screaming. Tang Ying stopped him sternly. Xiao Yang was about to say what, but suddenly he found that the police dog stood obediently at Tang Ying's feet and stopped barking. This dog's name is Yang. When Xiao Yang was a child, his biological mother always called him Yang. When Xiao Yang heard it for the first time, he habitually thought that someone was calling him. Who knew that this dog has the same name as my nickname? Ahem. Your dog's name is Yang. Xiao Yang pointed at the police dog and asked Tang Ying. Yeah, that's what I named it. Xiao Yang's face was filled with black lines. Shit, it has the same name as a dog. Seeing that Xiao Yang stopped talking, Tang Ying felt that if she continued to beg him, it would seem a bit impolite on her part. Xiao Jiang, Xiao Lu, get off the car, we'll walk to the police station by ourselves. After Tang Ying finished speaking to the two colleagues in the RV, she turned around and saluted Xiao Yang again. But thank you all the same. Without you in this RV, we might have died. After saying that, she turned around and left with her colleague and the police dog. Etc. Xiao Yang suddenly said. Xiao Yang called out to Tang Ying and the others. Excuse me, is there anything else I can advise you on? Tang Ying turned around and said calmly. I can take you to the nearest police station, but, my colleague, you better watch out. If you are bitten by a zombie, you will definitely become a zombie, and no one can save you. The reason why Xiao Yang changed his mind was not because he felt compassion. Instead, he suddenly remembered the name Tang Ying and her identity. In his memories of his previous life, this Tang Ying seemed to be the famous Sagittarius goddess. What is Sagittarius goddess? Taking the enemy's head from 100 miles away, this is the archer goddess of the apocalypse. And I heard that this Sagittarius goddess was a security captain before the end of the world. And the Tang Ying in front of him just happened to match this information. If we can get her to join the group, wouldn't the hope of survival be greater? Therefore, Xiao Yang must help her with this. When Tang Ying and others heard Xiao Yang agree to send them to the police station, their expressions relaxed. But when they heard that their injured colleagues would also turn into zombies, their faces suddenly became tense. Tang Ying walked to Xiao Yang with a serious face and whispered, "Are you telling the truth?" Xiao Yang nodded. "Is there any way to treat him?" Tang Ying looked at Xiao Yang with a glimmer of hope. Although she had witnessed her colleague being ripped apart by zombies before, she still felt that there should be hope if she was bitten a little bit. If you get bitten at first and your arm is immediately broken off, there is still hope. Now. Xiao Yang shook his head, he will definitely die. After hearing this, Tang Ying was stunned for a moment, and then tried her best to appear calm. Then let's set off quickly and try not to cause you any trouble. Tang Ying immediately turned around and helped her injured colleague back into the RV. Xiao Yang also hurriedly asked everyone to get in the car, stepped on the accelerator to the bottom, and drove straight to the police station in the university town. Within 20 minutes, the off-road RV drove directly into the police station compound. This place had obviously been attacked by zombies, with the yard littered with zombies with their heads shot out. The glass door of the police station building was also broken, and it seemed that the situation inside was not optimistic. Everyone got out of the car, and Tang Ying and the female colleague Xiao Jiang each took out a dagger for defense. Thank you for bringing us here. You can go now. Tang Ying saluted Xiao Yang and the others, then turned to her colleagues and said, Xiao Jiang, take Xiao Lu to a room first. I'll go to the equipment warehouse to see if there is any ammunition. Suddenly he remembered something, walked to Xiao Jiang, and whispered something in her ear. Xiao Jiang listened carefully, looked at Xiao Yang, then looked at his colleague Xiao Lu, and nodded solemnly. Xiao Jiang helped Xiao Lu find the nearest office and walked in. Tang Ying continued to search deeper into the police station building with the police dog. Xiao Yang would not leave. His goal had not been achieved yet, and besides, wasn't he just looking for some ammunition? This is a great opportunity and must not be missed. Xiao Yang said to Mu Wanqing and the others, you stay here and I'll go in and take a look. Then he drew out his Tang sword and followed. Tang Ying was surprised to see Xiao Yang following her with a knife in his hand. I told you to leave, why are you following me? Haha, Captain Tang, the police and the people are like one family. I saw that you were short-handed, so I came to help you. Once we are sure it is safe here, we will leave. Tang Ying glanced at Xiao Yang with a scrutinizing look, but the latter had a sincere look on his face and it was hard to tell whether he had any other intentions. Thinking that Xiao Yang's fighting ability was not inferior to her own, Tang Ying acquiesced. Police dog Yang Yang was sniffing carefully in front, Tang Ying was in the middle, and Xiao Yang followed behind. Xiao Yang looked at the scene in front of him and suddenly thought in his mind, 2 Yang Yangs are protecting you, you should be content. Keep walking inside and at the end of the corridor, there is a staircase leading to the basement. The password door at the stairs was open, and Xiao Yang followed Tang Ying downstairs. Once you enter the basement, the light becomes dim because there are no windows. Xiao Yang took out a high-intensity flashlight directly from the space, turned it on and shone it forward. The sudden bright light startled Tang Ying. She looked back at the flashlight in Xiao Yang's hand and thought that this boy was quite well equipped. Then he glared at Xiao Yang again, meaning that you turned on the flashlight without notifying me in advance. Xiao Yang smiled helplessly, his good intentions led to the wrong outcome. Looking at Tang Ying's cautious look, this efficiency is too slow. He walked over and patted her shoulder, signaling Tang Ying to step back. Then he gently knocked on a door beside him. Boom. 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 The sound was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the entire basement to hear. Tang Ying immediately raised the dagger and took careful precautions. After a while, there was no movement, so Xiao Yang relaxed his vigilance and said, "Okay, there are no zombies on this underground floor. Remember, zombies are very sensitive to sound. If they could hear the sound, they would have come out earlier. Why bother with so much effort?" New. Tang Ying humbly accepted Xiao Yang's teachings, but she was very curious about why Xiao Yang was so experienced and who he was. But now is not the right time to ask, so I can only continue looking for the equipment library. After making sure this place was safe, they searched faster and soon found the equipment warehouse. The door of the equipment warehouse was also open, which made Xiao Yang and Tang Ying feel mixed emotions. Fortunately, the door of the equipment warehouse was very heavy. If it was closed, they would have to work hard to open it. What's worrying is that the door was open, which means someone had been in and the ammunition inside might have been taken away. There is no point in thinking too much, just wait until you get in and see. Tang Ying walked in first, followed closely by Xiao Yang. I shone the flashlight all around and saw that the room was in a mess and all the cabinets were open. There were several pistols scattered on the ground and some bullets on the cabinet. Tang Ying immediately stepped forward to get the bullets, and Xiao Yang followed. While Tang Ying was not paying attention, Xiao Yang used his spatial ability to steal several boxes of bullets and a pistol. He didn't know whether these bullets were compatible with the gun, so he just took them first. Then, he collected some scattered handcuffs, batons, and other useful equipment into the space. Tang Ying packed up all the bullets and loaded her pistol with bullets. Only then did Tang Ying feel a little more confident. He turned around and looked at Xiao Yang, who was standing there stupidly, and said unhappily, "What are you standing there for? See if there's anything useful, take it." When Xiao Yang heard this, he chuckled in his heart. The equipment warehouse is almost empty, doesn't she realize it? However, Xiao Yang still pretended to be surprised and picked up a pistol from the ground. "Do you know how to use it?" Tang Ying laughed when she saw him picking up the gun. "Everyone has their first time. You can learn it after just one shot." Xiao Yang was so angry when he heard her tone that he directly retorted. "Haha, you can't shoot without bullets." Tang Ying teased. Xiao Yang raised his eyebrows. "Hey! This woman is getting excited." He took a step forward, pressed tightly in front of Tang Ying, and said frivolously, "Even without bullets, it's still hard. Does it hurt if I hit you?" Tang Ying felt Xiao Yang's breath close to her, the warm breeze spraying on her high nose bridge, making her feel a little itchy. Hearing Xiao Yang's words again, it seemed like there was something else behind them. He rolled his eyes at Xiao Yang, pushed him away, raised the gun in his hand and said, "Stay away from me, it's easy to accidentally discharge the gun." Ah! Xiao Yang was about to push back when he suddenly heard a scream from upstairs. The two looked at each other and immediately ran upstairs. When I ran to the door of the first floor, I found Mu Wanqing, Lu Yu and others gathered at the door of an office. And that was exactly where Tang Ying's two colleagues were. Police dog Yang Yang was the first to sneak into the room from under everyone's legs. "What's wrong?" Xiao Yang asked quickly. "That male police officer turned into a corpse and bit that female police officer," Lin Shishir said. When Tang Ying heard this, she quickly pushed them aside and entered the office. The house was in a mess, with a large blood stain on the floor. The male police officer who had turned into a corpse had a big hole in his head and was lying on the ground motionless. The female police officer Xiao Jiang had a bloody hole bitten on her neck, and blood was oozing out. The police dog Yang Yang was licking her face while humming softly. Tang Ying rushed to Xiao Jiang, picked her up, and pressed her wound with her other hand to stop the blood from flowing out. "What's going on?" Xiaoyang asked Muwanqing. "We heard the screams and came to check. We found that the male police officer had bitten her neck. She had a knife in her hand but she didn't kill him. I killed the police officer with a knife." Muwanqing recounted what had just happened, and Xiaoyang sighed after listening. Tang Ying hugged Xiaojiang and choked up, "Didn't I tell you that if Xiao Lu turns into a corpse, you must not be soft-hearted and protect yourself? Why didn't you listen?" Xiaojiang said weakly, "Captain, Xiao Lu is my comrade in arms, I can't do it." Alas. Everyone who heard this felt extremely sad. "Silly girl," Tang Ying said with tears in her eyes. "Team leader. Hold head high. Will I become like Xiao Lu?" Tang Ying didn't answer, but just hugged Xiaojiang tightly. "Captain, I don't want to become that kind of monster. Please give me a quick death." Xiaojiang used up the last of his strength, opened his eyes wide, and looked at Tang Ying, his eyes full of pleading. Wow! Tang Ying, who has always been very strong, finally couldn't help crying out loud when she heard her colleague's final request. "Please." Xiaojiang's eyes had begun to blur. Slowly, the virus began to invade her brain, and she was already showing signs of grimacing. Xiaoyang was anxious watching from the side. Tang Ying must not follow in the footsteps of her colleagues. "Captain Tang, you." "I know, please all of you get out." Xiaoyang wanted to remind her, but was driven out by Tang Ying. After they left the room, Muwanqing, Lu Yu and Lin Shishir's eyes were already wet. Xiaoyang was speechless. He thought they had seen so little of the world. Xiaoyang has seen this kind of scene many times. In the end times, human life is the least valuable. You are compassionate, others are ruthless, and zombies are even more ruthless. So, be a little more ruthless so that you can live longer. Bang. A gunshot was heard from inside the house. Xiaoyang nodded. "Captain Tang, once you get over this hurdle, you will have truly grown up." After a long while, Tang Ying finally came out with the police dog. Her eyes were red and she said nothing. After closing the office door again, she saluted. Then, she took out 2 pistols and gave one to Muwanqing and one to Lin Shishir. "This belongs to my colleague. Keep it for your own protection. The bullets are fully loaded, remember to protect yourself in the future." After saying that, he took the police dog and went to the 2nd floor. Muwanqing and Lin Shishir were stunned when they saw the pistols. They had never touched a pistol before, let alone been told to shoot one. "We don't know how to use it either," Muwanqing said. "Everyone has a first time. You can learn it after just one shot," Tang Ying said without turning her head. When Xiaoyang heard this, he suddenly became interested in Tang Ying. This woman's brain was stimulated and she was able to apply what she learned immediately. "Put the gun away, you wait here, I'll go upstairs with her to take a look." Xiaoyang gave an instruction and followed her upstairs. Tang Ying led the police dog to search every room, and Xiaoyang followed behind. After searching the 2nd floor, we went to the 3rd floor. "Why are you still following me? Are you laughing at me? Are you laughing at me for not being able to protect my colleagues?" Seeing Xiaoyang following her closely, Tang Ying couldn't help but explode. Her eyes were red and she took out her anger on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang didn't expect Tang Ying to lose her temper with him and was confused. "Captain Tang, I just want to come up and help you. I have no other intentions." Tang Ying sneered and said, "Do you think you are so powerful? Ha ha. You are very strong, but I don't need you." Xiaoyang was speechless. He was really like a dog biting Lu Dongbin, not appreciating the kindness of a good person. "If it weren't for the fact that you are the archer goddess of the end times, would I follow you?" Suddenly, the cry of zombies was heard from the innermost office. Xiaoyang and Tang Ying were both stunned, and then walked towards the source of the sound at the same time. They walked all the way to the director's office at the end before they stopped. The sound came from inside. Xiaoyang kicked the door open and found a uniformed zombie standing inside. He should have been a police officer when he was alive. There was also a zombie lying on the ground, dressed in ordinary clothes. Tang Ying saw the uniformed zombies about to rush towards the door, raised her gun to shoot, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. "There's only one, don't waste the bullet." Xiao Yang went straight up and chopped off half of the zombie's head with his knife, and the zombie fell to the ground with a bang. Xiao Yang checked the zombies on the ground and found that they had been dead for a long time. It seems that zombies attacked here. The police officer killed the zombies, but was accidentally bitten by the zombies and eventually turned into a zombie. It seemed that there were no survivors in the entire police station. Xiao Yang and Mu Wanqing were about to leave when they suddenly heard someone calling for help. "Hey, is the rescue team here?" Xiao Yang and Tang Ying followed the sound and discovered that there was a secret door in the office. Xiao Yang kicked the secret door open, and the person inside was frightened and shouted, "I'm Li Gang from the municipal police department, who are you?" Xiao Yang discovered that there was a whole different world inside, with a bed and a sofa, and everything else available. At this time, a man in uniform was hiding in the corner, yelling at him. When Tang Ying saw the men, she was surprised and asked, "Li Yang, why are you here?" When the men called Li Yang saw Tang Ying, he shouted happily, "Tang Ying, is it really you? Are you here to save me? I know you still have me in your heart." After hearing this, Tang Ying suddenly frowned and said coldly, "Comrade Li Yang, I am very happy that you are alive. But please don't think too much." Li Yang, however, didn't care about Tang Ying's lukewarm attitude, and said with a shameless face, "Tang Ying, I know you actually have me in your heart, right?" Tang Ying took a step back and said with disdain, "I'm sorry, you misunderstood." Xiao Yang felt disgusted when he saw Li Yang's servile behavior, which really insulted his image as a police officer. The girl is obviously not interested in you, so how can you feel good about yourself like this? Perhaps feeling Xiao Yang's gaze, Li Yang looked him up and down and found that Xiao Yang was much more handsome than himself, and couldn't help feeling a little jealous. He straightened his chest, trying to make himself look taller. Then he looked at Xiao Yang with the attitude of a superior. "Comrade, you are also in the police department. Do you know who my father is?" Xiao Yang sneered. "Are you still relying on your father at this time?" "I'm not a police officer, and I have no interest in knowing who your father is. My dad is Li Gang." Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't take him seriously, Li Yang shouted proudly. Xiao Yang was very confused. "What does your father Li Gang have to do with me? If your father is Wang Gang, it would be a mess." Xiao Yang retorted angrily, then turned around and prepared to walk out. He really didn't want to say another word to such a person. Tang Ying, who was standing next to him, suddenly wanted to laugh after hearing what Xiao Yang said, but because Li Yang was there, she tried hard to hold it back. Seeing that Xiao Yang didn't buy it and was still confronting him in front of his goddess, Li Yang was a little annoyed. He suddenly saw the Tang sword in Xiao Yang's hand and his face darkened. "Wait. You said you're not a police officer, but you're holding a controlled knife in your hand. That's a crime, don't you know?" Xiao Yang, who was about to leave, was so angry that he laughed when he heard this. Even Tang Ying, who was standing by, looked at Li Yang as if he was an idiot. Idiot. Xiao Yang really didn't want to waste time with this kind of person, so he said 2 words and turned away. When Li Yang heard this, he became angry and chased after him, saying, "Who are you calling an idiot? I sued you for insulting the police, and you believed me." Suddenly, Li Yang's voice stopped. Xiao Yang looked back and saw that Li Yang was so frightened by the 2 zombies lying on the ground that he couldn't even speak. As soon as Xiao Yang saw his look, he knew that he was a coward. Looking at the 2 zombies on the ground, Xiao Yang seemed to have guessed something. "Why, are you scared now? If you hadn't been hiding in the dark room at that time and had come out to help your colleague wouldn't have died, right?" Xiao Yang directly told Li Yang his guess. After hearing it, Li Yang collapsed a little. Looking at the corpse of the police zombie, he kept saying, "I'm sorry, I'm sorry." As soon as Xiao Yang saw Li Yang's performance, he knew that his guess was almost right. He looked at him with contempt and turned away. Tang Ying, who was standing by, saw Li Yang like this and understood something. This Li Yang was simply a disgrace to the police station. The more she looked at him, the more upset she became, so she simply followed Xiao Yang out. Hey, Tang Ying, where are you going? Wait for me." Li Yang reacted and followed in fear. All the way down to the 1st floor door, no one paid any attention to Li Yang. It wasn't until Li Yang saw the off-road RV at the door and Mu Wanqing and the others beside it that he was suddenly stunned. There are actually 3 beauties among them, and their looks are comparable to Tang Ying. How come I didn't know when new recruits joined the police station? Could it be from Tang Ying's public security brigade? Li Yang became energetic immediately when he saw so many beauties. He straightened his body to make himself look more elegant. Clearing his throat, he pretended to say, Captain Tang, are those female comrades from your security team? No. Tang Ying answered very quickly and didn't want to say another word to him. And who are they? They are my people, what's wrong? Xiao Yang said coldly. Li Yang narrowed his eyes and looked at Xiao Yang. He discovered that Xiao Yang was not only handsome but also surrounded by so many beautiful women. He was really envious and jealous. Seeing several people holding knives, Li Yang threatened, "Your people are holding controlled knives. Are you a gang? Do you believe I can arrest you?" Everyone was stunned when they heard Li Yang's words. Is this guy mentally ill? How could he not know what is happening outside? Why don't you try to catch one? Xiao Yang's face also turned cold. He had seen idiots before, but he had never seen such an idiot. Li Yang took a step back. He was frightened by Xiao Yang's eyes. From this look, he could feel that Xiao Yang must have killed someone before. Otherwise, it wouldn't be such a big deterrent to me. Well, now that there are so many of you, I won't fight with you. When society returns to order, I will definitely catch this guy, so that I can make a contribution. As for those beauties, they must have been bewitched by his threats, and then I will have to help them escape from their suffering. Then I would use some other tricks and they would surrender obediently and be grateful to me. Thinking of this, he smiled coldly and wait and see. He didn't dare to look at Xiao Yang's face again. He walked around Xiao Yang and came to the off-road RV. Whose car is this? It's mine too. Xiao Yang turned and looked at him, expressionless. Li Yang was angry. How come this guy has everything? No wonder there are so many beauties around him. This RV alone can attract a lot of people. Nowadays, cities are in chaos, and having a motorhome like this is like having a mobile castle. If I had such a motorhome, I could go home safely. Well, as a police officer, I am here to inform you that your RV has been requisitioned. Tang Ying, get in the car, I'll take you home. Li Yang declared very solemnly, as if the car could become his with just one word. Seeing that no one spoke, he proudly said to Mu Wanqing and the others, "And these beauties, my father is the director of the Haicheng City Police Department. If you are willing to follow me, I will let my father protect you well." Li Yang looked at Xiao Yang and felt very proud. Haha, if you fight with me, I can make you lose everything in an instant. He turned around, opened the door of the RV, and prepared to get in. Suddenly I found that a knife was placed on my neck. Do you dare to go up and try? The voice was cold and pleasant. Li Yang turned his head slowly in disbelief and saw Mu Wanqing with a frosty face. Xiao Yang's eyes showed appreciation. You are worthy of being my woman, you have made progress. I secretly glanced at Tang Ying and found that she was just watching it all coldly and did not do anything to stop it. It seems that Tang Ying also can't stand Li Yang's behavior. Girl, don't be impulsive. You have to know that your behavior is assaulting a police officer and you will go to jail. Li Yang stood there, not daring to move, and just tried to warn Mu Wanqing verbally. If it weren't for the uniform you're wearing, I would have chopped you to pieces long ago. Get out of here, stay away from our RV. Mu Wanqing shouted in disgust. Okay, don't be impulsive, I'm going to leave. Li Yang slowly retreated to Tang Ying's side, feeling much safer, and immediately pointed at Xiao Yang and the others and shouted, "Captain Tang, did you see that? These unruly people are trying to rebel. You are the captain of the city's public security brigade, and you just watch them do whatever they want." Tang Ying moved to the side and kept some distance from Li Yang. Li Yang, you really bring shame to our police station. Xiao Yang was watching Li Yang's performance from behind, like he was watching a monkey. If Tang Ying hadn't been beside him, he would have cut this fellow into pieces with a knife. However, since Li Yang dared to offend them, Xiao Yang had already sentenced him to death in his heart. He would never let Li Yang leave alive. Considering his father's background and the fact that he was full of malice towards him, keeping him would only create a huge hidden danger for himself. Captain Tang, what are your plans next? Xiao Yang ignored Li Yang and walked over to Tang Ying and asked. I don't know yet. My colleagues have either sacrificed their lives or been separated. I haven't figured out what to do next. Tang Ying said very sadly. When Xiao Yang heard this, he knew the opportunity had come. Captain Tang, since you haven't made up your mind yet, why don't you come back with us? Our place is big enough and we have cleared out all the zombies, so it's very safe. Let's settle down first, and then we can make long-term plans. Xiao Yang really wanted to recruit Tang Ying into his team, but he knew that people like her would not easily obey others. However, if he could keep Tang Ying by his side first, he would have a chance. Xiao Yang didn't believe that he couldn't conquer her. When Tang Ying heard Xiao Yang's invitation, she was indeed a little tempted. She had witnessed the strength of Xiao Yang and his group. If I were with them and had no burdens around me, my life would not be so tiring. What's more, the fact that so many girls around Xiao Yang are willing to follow him also shows that there is no problem with his character. The most important thing is that she didn't have any aversion to Xiao Yang in her heart. She lost her temper with him before because she felt that her face was severely damaged in front of him and she felt a little embarrassed. She felt that if she were allowed to choose her teammates, she would choose Xiao Yang without hesitation. There was no reason, her woman's intuition told her that Xiao Yang was very reliable. Anyway, he is much more reliable than Li Yang. Captain Tang, come with us. I believe you will be surprised when you get to our place. At this time, Mu Wanqing also took the initiative to come forward and invite her. She had a very good impression of Tang Ying. Not only because Tang Ying was the captain of the security team, but also because she was really touched when Tang Ying gave her the gun just now. Yes, yes. We are the only ones there. It will be lively if you go, Captain Tang. Lin Shishir also stepped forward and invited him. Captain Tang, if you want to go back with us, I can make you something delicious. Lu Yu also stepped forward, trying to tempt Tang Ying with delicious food. As soon as Tang Ying heard about the delicious food, her stomach started to growl. In the past few days, she had eaten 2 packs of instant noodles, a few mouthfuls of snow, and fought a battle with zombies, so she was already starving. Glancing at Lu Yu embarrassedly, and seeing the sincere looks of the others, Tang Ying whispered, "Well, I'm sorry to bother you then." "Great, let's go, Captain Tang, get in the car." Xiao Yang was also secretly happy that these women were becoming more and more sensible. Xiao Yang gave them full marks for this assist. Li Yang saw that this group of people actually ignored him and treated him as air. Seeing that Tang Ying was about to get in the car and leave with them, he hurriedly stepped forward and grabbed Tang Ying. "Captain Tang, you can't leave me alone. We are colleagues in the same system." Looking at Li Yang's begging face, Tang Ying felt a little bit sorry for him. After all, giving up on colleagues is not her style. She slapped Li Yang's hand away in disgust and looked at Xiao Yang with some embarrassment. She knew that Xiao Yang was still the leader of this group of people. Xiao Yang smiled, he understood what Tang Ying meant. He was thinking about how to deal with this guy. Since Tang Ying was willing to ask for help, he might as well do Tang Ying a favor. As long as Li Yang goes to the villa area, haha, Xiao Yang will never let him survive tonight. Haha, since you are Captain Tang's colleague, let's go together. We don't lack houses there. Xiao Yang looked at Tang Ying with a smile, which immediately made Tang Ying feel that Xiao Yang was a very generous man. Even though Li Yang treated them like that just now, he didn't hold a grudge against him and was willing to take him in out of fear of putting himself in trouble. At this time, Xiao Yang's impression in Tang Ying's mind improved significantly. Seeing that Xiao Yang agreed, Li Yang couldn't wait to be the first to get on the RV, fearing that Xiao Yang would go back on his word and get lost. Everyone felt disgusted when seeing Li Yang's actions. I've never seen such garbage. Pooh. Along the way, the women chatted and got to know each other better. Seeing that Xiao Yang was only focused on driving and ignored him, Li Yang started a conversation. "You need an A license to drive this car, right? Do you have one? Let me tell you, if your driver's license doesn't match, it's illegal. Roll." Xiao Yang felt that saying one more word to him would be a waste of time. Li Yang was in bad luck and was bored, So he went to tease Tang Ying's police dog Yang Yang again. However, the police dog Yang Yang didn't want to pay attention to him and sometimes even bared his teeth at him. Xiao Yang just wanted to laugh when he saw it. What a rubbish. Even dogs don't want to pay attention to you. You are such a failure in life. Driving all the way to the gate of Zaijinshan Villa District, the heavy-duty off-road RV stopped. The female security guard who stayed behind had already opened the door and was waiting. Su Tong got off the car carrying half a bag of rice and noodles. Xiao Yang told Su Tong to exchange experiences with the other security guard and that he should take her with him next time he went out. Su Tong nodded solemnly, and Xiao Yang drove to his villa with satisfaction. When I arrived at the gate of my villa, the electric gate slowly opened. We are going home, you can go down now. Xiao Yang ordered Li Yang to leave. Li Yang was stunned and asked in confusion, "It's so cold outside, where do you want me to go? There are so many villas here, you can go wherever you like." Xiao Yang said impatiently. "No, Captain Tang and I are together. Wherever she goes, I go. If she doesn't get off, I won't get off either." Li Yang suddenly started to act like a spoiled child and refused to get off the car. Tang Ying frowned and became more and more disgusted with Li Yang. Seeing Li Yang's shameless look, Mu Wanqing immediately stepped forward, grabbed him, opened the car door, and threw him out. Li Yang fell flat on the snow, his head buzzing. Before he could react, Xiao Yang drove directly into the villa yard and the gate slowly closed. Tang Ying in the car was shocked by Mu Wanqing's move just now. No matter how trashy Li Yang was, he was still a man weighing more than 100 pounds. Yet, he was lifted up and thrown down by Mu Wanqing so easily. Is this girl so amazing? It seems that his skills are no worse than mine. Several people invited Tang Ying to get out of the car, and only then did Tang Ying recover from her shock. At this moment, Li Yang's angry shouting was heard outside the door. "Okay, even the dog can come in, but I can't, right?" When Xiao Yang heard this, he looked at the police dog Yang Yang and laughed. "Haha, you're right, dogs can come in, but you can't." No one paid any attention to Li Yang, who was turned away, and Tang Ying was enthusiastically led into the villa by Mu Wanqing and the others. Xiao Yang secretly took out the walkie-talkie and called Su Tong. "Su Tong, you two should be careful. If that Li Yang runs out of the villa area, contact me immediately." New. Inside the villa, Tang Ying had not yet recovered from the shock. It's incredible here. From the moment she arrived and saw the electric gate, to entering the villa, where there was electricity and heating, she was in a daze. This was the happiest and most peaceful day she had felt in all these days. Even her police dog Yang Yang was having fun with joy. However, after a while, it was targeted by Coal Ball. Suddenly there was a dog, and Coal Ball seemed to feel threatened and became restless. It always spreads its wings in a demonstrative manner and calls "ah" towards Yang Yang. Yang Yang also developed a great interest in coal briquettes and was always spinning around under the coal briquette's hanging rod. From time to time, he would bark at the coal balls on top. However, every time he was scolded by Tang Ying, he would lie on the ground and cry in grievance. Xiao Yang was originally worried that the coal ball would be eaten by the silly Yang Yang, but when he saw Yang Yang's well-behaved appearance, he felt relieved. After Mu Wanqing and the others had all finished bathing and changed their clothes, they called Tang Ying to go take a shower. Tang Ying was extremely happy when she heard that she could take a bath here. It has been almost 20 days since the disaster, and she hasn't even taken a shower. Her body has long been smelly. This is the most unacceptable thing for a woman. Xiao Yang considerately gave Tang Ying a set of pajamas. "I don't know if it's appropriate. Wanqing and Shirshi are both this age, and I see that you are about the same height as them, so you should be about the same height. Try putting it on after you take a shower." Tang Ying took the pajamas and felt a little embarrassed. After all, it was underwear, and she was still a little shy when a grown man gave it to her. "Thanks." After Tang Ying finished speaking, she lowered her head and ran into the bathroom. Xiao Yang found it funny. How could a captain of the public security brigade, a brave female warrior, be shy? "Xiao Yang, what do you want to eat tonight? There's not much food left in the refrigerator." Lu Yu looked at the refrigerator and found that it was almost empty. He stuck his head out and looked at Xiao Yang and asked. Xiao Yang thought about it and decided that this was Tang Ying's first visit, so the dishes should be more substantial. What if she is also a foodie? Maybe I can win her heart with just one meal. After thinking for a while, Xiao Yang suddenly realized that it had been such a long time and he hadn't had a seafood dinner. I have stored a lot of seafood in my space, so I might as well eat seafood today. Paired with some red wine, it's simply too cool. Xiao Yang took the opportunity to go to the second underground floor to add carbon to the boiler and directly took out many kinds of seafood from the space. Such as king crab, Australian lobster, Australian abalone, sea urchin, and conch. Well, let's get some wild yellow croaker, some salmon fillets, and caviar, and we're all set. Sister Yu, let's have a seafood dinner today. When Xiao Yang brought a large pile of seafood to the kitchen, everyone was shocked. Brother, this is too much. Lu Yu was a little shocked when he saw it. Are you going to eat such high-end ingredients as a meal? Mu Wanqing didn't say anything. Anyway, she knew that there were plenty of supplies in Xiao Yang's space, so it would be okay to have some seafood to change the taste. Li Shishir looked at Xiao Yang curiously. She really couldn't believe that Xiao Yang still had so many ingredients. This man is mysterious and strong. Bah! What am I thinking? Lin Shishir quickly interrupted her thoughts and went to help Lu Yu. Mu Wanqing began to clean up the table and the dishes, creating a peaceful scene. Xiao Yang had nothing to do, so he ran to the bathroom in the master bedroom on the third floor and took a hot bath. After taking a shower and changing into pajamas, I came to the restaurant and found that Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and Lin Shishir were already seated. The table is already filled with seafood, and the bright red color makes one hungry. Lu Yu just put the last dish of braised wild yellow croaker on the table, and all the dishes were ready. Seeing Xiao Yang coming down, Tang Ying immediately stood up and said a little embarrassedly, Xiao Yang, thank you for your hospitality, I don't know what to say. Xiao Yang was stunned. She knew his name before he even introduced himself. It seemed that Wanqing and the others told her. Look at Tang Ying in her pajamas again. Well, the pajamas still make her look too small. Tang Ying herself is a former police officer, so her body must be more muscular than Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir. Then there is the bulging breasts. Before, when she was wearing a coat, it was not so obvious, but now it seems like a huge weapon. This scale is almost the same as Lu Yu's. However, Tang Ying is taller than Lu Yu, and with her short hair style, her temperament is perfectly captured. Especially now, with the hair on both sides of her temples smeared behind her ears, she looks particularly charming. The only thing that's a bit inconsistent is that the eyes and eyebrows look a bit too sharp. However, the more this happens, the more it can arouse a man's desire to conquer. Ahem, brother, hurry up and take a seat. Dinner can't start without you. Lu Yu saw Xiao Yang looking so engrossed in watching and reminded him. Oh! Captain Tang, you're welcome. We don't treat you as an outsider. Of course we have to treat you with the most sumptuous food. Come on, feel free to eat. Xiao Yang sat down and poured each person a glass of red wine that he had prepared long ago. Come on, let's welcome Captain Tang. Cheers. Tang Ying picked up the wine glass and stood up again. Well, I should thank you for your warm hospitality. I'll drink first. Once Tang Ying did it, Xiao Yang and the others naturally followed suit. Captain Tang, you don't have to be so polite. Just treat this place as your home. Xiao Yang poured her another glass of wine and said with a smile. Come on, let's stop just standing there and eat. It won't taste good if it gets cold. Xiao Yang broke open one of the king crab's long legs and put it in Tang Ying's hand. Tang Ying looked at the crab legs in her hand, no longer caring about her image. She simply opened her sexy lips and started to bite them. It's so delicious, it's simply the most delicious thing on earth. Then peel a large Australian lobster and stuff the whole lobster meat into your mouth. Your entire mouth will be bulged with the huge lobster meat. This way of eating is so satisfying. And the sea urchin is tender, juicy and smooth in the mouth. Big abalone and big conch, the meat is firm, elastic and chewy, take a bite. So cool. Everyone present was enjoying this extremely luxurious feast. They even had the illusion that this was life before the disaster. So comfortable, so delicious, it seems to have nothing to do with the end of the world. Soon, all the seafood on the table was eaten up, and everyone had a satisfied look on their faces. Even the police dog Yang Yang under the table benefited from it. The shrimp and crab shells are really delicious. Everyone was having a great time in the villa, but Li Yang outside was miserable. Seeing that there was no hope of moving into Xiao Yang's villa, he could only find a nearby villa to live in. There were no lights here, and it was pitch black, forming a sharp contrast with Xiao Yang's brightly lit villa. Using the moonlight, he searched through all the drawers and cabinets but couldn't find anything to eat. He was so thirsty that he had to go outside and grab a handful of snow and put it into his mouth. He looked at Xiao Yang's villa and felt so angry that his teeth were itching. "Kid, just wait for me. When I meet my dad, I will make sure he arrests you first. And Tang Ying, you stinky bitch, you are actually siding with other men. Don't blame me for being cruel when the time comes. If you don't take off your clothes and come to me, I will never forgive you. And those little girls, hey, get ready to withstand my fierce bombardment." When he thought of these scenes, Li Yang felt a lot more relieved. An obscene smile appeared on his face, as if everything he had imagined would come true soon. Xiao Yang absorbed all the crystals that he had not yet absorbed today, and the time energy directly broke through to 1,100 years. He stretched his muscles and his whole body made a popping sound. His skin was also tighter and firmer than before. Although he couldn't see much change on the outside, he knew that even with a knife, he couldn't cut his skin now. Ordinary cold weapons are nothing but drizzle to him. Having reached this level, he is no longer afraid of attacks from ordinary zombies. If a zombie bites him, his teeth will probably be broken. It is no exaggeration to say that as long as he does not encounter hot weapons, Xiao Yang is almost invincible. At this moment, Xiao Yang exuded a kingly and domineering aura and was full of charm. Tang Ying felt the change in Xiao Yang and looked surprised. Although she had just learned about the function of the crystal from Xiao Yang, she had never imagined that the energy of time could transform a person so completely. Mu Wanqing and the others already understood the reason, so they were not surprised. However, they were still attracted by the masculine charm exuded by Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing felt even sweeter in her heart. "Well, my boyfriend is such a perfect man." Lu Yu was also quite proud. "Well, this is my younger brother." Lin Shishir felt quite proud of herself. Well, as her best friend's boyfriend, he was also half her boyfriend. "By the way, Captain Tang, have you awakened your superpowers?" Xiao Yang said to Tang Ying, who was looking at him in a daze. "Huh? What is a superpower?" Tang Ying suddenly came to her senses and said in confusion. "That is, do you feel that you suddenly have special abilities, or that some functions have changed?" When Tang Ying heard this, her eyes lit up. "If you put it that way, I am indeed a little different from before." "What's the difference?" Mu Wanqing and others were very curious, but Xiao Yang knew it in his heart. However, he still wanted to confirm it. "How should I put it? I found that my shooting accuracy has improved, and it has suddenly improved by several levels compared to before. Moreover, I found that I was very accurate in throwing things. Look." Tang Ying said as she picked up a crystal from the table and placed it in the farthest corner of the living room. Then he ran back and picked up another crystal and said, "Look, it's so far away, I can hit it in one shot." As he spoke, he raised the crystal in his hand, took aim slightly, and then threw it out. Bang! The crystal in the middle corner. Mu Wanqing and the others were amazed at the accuracy. It was really good. "Actually, I think it's okay to throw it farther, as long as I have the strength to throw it." "I don't know, is this considered a supernatural power?" Several female comrades didn't know whether this was a supernatural power or not, and they all looked at Xiao Yang for confirmation. Xiao Yang was very happy at this moment. He has already confirmed Tang Ying's identity as the Sagittarius goddess. This archer ability belongs to a type of martial arts, but it is quite special. This ability can enhance a person's precise perception. A person with this ability is like a sniper in the army. In his previous life, Xiao Yang had heard of how powerful Tang Ying was. With a bow, she can easily shoot a squirrel from 10 kilometers away. Don't you think that's awesome? If there is such a sharpshooter in the team, safety will be greatly guaranteed. In the later stages, the sharpshooter can really kill people without being seen. You may be dead before you even find her. Xiao Yang's gaze towards Tang Ying became increasingly fiery. Tang Ying must be recruited, he will be of great use in the future. When the flood comes, almost all thermal weapons will become ineffective. Almost all teams and forces have lost their long-range attack capabilities. At that time, the importance of the sharpshooter was reflected. Tang Ying felt a little uncomfortable when Xiao Yang looked at her. That look was as if he wanted to eat her. Ahem, Comrade Xiao Yang, is this considered a supernatural power? Xiao Yang was awakened by Tang Ying's voice. His mind raced and he became more cautious. Captain Tang, this of yours can also be considered a kind of supernatural power. However, if you don't have a strong team to help you quickly improve your strength, it will be difficult for you to develop this ability. Improving superpowers consumes a lot of crystal cores, and animal mutants are not easy to deal with. Tang Ying was very happy when she heard Xiao Yang say that he had awakened his special powers. But when I heard that it was difficult to develop this supernatural power, I couldn't help feeling a little disappointed. Oh. I see. By the way, seeing that you guys know so much, have you also awakened your special powers? She suddenly became curious about Xiao Yang and the others. Come on, sister you, show me one. Xiao Yang smiled and said, well, we need to show the strength of our team. Without saying a word, Lu Yu ran to the kitchen, picked up a pot in one hand and a spoon in the other, and then used her lightning power. Sizzle sizzle. Lu Yu tried his best to control the size of the lightning so as not to damage the wok. Tang Ying was stunned. This was too magical. Sister Yu, you are so amazing. Where are Wanqing and Shishir? What abilities do you have? Before Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir could speak, Xiao Yang spoke up first. Their abilities are a bit special, you'll know when the time comes. Tang Ying saw that Xiao Yang was being mysterious and thought it might not be convenient to tell him, so she didn't force him. What about you? What powers do you have? She looked at Xiao Yang with interest. Me, haha. My special ability is to make all of you fat and white. Let you have no worries about food and clothing in these last days. How is it powerful or not? Xiao Yang told Tang Ying in a very obscure way, but was met with a roll of the eyes from the other party. Forget it. Xiao Yang felt that it would be better not to reveal everything now. After all, Tang Ying had not really chosen to join him yet. Okay, it's getting late, let's all rest. Xiao Yang stood up first and took out 2 crystal cores and fed them to Cole Ball. The police dog Yang Yang sniffed his nose, and seemed to sense the unusualness of the crystal core. He wagged his tail and looked up at Xiao Yang eagerly. It wants it too. Do you want it? Xiao Yang seduced the police dog Yang Yang. The police dog drooled as he watched the bird take the crystal core into his hand. Haha, no, I'll give it to you when you change your name. Xiao Yang suddenly put away the crystal core, confusing the police dog. It ran to Tang Ying angrily and rubbed its head against her legs for comfort. Tang Ying stroked the police dog's head and looked at Xiao Yang. You are a grown man, but you even bully a dog. Captain Tang, please change the name of this dog. Yang Yang doesn't suit it. Xiao Yang suggested sincerely. Why should I change it? I thought about it for a long time. Yang Yang is so good. Yang Yang represents. Tang Ying was still confused and asked why she asked me to change the dog's name for no reason. Suddenly, she thought of Xiao Yang's name, Xiao Yang, Yang Yang. Phew. Tang Ying couldn't hold back her laughter. Look at what has happened, it's a duplicate name. Haha, Comrade Xiao Yang, the Yang in my Yang Yang is the same as the sun, which is different from your Yang. After these words were spoken, Mu Wanqing and the others who were sitting on the sofa seemed to realize something. Ha 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 ha. Several people burst into laughter. Well, Yang Yang, get up. Yang Yang, get down. Ah, Yang Yang, you actually licked me. Police dog Yang Yang excitedly ran back and forth between the women. He didn't know why these humans were suddenly so enthusiastic towards him. You women are really unreasonable. Xiao Yang was speechless. They were deliberately teasing him with the dog. Hurry up and go back to your room to sleep, otherwise, hee hee. Xiao Yang raised his right hand with a wicked smile and gestured to them. Or else, I'll make your pajamas disappear. Do you believe it? When Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir, and Lu Yu heard this, they immediately stopped laughing. This Xiao Yang is so bad. What's more, he can really put their clothes into the space immediately. Xiao Yang took a step forward, and immediately scared the three people so much that they fled in panic. Tang Ying was the only one left, still grinning foolishly. Xiao Yang looked at her pajamas that were bulging due to the pair of peaks, and suddenly an idea flashed through his mind: if I put her pajamas into the space, will she hit me? Ah! Are you scared now? Tang Ying didn't expect that those people actually ran away. She felt funny in her heart. How could Xiao Yang scare them like this with just one sentence? Ignorance is truly fearless. Xiao Yang sighed and went upstairs. As expected, Lin Shishir did not sleep on the third floor tonight, but lived on the second floor with Tang Ying. There are 3 rooms on the second floor, 1 for each of them. Lin Shishir sighed that she could finally sleep peacefully. Tang Ying lay on the bed, staring blankly at the ceiling. Her mind was full of thoughts at the moment, replaying the scenes she had experienced since the disaster. On the night the cold wave hit, she led a dozen police officers to a police call and got trapped in a garment factory. Fortunately, there is no shortage of clothes here, and they are in good physical condition, so they don't freeze to death. As for food, one of their team members risked his life to go to the canteen and brought back a bag of potatoes. More than a dozen people survived the cold wave by relying on this bag of potatoes. However, a zombie outbreak occurred later, and almost all the workers in the garment factory turned into zombies. In the battle with zombies, they lost half of their team members. The last remaining people finally returned to the city police headquarters. I found that the place had already fallen. Seeing her former colleagues turning into monsters one by one and biting their own teammates, she felt heartbroken. After finally escaping, he was chased by the zombies roaming on the road. Finally, he met Xiao Yang and his friends and was saved. She really couldn't understand what was going on in this world and why such an incredible disaster happened. This was the first time in all these days that she could lie in bed and think about these questions so comfortably. Although she is the captain of the city security team, she is also a woman. The great changes taking place in the world today are beyond her ability to handle. None of her teammates survived, and she felt a strong sense of powerlessness. When she felt the joy in Xiao Yang's team today and the way all the girls followed Xiao Yang's lead, she was very envious. If my men was so strong, how could I have turned myself into a tough girl? The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Tang Ying decided not to think about it anymore. She just wanted to have a good sleep. Forget about her mother's responsibilities, now she just wants to be herself, a greedy and sleepy woman. At this time, in the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wanqing, did you use your ability to eavesdrop on Captain Tang today? Have. Xiao Yang smiled. Wanqing is quite smart. What did you hear? I heard it twice. Once, at the entrance of the mall, she was thinking how strong our team is and she admired us very much. The second time was when she was having dinner, she was thinking, if only she could live such a wonderful life every day. Mu Wanqing rested her head on Xiao Yang's shoulder and looked at him with blinking eyes. Her hands kept drawing circles on Xiao Yang's chest, making Xiao Yang feel a little excited. Do you really want Captain Tang to stay? When Xiao Yang heard Mu Wanqing ask this, Tang Ying's heroic figure suddenly flashed in his mind. She is beautiful, has a good figure, is capable, and has a righteousness that emanates from her bones. When combined together, there is a special charm that makes people have a strong desire to conquer. If you push her down. Xiao Yang felt a pain in his chest and couldn't help but cry out. Mu Wanqing frowned, exerted force with her hands, and said angrily, how dare you think about other women in front of me? You know that all men are bad. Xiao Yang cried out in pain. He was too careless and was discovered by this little girl. There is absolutely no privacy at all. It's really unfair. This is outrageous. You actually dared to pinch me. Xiao Yang took her little hand away. The flesh on the chest is also a man's weakness. Don't think I don't know that you also have feelings for Shishir and Sister Yu. I just didn't expose you. Mu Wanqing gritted her teeth and spoke viciously. Everyone has a love for beauty. I'm a normal man. Xiao Yang said very seriously. It seems that you have too much energy. I have to think of a way. After Mu Wanqing finished speaking, she jumped onto Xiao Yang. Come on, Xiao Yang. Please charge me. Lin Shishir suffered from insomnia again. Oh my god, I was so blind to choose the room right below their bedroom. Hey, that guy just wanted to come into our guard building, but I didn't allow him to. Now, he has run into the property office building. At night, Xiao Yang, who had just finished his busy work, heard Su Tong's voice coming from the intercom. Okay, I understand. After Xiao Yang replied, he curled the corners of his mouth. Just when I was thinking about looking for Li Yang, he showed up by himself. This saves me a lot of trouble. Looking at Mu Wanqing, who had collapsed into a puddle of mud and fallen asleep, Xiao Yang smiled. She put on her clothes and quietly walked out of the bedroom. Li Yang woke up hungry at night. He didn't dare to go to Xiao Yang's villa, so he could only stagger to the guard building where Su Tong was. He knew there were guards here, so he wanted to get some food. Unfortunately, Su Tong ignored him at all. He wanted to break down the door, but it was too thick and he couldn't break it down. After hitting a wall, he had no choice but to grope his way into the property office building. He found a storage room and temporarily hid in it to avoid the cold. Just wait and see, there will be a time when you will beg me. Then, wait and see how I torture you. Li Yang muttered angrily, his heart filled with envy, jealousy, and hatred. Especially that man, I will make you kneel down and beg me. He. Li Yang was smiling sinisterly when suddenly, the door of the storage room was opened. Through the moonlight, Li Yang saw a tall figure outside the door. In the dark, a person suddenly appeared and scared him immediately. The man you just mentioned, are you talking about me? The person standing at the door spoke coldly, and from the voice, it was Xiao Yang. Li Yang never expected that Xiao Yang would appear here at this time. Moreover, he heard my harsh words. He said with a guilty conscience, I didn't say anything about you. As soon as he finished speaking, suddenly, a strong light came on and shone on his face. He subconsciously used his hands to block the glaring light. Xiao Yang walked up to Li Yang with a strong flashlight and said expressionlessly, "Send me the time on your arm." Li Yang was stunned after hearing Xiao Yang's words. He knew the time displayed on his arm. However, he didn't know what that meant yet. He subconsciously replied, "Why should I give it to you?" "Why?" "Ha." Xiao Yang laughed. Then, he took out a baseball bat from the space in front of Li Yang. In Li Yang's surprised eyes, Xiao Yang smiled and said, "Because, if you don't give it to me, I will blow your head off. Do you believe it?" Although Li Yang couldn't see the expression on Xiao Yang's face clearly, from his tone, it definitely didn't sound like he was joking. However, he didn't want to appear too cowardly, so he bravely pointed his right finger at Xiao Yang and said, You dare." "Ah." As soon as he said the word, "You dare," Li Yang screamed. He held his right hand with his left hand, his face almost twisted in pain. Xiao Yang just hit his right arm with a stick without hesitation, and he felt all his bones were broken. "Now you know whether I dare or not, right?" Xiao Yang sneered. Only after Li Yang was hit with a stick did he realize that Xiao Yang really dared to do it. He said tremblingly, "I know. Why don't you stretch out your left hand and pass the time to me?" Xiao Yang stepped forward and stretched out his left hand. Upon hearing this, Li Yang did not dare to delay and immediately stretched out his left hand. "How?" he asked stutteringly. Xiao Yang grabbed his left hand, rolled up his sleeves, and looked at his arm. There was less than a year's worth of energy in his arm. "See the time. Keep 30 seconds for yourself and send the rest to me with your mind. Hurry." Li Yang was stunned when he heard this. It turned out that the time could be transmitted in this way. Moreover, looking at Xiao Yang's expression, he felt that this time seemed very important. He was a little resistant, but was afraid that Xiao Yang would hit him with the stick again. Forget it, a wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. Give it to him first, and I'll ask for it back when I have the chance. After thinking about it, Li Yang made up his mind and transferred the time energy to Xiaoyang. And there were only 30 seconds left on his arm. Looking at the seconds that kept decreasing, Li Yang began to feel anxious for some reason. After obtaining the time energy, Xiaoyang calmly took out a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from the space. Lighting a cigarette, Xiaoyang took a deep breath. Li Yang, seeing that Xiaoyang had no intention of leaving, asked nervously, "I've given you all the time, why don't you leave?" After hearing this, Xiaoyang smiled and said in a very calm tone, "Haha, I have to wait to collect your body." Hearing this, Li Yang was stunned. He asked in horror, "You want to kill me?" However, Xiaoyang shook his head after hearing this, "You are the one who sought death. I am just collecting your body." Li Yang didn't understand what Xiaoyang meant, and he wanted to threaten Xiaoyang. However, before he could open his mouth, the time energy on his arm was reset to 0. Li Yang fell headfirst to the ground with a gritting teeth look on his face. Seeing this, Xiaoyang threw the cigarette in his hand to the ground and stomped it out. He looked at Li Yang's body and muttered, "You are the only one who has the wrong idea. How could I possibly leave you as a hidden danger? I've let you live a few more hours, you should be content." After saying that, he sneered and put Li Yang's body into the space. After doing all this, Xiaoyang returned to his villa with peace of mind. After Xiaoyang came back, he fell asleep on the bed. "I have been working too hard on my homework for several nights in a row, especially last night." Even though he had a strong physique and plenty of energy, he still felt sleepy. "Especially since I went out again at night, I was really sleepy." However, he woke up at dawn. Looking at Mu Wanqing, who was still sleeping with messy hair, Xiaoyang smiled and sighed. "Alas! Fool! Why bother? Your body is not capable of withstanding the power of thunder, yet you still want to consume my energy. You are really asking for trouble. Who was begging for mercy last night, hee hee." After helping Mu Wanqing smooth her messy hair and giving her a kiss on the face, Xiaoyang got up, walked to the window, opened the curtains and looked outside. The snow was still falling and the visibility was not very clear. Alas! The weather is unpredictable, and the big intestines are wrapped in small intestines. This will be the norm for the next 2 years. The wind and snow will come when they come, so just get used to it. Picking up the intercom, Xiaoyang went downstairs. When I passed by the second floor, I saw that Lin Shishir and Tang Ying's rooms were still closed. Well, it seemed they slept well. When I walked to the first floor, I found Lu Yu sitting on the sofa in the living room, laughing so hard that his body was shaking. Xiaoyang walked closer curiously and saw that he was watching Cold Ball and the police dog playing. Xiaoyang also laughed when he saw it. It was more like Cold Ball bullying the police dog than playing. The Cold Ball took advantage of the police dog's inattention, flew behind it and bit its tail. As soon as the police dog turned its head, the Cold Balls flew back to its boom. No matter how well trained the police dog is, it can't do anything to it. The angry police dog lay on the ground and howled at it. Repeat this process and have a lot of fun. Sister you got up so early. Lu Yu raised his head and looked at Xiaoyang, sizing him up with a half smile, and said in a teasing tone, "Some people don't sleep at night, they just make a fuss. It's finally quiet now, but these two little guys start making trouble again. I didn't get up early, I just couldn't sleep." Xiaoyang touched his hair and smiled awkwardly. As expected, sharing happiness is worse than enjoying it alone. Otherwise, some people will feel resentful. "Why do you get up so early if you don't have a good rest?" Lu Yu asked with a smile. "Oh. I can't help it. It's a habit," Xiaoyang said with a smile. After he was reborn, he only slept in during the 10 days of the super cold wave. At other times he got up very early. This may be related to his experiences in his previous life. "In my previous life, in the end times, I lived in fear every day, and my life was precarious. How could I have so much time to sleep in?" Lu Yu nodded, and then said with concern, "Then I'll make breakfast for you. Anyway, it's snowing outside, so I won't go out today and will make you a nice meal." Before Xiaoyang agreed, Lu Yu ran to the kitchen to busy himself. Xiaoyang could only stare at Lu Yu's back silently for a long time, sighing in his heart, "What a virtuous woman she is." When Lu Yu brought breakfast to the table, Xiaoyang was shocked again. I made stir-fried yam, black rice with wolfberry, walnut and a pot of seafood soup with the leftover seafood in the refrigerator last night. Come on, young man, take more supplements. Sure enough, Lu Yu did everything on purpose. However, Xiaoyang would not refuse Lu Yu's kindness, because it was simply too delicious. Xiaoyang devoured the food in no time and finished it all in one breath. After burping and patting his stomach, Xiaoyang felt full of strength again. At this time, Tang Ying, Lin Shishir, and Mu Wanqing all came downstairs. Lin Shishir was shocked when she saw Xiaoyang sitting at the dining table picking his teeth and grinding his lips. Is this guy nuclear-powered? Isn't he tired? Tang Ying didn't show any expression. She was too tired yesterday and slept very deeply. She didn't know what happened. Everyone, get up now. What do you want to eat? I'll make it for you. Lu Yu saw them and asked considerately. Sister Yu, we'll eat whatever you cook, no need to ask us. You are the only one who is busy, so we cannot be picky. Mu Wanqing was very considerate of Lu Yu. They were all women, but Lu Yu had paid much more than them. Okay. Then I'll just do whatever I want. When several women were eating breakfast, Su Tong's anxious voice suddenly came from the intercom again. Hey, hey. A few trucks drove up to the gate of our villa area, and they insisted that we open the door to let them in. Everyone became alert when they heard Su Tong's report. How many of them are there? There are probably more than 50 people. Xiaoyang was stunned. It seemed that the other party came prepared. As to whether they came for me or for the villa area, it was not clear. He asked me to kill anyone who had a conflict with me. It seems that they came here for this villa area. Forget it, let's go and take a look first. Xiaoyang changed into his combat gear without saying a word. Seeing this, the girls also hurried back to their houses to change into their gear, holding their weapons, and followed Xiaoyang out of the villa. It was snowing heavily outside, and this place was some distance from the gate of the villa area, so Xiaoyang drove the off-road RV directly there. When they arrived at the gate of the villa area, they found that there was a group of people outside the gate, shouting at Su Tong and the others. Since Su Tong locked the door, they couldn't get in for the time being. When Su Tong and the others saw Xiaoyang, they ran over directly. What's going on? Xiaoyang asked with a frown. I don't know, but suddenly a few trucks of freight came and a bunch of people got out, and they insisted that the door be opened. However, I noticed that one of the people in that group looked familiar, and he looked like the person who was trapped in the tenement building a few days ago. As soon as Su Tong finished speaking, Xiaoyang guessed what was going on. They must be the group of people that he let go. Some of them brought their acquaintances with them and wanted to seize his territory. Damn, I spared their lives out of kindness, but they repay me with evil. When the group of people outside saw Xiaoyang and the others, they immediately started howling. There are quite a lot of women here. These ones are much stronger than those two. Hey, pretty girl, are you hungry? We have some delicious food here. Let us in and we will definitely feed you, haha. That's right. It's so cold. Do you want us to warm your bed? I see you are so hot. The group of people outside the door kept talking nonsense, and some of them whistled and made a noise, which made the women inside the door grit their teeth. However, Xiaoyang turned a deaf ear to it. In his eyes, those who dared to come to his territory to cause trouble were just a bunch of dead bodies. He was just carefully observing the strength of this group of people. Most of these people were in their 30s and were holding weapons. Steel rods, machetes, axes, etc. are all common weapons. Xiaoyang didn't care about these, since these weapons couldn't hurt him anyway. He just thought that since the other party came to his door, they should not waste their time and energy. 50 people, at least 50 years of time energy. Just as Xiaoyang was observing the people outside the door, a man outside the door held up a large bag and said, "Hey, it's inside. Do you know what's in here?" Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the man put the package on the ground and opened it, saying to himself, "See. There are all kinds of delicious food in it. You guys here must have not seen these good things for a long time. Our boss Qian said that as long as you open the door, these will just be a welcome gift." If you are willing to join us, we can give you more food. After this man finished speaking, another man said, Did you hear clearly? Look how enthusiastic my cousin is. Open the door quickly and let us go in and find some villas to live in. It's snowing heavily, aren't you afraid of freezing us? Xiao Yang looked carefully at the man who was speaking and found that he did look familiar. It seemed that he was one of the survivors that he let go that day. At this time, Tang Ying, who was behind Xiao Yang, saw the group of people outside and suddenly shouted, Qian Yuchuan. It's you scum. Hearing Tang Ying's shout, a strong man leading outside looked towards Tang Ying. He looked at Tang Ying carefully. Suddenly, he said with a surprised look on his face, Captain Tang. Seeing that the other party recognized her, Tang Ying sneered and said, Yes, it's me. It's really a narrow road for enemies. Xiao Yang saw that Tang Ying knew the group of people outside, and it seemed that there was some holiday between them. He turned to Tang Ying and asked, Do you know each other? Tang Ying gritted her teeth and looked at the person outside the door and said, Of course I know you. They are employees of Tianqian Financial Company. The leader is Qian Yuchuan, the boss of the company. Their company specializes in lending high-interest loans to college students, forcing female college students to take nude photos and using violent debt collection methods. They even forced female college students who couldn't pay back their loans to sell their bodies to pay off their debts. This company is notorious. Many victimized college students have reported to the police, but I just can't do anything about this company. I don't know who is the umbrella behind them. After listening to Tang Ying, Xiao Yang said, Oh. It seems that this group of people are not good people. At this time, the sturdy man named Qian Yuchuan looked at Tang Ying with a smile and said, Captain Tang, we are really destined to meet. However, I have to advise you, it's already this time, and you are still thinking about those trivial things. I think you might as well open the door and join us. Let's put aside all the unpleasant things. I promise that in the future you will follow me to eat delicious food and drink spicy drinks. How? Bah. Tang Ying spat in disgust when she heard it. You are a bunch of scum, do you deserve it? Qian Yuchuan was not angry when he saw Tang Ying like this. Instead, he said with a smile, Captain Tang, I will not hide it from you. Do you see those 5 vans behind me? It was filled with all kinds of food and supplies. We moved in and built a small supermarket, which is enough for us to live on for a while. As long as you let us in, I can support you. Roll. Tang Ying couldn't help but curse. When Qian Yuchuan heard this, he immediately stopped smiling and his expression turned ugly. Okay. Captain Tang, don't regret it later. After Qian Yuchuan finished speaking, he turned his gaze to Xiao Yang and said, Young man, listen to my brother, you are very powerful. So, today I'll give you a chance. You open the door yourself, and I'll let you be the second in command. How about that? Not so good. Xiao Yang replied coldly. Ha ha ha, good, you have guts. Don't blame me for being rude. The big man suddenly raised his right hand and made a knife-cutting gesture towards the door. Crash. The door opened. The women inside the door were stunned. The lock was actually cut off by the big man with his bare hands. Xiao Yang was also stunned. This big man actually awakened superpowers, and they were extremely rare metal superpowers. This ability can transform one's palms into sharp metal weapons, capable of cutting through iron like mud. No wonder Xiao Yang saw that he was unarmed, it turned out that his trump card was his own hand. As soon as the door opened, people outside rushed in, shouting frantically. Don't move yet. The big man suddenly stopped his men, then looked at Xiao Yang and the others and said, I'll give you one last chance. Put down your weapons and avoid being punished. At this time, the survivor who had been let go before also stood up and said to Xiao Yang with a smile, Brother, let me see your skills. A real man indeed. But I still advise you to be sensible, you are no match to us. No matter how sharp your knife is, it is not as sharp as my cousin's hand. Young man, you must know how to observe the situation and act within your ability. Qian Yuchuan continued to advise. After saying that, he looked at the women behind Xiao Yang and said with a smile, Beauties, stop resisting in vain. As long as you give up resistance, I promise that you can choose whatever food you want from the box outside. I, Old Qian, have no other abilities except spoiling women. Yes, yes, our boss dotes on women. Hurry up and obey, haha. The group of younger brothers behind Qian Yuchuan also started to make a fuss. Mu Wanqing and the others listened to the temptations of these people with cold and indifferent expressions. This group of people really are like clowns. Are you done? Xiao Yang said coldly. That's all. What? Are you ready to surrender? The survivor from before said with a smile. I, Xiao Yang, hate one kind of people the most in my life, those who repay kindness with enmity. Swish. Before everyone could react, Xiao Yang stepped forward and slashed at the man. The knife fell with a sudden movement. The man's leg was chopped off. By the time Mr. Qian and his group reacted, the man was already lying on the ground wailing. Fuck you. How dare you chop my cousin? Come on, kill him. Leave those women behind alive, I will use them to vent my wrath. After hearing Mr. Qian's order, a group of people rushed towards Xiao Yang and his group frantically. And Mr. Qian was the first to bear the brunt and pointed directly at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was not vague at all. He picked up the knife and walked forward as quickly as possible, chopping off Qian Yuchuan's right hand with one stroke. Then, he put the knife to his neck. This scene happened in a flash, so fast that Qian Yuchuan's men hadn't even reacted yet. Tell your men to stop and hand over all their weapons over here. Xiao Yang looked at Qian Yuchuan with cold eyes. Only then did Qian Yuchuan feel the pain of losing his arm, and his entire body was shaking with pain. His mind was so confused that he didn't even see how his arm was chopped off. He originally thought that he was very awesome, but he didn't expect that he would be so incompetent in the hands of this young man. Looking at the knife on his neck, he dared not hesitate. He endured the pain and said to his men, hand over your weapons, quickly. Qian Yuchuan's men were extremely shocked when they saw that their eldest brother was taken hostage after just one encounter. However, no one was willing to surrender their weapons. The 5 people at the back saw that something was wrong and turned around and ran towards the car. It seems that he doesn't care about his boss's life or death and wants to drive away. Bang, 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 bang. 5 gunshots were heard. The 5 people who had just run a short distance fell to the ground. They covered their thighs and screamed. Xiao Yang knew without looking back that it was Tang Ying who fired the shot. Your people don't seem to listen to you. Xiao Yang said, and slashed the knife hard on Qian Yuchuan's neck, leaving a cut and blood flowing out. Hey, 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 spare my life. Qian Yuchuan was so frightened that he quickly begged Xiao Yang for mercy, and then he shouted at his men, you bastards, are you expecting me to die? I have treated you well before, haven't I? Hand over your weapons now. After hearing this, the subordinates finally obeyed their boss's orders. After all, Qian Yuchuan's prestige is still there. Mu Wanqing and the others went up to take the weapons, then retreated back to where they were, waiting for Xiao Yang's instructions. Come, have your men use their minds to transfer the time on their arms into this crystal. Just take 3 minutes for yourself. However, you better not play tricks, otherwise, your boss will be dead. As Xiao Yang was speaking, a bag of crystals suddenly appeared in his left hand, and he threw it forward to the ground. This was the empty crystal he had left behind earlier, and it now came in handy. Qian Yuchuan and his men all subconsciously looked at their arms. They knew the time on the arm, but they didn't know that it could also transmit information. However, the boss is in someone else's hands, so they can only do as they are told. What's more, there was a female police officer pointing a gun at them, so they didn't dare to disobey. Each of them took a crystal and placed it in their left hand, and according to Xiao Yang's instructions, transferred the time energy into the crystal. Then, they handed the crystals to Mu Wanqing and the others one by one. Qian Yuchuan also transferred his time energy to Xiao Yang through a handshake. After doing all this, Xiao Yang finally smiled with satisfaction. Yes, these people's time and energy were not wasted. Seeing that these people were about to die, Xiao Yang said to Tang Ying, Captain Tang, do you have anything else you want to ask him? When Qian Yuchuan heard this, he thought Xiao Yang was going to let him go, and he immediately said excitedly, yes, Captain Tang, do you have anything else to ask me? I will tell you everything I know, and I will tell you everything I know. Tang Ying thought for a moment, then walked up to Chen Yuchuan and asked coldly, there is a question. I want to ask, who is the umbrella behind your company? Although it is the end of the world, Tang Ying is still bothered by this matter. She wanted to find out. When Chen Yuchuan heard this, he knew that Tang Ying would ask this, and he quickly replied, Captain Tang, the protective umbrella behind us is actually Li Gang, the director of your general police station. His son Li Yang is my beloved brother. This time, you understand. When Tang Ying heard this, she immediately understood. No wonder I can't win over Tianqian Financial Company. It turns out that their protective umbrella is my immediate boss. It's ridiculous to think about how hard you work. I think about eliminating harm for the people all day long, but I never expected that the greatest harm is within the police station. While Tang Ying was lost in thought, Chen Yuchuan looked at Xiaoyang eagerly and said, Brother, I have done everything I need to do. Can you let me go? Xiaoyang took away the knife and said with a smile, Okay. Let's go. When Tang Ying reacted and was about to stop Xiaoyang from letting the tiger go back to the mountains, she saw Chen Yuchuan and his men suddenly fall straight to the ground. Tang Ying didn't understand what was going on, so she quickly went up to check one by one and found that they were all dead. She looked at Xiaoyang suspiciously, not understanding what means Xiaoyang had used to make this group of people die suddenly in an instant. Could it be related to the time on the arm? However, although she had doubts in her heart, she did not ask Xiaoyang. Because he is more concerned about another issue now. Have you seen Li Yang? I want to kill this scum with my own hands. Tang Ying walked up to Xiaoyang and asked. Xiaoyang smiled and spread his hands, I don't know. Maybe this kid ran away when he saw the situation was not good. When Tang Ying heard this, she angrily said, no matter where he goes, if I run into him, I will kill him with my own hands. Xiaoyang smiled and ignored Tang Ying. He put away the crystals and ordered his men to clear all the bodies outside. Looking at the 5 vans parked outside the door, Xiaoyang opened the door and took a look. Well, it's full of daily necessities. Xiaoyang smiled happily. This is really a case of sitting at home and having supplies delivered to your door. Who among you can drive? With so many cars, Xiaoyang had to drive back and forth several times by himself. I can do that, too. Lu Yu, Tang Ying, and Su Tong raised their hands. There are only 3 of them, plus Xiaoyang, a total of 4 people. Xiaoyang sighed and had to make one more trip. It seems that I have to let Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir practice driving when I have time in the future. It's the end of the world now, it's time for female drivers to show off their skills in getting out of the car. Okay, come on, help drive these cars to the yard of my villa. Good. Letting Mu Wanqing and the others stay behind to watch, Xiaoyang and his team drove the 4 cars back to the villa first. Then come back and drive the last car away. Leaving Xiao Lu alone to watch the door, Xiaoyang asked Su Tong to help unload the goods. When Su Tong walked into Xiaoyang's villa carrying the goods, she was shocked. I didn't expect that Xiaoyang's villa was so warm and the lights were on. Everything was no different from before the disaster. Especially after the goods were unloaded, Xiaoyang asked her to wash her hands. Even the water is hot. Su Tong immediately thought that since there was hot water, she could definitely take a bath. She hasn't taken a bath since the disaster struck. There's nothing I can do, it's just too cold. If you get sick and don't have medicine, you might even die. But in this villa, there is no need to worry about all this. Su Tong was very envious. She really wanted to take a good hot bath. However, she knew that with her qualifications, she did not deserve such treatment. What's wrong, Su Tong? What are you standing there for? Mu Wanqing saw Su Tong standing in front of the wash basin in a daze, so she stepped forward and asked. Oh, nothing. Su Tong came back to her senses and said. Seeing that she looked troubled, Mu Wanqing became curious and used the eavesdropping technique to eavesdrop on her. I really want to take a bath, but unfortunately I don't have the right to do so. Mu Wanqing was stunned when she heard Su Tong's thoughts. Being able to take a hot bath every day, something that can be done so easily, is a luxury in Su Tong's eyes. Mu Wanqing felt very sympathetic, so she pretended to smell Su Tong's body. "Oh, Su Tong, you've sweated a lot and you smell. Why don't you take a shower here?" Su Tong was stunned and filled with surprise. "Is it really possible?" She looked at Xiaoyang in the living room intentionally or unintentionally. She knew that Xiaoyang had the final say here. Mu Wanqing smiled and understood her concerns. "Xiaoyang, Su Tong is sweating a lot. Can I let her take a shower here?" Hearing the voice, Xiaoyang looked over here and saw Su Tong looking at him expectantly. Considering that she has performed well these past 2 days and has put in so much effort, it is not too much to let her take a bath here. "Sure, I'll get her a new set of clothes later." Hearing Xiaoyang's permission, Su Tong almost jumped up with joy. "Great, I can finally take a shower. Oh, by the way, it turns out his name is Xiaoyang, and I didn't even know his name before." Xiaoyang, this name sounds pretty nice." As Su Tong wished, she took her first hot bath since the end of the world. While Su Tong was taking a shower, Xiaoyang took out a set of thick and special training clothes for her and prepared a box of food for her. When Su Tong came out of the shower, changed into new clothes and prepared to return to the guard building, Xiaoyang handed the food to her. "Here, take it and eat it with Xiao Lu." Su Tong took the box and felt it was quite heavy. It seemed that there were a lot of things inside. She stared at Xiaoyang in a daze, her eyes a little moist. She was so excited that she didn't know what to say. She just bowed deeply to Xiaoyang and walked out of the villa. When they walked a little further away from the villa, Su Tong started crying. She knew that she was not qualified to live in Xiaoyang's villa. However, it's still good for Xiaoyang and the others to confront me. I originally thought that Xiaoyang was aloof and a bit heartless. But now it seems that he is not so cold-hearted. These people are all very nice. Su Tong secretly swore in his heart that he must become stronger and become one of them with his own strength. At this moment, she has new motivation for the future. The wind was howling outside and the heavy snow turned into a blizzard. Although it was still noon, it was impossible to go out again. Anyway, he had gained a lot today, so Xiaoyang decided not to go down the mountain today and rest at home for a day. Lu Yu stewed a pot of braised pork and steamed a pot of rice as today's lunch. After eating and drinking, everyone sat on the sofa in the living room to rest. Tang Ying was still a little worried, and it seemed that she had not yet come to terms with the killing of Li Yang. At this time, Mu Wanqing walked up to Xiaoyang and stretched out her hand. "Didn't you promise to give us a set of yoga clothes? Here." Xiaoyang's eyes lit up, and he asked with a smile, "Why, are you going to start practicing yoga?" "Yeah, since we have nothing to do in the afternoon, let sister you take us to practice. I've been eating a lot lately, and I'm almost gaining weight." Of course Xiaoyang was very happy, as he had long wanted to see them wearing yoga clothes. He ran to the room and carefully selected several yoga clothes from the space. "Well, black is good. Black is the most emotional. Well, the flesh-colored ones are also good, it's the same as if you were not wearing anything. Pink is also good, so tender." Xiaoyang took out several sets of yoga clothes and gave them to Mu Wanqing and the others. Seeing Tang Ying looking unhappy, Mu Wanqing went over to pull her and said, "Come on, Captain Tang, don't just sit there, let's exercise together." "I don't know how to do yoga. I usually do fitness and fighting. Sister you knows how, let her teach us. By the way, you know how to fight, so teach us too. We have nothing else now except a stronger physique." When Tang Ying heard this, she waved her hands and said, "How dare I teach you? You are all much better than me. Hey, we all use brute force, if you have so much time and energy, you can do it too. What we lack now is technology. Let's go, let's go." Tang Ying was dragged upstairs by Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to change into yoga clothes. Lu Yu also took the yoga clothes back to his room. Xiaoyang was waiting in the living room with great anticipation, feeling extremely excited. It's good to wear yoga clothes, which can directly show the female figure. This time I can feast my eyes. In the anxious waiting, Lu Yu was the first to go out. Wow! Xiaoyang was amazed. Lu Yu was wearing a green yoga suit, which made her look more youthful despite her mature appearance. The plump body fills up the tight yoga suit, just like a ripe peach, the skin of which can be broken by blowing, and it looks very tempting. Seeing Xiao Yang's infatuated look, Lu Yu couldn't help but blush. She embarrassedly tucked her hair behind her ears. She turned her face to the side, rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang and said, "Brother, stop staring at me like that. It makes me feel embarrassed." When Xiao Yang saw Lu Yu's expression, he became even more excited. That look seemed to be able to captivate people. It was a kind of coquettishness that emanated from the bones. This may be the charm of a young woman, and a top-notch young woman at that. Before Xiao Yang could admire it enough, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir pulled Tang Ying downstairs. Ouch! Xiao Yang almost dropped his eyes. Mu Wanqing was seen wearing a pair of black yoga pants on her lower body and a flesh-colored yoga vest on her upper body. Tang Ying was just the opposite of her, wearing flesh-colored yoga pants on the lower body and a black yoga vest on the upper body. It's amazing, they both know how to mix and match. Looking at Lin Shishir again, she actually chose a pink yoga outfit, which made her look even younger. The three women were of similar height, all around 170 centimeters. However, it is obvious that Tang Ying has fuller flesh on her body. Especially that top, it's about to burst. It seems that this has something to do with her regular fitness. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir looked a little thinner. After all, they are still students, and this may be related to the fact that they don't exercise regularly. However, if you look closely, you can still find that Mu Wanqing's figure is a little more prominent than Lin Shishir's. Well, maybe this is the difference between having a boyfriend and not having one. Those who understand will understand. In terms of looks, these girls are all goddess level. Coupled with such a figure, she is simply perfect. Especially Tang Ying's medium short hair, which makes her look even wilder. When men see her, they will have a strong desire to conquer her. Xiao Yang was dazzled and his eyes kept moving back and forth between the women. It's amazing. Ahem. Mu Wanqing coughed at Xiao Yang, waking him up from his intoxicated state. After glaring at Xiao Yang, she said to Lu Yu, "Sister Yu, this green color really suits you. It makes you look several years younger." Lu Yu went over and touched their waists, praising them. "Alas, I am old. It is better for you to be young. Look at your thin waists. I can't help but want to hug them, haha." "Haha, Sister Yu, yours isn't bad either, it's all flesh, soft and very comfortable." Several people touched each other's waists and laughed. Xiao Yang, who was not far away, watched this scene and couldn't help swallowing. "Come on, Sister Yu, let's go to the fitness area on the second floor below ground." Seeing Xiao Yang's envious look, Mu Wanqing hurriedly called a few people to go downstairs. A few people went down to the underground second floor laughing and joking. Yang Yang, the police dog who was playing with coal balls, saw Tang Ying coming down the stairs and followed her down happily. Xiao Yang thought about it and decided, since the dogs have gone, why shouldn't I go? Quickly find a set of men's sportswear from the space. Since there was no one around, he just took off his clothes and changed into them on the spot. Then he couldn't wait to go down to the second floor below ground. Seeing Xiao Yang also followed and changed into sportswear, Mu Wanqing said with a smile, "We women are doing yoga, why are you, a grown man, following us?" Xiao Yang rolled his eyes. "Can't you see that I'm wearing sportswear? I want to exercise too." "What kind of exercise do you do? Do yoga with us?" No, I don't do yoga, I do boxing." As he spoke, Xiao Yang came to the sandbag and threw out more than a dozen punches in succession. Mu Wanqing looked helpless. This man's nature was hard to change. He was a born lecher. She raised her eyebrows, glared at Xiao Yang, then pointed at her head to warn Xiao Yang. "Don't let your imagination run wild." Xiao Yang felt uncomfortable when he thought of Mu Wanqing's ability to eavesdrop on other people's thoughts. Damn. You can control the heavens and the earth, but can you control my imagination? Lu Yu started to teach a few people to do yoga. No one knew if she did it on purpose, but everyone had their backs to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang was secretly delighted. "Sister Yu really understands me." Lu Yu was demonstrating and teaching in the front. Later, Mu Wanqing, Lin Shishir and Tang Ying followed suit. Looking from Xiao Yang's angle, needless to say, Xiao Yang's blood boiled and his energy surged. "I can't stand it anymore, I can't stand it anymore. He quickly looked away and started throwing punches. 1. 2. 500. 501. 1000. Xiao Yang threw out 1,000 punches in one breath before he finally calmed down his restless heart. It was so hot and the boiler was on this floor, he was sweating all over, so he just took off his shirt. Looking at Lu Yu and the others, they had stopped doing yoga and were looking at him in disbelief. Xiao Yang was a little confused. What's wrong? Lu Yu, brother, I admire your physical fitness. Tang Ying, great, great. Lin Shishir glanced at Xiao Yang, then looked at Mu Wanqing and said, no wonder, no wonder. I finally know your name is Wanqing. Before Lin Shishir could finish her words, Mu Wanqing covered her mouth with her hand. Well, what are you doing? Lin Shishir broke free and said angrily. You know too much. So I want to. Ah cluck. Mu Wanqing pounced on Lin Shishir with bared fangs and claws, and the two of them started laughing and playing together. Lu Yu and Tang Ying were looking at Xiao Yang in a daze at this moment. Xiao Yang revealed his muscular and well-proportioned upper body and bronze skin, showing his masculine charm. Coupled with that strong and handsome face, wouldn't any woman take a second look at him? Tang Ying thought to herself, if I were to find a boyfriend, I would have to find someone like Xiao Yang. The few of them did yoga for an hour or so, and then asked Tang Ying to teach them fighting techniques. However, Xiao Yang felt that this fighting technique was quite useless. In the face of powerful superpowers, even the most powerful fighting skills are useless. Unless you have an extremely strong physique and can withstand the attacks of supernatural powers. However, it is always better to have many skills. Just think of it as exercise. Tang Ying's skills are indeed pretty good, at least they look pretty good. High whip kick, split kick, grab, throat lock, crotch kick. Xiao Yang's anus tightened when he saw this. This kick in the crotch was a bit too hard. Xiao Yang just admired their graceful bodies, it was so exciting. By the way, Xiao Yang, you have already reached the level of 1,000-year-old energy. Do you think we can defeat you if we work together? Mu Wanqing suddenly had an idea and wanted to see how strong Xiao Yang's physique was. When Xiao Yang heard this, he said, stop it. You just learned how to kick the crotch. No, you guys are kicking my crotch too hard. If each of you hit me hard, I'll be crippled. The girls burst into laughter when they heard this. Don't worry, don't kick. If we do, Wanqing will be very angry with us, ha. Lin Shishir looked at Xiao Yang's lower body and teased him while covering her mouth. You are such a badass, Lin Shishir. You are such a bad talker. Mu Wanqing put his arm around Lin Shishir's waist and tickled her armpit with his other hand. Ah, I was wrong, I was wrong. He. Lin Shishir quickly bent down and begged for mercy. Okay, stop messing around, both of you. Brother Xiao, I think Wanqing's suggestion is good. We can try it out for fun. Lu Yu stepped forward, raised his eyebrows, and looked at Xiao Yang with a very provocative smile. Only Tang Ying remained silent, but her eyes revealed an expectant look. Seeing the girls eager to try, Xiao Yang felt very happy. Haha. Of course he would be happy as long as he wasn't kicked in the crotch. Xiao Yang was a little excited. Happiness came too suddenly. He didn't know what Mu Wanqing was thinking. Okay, come on. But let me make it clear first, no kicking in the crotch. Okay. Let's get started. As long as I knock you down, you lose. Lin Shishir clapped her hands. Okay, if I fall down, I lose. If all of you fall down, you lose. After Xiao Yang finished speaking, he stood among them. Come on, let you make the first move. Whatever skills you have, just use them. Xiao Yang is not afraid. No swords, spears, swords or sticks can hurt me. How can you rely on your fancy moves? When the girls saw Xiao Yang's posture, they immediately became motivated to fight. I don't believe that I can't take you down today. Suddenly, all kinds of small punches and long legs greeted Xiao Yang. Tang Ying still wanted to lock Xiao Yang's throat, but she couldn't do it at all. Her energy, which was less than a year's accumulation, was still too weak in front of Xiao Yang. Mu Wanqing and the others were obviously much stronger than her. Although it couldn't hurt Xiaoyang at all, it still made crackling sounds when it hit his body. Wanqing and Shirshir will pull his legs, sister you will pull his waist, and I will strangle his neck. Together, we will push back and knock him down. Tang Ying saw that the punches and kicks could not shake Xiaoyang at all, so she began to instruct them to change their strategy. Good. Ah. According to Tang Ying's division of labor, several people gritted their teeth and started hugging her thighs, some hugged her thighs, some hugged her waist, and they used all their strength to suck her breasts. Seeing that these women only had this much ability, Xiaoyang laughed. Is that all you can do? You're so weak. It's my turn to take action. After saying that, he stretched his hands behind him and grabbed Tang Ying's arms. Then he exerted force and lifted Tang Ying forward above his head, then threw her gently to the ground. Then he reached back and hugged Lu Yu's waist with his backhand. Xiaoyang exerted a little force and lifted Lu Yu up. Then he quickly pulled out a hand and turned Lu Yu sideways around his waist and rotated him around. Lu Yu was so scared that he started screaming. After throwing Lu Yu gently to the side, Xiaoyang immediately bent down and put his hands around the slender waists of Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir respectively. With a strong effort, he picked up the two people, one in each hand, and carried them on his shoulders. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir screamed in fear, but their waists were too thin and were stuck tightly by Xiaoyang, and they couldn't break free. Xiaoyang carried the two of them and turned them around 3 times. Amid their screams, he gently threw them to the ground. Xiaoyang smiled proudly. Fight with him. It seems that they really don't know how powerful the 1,000-year-old monster is. The girls now looked at Xiaoyang with panic in their eyes. This guy was too powerful. He was treating them like barbells. Looking at Xiaoyang's smug look, Tang Ying felt very unconvinced. She suddenly jumped up, like an octopus, and pressed Xiaoyang's head firmly into her arms, while her 2 long legs tightly locked Xiaoyang's waist. Xiaoyang's entire head was buried in Tang Ying's arms. An alluring body fragrance entered his nose, making him a little dazed. Because it was so soft, he was actually a little breathless. Wanqing, Shirshir, quickly lock his arms. Tang Ying took a deep breath and shouted. Upon hearing this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir immediately stood up and hugged Xiaoyang's arms, one on each side. Xiaoyang's vision was blocked and he couldn't hide, so he could only exert his strength to lift the 2 women up. But Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir refused to let go. Like 2 monkeys, they wrapped their legs around Xiaoyang's legs and held his arms tightly with their hands. Xiaoyang was almost suffocating and wanted to speak, but Tang Ying was strangling him too tightly and he couldn't make any sound. Seeing this, Lu Yu squatted down at Xiaoyang's heels, grabbed Xiaoyang's ankles with both hands, and pulled back hard. But it didn't move. At this time, even the police dog Yang Yang, who was hiding nearby and watching the fun, couldn't stand it anymore. He stepped forward, bit Xiaoyang's trouser leg, and pulled it back with all his strength. Haha, brother, even dogs are disgusted by you. If you resist again, I will use my lightning power. Lu Yu threatened with a smile. When Xiaoyang heard this, he was frightened and relaxed his whole body. Lu Yu took this opportunity to pull his legs back. Xiaoyang lost his balance and fell forward. Ah! When he fell, the 3 women on his body fell to the ground first. Xiaoyang, on the other hand, felt very comfortable because he had someone to support him. At this time, Lu Yu grabbed him with his backhand and laughed. Brother, we knocked you down. You lose this time. When Xiaoyang heard this, he said unconvincedly, I am giving in to you, okay. If I really want to make a move, can you still defeat me? Hearing this, Lu Yu exerted force on his hand and said, I don't care, you lose anyway, don't cheat. Monkey, I ain't you. Xiaoyang's head was still tightly restrained by Tang Ying, and he couldn't speak clearly. Only after hearing Xiaoyang admit defeat did they let go. But they were really exhausted and lay on the ground gasping for breath. Okay, hurry up and get up, I can hardly breathe. Lin Shirshir lifted Xiaoyang's arm and complained. Xiaoyang, get out of the way. My back hurts from the fall. Mu Wanqing also lifted up Xiaoyang's other arm and said. Xiaoyang originally wanted to enjoy this human cushion longer, but under the strong request of the 2 women, he had to get up. Xiao Yang stood up, stared at Tang Ying on the ground and said, "Captain Tang, you are too big, you almost suffocated me to death." Tang Ying's face turned red, and she realized that her previous action was indeed a bit inappropriate. But, she didn't do it on purpose. She just wanted to seduce Xiao Yang and didn't think too much about it. She quickly covered her chest with one hand and stood up with the other hand. "I'm sorry about that," Tang Ying said to Xiao Yang somewhat embarrassedly. It's okay, you guys are just too serious." Xiao Yang waved his hands, as if he had suffered a great loss. "Okay, stop being so ungrateful. Tell me, if you lose, how should I punish you?" Xiao Yang was stunned. "Why is there a punishment? You didn't even mention it just now." "Humph, you threw us like this, it would be unfair for us to not punish you." Lin Shishir persisted. Xiao Yang thought about it, and suddenly smiled and said, "How about I give you guys a massage as an apology, okay?" "Go to hell, you wish." Lin Shishir rolled her eyes at Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's trick failed, so he laughed it off. How about this? Bro, aren't you good at push-ups? How about the four of us taking turns standing on your back, and you carrying each of us to do 1,000 push-ups?" As soon as Lu Yu opened his mouth, the eyes of the other three people suddenly lit up. Okay, let's see how we can tire him to death." Lin Shishir agreed with both hands. "Well, I think that's a good idea. Let's see how long you can hold out." Mu Wanqing also agreed with both hands. "I'll just follow the crowd." Tang Ying also smiled. Xiao Yang felt a little uneasy when he saw how they were gloating over other people's misfortunes. This is too cruel. However, the head can be cut off and blood can be shed, but a man must not lose his face. "Come on, don't do it one by one, all four of you come up together. I'll just do 4,000 push-ups." When the four girls heard this, they were stunned. Xiao Yang is too arrogant. "Okay, you said it, don't say we bullied you. Come on, let's go up." Mu Wanqing was the first to stand up. Xiao Yang suddenly felt his shoulders sink. Then, Lin Shishir stood on his back. Next, Tang Ying. Finally, Lu Yu. "Hold on, I'm about to start." "Wait, the dog just worked hard, come on, let the dog come up too." Lu Yu suddenly called a halt. Tang Ying smiled knowingly, called Yang Yang over, and stood at Xiao Yang's calf. Xiao Yang's face was full of black lines. "You are so cruel. Hey, look at us. Do we look like Tang Monk and his 3 disciples riding on a giant turtle crossing the Tongtian River?" Ha. Lin Shishir's sudden idea made everyone laugh. Like, Xiao Yang is the big turtle, ha. Xiao Yang almost lost his temper when he heard this. He laughed angrily and said, "Who are you calling a big turtle? Be careful or I'll throw you out." All right, stop making trouble and get started, brother Xiao." As soon as Lu Yu spoke, Xiao Yang immediately started doing push-ups. 1, 2, 1,000, 2,000, 3,000, 3,999, 4,000. The four girls were counting on top. Xiao Yang gritted his teeth and finished the last push-up, then fell to the ground exhausted. Seeing that Xiao Yang actually completed 4,000 push-ups in one breath, everyone looked incredulous. "Xiao Yang, you are so amazing. I give in." Lin Shishir was full of admiration. "Xiao Yang, you are really amazing." Tang Ying also gave a thumbs up. "Brother, I have learned a lot today. You are worthy of being my brother Xiao." Lu Yu patted Xiao Yang on the shoulder to show his encouragement. "Xiao Yang, you are great." Mu Wanqing touched Xiao Yang's head with a proud look on her face. Woof woof. I don't know what police dog Yang Yang wants to express. "Okay, we're done, you can go down now." Haha, good. The four people and the dog left Xiao Yang's back, and Xiao Yang finally felt relieved. Lin Shishir was so happy when she saw Xiao Yang, who looked like a puddle of mud. Humph. This time, you won't have the energy to mess around with Wanqing at night. Finally I can have a good sleep. And Tang Ying was truly shocked. 4 people and a dog together would weigh more than 400 kilograms. Is this Xiao Yang still a human being? Lu Yu stood aside, looking at Xiao Yang, as if thinking about something. Then, with a look of pity, he looked at Mu Wanqing. Sister Wanqing, you have suffered so much. When Mu Wanqing saw Lu Yu's gaze, her face turned red and she lowered her head in embarrassment. However, I soon began to feel worried. After this, how should she deal with Xiao Yang? It was getting late, so Mu Wanqing and the others went upstairs to take a hot bath. When Xiao Yang came up, the four of them were already sitting on the sofa in the living room chatting. Sister Yu, what are we having for dinner? Brother, what do you want to eat? You are the most tired, we will listen to you, haha. Xiao Yang thought about it. How about we have a barbecue today? I have a lot of ingredients here, I guarantee you'll like it. When the four girls heard this, they were immediately surprised. Really? That's great. I haven't eaten kebabs for a long time. Lin Shishir jumped up happily. Tang Ying couldn't contain her excitement, she also liked to eat skewers. I agree. Okay, I'll go get the ingredients and seasonings. Seeing that they all wanted to eat, Xiao Yang ran to the basement floor. Charcoal, barbecue grill, and various barbecue ingredients were taken out from the space. Half a lamb, tendons, chicken wings, leeks, a few kidneys, some shrimps, oysters and vegetables, etc. All done. Xiao Yang handed these to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, you can do it, and let them help you. I need to take a shower and rest. Several people were extremely happy to see such abundant food. Okay, I'll call you, just wait and eat. Seeing that they were happily busy, Xiao Yang took a shower while thinking about how the girls would look in their yoga clothes. That's wonderful. Xiao Yang likes this feeling very much. However, when he thought of Mu Wanqing, he quickly stopped his endless fantasies. No, stay calm, don't let Wanqing see it. Take your time, don't rush. You can't eat hot tofu in a hurry. Xiao Yang, come down and have some barbecue. Mu Wanqing's screams made Xiao Yang unable to continue his fantasies. I got up and went downstairs, and the whole living room was filled with the aroma of barbecued skewers. There were already a lot of grilled skewers, oysters, etc. on the table. You guys eat first, I have to roast this leg of lamb. Lu Yu was sitting next to the barbecue grill in the kitchen, flipping the lamb leg as he spoke. Xiao Yang ran downstairs and brought up 2 boxes of Tsingtao August beer. He opened a bottle and handed it to Lu Yu. Lai Yojie, thank you for your hard work. Drink while you roast. Seeing Xiao Yang being so considerate, Lu Yu said to everyone, don't fight with my brother for those kidneys and leeks. Let him have more tonic. I won't eat something that disgusting. I won't steal it anyway. Lin Shishir pouted. Xiao Yang smiled and said, humph, you know shit. Is there anything more delicious than kidneys? After everyone was given a bottle of beer, Xiao Yang raised the bottle and said, come on, let's drink beer while eating barbecue. Cheers. Xiao Yang swirled another bottle and the women enjoyed it at will. Then, everyone started eating the skewers crazily, with oil oozing out of their mouths as they chewed. Especially a few girls, with their shiny lips, looked particularly attractive. When Lu Yu brought the roasted lamb leg to the table, the whole barbecue atmosphere reached its climax. Everyone was toasting each other, eating, drinking and having fun, having a great time. At this time, Xiao Yang picked up a bottle of wine, walked to Tang Ying, looked at her very seriously. Captain Tang, let's have a drink. Tang Ying quickly picked up the bottle and stood up. Don't call me Captain Tang, I am just a commander without any troops, how can I be called a captain? Just call me Tang Ying. Xiao Yang touched Tang Ying's bottle with his wine bottle, and then blew out the wine in one breath. Tang Ying was not far behind and drank it all in one gulp. Good. Mu Wanqing and the others quickly applauded. Tang Ying, what do you think of us? Xiao Yang was about to get straight to the point. Tang Ying thought about it and said sincerely, very good, very strong. Besides, I have a good rapport with these sisters. As she spoke, she smiled at Mu Wanqing and the others. Sister Tang Ying, we think you are attractive to us too. Tang Ying and Xiao Yang are of similar age, so Lin Shishir calls her sister. Yes. Sister Tang Ying, I liked you the first time I saw you. Lu Yu also smiled. Sister Ying, I think we can be sisters. Mu Wanqing stood up and took Tang Ying's hand. Thank you, you are all fine. Tang Ying felt a little touched. She had lost so many colleagues and teammates. If it weren't for these people accompanying her, she would have been very sad. Tang Ying, stay and join our big family. As you can see, the world is in chaos. Moreover, the future will be worse and more severe. I, Xiao Yang, dare not say anything else, but I can absolutely guarantee that I will raise each of you to be plump and white. I have the ability to protect you from the wind and rain, and from the cold and hunger. We will also work hard to make you stronger. Moreover, we also need capable people like you to join us. Would you like to? Xiao Yang looked into Tang Ying's eyes intently and invited her sincerely. Tang Ying's eyes were a little moist. She was very happy that Xiao Yang and the others valued her so much. She met Xiao Yang and his gang for the first time yesterday. Seeing how strong their fighting ability was, she was thinking about recruiting Xiao Yang and his gang to join her. However, after the battle this morning, Tang Ying finally realized that his fighting level was too poor. They are not at the same level as Xiao Yang and the others. Especially the leader Xiao Yang, whose fighting power is off the charts. I'm afraid even if 10 of them were added together they might not be able to defeat him. Women always admire strong men. In Tang Ying's eyes, Xiao Yang is the strongest person she has ever met. It's not just that he's strong, the key is that he also has a handsome face that she never gets tired of looking at. Moreover, Xiao Yang's attitude towards outsiders and his attitude towards his own people are completely different. She could understand that Xiao Yang was a protective person and someone who was trustworthy and reliable. What's more, there are 3 beautiful girls here, so it wouldn't be so awkward to stay. So, she had wanted to stay for a long time. Promise him, promise him. Lin Shishir couldn't help but clapping her hands and shouting. Mu Wanqing glared at Lin Shishir fiercely, causing her to shrink her neck in fear. I made a mistake, hee hee. Xiao Yang's face was filled with black lines. Lin Shishir's interference made it seem as if he was going to propose to Tang Ying. Tang Ying was also a little embarrassed and her face turned a little red. However, she still took a deep breath and said to Xiao Yang firmly, okay, I do. Yeah. That's great. Sister Tang Ying, we are a family from now on. Lin Shishir jumped up and said. Mu Wanqing also happily hugged Tang Ying, welcome to join us, Sister Ying. Lu Yu picked up a bottle of wine and stood up, holding the bottle and said, great, we should celebrate. Celebrate that we have a new good sister. Now, the happiest person is Xiao Yang. Although he appeared calm on the outside, he was actually shaking with excitement. He opened all the beers, placed them on the table, and picked up a bottle for himself. Well, we have to celebrate. I'm going to blow 3 bottles in a row. Okay, okay. Xiao Yang did what he said, and amid the cheers of the girls, he drank 3 bottles in a row without changing his expression. Influenced by Xiao Yang's emotions, Mu Wanqing and the others also drank a bottle each. It has to be said that since following Xiao Yang, their drinking capacity has improved. By the way, there is another process. Sister Tang Ying, please swear an oath to Xiao Yang. Lin Shishir reminded. Tang Ying was stunned. What? Why do I have to take an oath? Or swear an oath to Xiao Yang? Are you doing the same thing here? She looked at Xiao Yang with some doubt, and the latter laughed and said, no, it's just a formality, it doesn't matter if you don't want it. Lin Shishir was unwilling to hear this and pouted, what do you mean you don't want to? You even made us take an oath at that time. Seeing that Xiao Yang was a little embarrassed, Tang Ying seemed to understand Xiao Yang's concerns. What is the most important thing in a team? Loyalty and cohesion, of course. She still understands this. In order not to embarrass Xiao Yang, Tang Ying stood up straight facing him and said sincerely, Xiao Yang, I don't believe in oaths. However, I, Tang Ying, guarantee with my personal integrity that I will definitely treat you as my own family. I will never betray you. Okay. I believe you. Xiao Yang also nodded solemnly to Tang Ying. There is one more thing. You must absolutely obey Xiao Yang's command. Lin Shishir added. Before Tang Ying could speak, Xiao Yang quickly said, well, Tang Ying is professionally trained and has been a captain, so she has more experience than us. From now on, Tang Ying will lead the team in command of any combat operations. This is Tang Ying's specialty after all. Xiao Yang paused here, then looked at everyone sharply and said in a louder voice, but the overall strategy and deployment must be decided by me. You must obey this unconditionally. Because I know the direction of future changes better than any of you. Seeing Xiao Yang so confident, Tang Ying didn't know why. However, she understood that Xiao Yang could motivate several women to become so powerful, so he must have the ability to do so. What's more, Xiao Yang already thinks highly of me, and I'm not someone who doesn't know how to appreciate it. Okay. I obey. Seeing Tang Ying's statement, Xiao Yang's harmless face returned to its original form. He secretly glanced at Mu Wanqing, and Mu Wanqing happened to be looking at him as well. Seeing Xiao Yang's eyes, Mu Wanqing knew what he wanted to ask. Xiao Yang nodded gently and smiled knowingly. Oh. Passed. Oh, by the way, we now have 5 of us, and we can form a small team. How about we give our little team a name? Lin Shishir said on a whim. Xiao Yang discovered that Lin Shishir had a flexible mind and could think of anything. This is totally inconsistent with the temperament of her flute playing. However, Lin Shishir's suggestion was still very good, and Xiao Yang also felt that he should establish a banner for himself. Just as she was thinking hard, Lin Shishir suddenly clapped her hands and said, I got it. I remember there was a very popular game called Sheep Sheep. Many people were playing, all scrambling to get into the flock. You see, Xiao Yang's name also has the character Yang in it, which is the same pronunciation as Yang. How about we name our team Yang Lugu Yang? This also indicates that our team will become stronger and stronger in the future. What do you think? As soon as Lin Shishir finished speaking, everyone's eyes lit up. They really admire Lin Shishir's imagination. Well. Don't say that. Really good. I agree. I agree. From now on, if you want to join our team, you can join the Yang group, haha. Xiao Yang was very satisfied. Not bad, I like it. Just when he was feeling happy, Lin Shishir suddenly said to Tang Ying, but, Sister Tang Ying, your police dog is also named Yang Yang, isn't that a bit weird? The smile on Xiao Yang's face suddenly froze. He glared at Lin Shishir and said, Go away, you are bringing up something irrelevant. He looked at the police dog Yang Yang who was lying under the table gnawing on a sheep bone. Xiao Yang thought to himself, this dog should not be kept for long. The blizzard outside has stopped. It went away as quickly as it came. Xiao Yang and his 5 companions drank until midnight. During this period, Xiao Yang gave Tang Ying a general account of the disaster that would happen in the future, leaving Tang Ying stunned. Xiao Yang also displayed his spatial ability in front of everyone without reservation. He kept taking things out of the space, just like Doraemon. It also allowed Tang Ying and Lin Shishir to fully realize the power of their spatial abilities. Tang Ying, pretending. You are such a good pretender. Lin Shishir accidentally found a piece of hollow black silk among the things Xiao Yang took out. Xiao Yang, why are there black stockings in your space? So transparent. Whose did you steal? Xiao Yang looked embarrassed. How could he accidentally bring this thing out? Mu Wanqing looked at the black silk stockings held high in Lin Shishir's hand, and quickly looked at Xiao Yang with a scrutinizing look. Xiao Yang quickly snatched the black silk from her and said a little embarrassedly, Haha, this is what I prepared for Wanqing, sorry to have embarrassed you. The girls suddenly realized what was going on and looked at Mu Wanqing with their mouths open. Oh, so you guys like this? Mu Wanqing blushed immediately, glared at Xiao Yang and said, Don't listen to his nonsense, I don't know anything at all. Seeing that they still didn't believe her and looked at her with a smile on their faces, Mu Wanqing stood up and ran upstairs. I'm going back to sleep first, you guys chat. Seeing Mu Wanqing running upstairs, Xiao Yang felt it was inappropriate to stay any longer. Then I'm going to bed too, bye. After saying that, she ran up the stairs holding the black stockings. The only ones left were Lu Yu, Lin Shishir and Tang Ying, who looked at each other. In the master bedroom on the 3rd floor. Wanqing, try this on and let me see if it fits. Xiao Yang put the black stockings into Mu Wanqing's arms and looked at her with expectant eyes. I don't, this looks so transparent. That's why you wear it, because it's transparent. Come on. Be good. Are you really planning to give this black silk to me? Of course, otherwise who would wear it? Well, then, close your eyes first. Then you can watch when I tell you to. Good. A few minutes later. All right. Xiao Yang opened his eyes. No, no, no. It's so cool. It's so cool. So tempting. Especially when paired with Mu Wanqing's shy expression, it's absolutely amazing. Xiao Yang was about to attack like a hungry tiger, but was stopped by Mu Wanqing. Xiao Yang, don't do it today. You need to rest more. I'm fine, I can do this. Listen to me, I really do this for your own good. Tomorrow I will definitely wear it again, okay? Mu Wanqing coaxed Xiao Yang. Okay then, tomorrow. Don't refuse me tomorrow. Good. It was a rare quiet night and everyone slept soundly. It was not until noon that everyone got up and washed up. Lu Yu worked hard to prepare 4 dishes and a soup, filling Xiao Yang and the others up. Seeing that it was still early and the snow on the ground was not too thick, Xiao Yang decided to go down the mountain again to harvest some crystals. Thinking of the crystals, Xiao Yang quickly took out the more than 50 crystals he had obtained yesterday and gave them to Tang Ying. Take advantage of this moment to quickly absorb all the energy from the crystal. Right now you have the least time and energy, so use it first. Good. Under Mu Wanqing's guidance, Tang Ying quickly absorbed the energy of more than 50 crystals. Now, the time energy in her arm has reached 60 years. Tang Ying also truly felt the changes that the energy brought to her body. She now feels refreshed, as if she has endless energy all over her body, and her strength has increased many times. She couldn't help but wonder how the world could become so magical. Thinking about Xiao Yang's energy of more than 1,000 years, she finally understood why Xiao Yang's physique was so strong. It seems that this crystal is really important. However, Xiao Yang gave all these crystals to her without any care, as a way of fulfilling his promise to make her stronger. Xiao Yang is a man who does what he says. This is the deepest impression Xiao Yang left on Tang Ying. After putting on his equipment, Xiao Yang took out his pistol and the box of bullets he had collected. Found that it doesn't match. Seeing this, Tang Ying took out the special bullets for the revolver from her bag and gave them to Xiao Yang. Here you go. If you like using this gun, all these bullets are yours. Good. Xiao Yang didn't hesitate and took the bullet and loaded it into the revolver. Then he gave the other pistol and other bullets in the space to Tang Ying. Tang Ying loaded the pistol with bullets and gave it to Lu Yu. Sister Yu, take it. Wanqing and Shishir, you two must also take the guns I gave you. Bring it. The two answered together. Well, Xiao Yang looked at his current team and was very satisfied. Now everyone has a pistol. Although there are not many bullets, they are enough for the temporary use. Besides, ordinary zombies and survivors are not worth their guns. Unless they encounter emergencies and dangers, they will not waste bullets. Everything was ready. Xiao Yang fed Coal Ball 2 crystal cores and set off with his Yang Luguyang team. The heavy-duty off-road RV drove to the gate of the villa area and called the security guard Xiao Lu. This time it was her turn to go out for exercise. The entire winding mountain road was covered with a layer of snow, and an ordinary car would definitely slip when driving on it. However, for Xiao Yang's heavy-duty off-road RV, this was as easy as walking on flat ground. After going down the mountain, they went straight to the neighborhoods that they had cleaned up last time and began to continue cleaning up several new neighborhoods in the surrounding areas. However, there are many zombies wandering in the small garden in the new community. I guess he ran out of the house chasing the survivors. Let Lin Shishir play the flute to attract all the zombies outdoors. They will take advantage of the situation and then wipe them out in one fell swoop. Save time and effort. As for the zombies trapped in the house, Xiao Yang and his team are short of manpower and do not have enough energy to search for them room by room. Let's leave those to the survivors who come later. In the following communities, Xiao Yang and his team followed suit and quickly cleared out the zombies outside. Of course, there are also many pet zombies here, but they no longer pose a threat to Xiaoyang and his team. All surrounding communities have been cleared, and further ahead are the locations of more than a dozen universities. It's too late today, so Xiaoyang decided to start cleaning up the university town tomorrow. When the cold wave hits, these universities have not yet closed for vacation, so there must be a lot of zombies in the school dormitory areas. Of course, there will be many survivors. Xiaoyang felt that he should appropriately recruit some young members into his team. If we just rely on a few of us, we will be exhausted every day. As long as they are capable, have special powers and good character, Xiaoyang will take them all. And, one thing is most important. These college students have not yet truly entered society and have not experienced the beatings of society. They are also not infected by the bad habits of society, are highly malleable, and are easier to tame. It's always good to be young. If the team is full of old men and women, and one day he has a leg gash, and the next day she has a neck ache, what will happen then? No matter how much time and energy you have, people will still get sick. Otherwise, why do we store so many medicines? We searched all the shops along the streets in the community, but didn't find any useful supplies. Some small supermarkets had already been looted, and it seemed that the survivors had begun to act on a large scale. There was another point that also attracted Xiaoyang's special attention. He discovered that there were some zombies in the shop that had been killed by the survivors, and the crystals between their eyebrows had been taken away. This shows that many people already know the secret of crystals. The competition will become more intense and the challenges will be greater in the future. Fortunately, my strength is already far ahead of everyone else. In this doomsday, the strong will only become stronger. If you lose at the starting line, it will be really difficult to narrow the gap. There are only so many resources, and they are gradually decreasing. If one person gets a little more, the other person will definitely get a little less. It seems that we need to speed up the pace starting from tomorrow. I have been so lazy during this period. We drove all the way to Zaijinshan Villa district. At this time, although it was not dark yet, the sun was blocked by the mountain. Southwest the winding mountain road seemed a little dark. Xiaoyang turned on the car lights and looked at it slowly. Suddenly, there was a long black object lying across the snow on the road ahead, with both ends protruding from the road surface, and it was impossible to see clearly what it was. The road, which was not very wide to begin with, was completely blocked by that thing. Xiaoyang braked the car. If he drove straight ahead, it would be easy to lose control on such a narrow road. He asked the women to wait in the car while he got out alone to check. If it was a fallen tree, he would ask them to help. With the help of the car lights, Xiaoyang prepared to approach the object to see what it was. Suddenly, he felt the object move. Xiaoyang stopped immediately, but before he could react, the black object close to the mountain suddenly stood up. A snake head as big as a washbasin appeared in front of him, with a long tongue coming out of its mouth. Two eyes as big and bright as light bulbs were staring at Xiaoyang. There is a bulge in the middle of the snake's head, with 4 green dots flashing on it. Xiaoyang, who was already frightened, broke out in a cold sweat when he saw the 4 green lights. I actually encountered a python mutant, and it was a 4-star one. Xiaoyang didn't know whether he was lucky or unlucky. I just needed a 4-star crystal core to upgrade my spatial ability to level 6. I actually encountered it today. It seems that the python was just passing by and just happened to bump into us. But unfortunately, with his current strength, he might not be able to defeat it. This python itself is stronger than a human, let alone a 4-star mutant. However, relying on his energy physique of more than 1,000 years, Xiaoyang was confident that he could escape. However, the off-road RV cannot move forward. It cannot turn around here, and it cannot drive backwards. Besides, there were several women in the car and we couldn't just leave them behind. Now Xiaoyang could only retreat slowly and distance himself from the python. He planned to retreat to the RV first. Seeing Xiaoyang slowly retreating, the mutant python also moved. Xiaoyang's heart skipped a beat. This seemed to be because he didn't want to leave. He quickly took out a revolver from the space and put it in his hand, ready to do it if it really didn't work. He wanted to shout loudly and ask the women in the car to get out quickly. But suddenly, Xiaoyang saw the 2 eyes of the mutant python flash. Immediately afterwards, Xiao Yang's body seemed to be suffering from a nightmare and he couldn't move at all. Although my mind was still clear, I couldn't move. Xiao Yang suddenly became very nervous. He knew that he must have been possessed by the mutant python's special ability. I had been looking into Xiao Yang's eyes just now, and maybe that was why I got caught. Seeing the python getting closer and closer, Xiao Yang's heart was in his throat. Bang! With a gunshot, the bullet hit the python's body. Tang Ying was the first to notice something was wrong. When she got out of the car, she saw Xiao Yang confronting a huge python. She opened fire without hesitation. The python felt pain, it twisted its body and stepped back a few times. As soon as he lost sight of it, Xiao Yang found that his body could suddenly move. However, the python, having recovered from its shock, suddenly became furious. It opened its bloody mouth and was about to attack. Xiao Yang quickly took out his gun and shot at the python while retreating and said to the others, "Be careful, this is a fourth-order mutant, don't look into its eyes. Get a gun and shoot." However, except for Tang Ying, Mu Wanqing, and the others had never used a pistol. After trying to pull the trigger on the gun for a long time without any response, they realized that the safety of the gun was not even on. Xiao Yang and Tang Ying's bullets hit the python, but could not stop the angry python's attack. The python suddenly swept its tail and hit Tang Ying directly. She was unable to dodge and was swept away 3 or 4 meters and fell into a snow pit on the side of the road. Xiao Yang had run out of bullets, and suddenly without Tang Ying's firepower, the mutant python attacked even more unscrupulously. Xiao Yang quickly took the gun from Mu Wanqing's hand and said, "Go check on Tang Ying." Another burst of shooting was directed at the python, temporarily forcing it back a few steps. "Sister Yu, give me the gun. If the python attacks again, you will release lightning at it." "Good." Xiao Yang held the gun in both hands and fired at the python again. But this python has thick skin and flesh, and the bullets cannot cause any fatal damage to it. It launched another attack, this time directly at Xiao Yang. Seeing the snake's tail sweeping over again, Lu Yu on the side seized the opportunity and directly struck the python's tail with lightning. A puff of black smoke rose up, the python felt pain, and its strength weakened a lot, so Xiao Yang blocked it directly with his hand. Even though Xiao Yang had a strong physique, his arms were numb from the shock and he almost couldn't hold the gun. Seeing this, Lu Yu released 2 more lightning bolts at the snake's body, which completely enraged it. It suddenly swung its head and knocked Lu Yu away. The security guard Xiao Lu quickly ran to Lu Yu to check. Now, only Xiao Yang and Lin Shirshi are left in front. Xiao Yang took Lin Shirshi's gun and said, "Back off, your physique can't withstand its attack." Then he shot at the python again. The python swayed left and right and dodged until Xiao Yang had used up all his bullets. The python seemed to have been hit by many bullets, and the snow had already been dyed red with its blood. However, this did not cause fatal damage to it. Seeing Xiao Yang stop shooting, it straightened up and pounced towards him. Xiao Yang immediately drew out his tang sword and slashed at him. Sizzle. The blade scratched the python's scales, leaving a deep scratch, but did not cut through. The python's attack was not blocked and its body smashed directly towards Xiao Yang. A fishy smell wafted into Xiao Yang's nose, and he was directly pressed under the python. Fortunately, he had a strong physique, otherwise he would have been crushed to death. However, even this made him feel a little breathless. Before Xiao Yang could react, the snake twisted its body again and wrapped around Xiao Yang. Feeling the huge force coming from his whole body, which was constantly squeezing his body, Xiao Yang's face had turned red at this moment. The bones in his body made a crackling sound from time to time, and he felt like his bones were about to be broken apart. If it were an ordinary person, he would have been strangled into a meat patty long ago. Xiao Yang tried hard to hold on, and the python seemed to realize that it could not kill him by strangling him like this. So it opened its mouth wide, aimed at Xiao Yang's head, and wanted to swallow him. Xiao Yang is now unable to move his body and is about to die in Shiko. At this critical moment, suddenly a flute sound is heard. The python that was about to swallow Xiao Yang suddenly paused, stopped attacking, and turned to look in the direction where the flute sound came from. At this time, Lin Shirshi was holding the flute in both hands and concentrating on playing it towards the python. The python seemed to respond to the sound, and the snake god that was wrapped around Xiaoyang slowly relaxed. Xiaoyang did not dare to delay. Taking this opportunity, he drew out his tang sword and stabbed it into one of the python's eyes. A stream of yellow liquid spurted out, and the python suddenly shook all over and threw Xiaoyang out fiercely. Xiaoyang's body crashed directly into the mountain beside him, making him dizzy. Sitting up with difficulty, Xiaoyang discovered that the python seemed to be seriously injured and kept rolling on the ground. It seems that the eyes are the weakness of this mutant python. At this moment, seeing that Xiaoyang had broken free from the python's restraints, Lin Shishir quickly stopped playing and ran towards Xiaoyang. Mu Wanqing, with the help of Xiao Lu, had lifted Lu Yu and Tang Ying together. Judging from their conditions, they were seriously injured. Xiaoyang stood up with the help of Lin Shishir. He picked up the tang sword on the ground, ready to kill the python before it had the strength to resist. Call. The mutant python seemed to sense Xiaoyang's murderous intent. It suddenly stood up again, staring with its only remaining big eye, opened its bloody mouth, and pounced towards Xiaoyang and Lin Shishir. Xiaoyang endured the pain, picked up the knife and walked forward, stabbing the python's intact eye with all his strength. Just as it was about to be stabbed, the python suddenly tilted its head to avoid it, and the tang sword suddenly pierced into the snake's neck. This time, the force was so great that the blade directly pierced the python's skin. The python felt pain and suddenly shook its head. Before Xiaoyang could draw his sword, it was thrown out again. His body was hit again, and Xiaoyang felt that his internal organs were about to be dislocated. The python did not stop attacking. It seemed to have identified Xiaoyang, opened its bloody mouth and pounced towards Xiaoyang. Lin Shishir quickly started playing the flute again, hoping to attract the python's attention. However, the effect was not good this time. The python just paused for a moment, then swung its tail, sweeping Lin Shishir away. Ignoring Lin Shishir who flew away, the python continued to pounce on Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang tried his best and took out another tang sword from the space, then pointed the tip of the sword at the python's mouth. There is no way to hide, I will stab it even if I die. At this critical moment, Mu Wanqing suddenly rushed forward with a knife and stabbed it into the python's intact eye. This time, both of the python's eyes were completely blind. Ah! The python felt pain and shook its head, pushing Mu Wanqing to the ground. Mu Wanqing cried out in pain. Although the python could no longer be seen, it heard Mu Wanqing's voice and immediately moved forward and rolled her into its body. The snake's body, along with Mu Wanqing who was sucked in, rolled on the ground together. Mu Wanqing groaned in pain from time to time. Xiaoyang was getting anxious. If this continued, Mu Wanqing would definitely be strangled to death by the python. She doesn't have as strong a physique as Xiaoyang. Xiaoyang struggled to stand up, then rushed forward with his knife raised. He ran straight to the snake's head, wanting to stab the snake's forehead with the knife, where the crystal core of the mutant python was located. However, at this moment, the python kept rolling its body, and Xiaoyang had no idea where to start. Every time, the 4 green spots between the python's eyebrows disappeared in an instant as its body rolled, and Xiaoyang could not find any chance at all. At this time, Mu Wanqing's face had been strangled to the color of liver, and she was about to die. Xiaoyang was anxious. He hated himself for being too weak and not being able to kill the python with one blow. It's all my fault. The space ability is so rubbish. It's useless except for hoarding goods. If they had martial arts abilities, they wouldn't have ended up in this situation. Xiaoyang was furious, all the blood in his body rushed to his head, and his eyes turned blood red. No, Wanqing can't die. I want to save her. I want to save her. Suddenly, there was a buzzing sound in Xiaoyang's head. It seemed like there was tinnitus in my ears, and I couldn't hear the sounds around me. He opened his eyes and found that the scene in front of him suddenly changed. The python on the ground seemed to be still rolling, but its speed was obviously more than 10 times slower, and the picture seemed to be in slow motion. Next to the off-road RV, Xiao Lu, who was waiting beside Tang Ying and Lu Yu, was looking at him with tears in his eyes. But the expression on his face seemed to be still. What's going on? The surrounding scenery seemed to be in slow motion, but one's movements were not affected. Xiaoyang was a little confused. However, he knew this was his last chance to kill the mutant python. Xiaoyang quickly picked up the gun on the ground and loaded it with bullets from the space. Then, he aimed at the bulge between the python's eyebrows and shot fiercely. Puff 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 puff. Streams of green liquid spurted out, and all the bullets hit the python's eyebrows. After being hit by several bullets, Xiaoyang sat on the ground exhausted. At this time, the surrounding scenes also returned to normal. The mutant python struggled violently for a while, then became silent and its body went limp. Mu Wanqing crawled out from under the snake with great difficulty and was lying there gasping for breath. Seeing that she was out of danger, Xiaoyang finally breathed a sigh of relief. Seeing that the python was completely motionless, the security guard Xiao Lu ran over carefully and helped Mu Wanqing up. Xiaoyang recovered, stood up, walked to the dead python, pulled out his knife, and then dug out the 4-star crystal core. The crystal core is the size of a walnut, completely black, flashing 4 points of green light, and is quite heavy. Xiaoyang immediately collected the crystal core and then ran over to check the injuries of several people. After an examination, Xiaoyang felt a little worried. Lin Shishir and Mu Wanqing were better off, except for bruises on their bodies. Tang Ying had just hit her back, and a long cut was made on her back by the rocks. The wound was quite deep and was still bleeding. As for Lu Yu, one of her arms might be dislocated and she couldn't move it. But none of their group of people knew medical skills, and the two of them couldn't keep dragging it on like this. Xiaoyang quickly took out some bandages and iodine alcohol from the space, cleaned the wound on Tang Ying's back, and then wrapped it with gauze. Tang Ying gritted her teeth the whole time and didn't say a word. "How many hospitals are there around here?" Xiaoyang asked. "It's just a large hospital in a university town." Mu Wanqing replied immediately. "Come on, carry them into the car, we have to try our luck at the hospital." Xiaoyang thought about it and decided that in order to ensure safety, he must find someone with medical skills to suture Tang Ying's wound. Otherwise, if you are not careful, the wound will become infected and you may even die. The same thing happened to Lu Yu. His arm was dislocated and it was never reconnected. So it became useless after a long time. As for whether there are any surviving doctors in the hospital, it all depends on luck. If it really doesn't work, Xiaoyang can only use some folk remedies to treat them. As for the effect, it is unknown. After they got in the car, Xiaoyang took out some anti-inflammatory drugs and asked Mu Wanqing to feed them to Tang Ying and Lu Yu. He also took out some ointment for treating bruises and gave it to them, asking them to apply it on each other. He ran to the python's body again and put it into the space. Then he drove the RV, found an open space to turn around, turned the car around, and drove towards the hospital in the university town. The hospital in the university town is located in the center of the entire university town and covers a large area. When Xiaoyang drove the car to the outpatient building in the yard, the roar of the engine immediately attracted a group of zombies in the building. Xiaoyang had expected this. How could there be no zombies in a hospital? Xiaoyang turned on all the lights around the RV, illuminating the area around it a little, then picked up the Tang sword, calmly got out of the car, and started killing one by one. In order to go faster, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir endured the pain in their bodies, got out of the car and joined the battle. Hundreds of zombies were chopped to pieces by the three men in a short while. The three of them had no time to collect the crystals and ran directly into the outpatient building. It was too dark in the building, so Xiaoyang took out 3 high-powered flashlights, one for each of them. As soon as the flashlight was turned on, the building suddenly became much brighter. "Are there any surviving doctors? Please respond if you hear me." For safety reasons, Xiaoyang shouted as he walked inside. In this way, the zombies hiding in the house can be attracted out to the greatest extent possible, and the survivors can also hear it. However, after checking all the outpatient floors, no survivors were found except for a dozen or so scattered zombies. Are they all dead or have they escaped? Xiaoyang didn't give up. Since there was no one in the outpatient building, he went to the ward building to check. He just doesn't believe that there is not a single living doctor in the entire hospital. When he arrived at the door of the ward building, Xiaoyang found that the door was locked from the inside. What's going on? Was it locked before, or did a survivor lock it inside? Xiaoyang couldn't care less. He asked Mu Wanqing and Li Shishir to be on guard behind him, and he knocked hard on the glass door. After beating for a long time, there was no other movement except attracting a few zombies outside. And there was not a single zombie in the ward building. It seemed there was no hope. Just when Xiaoyang was about to give up and prepare to go to another ward building to check, suddenly, 4 people appeared from behind the glass door. Xiaoyang shone the flashlight and saw 4 men, each holding a fire axe. Xiaoyang was delighted. It was good that there were survivors, which meant there was still hope for the doctor to survive. "What do you do?" someone inside asked cautiously. "Are there any surviving doctors here? We have wounded people who need treatment." Xiaoyang asked anxiously. "Were you bitten by a zombie?" When the people inside heard this, they immediately became nervous and alert. "No. Do you have a doctor here?" Xiaoyang was getting a little impatient. "Yes, but not here." The leader spoke through the crack in the door. "Where is it? Can you tell us? I have a friend who needs immediate medical attention." When Xiaoyang heard this, he was pleasantly surprised. It would be good to have a doctor, so Tang Ying and Lu Yu would be safe. "It seems that I came to the right place. In the medicine storehouse on the basement floor of the office building. However, don't be happy too soon. Because there is no electricity, they don't admit patients at night." The leader saw Xiaoyang's happy expression and suddenly reminded him. Xiaoyang smiled and said, "They have no electricity, but I have electricity." Grateful. Xiaoyang thanked them and immediately took Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to the hospital office building. After entering the office building, I found that the staircase leading to the basement level was blocked by iron bars and locked from the inside. Xiaoyang didn't say anything and immediately started clapping and shouting. "Doctor! Is the doctor here?" After taking many shots like this, an impatient voice finally came from below. "Where did you come from, you fool? Don't you know that we are not allowed to disturb you after dark? Get lost." I only heard the voice but didn't see anyone. It seems that the other party is too lazy to come up and explain to them. "We have wounded people who need treatment, can you let us in?" Xiaoyang tried his best to make his tone sound polite. After all, he was asking someone to do something for him. "You can't understand what people are saying, right? What can we do now? It's pitch dark. Come back tomorrow." The men said angrily. "No. This is an emergency, we need immediate treatment. Don't be afraid of the dark, I have a flashlight." Xiaoyang took out a flashlight and shone it downwards. The people downstairs saw the light of Xiaoyang's flashlight and suddenly stopped moving. After a while, 3 men came up the stairs from downstairs. The 3 men, wearing military coats and holding axes in their hands, walked to the fence and took a close look at Xiaoyang and the others. The tall, bearded man in the lead asked, "Who among you 3 is injured?" "It's not us 3, the injured person is in the car." "Was it bitten by a zombie?" "No." Seeing Xiaoyang's straightforward answer, the men reminded him fiercely, "Don't lie. If you find out that you were bitten by a zombie, don't blame us for being cruel." As he spoke, he raised the axe and hit his head lightly. That meant to tell Xiaoyang that if they found out that the bite was caused by a zombie, they would shoot the victim in the head without mercy. No lie. Seeing Xiaoyang say this, the men continued, "We don't provide free treatment here, do you understand?" Xiaoyang nodded. He could understand this, and he didn't expect others to be kind enough to provide free treatment. "I understand. Just tell me what you want." Seeing that Xiaoyang was very easy to talk to, the men nodded with satisfaction. "What you want depends on the injuries of your wounded. However, you 3 flashlights must be left to us, okay?" Of course Xiaoyang wouldn't care about these 3 flashlights, as he had plenty of them in his space. "Okay, no problem." Seeing Xiaoyang agree so readily, the man was also very happy. "Well, go and bring us your wounded." Xiaoyang took Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir back to the RV without saying anything, and then drove the car directly to the door of the office building. And the 3 men were already waiting at the door. When they saw Xiaoyang's heavy-duty off-road RV, the 3 people's eyes lit up. "Boss, this car is so big, it looks like it's an RV. Look, there's a light on inside." One person whispered. "I see. This car is really extraordinary. Boss, if we had a car like this, wouldn't it be much more convenient to drive it out? Another person also whispered. When the man in the lead heard this, he was immediately moved. With such a large heavy-duty off-road RV, you don't have to worry about zombies chasing you when you drive it out. You can kill them by just hitting them. With it, you can definitely greatly increase your strength. After looking at Xiao Yang and the others getting off the RV, he had a plan in mind. Xiao Yang left Xiao Lu to watch the car, and carried Tanging out of the car on his back, while Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir supported Lu Yu and followed behind. When they reached the door, the men suddenly stopped them and said, "No weapons allowed inside. Hand over the knives in your hands first, and I will return them to you when you leave." Hearing that person say this, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir suddenly frowned. Xiao Yang smiled and ignored him. He turned around and said to Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir, "If you are not allowed to bring knives, put them back in the car. Leave it to them." Wishful thinking. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir nodded when they heard this and gave the knife to Xiao Lu in the car. The three men felt annoyed when they saw that Xiao Yang didn't do what they asked. However, since Xiao Yang and his companions were unarmed, they could not say anything. They could only glare at Xiao Yang and reluctantly lead him to the medicine storehouse on the underground floor. "You, stay and watch here." When they reached the stairs, the leading man winked at one of them. The men understood and immediately stood at the stairs and refused to move. The remaining two people took Xiao Yang and the others directly to the medicine storehouse. This medicine storehouse is so huge that you have to shine the flashlight from a long distance to see the walls. In a corner of the medicine storehouse, there was a fire. Next to the brazier was a table with several bottles of white wine and 7 or 8 wine glasses on it. It seems that these people were drinking before Xiao Yang and his friends arrived. But, with so many wine glasses, why are there only 3 men? Xiao Yang and the others were brought to the brazier, and the leading man shouted toward the back of a row of shelves. "Come on, Dr. Yi, come out to receive the guests." Xiao Yang was stunned. Why did this sound like a hair salon? However, when Xiao Yang saw Dr. Yi walking out from behind the shelf, his heart moved. The person called Dr. Yi was actually a woman. And she is a very beautiful young woman. Her long hair was tied into a bun on top of her head. It makes her already pretty and delicate face look even more charming. Dr. Yi looked at Xiao Yang, then looked at Tanging on his back and Lu Yu behind him. Then he asked expressionlessly, "Where is the injury?" "This one has a wound on his back, and the one behind has a dislocated arm." Xiao Yang answered truthfully. Dr. Yi frowned after hearing this and said to Xiao Yang, "Then carry the one on your back inside first, and let me take a look first." After saying that, he went into the shelf first. Xiao Yang hurriedly followed in, only to find that it was actually a makeshift and crude medical room. Dr. Yi asked Xiao Yang to lay Tanging face down on a hospital bed. Then he took Xiao Yang's flashlight, untied the gauze on Tanging's back, and shone it on the wound. Dr. Yi suddenly frowned and said, "The wound is too deep. Medical resources are limited. There is no need to save him." When Xiao Yang heard this, he immediately became furious and his mind went blank. "What do you mean there's no need to save him? You said there's no hope when you haven't even tried to save him." He yelled at Dr. Yi angrily. When Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir heard Xiao Yang's roar, they hurriedly helped Lu Yu into check. The 2 men followed immediately. "Dr. Yi, if we can save him, we should do it." "Right." The leading man suddenly spoke. When Dr. Yi heard the man's voice, a trace of disgust flashed in his eyes. However, she still nodded and said, "You can give it a try." When the men heard what Dr. Yi said, he immediately smiled and said, "Yes. We can give it a try. However, since the injury is serious, the reward must be high." "Is that what you mean, Dr. Yi?" After hearing this, Dr. Yi replied indifferently, "Yes." Xiao Yang looked at Dr. Yi, then at the men and said, "Remuneration is not a problem. As long as you can save my friend, I will give you whatever you want." When Dr. Yi heard what Xiao Yang said, he looked up at Xiao Yang in surprise. The man clapped his hands and said, "Good, you are loyal and righteous, you are a real man. In this way, let Dr. Yi do his best to cure your friend. In return, in addition to these 3 flashlights, you have to give us the heavy truck off-road RV." When these words were spoken, Xiao Yang, Mu Wanqing and the others were stunned. What a big mouth. Isn't this just taking advantage of someone's misfortune? You guys are really bold. You want an RV from us just to treat a wound. Lin Shirshir said unhappily. After hearing this, the men smiled contemptuously and said, Haha, I thought you were very affectionate and loyal, but it turns out that in your eyes, your friends are not as good as a car. How ridiculous. You. Lin Shirshir was about to retort angrily, but was stopped by Xiao Yang. Okay. As long as you can cure my friend, the heavy-duty off-road RV will be yours. Xiao Yang had a calm expression, as if he didn't care at all. In fact, I couldn't help sneering in my heart. Huh, you want to play this with me? Really close to death. Others don't know what Xiao Yang is thinking. Lin Shirshir and Lu Yu both frowned. They could understand Xiao Yang's eagerness to save Tang Ying, but couldn't he see that those people were taking the opportunity to blackmail him? Dr. Yi looked at Xiao Yang with even greater respect. I didn't expect that in this chaotic world, there would still be such a loyal and righteous fool. When the two men heard Xiao Yang's agreement, they immediately smiled. Only Mu Wanqing overheard Xiao Yang's thoughts, and although she pretended not to know on the surface, she had secretly increased her vigilance. Okay, I'm going to start operating on this injured person, please all of you get out. Also, where are my assistants? Call them all over to help. Dr. Yi had already started to chase people away, and Xiao Yang and his friends had no choice but to retreat. The leading man laughed loudly and shouted to the dark corner on the other side, Hey, everyone in the hut, stop playing and get some nurses to work. Not long after the man finished shouting, he heard the sound of a door opening. Soon after, 4 disheveled women in nurse uniforms came over, buttoning their clothes. When they saw Xiao Yang and other strangers, they didn't say anything but walked straight into the shelf to help Dr. Yi. At this time, 4 more men came out from the direction where the nurses came from. They were all wearing military coats and tying their belts as they walked towards this side. Boss. It's already nighttime, why are you still taking jobs? One of the men looked at Xiao Yang and said. This friend was willing to give a heavy-duty off-road RV as a reward to save his friend. I was moved by his friendship and agreed to it as an exception, haha. The leading man looked in a good mood and explained with a smile. After hearing this, the 4 men behind looked at Xiao Yang and the others. When their eyes fell on Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir's faces, they were all stunned. It's so beautiful. Although Mu Wanqing and the others had just experienced a life-and-death battle, they looked a little disheveled. However, it still cannot conceal their beauty. Wow, so many beauties are here. Hello, beauties. The man in front's eyes suddenly lit up, and he hurried over, greeting Mu Wanqing and the others with a smile, completely ignoring Xiao Yang. Seeing that no one paid attention to him, the man did not get angry. He said to the 3 men behind him, You guys, hurry up and get out our delicious food and drinks. Hurry up. When the 3 people behind heard this, they hurried over. After a while, the 3 men came out with some biscuits, bread and drinks, filling the table. Come on, ladies, you must be hungry. Come and sit down, you can eat as much as you want. If that's not enough, we have plenty here. The man sat down on a stool, waved his hand, and called Mu Wanqing and the others over with a smile. There was a smug look on his face, as if he believed that Mu Wanqing and the others would not refuse the temptation of such delicious food. Unexpectedly, Mu Wanqing and Lin Shirshir just looked at him with disgust and ignored him. He was a little embarrassed, but not angry. Yeah. He understands. The more beautiful a woman is, the more reserved she is and the higher her standards are. Don't you like this? It doesn't matter. Go, all of you, take out the best things, quickly. When the 3 men heard this, they happily went there again. After a while, everyone came back with a bunch of things and put them on the table. Xiao Yang took a look and saw that there were quite a few things. There are ham sausage, spicy strips, packaged chicken drumsticks, duck wings, etc. Moreover, there is half a bottle of red wine. Xiao Yang was a little surprised. He didn't expect that this group of people had so much supplies. Come on, beauties, you haven't eaten meat for a long time, right? You can eat as much of these as you want, and have a glass of red wine afterward, it will be so delicious. We have been drinking this bottle of red wine for 7 days, but we are reluctant to finish it. You guys are in for a treat. The men spoke vividly, as if taking out these things was giving Mu Wanqing and the others a great deal of face. However, Mu Wanqing and the others looked at the things on the table, just sneered, turned their heads and didn't look at them again. This time, the man was really anxious. This doesn't catch your eye. This is his most precious treasure. These women are really ungrateful. Have they eaten too many delicacies in the past few days, or are they just starving? How can you not appreciate such a good thing? He was a little angry and slammed the table, saying, I really gave you face, don't be ungrateful. I can give these things because I see that you have pretty faces and I give you face. You are acting so cool here, don't you see whose territory this is? Lin Shirshir couldn't stand it anymore and was about to retort when suddenly, Dr. Ye's voice came from inside. Quiet noise outside. Friends of the injured men, come in. After hearing what Dr. Ye said, the men snorted coldly and said nothing more. He just glanced back and forth at a few people. Xiao Yang sneered. If he hadn't relied on Dr. Yi to save Tang Ying, this man would have died long ago. However, it's just a matter of sooner or later. These people must all die today. Xiao Yang walked into the medical room inside the shelf, and Mu Wanqing followed him in. Due to limited conditions, I can only disinfect and sew up your friend's wound for now. Whether you can hold on or not depends on your friend's luck. Dr. Yi pointed at Tang Ying, who was lying on the bed. Her back had been rebandaged. At this time, Tang Ying had fallen into a coma, and Xiao Yang felt very worried. According to Dr. Yi, it is still unknown whether Tang Ying can survive safely. At this time, Mu Wanqing suddenly approached Xiao Yang and whispered in his ear, this Dr. Yi actually has a way to make Tang Ying recover, but she seems to have something to hide. I heard her voice. Xiao Yang was stunned when he heard this. What did Dr. Yi mean? If she could cure the disease, why was she hiding it? Who was she guarding against? Where's your other injured person? Let me see her arm. Dr. Ye's words interrupted Xiao Yang's thoughts. He temporarily put aside his doubts and brought Dr. Yi to Lu Yu. Dr. Yi touched Lu Yu's arm from top to bottom, then pinched Lu Yu's shoulder with one hand and held her arm with the other. Suddenly, with a sudden force, there was a click sound, and Lu Yu's dislocated arm was connected. Okay, your friend's arm has been reattached. He will recover in a few days. Dr. Yi spoke lightly, as if in her eyes, this was just a trivial problem. However, when she saw the time energy on Lu Yu's bare arm, she was suddenly stunned. 119 years, extra time and energy. How do these people do it? No wonder they value this woman so much, it turns out that this woman may be the strongest among them. But she was injured. Otherwise, with her strength, maybe she can rescue me. Dr. Yi stared at Lu Yu's arm in a daze, and her mental activities had long been heard by the attentive Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing whispered in Xiao Yang's ear again, Dr. Yi was coerced by this group of people. She wants to leave here. Xiao Yang carefully pondered the information Mu Wanqing told him. Dr. Yi clearly had a way to heal Tang Ying's injuries, but he didn't do so. Besides, she wanted to escape from here. If they are not in the same group, then it will be easy. At this time, several other men also saw the time energy on Lu Yu's arm and surrounded him. You actually have so much time energy. I really underestimated you. The men in the lead had to take Xiao Yang and the others seriously. The men who slammed the table just now also came forward and said, it's really more than 100, this woman is quite amazing. You all hang out with her, right? After the men finished speaking, he smiled at Xiao Yang. However, his smile was a mocking one. He felt that since Lu Yu had so much energy, he must be the boss. As for Xiao Yang and the others, they don't look like strong people at all. Besides, a person with more than 100 years of energy is already rare. It's impossible that there are more than 100 people in a group. How can there be such a strong team? Among this group of people, except for the eldest brother who has more than 90 years of energy, the others are around 50. However, this is already very powerful. In this hospital area, no one can beat them. However, their energy is not obtained by killing zombies themselves. Instead, it was extorted from people who came for treatment. They would charge a sky-high price for a box of medicine or an injection of potion. Either get enough supplies or exchange your own time and energy. As for those dying patients, they will trick them into transferring time energy to themselves when they are unconscious. It is through these means that they gain so much energy. Now that they see that Lu Yu has so many people, these people's evil thoughts emerge again. By the way, since our Dr. Yi has cured you all, you should pay your reward. The leading man said. Yes, the one inside was paid with a motorhome, right? Then this one will be paid with her time and energy. 119 years, keep 1 year for yourself, and transfer the rest to us. The man who had slammed the table said this arrogantly. Haha, are you trying to blackmail us? Xiao Yang was finally so angry that he laughed. I've seen greedy people, but I've never seen someone so insatiable. Oh, blackmail. You're right. It's blackmail. What can you do to me? To tell you the truth, each of us has more than 50 years of time energy. My eldest brother is over 90 years old, not much later than your eldest sister. And you, the strongest one, are already injured. Why don't you just obey and do as I say? As the man spoke, he called on the others to surround Xiao Yang and the others. Xiao Yang laughed even harder. A group of people whose energy level hasn't even reached 100 years are trying to blackmail me, a person whose energy level has reached over 1,000 years. You really don't know your place. What if we don't want to? Xiao Yang smiled calmly. Seeing Xiao Yang so calm, Dr. Yi had to re-examine Xiao Yang. So confident. Is he the strongest? If they start fighting, will I have a chance to escape? Don't want to. Haha. Then none of you have to leave today. I will kill you first, and then let these women serve me well. The men seemed to have heard a huge joke. He picked up an axe and sneered. Since you are so arrogant, I will not be polite. Xiao Yang suddenly had a knife in his hand. Before the arrogant man could react, Xiao Yang killed him with one blow of his knife. The head fell to the ground with an arrogant look on its face. The knife was so fast and sudden that he had no time to react. Several nurses who heard the noise and came out saw this scene and screamed in fright. Dr. Yi also looked at Xiao Yang in surprise, and quickly pushed several nurses back behind the shelves and hid. The other men were shocked. This guy is so strong. The man who was just killed was the second strongest among them, but he couldn't even take a single move from Xiao Yang. Some of them were a little timid. How dare you kill someone in front of me? Brothers, come together and kill him. The leading man raised his axe and chopped towards Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang didn't even bother to dodge and just swung the knife at him. Puff. The man's right hand was chopped off and the axe fell to the ground. Ah. The men reacted and knelt on the ground screaming in pain. While the other men were stunned, Xiao Yang stabbed them mercilessly. In a few minutes, several men were injured and fell to the ground, wailing. He walked up to the screaming men with a knife in hand, leaned over and said, "Can't you just treat him properly? You have to take the crooked path. Give me all your time and energy. Just keep it for 1 year. Hurry up. Otherwise, I will let you die now." Several people were already so frightened that they dared not do as he said and transferred the time energy to Xiao Yang one by one. After achieving his goal, Xiao Yang sneered. He quickly drew his knife and killed them all. Humph, I'm not lying to you, can you please do as I say? After dealing with these people, Xiao Yang walked towards the back of the shelves. When the 4 nurses inside saw Xiao Yang coming in with a knife, they were so scared that they screamed. Dr. Yi was relatively calm. When she saw Xiao Yang coming in, she hurriedly explained, "We are not in the same group as them. We were also coerced by them." Xiao Yang didn't listen to what she said. He put away the knife, walked closer to her and said, "You have a way to make my friend heal, right?" When Dr. Yi heard what Xiao Yang said, he was stunned and looked a little frightened. She couldn't understand how the person in front of her knew her secret. "I don't know what you are talking about. I have tried my best." Xiao Yang sneered, "Don't pretend, do you think we know nothing? Listen to me, if you can make my friend heal, I can take you away from here." Moreover, we will arrange a good place for you to live. It's much better there than here. Dr. Yi didn't know how Xiao Yang and the others knew his secret. However, since the other party has already said this, there is no need for me to hide it anymore. However, she was still a little worried. Who knows if the person in front of me is the same as those beasts in the medicine storehouse? But just as she thought of this, Mu Wanqing came over. Dr. Yi. Don't worry. If you can save our friends, we can guarantee the personal safety of you and the 4 nurses behind you. If you don't believe him, you should at least believe us women. Mu Wan heard Dr. Ye's worries early in the morning, so she spoke directly to comfort him. Dr. Yi stared at Mu Wanqing with wide eyes. How could this girl know what was in my mind? These people are really extraordinary. Could it be that they also have some special abilities like me? Look at Xiao Yang again. If he were a beast, wouldn't he have been pushed down long ago? Why bother talking nonsense to yourself? Okay, I promise you. But it's too cold here. If you want to treat your friend, find a warm place and take off your shirt. Besides, it takes some time. Xiao Yang smiled, that's nothing. Xiao Yang asked Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir to take everyone back to the RV first. Take care of the remaining person outside. Xiao Yang handed the Tang sword to Mu Wanqing and watched them leave. He used his spatial ability to collect all the usable supplies. He didn't know if it was an illusion, but when he used his spatial ability, he always felt that the scenes around him seemed to slow down. Xiao Yang shook his head. This was another illusion. I must have been thinking back to the scene of killing the mutant python. But why was the picture slowed down at that moment? Xiao Yang was puzzled. I looked at my right hand. Could it really be related to my spatial ability? Forget it, let's go back first. Xiao Yang walked back to the RV, and the men who stayed behind was already dead. At this time, the RV was already packed with people. Including Dr. Yi and 4 nurses, there were a total of 11 people on the bus. As soon as Xiao Yang got in the car, he clearly felt that the attitude of Dr. Yi and the 4 nurses towards him had changed. Oh. Not really. I just feel that the way they look at me is not so resistant anymore. Xiao Yang ignored them and drove directly to the outpatient building and took out the crystals from the corpses of nearly 100 zombies. This thing can't be wasted. Afterwards, Xiao Yang ran all the way to the Zaijinshan villa. The RV drove to the gate of Zaijinshan Villa District. Su Tong, who had already received the news on the intercom, immediately opened the door. Are they both okay? Su Tong asked with great concern. It's okay, we found a doctor. Su Tong nodded. She was a little surprised to see that there were suddenly several more people in the RV. Xiao Yang, he gained a lot today. Bring back so many women. However, she didn't dare to ask more questions, as this was not something she should care about. After letting Xiao Lu get off the car, Xiao Yang drove the RV all the way back to the villa. He got out of the car, opened the door, turned on the light, and carried Tanging to her room. The nurse stays here to help, and the rest of you get out first. I'm going to undress the injured men. Dr. Yi gave the order and gave Xiao Yang a special look. Xiao Yang and the others had no choice but to retreat and wait at the door. I saw 4 nurses busying in and out for a while, and finally they were driven out by Dr. Yi. Seeing that they had nothing to do, Xiao Yang hurriedly asked them to take turns taking a bath. There's nothing we can do, they stink too much. Xiao Yang also specially got a new set of nurse uniform for each of them. This nurse uniform was originally used for other purposes, but this time it was actually used by a nurse. The 4 nurses stared blankly at the nurse uniforms in their hands. Instead of just giving me nurse uniforms, why don't you give me some underwear to change into? You can't just wear the nurse's uniform without anything on. Then, what happened then? Xiao Yang didn't know what they were thinking, and he didn't have any other intentions. He just stood anxiously at the door, waiting for news from the room. Finally, an hour later, the door opened. Dr. Ye's forehead was covered with sweat and he walked out very tired. How is it, Dr. Yi? Xiao Yang asked anxiously. Well, your friend is fine. Just a night's rest will do. Dr. Ye's voice sounded a little weak, perhaps because he was too tired. Then let's go in and take a look. Mu Wanqing and the others walked in impatiently, and Xiaoyang followed immediately as he also wanted to take a look. Tang Ying was still lying on the bed with the quilt covering her back, leaving only her smooth shoulders exposed. Dr. Yi, such a long cut, will it leave a deep scar? Oh my god. As Lin Shirshir asked, she lifted the quilt on Tang Ying's back, and then she covered her mouth in surprise. When the other girls saw this, they were also incredulous. What's wrong? Let me see, let me see. Xiaoyang was standing at the back and couldn't see clearly, so he squeezed forward and stretched his head to take a look. Tang Ying's back was as smooth as snow, and the wounds on her back disappeared, as if she had never been injured. This. Xiaoyang opened his mouth in surprise. Okay, get out of here. How can a man just look at a girl's back? Mu Wanqing saw Xiaoyang in a panic and pushed him out. Xiaoyang was speechless. Is he that kind of person? However, he was still full of curiosity. Why was Tang Ying's back intact? Dr. Yi, this is amazing. Can you tell us how you did that? Lin Shirshir asked in surprise. Mu Wanqing and Lu Yu also looked at Dr. Yi with curiosity. Dr. Yi hesitated for a moment, but still decided to tell them. Because she knew that she would have no secrets in front of this delightful person. She had seen it in the medicine store. You might as well be honest and leave a good impression on these people. Actually, I have special abilities. A few days ago, I suddenly discovered that my hands can heal wounds. When Dr. Yi said this, the women were shocked. Is there such an awesome supernatural power? They looked at Xiaoyang and saw that his face was full of surprise, but not shocked. Life healing technique. Xiaoyang blurted out. When Dr. Yi and the girls heard the name, they all looked at him in confusion. My name is Life Healing Technique. Dr. Yi asked for confirmation. She only knew the function of this power, but didn't know its name. However, looking at Xiaoyang's expression, he seemed to know. Yes, it's called Life Healing. Dr. Yi, you are really amazing. Xiaoyang praised with his mouth, but his heart was already filled with joy. Found a treasure. In the apocalypse, those who have awakened the art of life healing are affectionately called nannies by the survivors. If anyone has such a person in his team, he would have to be worshipped every day. In the end times, everyone has some minor illness or disaster. However, as long as you have a wet nurse, it's not a problem. Moreover, this is just a low-level nurse, while those with high-level life healing skills can allow team members to recover blood in time during battle. This greatly ensures the team's combat effectiveness and survival rate. Xiaoyang looked at Dr. Yi as if he were a treasure. His eyes were burning, making Dr. Yi feel a little nervous. You seem to know a lot about my special ability. Dr. Yi tightened his collar and walked towards Mu Wanqing. Xiaoyang saw Dr. Yi's little action and smiled awkwardly. I was a bit too enthusiastic. Ahem, I don't really understand, I just know a little more than you guys. This life healing technique is really amazing. It can actually heal wounds completely. Lin Shirshir looked at Dr. Yi with admiration. Dr. Yi smiled and didn't respond, but his face showed obvious pride. Xiaoyang took a look and realized that this was not possible. Once this person becomes proud, he will easily become disobedient. We must take this opportunity to suppress her. Although this life healing technique is very powerful in treating injuries, but... Xiaoyang paused here. When Dr. Yi and the girls heard the word but, they all turned their attention to Xiaoyang curiously, wanting to hear what he had to say. But I can't resist a beating. With this power, you can only stay at the back. If you don't have a strong team to protect you, once you are attacked, you will definitely die miserably. After hearing this, the women nodded and said, yes, it is a little weak. Dr. Yi's originally proud expression suddenly turned a little depressed. Yes. If you can't even save your own life, how can you save others? So, Dr. Yi, you have to find a strong team to join so that you can better protect yourself. It can also make life-healing techniques more valuable. What do you think, Dr. Yi? Dr. Yi nodded carefully. She felt that what Xiaoyang said made sense. But where can we find a strong team? Thinking of this, Dr. Yi looked at Xiaoyang and saw that he was looking at her with a smile on his face. Could it be that he was inviting me to join them in disguise? These people are quite strong, and with so many female members, it is indeed a good choice. At least, there won't be a group of men eyeing her covetously every day. Xiao Yang saw that he had successfully fooled Dr. Yi. Now we must strike while the iron is hot and make her our own. He took off his coat, rolled up his sleeves, and showed the time energy of his left arm to Dr. Yi. 1,400 years. Dr. Yi was stunned. No wonder he could kill that group of people easily, it turns out he is the strongest. They all have over 100 years of energy, so if you choose to join us, we can not only keep you safe, but also make you stronger. Think about it. Mu Wanqing and Lin Shishir cooperated by exposing their left arms to show their energy to Dr. Yi. Oh, that's right. I forgot to tell you that if you join us, you won't have to worry about supplies anymore. We have enough supplies to feed everyone. And, as you can see, the villa has heating and water, absolutely comfortable. Xiao Yang added. Dr. Yi was indeed moved. No matter from which angle you look at it, Xiao Yang and his team's conditions are impeccable. In today's weather and disaster, this place is almost perfect. However, Dr. Yi had one last concern. This group of people are so powerful, why are some of them injured so seriously? As soon as she had this thought, Mu Wanqing came over and stood in front of her. Dr. Yi, the reason why some of our people were injured today is because we encountered a mutant python. The strength of this mutant is beyond human knowledge. It is no exaggeration to say that with the strength of that mutant python, it can easily wipe out a team of 500 people. Hearing Mu Wanqing's words, Dr. Yi was completely shocked. Not only did she once again witness Mu Wanqing's ability to listen to her thoughts, she was also shocked by their strength. At this time, 4 nurses had finished their showers, changed into new nurse uniforms, and came up. Xiao Yang took a look and found that the 4 nurses looked quite pretty dressed like this. However, Xiao Yang seemed to notice that these 4 nurses did not seem to be wearing any underwear. She was just wearing a nurse's uniform on the outside. TSK. Interesting. Dr. Yi, I can actually take a hot bath here, it's so comfortable. You should go wash up quickly, we 4 will take care of you here. One of the nurses said to Dr. Yi happily. When Dr. Yi heard that he could take a hot bath, his eyes lit up. It was really great. She hadn't taken a shower for a long time. Moreover, treating the wound on Tang Ying's back had consumed a lot of her energy and physical strength, and she was sweating a lot. She had been feeling uncomfortable for a long time. She looked at Xiao Yang inquiringly. Xiao Yang smiled knowingly and said, Why don't you take a shower first, Dr. Yi, and think about it carefully. Give me an answer after you finish washing. Good. After Dr. Yi left, 4 nurses entered Tang Ying's room and waited by her side. Xiao Yang suddenly felt that if these 4 nurses were willing to stay, it would be nice for them to be servants. She is considerate and caring, and most importantly, she has nursing skills. Although she is not as pretty as Mu Wanqing and the others, she is still quite pleasing to the eye. It seemed that the time was almost up, so Ayong asked Mu Wanqing to send a set of pajamas to Dr. Yi. After a while, Dr. Yi put on new pajamas and came to Xiao Yang. Xiao Yang's eyes lit up. He had to admit that Dr. Yi's appearance was impeccable. She looks mature and steady, which may be related to her profession. There is nothing to say about her figure, with all the curves and bends. Well, it completely meets Xiao Yang's aesthetic standards. Dr. Yi walked up to Xiao Yang and said seriously, I've made up my mind. I'm willing to join you. She had just experienced the importance of a shelter while taking a shower. Home life here is almost the same as before the disaster. The temperature is comfortable, there is electricity and water, and you can take a hot shower. The key is that the owner here is very powerful and doesn't look like a bad person. What reason do I have to refuse? That's great. Welcome, Dr. Yi. From now on, we are a family. Xiao Yang smiled, stretched out his hand, and shook Dr. Yi's hand. Just call me Yi Ling from now on. Yi Ling. What a nice name. Okay, Yi Ling. Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. My name is Xiao Yang, this is Mu Wanqing, this is Lin Shishir, this is Lu Yu, and the one lying on the bed is Tang Ying. After hearing Xiao Yang's introduction, the girls greeted Yi Ling one after another. Everyone was very happy because Yi Ling joined. With Yi Ling's life-healing technique, I won't be afraid if I get injured again in the future. Can we stay too? The four nurses asked Xiao Yang pitifully. Can. Xiao Yang nodded. When the four young nurses heard this, they were immediately excited. But, I have to tell you first. I didn't come here to enjoy myself. I don't want to keep idle people here. You will be responsible for taking care of the daily housework and chores for the time being. Moreover, you must take turns following me out to participate in battles and improve your strength. Otherwise, I will chase you away. Xiao Yang warned them very seriously. The four female nurses looked at each other. They were still afraid of zombies. However, they also know in their hearts that if they do not become stronger, they will really be eliminated by this world. Even with a team as strong as Xiao Yang's, there were still people who got hurt. If they don't have the ability, no one will support them unconditionally. After thinking this through, the four of them nodded in agreement. Okay, there aren't many rooms left here, so the four of you can temporarily stay in the nanny's room on the second floor underground. Yi Ling lives in the room next to ours on the third floor. Xiao Yang arranged. Good. Of course, they all obeyed their master's arrangements. After arranging everything, Xiao Yang relaxed and suddenly felt some soreness all over his body. Today, it was too dangerous and I was almost killed by the mutant python. Even if he had a physique with over 1,000 years of energy, there must be a lot of bruises on his body. He felt uncomfortable when he moved. Suddenly, he saw Yi Ling's hand and his eyes lit up. Yi Ling, can you use your life-healing technique to give me a full-body massage and help me get rid of the blood clots? What? Massage with life therapy. A powerful ability that can completely heal wounds, but Xiao Yang actually asked to use it for massage. Yi Ling looked at Xiao Yang in disbelief, wondering if he was joking. What's wrong, Dr. Yi? I really feel pain all over my body. If you don't believe me, just look. Seeing Yi Ling staring at him in a daze, Xiao Yang was afraid that she would misunderstand that he was going to take advantage of her, so he quickly took off his shirt. With bronze skin and a well-proportioned body, he exudes wild masculine charm. Yi Ling's heart was pounding as she watched. Although she is a doctor, she has seen many shirtless patients. But this was the first time she had seen someone with Xiao Yang's skin color and body shape. Coupled with his handsome and resolute face, Yi Ling felt that this was the most perfect man she had ever seen. When the four female nurses saw this, they looked infatuated with them. In their eyes, Xiao Yang is now the male god in their hearts. They even had an urge to hug Xiao Yang. Let me see. At this time, Mu Wanqing came forward with a concerned look on her face and began to check carefully. Yeah, there are quite a few bruises. Sister Yi Ling, why don't you give Xiao Yang a massage? We all depend on him. Mu Wanqing pleaded with Yi Ling on behalf of Xiao Yang with some heartache. Seeing that Mu Wanqing said so, it would be a bit unreasonable for Yi Ling not to agree. Besides, I'm new here, so I have to do something for everyone. Xiao Yang is obviously the backbone of the team, so it is our duty to serve him. Okay. I happen to have learned a little bit of Chinese medical treatment, so I can use the life-healing technique to give you a massage. Seeing that Yi Ling agreed, Xiao Yang was immediately extremely happy. Okay, I'll go to my room and take a shower first. I'll call you later. Just come to my room. Xiao Yang instructed Yi Ling, then turned to Mu Wanqing. You should all go wash up and change your clothes first. After Yi Ling finishes massaging me, we can have a midnight snack together. Yeah. Okay. After everything was arranged, Xiao Yang hurried to his bedroom. I washed myself thoroughly, then found a pair of shorts in the space and put them on. He called out to Yi Ling downstairs, then lay obediently on the bed, waiting for Yi Ling to arrive. After a while, Xiao Yang heard the door opening. Then, why are you wearing so little? When Yi Ling saw that Xiao Yang was only wearing shorts, her face immediately turned slightly red and she blamed him. Xiao Yang looked up and saw that Yi Ling was avoiding his gaze and didn't dare to look him in the face. Don't yell, or someone might think I did something to you. Seeing that Yi Ling was still a little embarrassed, Xiao Yang advised, hurry up. Just treat me as a patient and don't pay too much attention to my clothes. Upon hearing this, Yi Ling immediately retorted, who cares about your clothes? Then why don't you hurry up? Yi Ling thought about it and realized that Xiaoyang was just a patient. What doctor would be shy when seeing a patient? At the thought of this, she let go. She walked to the bed, asked Xiaoyang to move to the edge of the bed, then adjusted the angle and gently placed her hand on Xiaoyang's shoulder. It's cool. This was the first feeling that Xiaoyang's skin gave to Yi Ling's hand. But, it's very comfortable. And what about Xiaoyang? So warm. Very comfortable. Xiaoyang could feel that Yi Ling's hands were very soft and delicate. Not to mention massage, it's quite comfortable just lying there like this. Slowly, Yi Ling's hands, according to the physical therapy techniques she had learned and her special life-healing techniques, began to gently rub the bruises on Xiaoyang's body. Wherever it passed, the blood stasis slowly dissipated. Until it disappears. Xiaoyang now feels extremely relaxed all over. Yi Ling's physical therapy techniques are truly amazing. However, what made Xiaoyang a little embarrassed was that he had some abnormal reactions to Yi Ling's therapeutic techniques. The blood clots in the back have been taken care of. Turn over and I'll help you take care of the blood clots in the front. As luck would have it, Yi Ling just happened to let Xiaoyang turn over at this time. Xiaoyang felt a little guilty. It would be a bit embarrassing to be seen if he lay down. Yi Ling saw Xiaoyang lying there, hesitating and not turning around for a long time. He urged, hey, hurry up. I use the life-healing technique to give massages, which is very exhausting, and I can't keep doing it for long. When Xiaoyang heard this, he made up his mind. Good. You asked me to translate this. He immediately somersaulted over. Yi Ling was shocked to see him making such a big movement. I was just about to start his physical therapy when I saw this. Yi Ling's face turned red immediately. My hands were hanging in the air, not knowing where to start. What should I do? Yi Ling felt a little flustered and became a little at a loss. Seeing that Yi Ling had not made any movement for a long time, Xiaoyang secretly glanced at Yi Ling and saw that she was staring at something in a daze. Ahem. He coughed quickly, and then said shamelessly, Dr. Yi, I am a simple patient. Please continue your operation. Yi Ling was stunned for a moment and looked away. What's wrong with me? What kind of patient has she not seen? Why am I always distracted today? Stay calm. You must stay calm. So she pretended she saw nothing and continued with her physical therapy. And Xiaoyang has been trying to control the intensity of his reaction. However, he still couldn't control himself, and turned into. Don't even mention how embarrassing it is. After finally finishing the physical therapy, Yi Ling felt relieved. She was really too nervous. Okay, that's enough. You take a night's rest and you will be fully recovered tomorrow. After Yi Ling finished speaking, she immediately stood up and was about to run away. Etc. Unexpectedly, Xiaoyang stopped her. Anything else? Yi Ling asked with her back to Xiaoyang. Can you massage my head and feet again? I've been so tired these past few days, my feet and head hurt. Xiaoyang said shamelessly. Yi Ling tilted her head, looked at Xiaoyang, and said angrily, What do you think I am? I'm a doctor, not a technician. Seeing Yi Ling was angry, Xiaoyang hurriedly said with a smile, Okay, then just press the head. Yi Ling glared at him, and had no choice but to find a small stool and sit in front of Xiaoyang. He pressed Xiaoyang's temples with both hands and rubbed them gently. Because they were sitting very close, Xiaoyang could always smell a faint fragrance in his nostrils. It made him feel very intoxicated, and his body and mind were very relaxed. I have to say that Yi Ling's physical therapy techniques are really comfortable. Xiaoyang suddenly thought, could Yi Ling's life-healing technique repair his burned brain cells? Or is it possible to make a brainless person become brainy? Can you help others treat prostatitis? Can you help others treat psoriasis? Also, will the hair that has fallen out these days suddenly grow back? That's right. If hair suddenly grows back, then wouldn't she be able to treat hair loss? If I open a hospital on my own territory, wouldn't I make a fortune? Xiao Yang fell asleep without knowing when. When he woke up, he found a blanket covering him. Glancing around, I found that Yi Ling had left at some point. Looking at the blanket on his body, Xiao Yang smiled. Still very considerate. Xiao Yang stood up and stretched his body. Very good. Resurrection with full blood. He changed into his pajamas and went downstairs. The living room on the first floor was already full of people. What surprised Xiao Yang was that Tang Ying had already woken up and was sitting on the sofa chatting with Yi Ling and the others. Seeing Xiao Yang coming down, the girls all looked at him. Yi Ling glanced at Xiao Yang, then quickly shifted her gaze away, her expression obviously a little unnatural. Xiao Yang smiled and ignored her. He walked up to Tang Ying and asked with concern, "Why are you up? You should rest more." Tang Ying said disapprovingly, "I'm not that fragile. However, this is all thanks to Yi Ling. Without her, I don't know if I could have survived." Tang Ying said this and shook Yi Ling's hand gratefully. "Don't be so polite, we are a family from now on." "Yes, a family." Xiao Yang was very satisfied to see that they got along so well. "Oh yeah, you're all hungry. What do you want for midnight snack? Tell me. I will satisfy you all." When Yi Ling heard this, her stomach started to growl. She was indeed hungry, as she hadn't eaten for a long time, and her supernatural powers had consumed a lot of her energy and strength. She was almost unable to hold on any longer. The others were the same, especially Mu Wanqing and the others, who felt like they were running out of strength. "It's so late, just eat something. Just give me some sausages." Yi Ling spoke cautiously. She felt that being able to eat a few sausages was already a luxury. The four young nurses also nodded. They did not dare to hope for a sumptuous midnight snack. Mu Wanqing and the others' attitude was even clearer, they would eat whatever Xiao Yang took. Anyway, there is nothing bad to eat at Xiao Yang's place. Xiao Yang shook his head after hearing this. How can this be possible? Can't settle. Since you guys won't say anything, I'll make the decision. He didn't care about their opinions and walked directly to the empty space in the restaurant and took out a table of dishes from the Cape restaurant. This frightened Yi Ling and four female nurses at once. They rubbed their eyes in disbelief, wondering if they had seen it wrong. Xiao Yang actually conjured up a table of dishes out of thin air. Moreover, some of the dishes were still steaming. They thought they were hallucinating, but the smell of food wafting from the room proved that everything they saw was real. "Is this your special ability?" Yi Ling was so surprised that she was incoherent. "Yes." Xiao Yang deliberately showed this skill in front of them. Since they are all family, there is no need to hide it. "Okay, everyone come and eat. Eat early and rest." Everyone came over in a hurry and sat together. Seeing such a sumptuous banquet in front of them, the four nurses couldn't help crying. "I never thought that I would be able to eat such delicious food again in my life. Thank you, Brother Xiao Yang." "Me too, Brother Xiao Yang. From now on, I will do whatever you ask me to do. Brother Xiao Yang, I am willing to work like a cow or a horse for you. Brother Xiao Yang, from now on, you are my idol." The four nurses spoke one after another, with tears of gratitude in their eyes. All right. Eat it quickly. Otherwise it will be cold." This sumptuous midnight snack ended with everyone wolfing down the food. Four female nurses were very sensible and took charge of clearing the dishes and cleaning. The others also returned to their rooms. After feeding Cole Ball 4 crystal cores, Xiao Yang hurriedly pulled Mu Wanqing back to his bedroom. "Close the door." Mu Wanqing broke free from Xiao Yang's hand and asked in confusion, "What for?" Xiao Yang chuckled. "Suddenly there was a black silk thread in my hand." Mu Wanqing took a look and immediately turned away, her face turning red. Pretending not to see. Xiao Yang directly waved the black stockings in front of Mu Wanqing. Mu Wanqing immediately covered her face. "Want to default on your debt? Put it on quickly. This is what you promised me yesterday." Snort. Seeing that she couldn't hide, Mu Wanqing stomped her feet, grabbed the black silk stockings, gave Xiaoyang a cold look, and walked into the cloakroom reluctantly. After a while, Mu Wanqing shouted from the cloakroom, "Okay, turn off the lights first." When Xiaoyang heard this, he said, "Why would I watch it if the lights are turned off?" He took 2 steps at a time and went straight into the cloakroom. "Are you bad guy?" Mu Wanqing screamed. Wow. Xiaoyang felt that Mu Wanqing now was like a fine work of art. A work of art that can not only be admired from a distance, but also played with. Xiaoyang picked up Mu Wanqing and threw her onto the bed. Suddenly, an idea came to him. Then, a small whip appeared in his hand. It was late at night and Mu Wanqing had fallen into a deep sleep. Xiaoyang lay on the bed, staring at the ceiling. He couldn't fall asleep for a long time. My mind was filled with images of the battle with the mutant python. He was always puzzled by the slow-motion scene of the final killing of the python. That kind of scene couldn't have happened for no reason. If I have to explain it, it must be related to my spatial ability. It must have been at the most critical moment that the body instinctively stimulated the potential of spatial abilities. Yes, that must be it. Thinking of this, Xiaoyang's eyes suddenly became bright. He took out the 4-star crystal core of the mutant python from the space. The originally dark bedroom was suddenly illuminated a little brighter by the 4 shining green lights on the crystal core. Xiaoyang's spatial ability has reached the maximum level 5, and with another 4-star crystal core it can be upgraded to level 6. Originally, Xiaoyang was worried that his use of this 4-star crystal core would be wasted, because the previous upgrades only made his space larger. There is no other change. However, this battle with the mutant python made him vaguely feel that this spatial ability was not as simple as he had imagined. He had a strong premonition that when his spatial ability was upgraded to level 6, there would be unexpected changes. Thinking of this, he stopped hesitating and directly put the 4-star crystal core into his mouth. The green light spot was immediately swallowed up. The crystal core was a bit big, so Xiaoyang could only hold it in his mouth, and wait until it shrank before slowly swallowing it. Buzz. There was a sudden roar in Xiaoyang's mind. Then he seemed to see light. He seemed to be able to feel time slowing down. He seemed to have realized something, as if he had grasped a hint of the secret about the order of time. He closed his eyes and comprehended it carefully. An hour later, Xiaoyang suddenly opened his eyes. If you look more carefully, you will find that Xiaoyang's eyes are brighter than usual. Like dazzling stars in the dark night. Xiaoyang smiled, and his smile was so bright. His spatial ability finally reached level 6 at this moment. And he actually had a preliminary grasp of the power of time. That's right, he can slow down time within a certain range around him. And the slowest can be up to 10 times.